Zhang Ming woke up, his head buzzing, looking at the unfamiliar bed and dimly lit room in front of him. He asked, "Where am I?" Zhang Ming thought he was hallucinating, but when he rubbed his eyes, he realized something was wrong. These chubby little hands and legs, no matter how he looked at them, were not his original body. This was clearly the body of a child. He was just an ordinary person who liked staying up late reading novels. How could he have possibly transmigrated into a child's body? A chaotic memory surged in Zhang Ming's mind. 3 years ago, the Strange Talk game descended globally. Winning the game would change the fortune of the country, and losing would bring suffering to the people. Dragon Country had a 6-game winning streak, which boosted the national technology to new heights, making it the #1 in the world. But in the 7th Strange Talk, Dragon Country lost, and the previous challenger sacrificed himself. The Strange Talk game brought down heavenly punishment, and Dragon Country experienced a month of continuous rain, with countless casualties and many buildings collapsed by floods. The entire country fell into a slump. To stop the heavenly punishment, Dragon Country must win the next game. If they lose, the punishment will intensify. And Zhang Ming was the next challenger. Zhang Ming felt as if the sky was collapsing. How could a powerless child like him represent Dragon Country in the Strange Talk game? Isn't this the worst possible start? While Zhang Ming was scratching his head, he suddenly realized that a system seemed to have appeared in his mind. He briefly understood and concluded that this was a cheating system. It could see through the truth and flaws of all the rules, providing perfect suggestions, and it also had the ability to enhance his own strength. Wow! Doesn't that mean, when he enters the Strange Talk game in the future, he can avoid all risks and complete tasks smoothly? But this body of his is a child's, quite fragile. If only he could switch to a stronger body. Zhang Ming thought regretfully. Zhang Ming found a large mirror and looked at himself. He was surprised to see that his small body was surrounded by a soft light, like a little angel, radiating warmth and drawing people to care for him. Zhang Ming shook his head and snapped out of it. What's going on? Why did he feel like hugging the child in the mirror? It must be because he was so kind-hearted that he had this illusion. Soon, a line of text appeared in his mind. This body can trigger the last bit of hidden kindness in the strange mind, commonly known as life-saving artifact. Zhang Ming never expected this body to have such a confusing feature. He thought for a moment, even if he had a strong adult body, when facing the strange forces, he would still be as helpless as a vegetable. It's better to attack the heart. Zhang Ming suddenly didn't hate this body anymore. Perhaps this body was the key to winning all the side quests. The 8th National Fortune Strange Talk was about to begin. He carried the fate of the entire country and the lives of 1.4 billion people on his shoulders. Only he could stop this approaching natural disaster. Zhang Ming was under immense pressure. A distant voice suddenly appeared in Zhang Ming's ear. The 8th Strange Talk has begun. Dragon Country Challenger, Zhang Ming, teleportation successful. This Strange Talk, Harmony Asylum. Mission, survive for 10 days, leave the asylum. The National Fortune Strange Talk was live-streamed to the entire planet, with 8 billion Blue Star inhabitants watching this global broadcast that determined the fate of their country. Even though the broadcast was extremely bloody and terrifying, they had no choice but to watch. Zhang Ming's small childlike body appeared in the global live broadcast room. Other countries' challengers were the strongest men specially selected by their nations. Compared to them, Zhang Ming seemed incredibly weak. It was as if he shouldn't even be here. His small size made it difficult for him to even hold an axe. Inside Dragon Country's live stream room, there was a wail of despair. It's over. How could it be a child? Isn't this a mistake? It seems like we're going to lose again. The weird game is so damn creepy. Even minors aren't spared. This kid, who doesn't understand anything, is on the battlefield. I feel a bit sorry for him. It's okay, if we lose, I won't blame him. After all, he fought for the country. Even if he sacrifices, it's an unparalleled honor. Other countries saw that the Dragon Kingdom was sending a child to the battlefield and mocked them. The Dragon Kingdom sent a child. No need to think, he'll die in the first round. The Dragon Kingdom has been strong for so many years, it's time to cool down. No one stays strong forever, countries are the same. All 140 challengers entered the arena. Zhang Ming saw that he was in a very wide space. The area was surrounded by spiked wire fences stained with blood, some of the wire had dried corpses hanging from it. The air was thick with the smell of blood, the stench of decay hitting him head-on. It looked more like a long-abandoned sanatorium, broken and ruined, giving off a very dreamcore feel. In front of the arena, there was a sign that read Activity Ground. The Dragon Kingdom's team, upon seeing Zhang Ming, was more confused and shocked. This isn't the original candidate, where did it go wrong? The original person didn't enter, I suspect the weird game is behind this. Ridiculous. You dogs just want to weaken our country's strength. Investigate this child's entire background. The chief analyst lowered his head, stroked his chin, and tried to come up with a plan. Act according to the situation, check if there are any cases of children entering the weird game world. Soon, the team gave a report. Report. Since the weird game began, no child has ever entered the weird world. The chief took a deep breath, touched his lips. Based on your previous experience, what's the chance of winning this time? Less than 10%. Upon hearing this result, everyone fell into a deathly silence. To them, this seemed like a guaranteed loss. Over here, Zhang Ming appeared to be a clueless, innocent child, looking like he didn't understand anything. But inside, he was unusually calm. He started observing the challengers around him. Most of them were strong adults, and he was the only child. It seemed like he was the only one receiving special treatment. Zhang Ming wanted to curse. The closest challenger from the Sakura Kingdom looked down at Zhang Ming with a pitiful gaze. You're really so small. Doesn't your mother take care of you? Zhang Ming said nothing, just shook his head. So pitiful. Zhang Ming could see the mockery in his eyes. The seemingly friendly question was, in fact, full of contempt. At that moment, a loud noise came from the loudspeaker in the arena. The static-like sound was so harsh that many people covered their ears. After that, a normal mechanical voice rang out. Welcome everyone to the Harmony Asylum for treatment. To help all patients discharge quickly, please strictly follow the following rules. Rule 1, avoid disturbing other patients, no noise allowed. Rule 2, after 8 p.m., everyone must return to their rooms, no staying outside. Rule 3, no strange movements allowed inside the activity ground. All the challengers were seriously remembering these rules, because they knew that violating them would mean certain death. The Dragon Kingdom's team began urgent discussions. What kind of movements are considered strange? The definition of strange movements is at the discretion of the weird game. What it deems strange is strange. The chief pushed up his glasses and said, looks like the only choice is to stay still and let that kid stand still and not move. Chapter 2, begin by clinging to the weird power. A loud sliding door sound came from not far away. A female doctor in a white coat, wearing red high heels and holding a blood-stained electric baton, walked toward them step by step. The female doctor had a pale grayish face, as if she had just crawled out of a pile of corpses. The only impression that stood out was her bright red lips and her grayish-white eyeballs, pieced together. She was cold and eerie. Even without walking close, the strong sense of decay and coldness around her could be felt from afar. At this moment, a panel appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Female doctor, danger level, high. Current danger level, 100%. Analyzing the hidden psychological defense, guiding the host to make the correct decision. Zhang Ming's bright eyes, pure without a trace of impurity, stared ahead, looking just like an innocent child. In fact, he thought this female ghost looked quite good. If she were a normal person, she'd definitely be a great beauty. The overwhelming sense of oppression from the female doctor made everyone silent, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor walking straight towards him, and couldn't help but hold his breath. Could she be here to kill him? But he was clearly standing still, not breaking any rules. There was no reason to kill him. He didn't realize that the female doctor wasn't coming for him. Instead, she stopped in front of the Sakura Country Challenger. The Sakura Country Challenger broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over as he quickly bowed. The female doctor's hoarse voice, without a shred of emotion, asked, "Did you make a sound just now?" "No." "Ah." Before anyone could react, the female doctor raised her electric baton and swiftly sliced through the Sakura Country Challenger's waist, blood splattering everywhere. The speed and force were astonishingly great. The smell of death and blood began to spread. Blood dripped from the electric baton, each drop sounded like it was dripping onto everyone's heart. This was the first time Zhang Ming knew that an electric baton could sever a person's waist directly. On the global livestream, there was a collective sigh. I didn't expect the first one out to be from Sakura Country. But the Sakura Country Challenger didn't make a sound. Why did she kill him? Don't forget, the Sakura Country Challenger just spoke to that little brat. The moment they entered the weird world, they were already part of the game. All I can say is that Sakura Country is a bit foolish. I bet the next one to die will be that little kid from Dragon Country. That bloodbath was enough to make him cry like a baby. Ha ha ha. Blood splattered onto Zhang Ming's face, and as he froze in shock, he saw the system's prompt. Detected a hidden psychological defense, a mother who went insane and committed suicide after losing her child. It is advised that you immediately hug your waist, act innocent and pitiful, and shout mommy. Zhang Ming thought he had misheard. Calling the weird entity mommy upon entering? That didn't feel right. But never mind, waiting for death is worse than taking the initiative. As long as he could win, what was a little mommy going to hurt? Seeing the female doctor about to leave, Zhang Ming decided not to hesitate. With his chubby little legs, he ran with all his might toward the weird entity. All the viewers on the global livestream, witnessing Zhang Ming's suicidal move, couldn't help but close their eyes, too scared to watch. As expected, kids are so innocent. Isn't he just charging straight into the weird entity's gunpoint? I can't even bear to watch, it's too tragic. Dragon Country is counting down to their elimination. A typical head sacrifice. I wonder how the people of Dragon Country will feel when they see the scene. Kid, don't go over. They're going to kill you. The Dragon Country viewers were even more horrified. It's over, it's completely over. This rain looks like it'll never stop. Why do our fates have to be tied to a little kid's? Why? Heaven, you have such a cruel heart. At this moment, the Dragon Country think tank was like ants on a hot pan, everyone was on edge. Didn't we just say for him to stay still? What's this kid doing? Calm down. Calm down. Chief, what should we do now? The chief grabbed his already thinning hair, desperately thinking of a solution, then shook his head. I don't know if there's anything we can do. He's rushing toward the blade, we can't stop him. Zhang Ming didn't know that his actions were making everyone's hearts race with fear. He ran forward without hesitation, ignoring the danger, tightly hugging the female doctor's leg. The smell of blood and rotting corpses pierced his nose, unbearable, but he had to endure it. Zhang Ming, fearless, looked up at the female doctor with his bright, sparkling eyes. Mom! 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 Is that you? The constant cries of mom made the female doctor, whose expression had been tense, begin to soften a little. Female doctor danger level, 80%. Suggested strategy, use a gentle approach, step by step, to influence the anomaly. When the danger level reaches 0%, it will be your key pass to winning this game. Zhang Ming heard the system's prompt and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had done the right thing. The female doctor, her expression a bit absent, stared at the child in front of her. She raised the hand not holding a weapon and gently stroked Zhang Ming's cheek, as though reminiscing about something. It's been so long since anyone called me mom. Child, I am not your mother. Zhang Ming shook his head, his soft, chubby face constantly rubbing against her thigh. Anyone who saw it would feel deeply moved. He said with great certainty, "No, you are my mother." In order to awaken the female doctor's buried motherly love, Zhang Ming didn't care about his pride. He squeezed out a few tears. He tightly clutched the female doctor's clothes, pouting and pretending to be aggrieved. Mom, don't you want me anymore? I've been so good, please don't abandon me. Each cry of mom made the female doctor drop the electric baton in her hand, quickly squat down, and hold Zhang Ming tightly. Mom will never abandon you, it's mom's fault for not protecting you well. Female doctor danger level, 75%. You can approach freely now. Zhang Ming buried his face in her chest, sobbing, Whoa, mom is the best to me. Was this the success of recognizing his mother? It was much smoother than he had imagined. The global live audience, seeing the scene of Zhang Ming recognizing his mother, were all stunned, unable to process what was happening. Is this still a horror story livestream? Why does it feel like a reunion show? This makes no sense. Never seen anything like it before. I don't understand how he did it. Ordinary challengers would never dare to touch the anomaly, let alone hug it. I think he's just a blind cat stumbling onto a dead rat, lucky. No, wait, the challenger boldly clinging to the anomaly's leg, isn't that a rule violation? Immediately going for connections, does he really think the world of horror stories is the same as the real world? Chinese viewers, seeing this, immediately defended their own. Luck is a form of strength too. I can see you're just jealous. Our Dragon Country will never lose. Our Zhang Ming has great social skills, what's wrong with that? Over 1,000 horror story researchers worldwide watched the scene, stunned, thinking they were seeing things. Does the anomaly in the horror story world have emotions? Did I make a mistake in my previous research? No, wait, the Dragon Country challenger clearly broke 2 rules, why isn't he being punished? Yes. He broke the rules of silence and not making strange movements. I need to save this clip and study it thoroughly. Chapter 3, What, do you also want to recognize your relatives? The Jin Nong group of Dragon Country watched this unfold and fell into deep thought. To them, anomalies were just killing machines that implemented punishment. Machines are rational, without emotions. But Zhang Ming's action indirectly proved that anomalies actually do have emotions. However, using the anomaly's emotions to win the game was almost impossible. Because their emotions were deeply hidden, ordinary people could never trigger them, nor could they ever believe that anomalies were emotional beings. Coldness was the true nature of anomalies. It seemed they had underestimated this child, he was extraordinarily clever. He could do things others couldn't. Chief, we could try another route, the emotional route. We found that this anomaly seems to really like children. A smile appeared on the chief's face. Since the horror story game began, he had hardly smiled. No matter what, Zhang Ming survived, so there's still hope. We need to do a system study based on Zhang Ming's situation. Since the anomaly has a fondness for Zhang Ming, let's figure out a way to deepen that affection. Several countries' challenge teams also began to have their challengers imitate Zhang Ming. Kimchi country. Since this child can move the Yuri, our challengers can definitely do it. Thailand. I think we can do it too. Boy, go call that Erie mother. Inside the world of weird tales, other challengers were also watching this scene in disbelief. Was this the same Erie that could knock a strong adult dead with one swing of a club? At this moment, the challenger from Kimchi country walked over with a flattering smile, disregarding their image, and suddenly kneeled down. Grabbing the female doctor's calf, they began to cry, their tears and snot smeared all over their face, looking quite comical. Mom, I'm your son. The female doctor's previously warm gaze instantly turned cold. She looked at the challenger from Kimchi country with an expressionless face. Killing intent filled the air. Without saying a word, she kicked him away, her hoarse voice like a soul-locking hook, violation of rules, death. The female doctor gently released Zhang Ming and picked up the stun baton, slowly walking toward the challenger from Kimchi country. The challenger from Kimchi country struggled to get up, their flattering cry frozen on their face, their eyes filled with endless fear. They asked unwillingly, that little brat also violated the rules, why didn't you kill him? It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned Zhang Ming. But after mentioning Zhang Ming, the killing intent in the female doctor's eyes grew even stronger. Without a word, she raised the stun baton and swung it toward the challenger's head. Bang! His head flew off. Other challengers who were eager to call the Erie mother stopped in their tracks when they saw how horribly the challenger from Kimchi country had died. They didn't dare act recklessly anymore. The people of Kimchi country were enraged to see their challenger die like that. Why? That dragon country challenger also violated the rules, why didn't you kill him? This match is totally unfair, there's favoritism. I want to protest. If the rules are useless, then don't set them up at all. The people of Dragon Country began to support Zhang Ming. Kimchi Country wants to call the Erie mother, but the Erie rejected them for being old, they're broken. The more I look at Zhang Ming, the more I like him. This kid looks honest, but he's very clever inside. Looks like we have a chance to win. Starting tomorrow, no, starting today, I will go to the Buddha every day to pray for Zhang Ming to stay safe. The female doctor turned to look at Zhang Ming, squatting down, the slight warmth from earlier reappearing on her face as she carefully adjusted his clothes. Her hoarse voice, now harshly forced, sounded very odd. This place is chaotic, let's go over there. Zhang Ming nodded, his chubby little hand obediently reaching out to grab the female doctor's hand. The female doctor led Zhang Ming to a swing, surrounded by many dilapidated old tools. If you want to play, go ahead. Without thinking, Zhang Ming ran over, pretending to be interested in everything, showing a child's innocent playfulness. He sat on the swing and waved at the female doctor. Mom, this is so fun. Want to play with me? Female doctor's danger level, 65%. The female doctor, with a gentle expression, said, if you like it, then that's great. Mom has to go work now. Zhang Ming sweetly said, okay, go ahead and work. Don't tire yourself out, Mom. When the female doctor turned around, hearing Zhang Ming's considerate words, she even showed a small, warm smile. At this moment, the challengers in the activity area watched Zhang Ming play without any worries, feeling a deep sense of envy and imbalance in their hearts. Unlike them, who dared not do anything for fear of breaking the rules, one wrong move and they were dead. People's lives are really different. The global live audience never expected that one day, a human would be able to play carefreely in the world of weird tales. Did my eyes deceive me? Did I just see the Yuri smile? That warm smile on an Yuri? I saw it too. I've watched so many live streams, but I've never seen anything like this. This is the first time I've seen a smile that's so gentle from such a strange creature. I suddenly realized this female creature is actually quite beautiful. Children are better, their minds are simple, as long as there's no danger, they can play anywhere. Our country's challengers are working hard to stand at attention, and this guy is just playing around? Are we all going through this together? Is this even fair? Besides, Zhang Ming is just a kid. We don't even know if he can win, so let him enjoy his last moments playing. It makes me so mad. Why? Just because he's a kid? Just when they thought standing still would let them escape disaster. The broadcast in the hall sounded again. In order to allow patients to have a healthy body, everyone must follow the health exercises shown on the big screen in front of you. In front of everyone appeared a transparent screen. On the screen, there was no one, but a group of animals doing various actions. Gorillas beating their chests, frogs jumping, mantises hunting, and so on. The challengers at the scene were completely stunned. This isn't a health exercise, this is clearly the animal kingdom. Could it be that they were supposed to mimic the animal's movements from the video to do exercises? How ridiculous. But these actions were all extremely strange. If they followed along, wouldn't it break the third rule? No matter what they did, it felt wrong. Of course, Zhang Ming saw this too. He was thinking whether he should continue pretending to be good and cheat. Hint, Rule 3 is a trap, all the rules here are set by the female doctor, and all explanations are in her control. Suggestion, find the female doctor and pretend to be sick to further activate her maternal instincts. When Zhang Ming heard the system's voice, he suddenly realized. Does this mean that the female doctor is the core of this instance? Everyone's life and death are in her hands. Zhang Ming still had one doubt, would the female doctor really not see through his act of pretending to be sick? Never mind, let's go find the female doctor first. If she finds out he's pretending, then he'll just act good again. He thought she would fall for it. Chapter 4, Breaking the Rule Again. The Dragon Country's strategy team was actively discussing countermeasures. Is it a battle between the left brain and right brain? Since Zhang Ming has gained the creature's initial trust, we can use this to our advantage. But creatures usually have unpredictable moods, we might make things worse instead. The chief thought seriously for a moment and waved at them. Find some videos about parent-child activities to send to that kid, the simpler the better, to avoid his little brain getting overwhelmed. The key is to make the creature firmly believe that Zhang Ming is its son, because the bond between a mother and child is usually unbreakable. Actually, before the challengers left, each country's challengers brought special equipment to receive information sent by their own strategy teams. Zhang Ming was no exception. Because of time constraints, Zhang Ming just quickly glanced through the materials sent by his country. He had a general idea of what to do next. Some of the challengers from other countries continued to stay frozen in place like before. When the female doctor saw them, she immediately used an electric baton to kill them. The process was violent and terrifying. In less than 3 minutes, 20 challengers had already been killed. The challenger from Baji country saw that the female doctor was about to kill him, tried to resist, and directly grabbed the female doctor's electric baton. As soon as he touched it, he was electrocuted into a dried corpse by a 1,000-volt current. That scene was unbearable to watch. Seeing the situation was bad, the other challengers started to mimic the animals in the video. If they didn't meet the female doctor's standards, a headshot would directly end their life. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor coming toward him and pretended to feel unwell, touching his head. The closest challenger from the United States saw him like this and sneered in his heart. You were lucky earlier, that's why you weren't killed. Now you want to fake being sick? Do you really think the creature is a fool? You think you can trick it over and over again? The female doctor noticed something was off with Zhang Ming and quickened her pace towards him. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ming looked at her with teary eyes. Mom, my whole body feels sore and soft, I can't do exercises. I feel so uncomfortable. The female doctor, after hearing this, without a word, directly picked up Zhang Ming and walked toward the diagnostic room. The American challenger stood dumbfounded, watching the female doctor just pick him up and carry him away. Not pulling, not dragging, but carrying. As a strange rule, is this the right thing to do? The American challenger snapped back to reality, resentment suddenly flashing in his eyes. Because there was no bloody scene as he imagined, he felt resentment and injustice. Who exactly is this child from Dragon Country? Time and time again, this strange rule makes exceptions for him. The female doctor placed Zhang Ming on a dusty bed. The diagnostic room was filled with many old medicine bottles and notebooks, looking like no one had taken care of it. She simply checked Zhang Ming. She found that Zhang Ming's body was weak due to malnutrition, which caused the soreness. No wonder he looked so much weaker than the other challengers, it seems he really needs some nourishment. Zhang Ming nervously looked up at the female doctor. He hoped she wouldn't discover that he was faking illness. An idea quickly flashed through Zhang Ming's mind, and without hesitation, he went all in, directly wrapping his arms around her waist, looking utterly heartbroken. Mom, is my body failing, am I going to die? Mom, I don't want to die, I want to stay with you longer. Female doctor danger level, 50%. Already decided not to kill you. When Zhang Ming heard the system's prompt, he was overjoyed. Not only would he not die, but the strange rule would also pay more attention to him. It was truly a double victory. The female doctor slowly placed her hand on Zhang Ming's head, gently stroking his hair. Her eyes revealed a tenderness that she didn't even realize. She hadn't felt any emotions for countless days and nights. Zhang Ming's words brought warmth as if someone had come back from the dead. It seemed like the child who died had really come back to find her. Child, you're a bit malnourished, I'll go get you some nutrients. Stay here, don't go outside. The female doctor let go of Zhang Ming and walked towards the door. Zhang Ming, obedient, stayed sitting on the bed without moving. Though he was sure the female doctor wouldn't kill him, he also couldn't act recklessly. He didn't know if there were other strange beings here besides the female doctor. In this place, one wrong step could lead to endless suffering. In a short while, the female doctor returned with a plate full of black, foul-looking items. Zhang Ming looked down and saw that the plate contained dead cockroaches and some raw meat, which instantly made him feel disgusted. Was he really going to eat this? As he hesitated, Zhang Ming chose to refuse. He pushed the plate aside and, with a soft, delicate voice that carried a touch of spoiled tone, said, "Mom, I don't want to eat these things, they don't look good at all." The female doctor never imagined that Zhang Ming would refuse the food. No human had ever dared to reject it. The female doctor's rusty mind slowly started to work, with no immediate action. "That's right, this is my child, how could my child be compared to those filthy humans?" The global livestream audience watched Zhang Ming's boldness, each of them holding their breath. You should know, the last person who rejected a strange being was killed without mercy. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, he really is brave. This kid is playing on the edge of life and death every day, I'm really afraid he'll kill himself. Among all the challengers, I like this kid the most. It's over, he's going to die. If it were me, I would have eaten it already. At this point, still being picky, he's really stupid. The people of Dragon Country all placed their hands on their chests, praying desperately to every possible ancestor, even calling on ancestors who had been dead for centuries. All the gods and spirits, bless Zhang Ming, never let him die, bless him to pass the challenge smoothly. Ah! A child is just a child, what can he understand? It's just a bit of a pity. Zhang Ming's big brother won't die, right? Still too immature. How can everything be done based on his own emotions? The world of creepy tales is not a place where he can do whatever he wants. The Dragon Kingdom's Genelang group sent out over a dozen pieces of information, all of which were rejected by Zhang Ming. The chief sat uneasily, rubbing his eyes, feeling a sense of being on the verge of exploding, and helplessly said, "Why can't this kid just listen? If he had eaten that dish, everything would be fine. But he refuses to eat it." Someone quietly defended Zhang Ming, how could a child eat something like that? Under the gaze of all the global audience, the female doctor took the plate of black, charred food away. She even patted Zhang Ming's head and comforted him, "It's okay, mommy will get you something you like to eat." "What do you want?" Zhang Ming entered order mode, "Mommy, I want bread, biscuits, and water." "Okay, I'll go get it for you right away." The female doctor left the room again. This was the world of creepy tales, where finding those specific foods was very difficult. He had enough time to check the room. Zhang Ming jumped off the bed and walked to the desk. Due to his height, he had to stand on the chair to flip open the notebook on the desk. Each page was filled with irrelevant psychiatric records. It seemed that this hospital was actually a mental asylum. Until he flipped to the middle, a black and white photo fell out. Chapter 5, Wrong Rules. The photo showed a beautiful woman holding a small boy. The woman had a loving expression on her face, and the little boy was very young, about 1 year old. On the back of the photo, a name was written, Gu Xin. Is this the female doctor's name? The child she was holding should be her son. Did the child die, causing her to go insane and turn into something eerie? Perhaps because the female doctor was so kind to him, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a bit sorry for her. The Dragon Kingdom Genelang group also saw the photo and instantly understood why the eerie being was so kind to Zhang Ming. It seems that the eerie being really treats Zhang Ming like its own child. But the child in the photo, both in age and appearance, is different from Zhang Ming. The chief stroked his chin. The eerie being just wants to use Zhang Ming to fulfill its regret of losing a child. It seems our previous strategy was right. We should send Zhang Ming more parent-child videos to help him get closer to the eerie being, learn how to interact between mother and child more effectively. In the world of creepy tales. Zhang Ming carefully placed the photo and the notebook back in their original positions, making sure not to make a single mistake. He then jumped off the chair, pushed it back into place, and sat on the hospital bed. Not long after, the female doctor opened the door and brought back bread, water, and biscuits. Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow when he saw the food. Since he crossed over, he hadn't eaten a single bite. He was really hungry. He happily jumped off the bed and ran to the female doctor, sweetly saying, "Mommy, I'm so hungry." The female doctor placed the plate on the low table beside the bed, opened a package of bread, and handed it to Zhang Ming. "Here, eat." "Mum." Zhang Ming took a bite, and his eyes immediately lit up. He excitedly jumped up and down, saying, "Mommy, this is so delicious." Seeing Zhang Ming eating so happily, the female doctor's tone became much gentler. "This is all for you. Eat up. You stay here, Mommy has to go work." Zhang Ming swallowed the bread in his mouth, coquettishly holding onto the female doctor's clothes, looking up and softly saying, "Mommy, bend down, I want to give you a gift." The female doctor didn't understand what he meant but bent down anyway. The eerie being was too tall, and Zhang Ming still couldn't reach. A little lower. The female doctor bent a little lower. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, puckered his lips, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Female doctor danger level 30%. Threat level extremely low. The female doctor's eyes widened instantly, her warm expression still lingering on her face. Her brain, already rusty, completely stopped functioning now. My son kissed me. So good. The female doctor came to her senses, squatted down, and tightly hugged Zhang Ming, gently rubbing her face against Zhang Ming's soft little cheek. In a hoarse voice, she whispered, "Child, my child, you really came back." The global livestream audience was shocked by Zhang Ming's sudden kiss, more than just a little bit. That child actually kissed the strange one. Why does the strange one look like he is enjoying it? Isn't it supposed to be a ghost story time now? Why is there a parenting show here? This is the first time I've seen someone kiss a strange one. The world really is crazy. The first time I've seen normal human food appear in a ghost story world. A little kid can be so charming. Watching makes my heart soft. The kid brother is still too authoritative. The people of the dragon country all sighed in relief. Thank goodness he's fine. Thank goodness. If this can continue, our chances of winning are very big. I was really scared just now. Looks like my fasting and chanting Buddha really worked. Zhang Ming reached out and hugged the female doctor back, patting her on the back. Mom should be happy now. The female doctor softened her expression, stood up, and pinched his little cheek, saying indulgently, "I really like your gift, but Mom really has to go to work now. You need to stay here for now, but when it's time to sleep, it won't be safe here. You must return to your own room." Zhang Ming nodded, "I understand. I will listen to Mom." The female doctor then walked out of the room, feeling reassured. Some challengers from other countries saw that the female doctor hadn't taken Zhang Ming to the activity area and assumed he had been killed by the strange one. One by one, they secretly mocked him. Did they really think pretending to be sick could save them? They really think the strange one is a fool. Another challenger is gone. They thought they had some ability, but in the end, they still died. If the strange one had emotions, would they still be strange? A child is just a child. How could they compare to us, the trained elites? I thought he had some skill. He's dead. He thought pleasing the strange one would make him live. How naive. Zhang Ming didn't know what was happening outside. He ate the delicious food contentedly, feeling satisfied. Although the food wasn't fresh. But to be able to eat such good food here was already an extreme luxury. Zhang Ming put the leftover food in his pocket to save it. In case there's no food later, he could take it out and use it for a bite. Zhang Ming lay on the bed, slowly reviewing everything that happened today. He realized one thing: as long as he tightly relied on the female doctor as his support, the tasks ahead would be much easier. But the female doctor had just mentioned that when it was time to sleep, it wouldn't be safe here. Why would it be unsafe? Could it be that, besides the female doctor, there are other strange ones? After that, the strange ones might not be as easy to deal with as the female doctor. Today was just an appetizer. No one knew what would happen next. During the exercise period in the activity area, 29 challengers had already died, leaving only 110 challengers. This level of cruelty made Zhang Ming even more cautious. Because Rule 2, by 8 p.m., you must return to your room. He waited until 7:30 p.m., then came out of the diagnosis room and followed the floor directions to the patient area. His room was assigned to 404. Entering the room, Zhang Ming hurriedly closed the door, and then turned to get a large object to block the door. But he saw that the room only had a bed, a table, and a clock. The table and bed were fixed to the floor with steel nails. Were they trying to prevent them from stealing the bed and table? With no other choice, he could only lie on the bed and close his eyes to sleep. The blanket on the bed had a musty smell. Before long, the loudspeaker outside the door rang again. It is now rest time, please make sure to follow the rules. Rule 1, no noise at night. Rule 2, if you hear knocking on the door, do not open it. Rule 3, if you hear footsteps, you can open the door. The sound of the horn stopped. Zhang Ming's system quickly responded. Hint, the third rule is an error. Correction, Rule 3, when hearing footsteps, do not open the door. Zhang Ming was stunned upon hearing the hint. How could there be an error in the rules? This eerie world is too sinister. If it weren't for the system, he would have truly been at a disadvantage. Chapter 6, everyone thought you were almost done for. It was just past 8 o'clock when the tap, tap, tap sound echoed from outside the door, the heavy footsteps coming from the hallway. And these footsteps were getting closer and closer, making people's hearts race. Zhang Ming curled up in his blanket, refusing to open the door no matter what. Not long after, he heard a tragic scream from the next door's patient room, then less than 2 minutes later, another scream came from the challenger's room. The global strategy teams began urgent discussions over this unexpected situation. Didn't they say, we must open the door when hearing footsteps? How come those who opened the door all died? No, something's wrong. The third rule is an error, quickly tell our challengers. Our challengers didn't receive our hint, and now, we lost. Careless. We've never encountered an error in the rules before. Could it be that the horror game changed its mechanism? The Longwa strategy team also began to give Zhang Ming remote guidance non-stop. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. Thankfully, our challenger is timid and didn't open the door. That's the right choice. The chief sighed with relief seeing Zhang Ming hiding under the blanket and not daring to show himself. Luckily, this guy's scaredy-cat nature saved his life. It seems a fool's luck worked out for him. The global livestream was filled with wailing. Why is this happening? Our country lost again. If we lose one more, we're finished. Once again, Longwa narrowly escaped. I never expected the third rule to actually be wrong. In my opinion, the upcoming horror games will only get harder. 140 people went in, now only 90 are left. At this rate of elimination, in less than 3 days, they'll all be dead. There's no way out for us. The people of Longwa were relieved when they saw Zhang Ming stay inside without going out. Zhang Ming is so smart. We must believe he can bring us victory. I told you this kid would make it. Don't be fooled by his small size and clueless look, he's actually much stronger than all the other challengers. Zhang Ming, little friend, please stay safe. Zhang Ming hid under the blanket, listening to the sound of footsteps outside, pacing around the door. It seemed like they were waiting for him to open the door. These heavy footsteps felt like a curse, making Zhang Ming's head dizzy as he listened. He didn't want to be affected by them, so he tightly blocked his ears with his hands, waiting until the footsteps faded away. Just when Zhang Ming thought it was over, a loud knocking sound suddenly rang out. The sound grew louder, like the door was about to be broken down. The door was shaking, and Zhang Ming's mind raced. What should he do? What should he do? Wait, under the bed. Zhang Ming lifted the blanket and quickly hid in the corner under the bed, covering his mouth, staring tightly at the direction of the door. He prayed the door would hold until the strange thing left. He didn't know if the one outside was the female doctor. If it was her, there would be no problem. But he didn't dare to take that risk. Life only comes once. If he died, it was truly over. The strange thing outside, seeing the door wouldn't open, cursed loudly. Open the door, you inside. Open the door. Damn it, I know someone is inside. Come out yourself, or I'll drag you out. Damn it. Zhang Ming quickly identified the voice outside as a course male, not the female doctor. He gripped tighter. He kept calling out to the system in his mind. System, what should I do now? Say something. The system quickly responded. Suggestion, maintain the current situation, do not make a rash move. Based on the system's hint, Zhang Ming analyzed, could it be that the system also determined that hiding under the bed was the right choice? Alright. Turns out he was right after all. The global live stream audience expressed doubt over Zhang Ming's actions of hiding under the bed. The hospital door was broken down, there's nowhere he can hide. I think it's useful. The strange creature didn't leave just because the bed seemed empty, right? Do you really think the strange creature is a fool, can't you see? I feel a cold sweat for him. Once the strange creature breaks in, he won't escape alive. It's a miracle he survived this long, being just a little child. The Dragon Country rescue team was also brainstorming non-stop. The chief adjusted his glasses calmly and said, switch the camera to outside the door, and assess the danger level of the strange creature. Yes. They saw a strange creature wearing a security guard uniform, holding a large cleaver, desperately hacking at the door of Zhang Ming's hospital room. Its expression was violent, its posture rough, as if it wanted to kick the door open immediately. A security guard strange creature, danger level moderate to high. Given Zhang Ming's small frame, he probably can't withstand even one attack. This is difficult. Maybe hiding under the bed still gives him a slim chance of survival. The chief sighed and said. He's not completely stupid, he knows to hide. For now, this is the only thing he can do. Hopefully, luck will be on this child's side once again. Zhang Ming was hiding under the bed, covering his mouth, warily watching the door crack. He hoped the strange creature would leave soon. Stop knocking, it's making people anxious. But things didn't go as he hoped, the door was violently smashed open. Zhang Ming only saw a huge, bloodied foot approaching him. In that moment, he could only hold his breath and lower his presence even further. The system's voice sounded like a life-saving straw. Security guard ghost weakness, bones are stiff, can't bend down, extremely poor vision. Did this mean the security guard ghost couldn't even see under the bed? Just as he thought this, with a thud, Zhang Ming came face to face with a pair of blood-red eyes. The security guard ghost's crimson mouth revealed two large front teeth, and it smiled wickedly. "I found you." In that moment, Zhang Ming tightly covered his mouth, his heart seemingly stopping in his chest. Even the global live stream audience was startled by the security guard ghost, jumping in shock. "Oh my god. You scared me to death, can you not pop your face out like that? This strange creature is so disgusting. Where's the high-energy warning guy? Looks like he still didn't escape. I told you, the strange creature isn't blind, how could it not see a living person? Alright. This time, he's really going to die, I've been waiting for this." The Dragon Country live stream room collapsed again. It's over. This time, it's really over. Forget it. I've already accepted it. I never expected a child to win the game. Upstairs, don't lose hope. This kid's luck is good, maybe he can still dodge it? Do you really think you're not speaking nervously? Everyone's watching, it's like having heart disease. The Dragon Country rescue team fell silent. It was as if they already knew what would happen next. The atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone was lamenting, so, he still couldn't make it? He had already dodged so many dangers before. At that moment, a member pointed at the screen in surprise and said, "Look, the strange creature left, didn't harm Zhang Ming, and just walked away." The chief saw that Zhang Ming was safe under the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as if he had survived a calamity. Chapter 7, Playing? He dares to sleep? Zhang Ming figured the security guard ghost must have been tricking him. How could it see him under the bed when its vision was so poor? So he held his breath, made no sound, and tricked the security guard ghost into thinking there was no one in the room, thus avoiding danger. He wasn't sure if the strange creature would return, so he stayed hidden under the bed, too scared to come out. Finally, unable to resist his drowsiness, he fell asleep. He didn't dare crawl out from under the bed until the next day. The global live stream audience, seeing Zhang Ming crawl out from under the bed unharmed, thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Damn! He dares to sleep? Is this a game? He easily survived the first day. If he didn't have some skill, he really couldn't have done it. We really underestimated him before. It can only be said that his luck is too good. Last night, the strange creature merely glanced at him and then left, is that reasonable? Yeah. That strange creature clearly saw Zhang Ming, so why didn't it kill him? It's so weird. Could it be that this kid, Zhang Ming, has some mysterious power that confuses the strange creatures? Now, everyone around the world is discussing what exactly Zhang Ming is. In any case, Zhang Ming's influence internationally is growing stronger. Some countries' think tanks have started to focus on studying Zhang Ming's behavior. The people of the Dragon Nation watched the livestream, seeing Zhang Ming survive another close call, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had spent the whole day yesterday feeling nervous for Zhang Ming, afraid that he would make one mistake and end up dead. This kid has such a big heart. While the strange creatures are patrolling outside, he just sleeps like that. I worried for this kid the whole night. Did you notice? This horror game seems so simple for him. Exactly. While others are fighting the ghostly security guard, he just hides under the bed and falls asleep. Ah, to be young. No worries anywhere. If we adults knew there was a killer monster patrolling outside, there's no way we could sleep. Zhang Ming looked at the hospital room door, which had been kicked in half, frowning. Looks like I'll need to find a new place to stay tonight. This place is no longer safe. The loudspeakers sounded again. New rules have appeared. All patients must go to the cafeteria at 7:30 for meals. The meal rules are as follows. Rule 1, wasting food is prohibited in the cafeteria. Rule 2, if you see human flesh, immediately report it to the food server and get new food. Rule 3, when mealtime is over, you must leave immediately. No loitering. This time, the system gave no hints. It seems that these 3 rules are correct. Zhang Ming went into the cafeteria, and all the challengers looked at him as if they'd seen a ghost. In their eyes, there was nothing but confusion and shock. No way. There was so much noise last night, yet this kid had no injuries at all. Did I see wrong? He's still alive. How did this kid survive? Can this small body really defeat last night's strange creature? Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Ming found a seat and sat down. In front of him was a meal tray. He quickly counted, only 88 people were left. 52 people had died in just one day. Who knows how many more will die today? The loudspeaker in the cafeteria sounded. All patients, take your trays and go to the window to collect your meal. Just like that, everyone picked up their trays and automatically formed a long line to get food. The scene was dead silent, no one dared to make a sound. Yesterday's painful experience had made them accept that they could not speak, even if it wasn't written in the rules. The female doctor was still patrolling not far away. Zhang Ming specifically stood at the end of the line. The first challenger finished getting their meal and looked at the contents with a troubled expression. Zhang Ming took a glance and almost threw up. The meal tray was filled with raw meat, a bloody pile. It was even more disgusting than the cockroach meal the female doctor made him eat yesterday. In the next dozen people, some received the black, burnt cockroach meals, while the rest got bloody raw meat. The type of food they received was completely random. Soon, they realized that the bloody raw meat was human flesh, so they went to the food window to exchange their meal. What they got in exchange wasn't cockroach meal or raw meat meal. Some challengers didn't notice the cockroach meals mixed with human flesh and ate them straight away. They were quickly spotted by the female doctor, who used a stun baton to knock their heads off. They were no longer alive. The dead challengers were dragged away by the kitchen staff, dismembered, and their pieces were placed in the trays of other challengers. The scene was extremely terrifying. The challenger from the third country had exchanged trays 4 times, all containing human flesh. He was extremely dissatisfied. If this kept happening, who knew how many times it would take before he could get a meal without human flesh? He couldn't take it anymore and directly threw the human flesh in his tray at the food server's face in the back kitchen. The kitchen is also a strange place. The actions of the challenger from the country of Asin directly angered the strange entity. The arm of the strange entity holding a spatula instantly turned into a giant serpent, swallowing him whole. Before the Asin challenger could react, he was already dead. This led to everyone else in the group being served human flesh. The viewers watching the global livestream saw this scene and erupted in curses. Damn Asin challenger, harming others and himself. He had bad luck and dragged others down with him. So terrifying. These strange entities don't treat people like humans at all. If I entered the world of monster stories, I'm afraid I'd be killed the moment I stepped in. Praying that our country's challenger can successfully win the challenge. So cruel, I almost vomited. This is more disturbing than the strange entity killing people. Who knows? Maybe what's on their plates is the corpse of a challenger killed yesterday. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm not watching anymore. Not watching. The people of Longwa were already as restless as ants on a hot pan after seeing this. What should we do next? How could someone so small have ever seen human flesh? If he can't tell the difference, won't he be killed? That female doctor didn't recognize Zhang Ming as a child? She shouldn't do anything to him, right? She won't do anything? Do you think a 6-year-old child can eat those things? Yes. He wasn't a trained challenger to begin with, so his immunity isn't as strong as other challengers. He didn't die by the strange entity's hands, he was poisoned by those things first. The Longwa strategy team was also hard at work brainstorming plans. Chief, I've already sent the method to distinguish human meat from other meats. I'm afraid this might not be enough. Letting a child face so much human flesh, sigh. The chief thought for a moment. That female doctor treated our Zhang Ming quite well before the strange entities. Let him interact with her more. Maybe even if he doesn't eat those things, he can survive. Right, let Zhang Ming visit the female doctor more to make his presence felt. Zhang Ming could see that his turn was almost here, and his mind quickly worked. He received the message sent by the strategy team. But even if not eating the food wouldn't get him killed by the strange entity, he'd starve to death. Maybe he should take out the leftover biscuits from yesterday and eat them. He wasn't sure if not going for food would get him punished. Anyway, he had no desire to eat those bloody meals. At this moment, the system gave him another reminder. You can go find the female doctor, she can give you a normal lunch. Use softness and fragility to win her over. Zhang Ming put down his plate and ran to find the female doctor. When he saw the female doctor, he immediately hugged her leg. His body smelled heavily of blood, which was unpleasant. Zhang Ming still forced himself to hold back and called out, "Mom." The female doctor, still seriously patrolling, was startled when the little guy suddenly hugged her. She lifted her electric baton, intending to strike. But upon seeing it was Zhang Ming, she immediately stopped, dropped the baton, and gently picked him up. "How did you end up here? Aren't you hungry?" she said, rubbing her head against his. Zhang Ming lowered his head in grievance and said in a crying voice, "I don't want to eat those things. If I eat that food, I will definitely die." Upon hearing Zhang Ming say die, the female doctor frowned and said with certainty, "Don't worry, whether or not you've eaten human flesh, I won't kill you. You're my son, I would never let you suffer because of a small mistake." This was the first time Zhang Ming had heard the female doctor say so much. He felt somewhat moved, wondering what was happening inside his heart. Chapter 8, Is this really a place to clear challenges? Zhang Ming still refused to let go of the female doctor's head and sweetly said, "But I still like the bread and biscuits you gave me yesterday." The female doctor tilted her head in confusion, wondering why her son would like such awful food. For strange entities, all kinds of raw meat and fresh blood were the most delicious foods. Since he liked it so much, it would be easy to get it for him. It might anger the one above, but that didn't matter. The son is the most important. Gently placing Zhang Ming on the ground, she said, I'll go get it for you, you wait by the dining table. Zhang Ming smiled mischievously and acted coquettishly, Mom is the best to me, Mom is the best mom in the world. Female doctor danger level, 25%. Now the female doctor completely regards you as her own child, making your future path smoother. A gentle expression appeared on the female doctor's face, immediately softening the cold and heartless look she had before. She stroked Zhang Ming's small face and said, be good and wait for mommy. MHM. Zhang Ming sat down by the dining table, his stomach growling, waiting for the female doctor to come and feed him. Soon, the female doctor brought some bread and biscuits, placing them in front of Zhang Ming, even thoughtfully opening the packaging for him. The other foreign challengers couldn't help but envy. They looked at their plates of unidentifiable, blackened food and then at the clean biscuits and bread in Zhang Ming's hands, swallowing their saliva. Clearly, there was edible food available, so why was it given to a child instead of them? Unfair. This child isn't here to complete the challenge, he's clearly here to enjoy life. Some people in the global livestream, from various countries, saw their own people eating poorly while Zhang Ming ate so well, and each one felt extremely unbalanced. Why this kid again? What makes him so special compared to everyone else? Exactly, he just recognized the anomaly as his mother. If I went, I could do the same. You go then, but before even getting close to the anomaly, you'd be finished instantly. Everyone can talk big. Is this fair? Our country's challengers are fighting for their lives to get a slim chance of survival, and this kid, he just has to act cute and gets everything. There's no glory in victories that aren't earned through strength. The people of Long Country were furious at how the foreign challengers were belittling Zhang Ming. I think you're just jealous. If acting cute leads to victory, that's wonderful. Unlike challengers from some countries who are so careful and still end up killed. A cat, whether white or black, is a good cat if it catches mice. You're just upset that others can get things so easily while you've tried everything and still couldn't break through. If you have the ability, go act cute too, let's see if the anomalies won't just eat you all up. Our Zhang Ming is just that capable. Zhang Ming ignored the envious stares around him, took a bite of the sweet and soft bread, and smiled as he looked up at the female doctor. It's delicious. It's even better than yesterday's. The female doctor stood behind Zhang Ming and smiled, it's delicious, I'll prepare these for you from now on. Zhang Ming casually asked, Mom, how is it that there are these foods here? The female doctor's face changed slightly, and she said, don't ask too much, just eat. Zhang Ming saw that the female doctor didn't answer, so he didn't ask further. He began to wonder if the female doctor's response was because there was some hidden secret, or if, besides them, there were other humans here. Zhang Ming was just guessing, but he couldn't be sure. This insane asylum probably hides even deeper secrets. Zhang Ming silently ate some more, then put the remaining biscuits into his pocket to save for later. His pocket was large enough to hold several packages of biscuits. The female doctor saw him put the leftover biscuits away but didn't stop him, letting him do as he pleased. Soon, mealtime was over. The female doctor coldly removed all the challengers who hadn't finished their breakfast. Only 70 challengers remained in the room. After eating, it was time for the medication. Everyone was anxious. Taking medicine didn't sound like a good thing here. The horn-like voice echoed once more like a devilish sound. It's time for medication, the rules are as follows. Rule 1, the patient must take all the medicine given by the doctor. Rule 2, after taking the medicine, everyone must remain calm and sit quietly, no strange actions allowed. Rule 3, in case of a fever. Tell the female doctor, I will help you. Everyone heard these rules and knew it was time to gamble with their lives again. This medicine might save you, but if you don't take it, you will definitely die. No one knows if this medicine is poison or not. Various teens from different countries are discussing how to solve this dilemma. When did the female doctor become so kind? It seems this medicine must be taken, but what will happen after swallowing it? We can only rely on luck. This is a deadlock, there must be a problem with this medicine. In the strange world, the female doctor began pushing a cart to distribute the medicine. Zhang Ming saw the medicine being distributed was dark and smelly. This is likely poison. If he takes it, he will definitely lose his life. Soon it was Zhang Ming's turn, and he had to continue pretending to be naive, acting silly. He gently tugged at the female doctor's clothes, frowning in refusal, and said, Mom, I don't want to take medicine. I won't take it, the medicine tastes horrible. The once cold female doctor softened when she saw Zhang Ming like this. If you take the medicine, you will get better quickly. Zhang Ming shook his head vigorously, nearly dizzy from moving it so much. This medicine looks terrible, can you give me something that tastes better? The other challengers watched Zhang Ming's antics in shock, mouths agape. This kid really thinks he is the Strange One's son, he's really pushing it. Is he really not afraid of dying? He wants to switch for better tasting medicine, does he think this is his home? Looking at this child made everyone want to hit him, everyone else is risking their lives to clear the game, while this kid does nothing and gets everything by charming the strange. Why should he? The global audience in the live stream was also puzzled. Is this really okay? Is he really not afraid of angering the strange? Don't you think Zhang Ming is quite cute? That medicine doesn't look good at all, a child who eats it might just drop dead. I don't believe this weird thing will let him change the medicine. Under everyone's gaze, the female doctor really did exchange for a pink pill and placed it in Zhang Ming's small palm. Zhang Ming looked at the pill in his hand and smiled sweetly, this medicine looks beautiful, it smells so good. Like candy. The female doctor's voice was unprecedentedly gentle, this medicine is good for your health, I promise you will like it. She picked up the pill and fed it to Zhang Ming's mouth. The sweetness of the pill quickly melted in Zhang Ming's mouth, tasting incredibly good. Even better than the candies made in the real world. Soon, Zhang Ming felt a warm sensation in his stomach, as if his body was filled with strength. The system voice suddenly sounded. Host strange power plus 10. What does strange power mean? Strange power can enhance your physical fitness. Once the power accumulates to a certain level, you will have the strength to directly confront and even kill the strange. Strange power has no side effects on your body. Kill the strange? He remembered that no one had ever killed a strange being before. There was a challenger who had strange power inside him, but soon he was tortured to death by that power. Ordinary humans cannot withstand the erosion of strange power. Clearly, he is an exception. Zhang Ming was very happy to know this news. Not long after Zhang Ming took the pill, he heard someone nearby screaming in pain. Zhang Ming looked over and saw a challenger from a powerful nation engulfed in black fog, clutching his neck, with a hideous expression, blood oozing from all orifices. He opened his mouth, screaming endlessly. Soon, more and more people began to experience the same situation. Some people held their heads in pain, rolling around on the ground, uncontrollably making many strange movements. The female doctor saw those challengers struggling desperately and disregarding their appearance, taking a stun baton and resolving them one by one. Because they violated the second rule. After taking the medicine, sit quietly, and do not make any strange movements. The remaining challengers had strong willpower and controlled their bodies, sitting quietly in their chairs. They waited for their bodies to heat up before receiving the antidote from the female doctor, achieving victory. All challengers were struggling against the pills inside their bodies. Only Zhang Ming was very relaxed, quietly watching them suffer without any signs of abnormality. Chapter 9, Consultation. The Longhua Jinnong group breathed a sigh of relief seeing Zhang Ming's body show no abnormalities. I'm starting to really like this kid more and more, he knows how to use his advantages. It seems that the pink pill the female doctor gave him earlier is completely fine, now I feel at ease. Looking at this, the challengers from other countries are indeed quite miserable. The global audience watching the live broadcast saw Zhang Ming acting like nothing was wrong, feeling joy and jealousy. This anomaly is too biased. While others are almost dying in pain, he looks just fine. Wasn't it said that the world of strange tales is absolutely fair? The anomaly actually secretly changed the medicine for the challenger, truly unheard of. Since this kid Zhang Ming appeared, it seems like the rules of the world of strange tales have been changed by him. Who is he, really? Zhang Ming saw that the other challengers were in such pain after taking the pills and quietly asked the system in his heart, what's wrong with them? The system explained immediately. The pill hides strange power. The strange power drives them mad. Zhang Ming had a flash of inspiration, since the strange power had no effect on him. Could it mean that the black pill the female doctor brought earlier was also safe for him? To confirm this, Zhang Ming approached and tugged at the female doctor's clothing. With bright big eyes full of innocence, he said, Mom, that black pill looks so tasty, can you give me one too? I want to try it. The female doctor's gray-white eyes flashed with doubt, didn't you say you didn't like it? Zhang Ming's head shook like a rattle. I've never had one. I want to try, please give me one, Mom. Please. Give me one. His sweet calls of Mom almost melted the cold, hard heart of the female doctor. Okay, here you go. The female doctor took one from the plate and put it in his hand, saying, if it tastes bad, spit it out. The Longhua Jinnong group was shocked by Zhang Ming's initiative in asking for medicine, each of them like ants on a hot pan, wishing they could jump through the screen to stop him. Is he trying to get himself killed? He clearly escaped one disaster, why would he eat that black pill? Others who took that pill either died or went mad, how could a kid like him possibly handle it? The chief was sweating profusely, urgently saying, quick, send a signal to stop him. One member regretfully said, we've sent over a dozen signals, but he has blocked them all, he won't listen to us at all. The chief held his forehead in frustration, mumbling, "It's over. Everything is over, this kid is too rebellious, we adults can't control him." The global audience found Zhang Ming's seemingly suicidal behavior laughable. This kid is too young, he really thinks he's special and fears nothing. Once he swallows that pill, won't it poison him? I thought he was clever, a strong competitor. Unexpectedly, while we weren't paying attention, he stabbed himself. Is Zhang Ming crazy? Eating anything? Zhang Ming was unaware that those outside thought he was losing his mind. Looking at the foul-smelling pill in his palm, he seemed to have made a great decision and swallowed it in one gulp. Strange power +2. It was indeed effective, just not as good as that pink pill earlier. Moreover, his body showed no discomfort at all. Zhang Ming grabbed the 4 remaining pills on the plate and swallowed them all at once. The system's notifications kept sounding. Strange power +2. Strange power +2. Zhang Ming could clearly feel his body was much lighter than before. He felt as if he had received a treasure, his heart filled with wild joy. But unfortunately, there were only a few pills, not enough to consume. Zhang Ming looked regretfully at the empty plate. The live global audience, seeing Zhang Ming standing perfectly well without a trace of illness, thought their eyes were tricking them. No way. He ate 5 black pills and is completely fine? What is his body made of? This is too weird. The strength of the challenger from Dragon Country is so strong, he has outperformed all the challengers. The chief of the Dragon Country team quickly noticed the uniqueness of Zhang Ming's body. Check Zhang Ming's current physical condition. Soon, a set of data appeared before him. Chief, a 6-year-old child's immunity is already on par with that of an adult. I didn't expect that the black pill could enhance his body. His body is indeed very special. The chief said, "It seems we have struck gold." In the world of bizarre tales, 20 more people died during the pill-taking phase, leaving only 50 people on the field. Of the remaining 50, they are the cream of the crop, with 13 days left, and it's uncertain if they can hold on. After the pill-taking ended, everyone except Zhang Ming was exhausted. But the situation was far from over. Next was the time for consultations. Still handled by the female doctor. The loudspeakers sounded again. Next is consultation time. Rule 1, everyone must show absolute respect to the female doctor, no defiance allowed. Rule 2, all diagnoses by the doctor must be acknowledged. Rule 3, do not conceal anything from the doctor. Everyone lined up, now waiting at the door of the consultation room. Zhang Ming was very familiar with this room, he had spent half a day here yesterday. This round was simpler for him than an open book exam. The first challenger entered the consultation room trembling, and not long after, Zhang Ming heard a scream, and then silence. The people behind were still unclear about the rules of this round and felt lost. Soon it was Zhang Ming's turn. Zhang Ming saw the female doctor in a mask, and she was so warm, he ran and hugged her waist, nuzzling against her. "Mom! I knew you would be here, I'm so happy to see you." In fact, the female doctor's waist was quite soft, if only it were a little sweeter. When the female doctor saw Zhang Ming, her previously cold expression instantly softened. As if she could give Zhang Ming endless tolerance. Smiling, she said, "Didn't we just see each other? How come you miss your mom so much?" Zhang Ming acted playfully, sitting on the female doctor's lap, snuggling into her arms. "Like a little adult," he said, "yes. Whenever mom leaves for a little while, I especially miss you." After saying that, Zhang Ming lifted his head and planted a kiss on the female doctor's face. Just one kiss made the bizarre scene almost melt away. The global live audience was nearly overwhelmed by Zhang Ming's adorable behavior. Wow! This little guy knows how to charm at such a young age. Don't you think Zhang Ming is incredibly cute? If I could have a son like him, I would laugh myself awake every day. If he wasn't a challenger, I would truly be smitten by him. How can there be such a cute child in the world? The female doctor smiled and touched Zhang Ming's little face. "You have the sweetest words." She gave Zhang Ming a simple physical examination and found no issues. She let go of Zhang Ming and said, "There are building blocks on the table, play however you like." Zhang Ming sat on a small stool, obediently playing with the blocks. Next was the challenger from the dumpling country. He glanced at Zhang Ming and nervously sat across from the female doctor. This was his first time having one-on-one contact with the female doctor at such a close distance. Feeling very nervous, he feared that if he displeased her, she might end him. The female doctor switched back to her indifferent demeanor and said, "Open your mouth." After the challenger from the dumpling country opened his mouth, the female doctor looked, and... "Do you have bad breath?" The pastry national immediately shook his head. "I don't." He wasn't lying, he really didn't have bad breath. But he forgot that at this moment, he had inadvertently violated the second rule. The female doctor, without any hesitation, picked up the electric baton and inserted it into his neck. Like trash, she coldly discarded the body to the side. The blood on the ground could flow like a river. Next. Chapter 10, It's time to change living conditions. The challenger from the Baguette Nation carefully walked in and sat down across from the female doctor. The low air pressure in the room made him feel he had to be careful even while breathing. The female doctor asked expressionlessly, "Are you happy today?" The Baguette Nation challenger's mind was racing quickly. If he answered happy, would that be lying? If he answered unhappy, the strange person in front of him would think he hated being there, and one unhappy answer could get him killed. So he cleverly took a middle ground. "I'm happy and I'm not happy. I'm happy to sit in front of you, but I'm scared I won't live until tomorrow." This answer was his victory. The female doctor didn't make things difficult and continued to ask, "Did you sleep well last night?" The Baguette Nation challenger thought this question was simple and confidently replied, "I slept well and not well. The good thing is the bed in the ward is very soft, and the not so good part is it's a bit noisy, but that's not a problem." In his view, he answered well. Surely this wouldn't anger the strange one. The female doctor suddenly looked up at him sharply with the electric baton, lying. The Baguette Nation challenger shook his head in terror, "I didn't." The female doctor spoke as if to make him submit, "You didn't sleep in the bed, the noise is a problem." Both answers are wrong. The challenger quickly begged for mercy, "Spare me." "Ah." Without giving him any chance to explain, she directly knocked off his head, blood spraying everywhere. Coldly, she tossed the body into the corner. Next. The next challenger answered each question with trepidation. One wrong word, and they would die on the spot. Zhang Ming had enough, either rummaging around the consultation room or quietly sitting and watching the female doctor diagnose. No matter what he did, the female doctor wouldn't care about him, except that he couldn't leave this consultation room. It was carefree yet infuriating. He was in stark contrast to the other anxious challengers. Even the viewers in the global live broadcast were beginning to find it hard to watch. Wait, is he really just playing around? Are you sure this kid isn't on vacation in the creepy talk world? While others are trembling, he's just casually watching the show. It drives me insane. I feel like he's playing a different creepy talk game than our challengers. If I had such a strange mom, this creepy talk world wouldn't be hard to navigate. After this round, only 39 challengers were left alive. After a day of turmoil, it was almost time to sleep. But Zhang Ming thought about how his ward door was broken, so he couldn't go back. Sleeping in a different room was an option, too. However, he wanted to have a good sleep. He was still young and growing, and sleep was the most important. So, he began to use his old method again, hugging the female doctor's thigh tightly, acting cute and adorable. With a mix of grievance and fear, he said, "Mom, I don't want to sleep in that dirty ward, it's especially noisy at night, and I'm so scared." Zhang Ming seemed to realize his skills in acting weak and adorable had improved. Being a little kid had its benefits. As long as he cried a little and said some sweet words, he could have anything. The female doctor looked down at Zhang Ming's slightly trembling little shoulders, filled with heartache. She thought about how those wards were indeed unsafe. It was careless yesterday that caused her child to suffer. She had to make up for it today. A child's heart is very fragile and must be well protected. Gently hugging Zhang Ming, her face showed a remorseful expression. "It's my fault, Mom didn't realize you would be scared. Mom was wrong, I will take you to a safe room now." "Don't blame Mom, Mom just hasn't taken care of a child for a very long time." Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head, extending his little hands to hold the female doctor's face. "I do not blame Mom at all, Mom is the best person to me here." The female doctor was momentarily stunned to hear Zhang Ming refer to her as the best person. At that moment, it felt as if the long-dormant heart within her stirred for a second. It was mysterious, warm, and she had completely forgotten when she last felt her heartbeat like that. "I will take you to a safe place to rest right now." The audience in the global livestream, seeing the female doctor's affectionate expression, thought they must be seeing things. "I can actually feel the breath of a living person in this strange being. I now understand that only Zhang Ming can make it look like a person. Pure land. This child is the pure land within this bizarre being. An absolute favoritism. No one can compare. If only our country's challengers could also receive such care from the bazaar. This is winning without a fight, just knowing how to act cute and doing nothing." The members of the Dragon Kingdom's elite group felt a huge relief seeing Zhang Ming quickly gain the bazaar's favoritism. From this event, it can be seen that the bazaar has completely taken Zhang Ming as its own child. With the bazaar's protection, it can't get much worse from here. This is the first time I've encountered a bazaar protecting a child. It really should be studied and recorded in history. Inside the world of strange tales. The female doctor led Zhang Ming down a long corridor to the door of a room. This place was not far from the sickroom area, but it did not belong to the sickroom category. The female doctor opened the door to the room. "You will sleep here for the next few nights, I promise no one will disturb you." Zhang Ming stepped inside and looked around. The room was clean and tidy, with a gray little bear at the head of the bed. There were also some children's toys on the table, creating a very warm atmosphere. The whole room was perfectly normal, nothing like the room of a bizarre being. It was like a different world from the outside. He immediately ran over happily, picked up a toy car from the table, and shook it at the female doctor. There is even my favorite little car here, Mom, this room is wonderful. The female doctor smiled, crouching down to stroke his smooth little face. As long as you like it, you can play with all the toys here, Mom just wants you to be happy. Zhang Ming looked earnestly at the female doctor's face and suddenly felt she wasn't scary at all. Mom, thank you. The female doctor was moved and touched her eyes, realizing she couldn't shed tears and could only awkwardly touch her face. Then Mom will go to work now. Okay, Mom, goodbye, please be safe. Zhang Ming's sweet voice could make anyone feel warm inside. But the female doctor didn't feel annoyed, instead, she smiled as she walked out of the room. The audience in the global livestream had never seen such a warm and normal room in the world of strange tales. After watching bloody and dark videos for so long, they suddenly saw such a heartwarming and gentle scene, and their hearts felt a great relief and comfort. I actually cried when I saw Zhang Ming and the female doctor's interaction. I cried too. It has been so hard, after seeing such disgusting images for so long, now seeing this is like treasure. Zhang Ming, how can you be so cute? You guys are heartwarming, but I'm having a heart attack. Can we help our country's challengers improve their living environment too? Zhang Ming's treatment is too good, which challenger at home gets treated like him? Chapter 11, Isn't it invisible? Zhang Ming turned around in the room, not finding anything suspicious, and crawled onto the bed to sleep. This bed was much softer than the one in the sick room, like sleeping on cotton. So much had happened today, his little body was really a bit tired. In the middle of the night, he vaguely heard screams and bizarre hisses coming from outside. This was not enough to wake him up. Until the early hours of the morning, Zhang Ming felt as if something had been staring at him, and that thing was also caressing his face. It was icy cold and very uncomfortable. He gently opened his eyes and saw a female doctor sitting at his bedside. Coming back, does it mean that the night patrol has ended? Seeing Zhang Ming awake, the female doctor gently asked, Why are you awake? Did those things wake you? Zhang Ming did not understand whether he was referring to the eerie things or to people. He rubbed his eyes in a daze and said, No, I just woke up suddenly. Mom, is it time to finish work? The female doctor seemed to enjoy the role of a mother and proactively said, Well, it's still early. Mom will sing you a nursery rhyme to help you sleep, okay? Zhang Ming nodded, okay. Saying this, he wrapped his arms around the female doctor's hand and closed his eyes to sleep. The female doctor extended her other hand and gently patted his back. Her hoarse voice singing the nursery rhyme sounded very strange, yet he could still feel its tenderness. Zhang Ming gradually succumbed to sleepiness and fell asleep. Except for the tranquility and excitement in the Dragon Country's livestream room, other countries' livestreams were already exploding. Our country's challenger just died at their hands and still dares to sing nursery rhymes to comfort children. So angry. Just seeing Zhang Ming makes me feel suffocated. Damn it. The Dragon Country challenger has someone to comfort him while sleeping, while our challengers are still fighting desperately. I want to protest. I want to march. It's totally unfair. Even if the Dragon Country wins, it's not honorable. Everyday flattering, if they have the ability, just fight fairly. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream room also saw malicious comments from various countries and began to defend their own. How is that dishonorable? Winning without fighting is a brilliant strategy. They just can't stand Zhang Ming living so well in the world of weird tales. This is Zhang Ming's skill. Some people want to call the weird things mom, but the weird things don't even want them. Zhang Ming will definitely win. You people are just jealous. Driving you mad. Making you mad. When Zhang Ming woke up, the female doctor was gone. Zhang Ming got off the bed and saw some bread, biscuits, and water on the table, and he directly picked them up to eat. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Ming sat in the room waiting for the female doctor to come back and take him out. But after waiting and waiting, even the medicine time was about to end, yet still didn't wait for her return. No, he couldn't wait any longer, only taking medicine could make him stronger, so he needed to go take the medicine first. He must find the female doctor now. He opened the door and saw a long corridor. He recalled the path he walked yesterday in his mind. The corridor was so silent that he could hear the sound of his heartbeat. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, disrupting the sound of his heartbeat. These footsteps sounded somewhat familiar to Zhang Ming. They were the eerie footsteps of that security guard from yesterday. How could there be footsteps here? Shouldn't they be in the ward area? And it's not even bedtime yet. The footsteps were quickly approaching him. Although the security guard was not good at seeing, his hearing was extremely sharp. He quickly stopped and leaned against the wall, slowing his breathing. Even the slightest noise could draw it over. Just when he thought the guard ghost wouldn't hear the sound and would slowly walk away. Unexpectedly, before long, Zhang Ming saw a crooked silhouette moving quickly toward him through the faint light. Zhang Ming's heart raced. This time, this thing isn't really coming for him, right? But wasn't it invisible? At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Leaving the ward, the security guard's vision will return to normal. Seeing the system prompt, Zhang Ming couldn't help but curse, damn. He no longer hesitated and turned around to run, hoping to return to the room he was just in as soon as possible. The eerie speed was extraordinarily fast, far beyond what Zhang Ming's short legs could compare. The distance between him and the security guard was now less than 20 meters. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream room was tense, with not a single person feeling relaxed. Now that the female doctor isn't by his side, our little darling won't be killed, right? Don't be so pessimistic upstairs, surviving a great disaster often brings good fortune, understand? His luck is so good, nothing will happen to him, we must believe in our hero. Viewers in the global livestream mostly ridiculed him. Now that he doesn't have the female doctor to protect him, he's just a worthless piece of trash. His luck must be running out. Young man, you're still too young. If you had the ability, you would have charmed this anomaly, now you have no tricks left. Die. At this moment, the Dragon Nation team couldn't help Zhang Ming either, their hearts were almost in their throats. Last time in the ward, this anomaly just took a glance at Zhang Ming and left, why is it now chasing him relentlessly? I hope Zhang Ming can outrun this anomaly. The chief rubbed his bald head and prayed. If only the female doctor could suddenly save Zhang Ming right now, the crisis would surely be averted, but the odds are too slim, she's busy dispensing medication, how can she manage this? Inside the world of the strange tales. Zhang Ming's brain was racing, the only one who could help him was the female doctor. But she's not here, should he try to call for help? She might just hear him? A dead horse is better than a live one. Zhang Ming shouted desperately, Mom! Come save me! Mom! Just as the security anomaly's big axe was about to strike him, the female doctor appeared as if she could teleport, directly smashing the axe away with her electric baton. Zhang Ming was safely sheltered behind her. The female doctor's level was much higher. The anomaly was frightened and didn't dare to move, intimidated by the natural pressure emanating from the female doctor. In a daze, it whimpered, Don't kill me, don't kill me. At that moment, the female doctor thought about how her precious son could have been killed by this beast if she hadn't arrived in time. It cannot be left alive. This dog cannot survive. Having lost a child once, she absolutely cannot bear to lose another. Fear and anger from losing a child engulfed her, surrounding her in black flames. Her beautiful face twisted in horror, even more terrifying than a demon from hell. She roared in rage, If you dare touch even a hair on my child, you will die. Chapter 12, Eating Medicine to Become Stronger, I Eat, Eat, Eat. The electric baton turned into a sword, infused with a heavy aura of the strange, piercing into the body of the security anomaly. This was the wrath of a mother. Anomaly cannot be killed by human strength, only the power of the strange can kill anomalies. The anomaly's body was torn apart by a massive force, instantly turning into smoke, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ming watched as the anomaly had no chance to even struggle before it was taken down by the female doctor's strike. He was shocked, was this the true power of the female doctor? So strong. With such a powerful anomaly protecting him, it would be hard for him not to win this game. The viewers in the global livestream were also stunned by the female doctor's strength, left speechless. So strong. I didn't expect this Dr. Anomaly to not just kill with one strike but also annihilate other anomalies with a single blow, there's no competition left. Absolutely no competition. I've never seen an anomaly protect a human, now I have. If she weren't constantly helping the Dragon Nation challengers, I would praise her too. Strong as she is still led around by that child. If this continues, the Dragon Nation might just make it to the end. I never expected a child could become our strongest competitor. That's not certain, what if one day the anomaly finds out Zhang Ming isn't a child? What then? The Dragon Nation team felt relieved that Zhang Ming had miraculously escaped another disaster. Good fortune protects the good, I knew there would be no problem. Now that Zhang Ming has the female doctor in his corner, his chances of winning have risen to 90%. Seeing how the anomaly unconditionally protects Zhang Ming proves our plan has succeeded. The chief pointed and said, let's keep encouraging Zhang Ming to pay more attention to that anomaly. Deepening his identity as a strange child. Yes. When the female doctor calmed down, she turned around and nervously checked Zhang Ming's body, radiating the glow of maternal love. Child, let mommy see if you're hurt? Seeing that Zhang Ming was unharmed, she sighed in relief, it's good that you're not hurt. Why aren't you staying in your room? It's dangerous out here. Zhang Ming innocently said, it's time for my medicine, I want to take my medicine. Hearing this, the female doctor shook her head helplessly, smiling as she tapped his nose. Silly child, you don't need to take medicine anymore, those medicines are not for you to take. When Zhang Ming heard this, he quickly realized that the rules here were no longer affecting him. After all, the female doctor was the one who set these rules. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, I like the taste of that pill, I want to eat it, as many as I can. Only by eating enough pills would the strange power within him continue to grow. He needed a lot of power. The female doctor didn't understand why Zhang Ming liked that pill so much. But no matter what, if her son liked something, she had to satisfy him. Alright then, I'll go get it for you, but you must go back to your room first. The female doctor took Zhang Ming back to his room and told him to wait. Before long, she brought a plate full of pills, some black and some pink. With some concern, she asked uncertainly, Sweetheart, are you sure you want to eat these? This pill has killed many people. Zhang Ming confidently picked up a black pill and put it in his mouth. Although the black pill still tasted terrible, just thinking about how the strange power in his body would grow stronger made it worth it. He was willing to eat any bitter pill. Strange power +2. Zhang Ming took another pink pill and swallowed it. Strange power +10. He enjoyed the feeling of power entering his body, grabbing handfuls of pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Strange power +2. Strange power +2. Strange power +10. Congratulations, your strange power has accumulated to 100, congratulations on obtaining the Diamond Shield skill. This skill can block 1 fatal damage, usable every 2 days. Your physical quality +50, can run 2 kilometers without panting, and lift an axe with ease. The speed of this improvement is really fast. It seems he would need to eat more pills in the future. His body felt lighter than ever, as if he had endless energy. The viewers in the global live broadcast were stunned by Zhang Ming's frenzied pill popping. They were all curious about his body. Is this kid a monster? He's immune to that pill. I suspect that pill isn't the same as the one the previous challengers took. So many pills, a normal person would immediately die, but he's fine? Could it be his tiny body has already surpassed all humans? How powerful! This kid must have a secret, surely he has no superpowers. Our challengers barely survive after taking 1 pill, but he took dozens without any reaction? Unbelievable! Even the analysts from the Dragon Nation Tactics team were baffled by Zhang Ming's actions, completely unaware of what he was trying to achieve. Is it really okay for him to eat so many pills at once? His body condition is good, even healthier than yesterday, it's unreasonable. He really is different from all the challengers. It's truly perplexing. The chief immediately noticed Zhang Ming's unusual nature. His body is definitely strong, there's no other like him in the world. He seems weak, but that is an illusion, meant to confuse enemies. Impressive, truly impressive. One has to admire this child's cleverness. You all should learn a bit, instead of acting like a bunch of fools every day. The members of the tactics team nodded in agreement, yes, yes, yes. In fact, even the female doctor, who was closest to Zhang Ming, was a bit confused about the situation. Isn't the son behaving so strangely because he was just scared? You should know that these pills are nothing, even these odd things look down on them. Zhang Ming tugged at his clothes in confusion. Mom, do we still have medicine? The female doctor shook her head blankly. No, there are only that many pills, and you've eaten them all. Zhang Ming sighed with regret. Well, if there isn't any, then there's none. The female doctor didn't want Zhang Ming to be unhappy, so she comforted him. If you want to eat more, there should be some tomorrow. I'll get them for you, I won't even leave a single piece of junk behind. Who told the son to want it? I can only spoil him. A sweet smile immediately appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Thank you, Mom. The female doctor's attitude softened more and more, seeing Zhang Ming happy made her feel joyful too. Life used to be dull every day, lifeless, drifting aimlessly like a corpse, forgetting that she was originally just a corpse. Since this child appeared, living every day has brought hope and expectation. The female doctor firmly vowed in her heart, whoever dares to bully her son will either die or she will perish. Female doctor danger level, 10%. Latest progress, female doctor loves her son to the bone, willing to give everything for you. Zhang Ming was taken aback, the danger level had dropped to 10% so quickly. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the danger level would definitely drop to 0%. Chapter 13, Isn't crying a necessary skill for a child? The female doctor looked at the clock. Baby, I have to go to work now. Stay here well, it's very dangerous outside. Zhang Ming nodded obediently. Okay. This time, the female doctor took the initiative to kiss Zhang Ming's forehead, her voice extremely gentle. The baby is so good. Tonight, Mommy will tell you a story. In fact, Zhang Ming didn't want to go out and face those troublesome matters either. He might as well lie here for a few days and find a reason to make the female doctor let him go when it's almost over. Isn't this task simply easy, completed happily? They say the Weird Tales game is difficult, is it? Not difficult at all, okay? Zhang Ming took out a small biscuit from his pocket, nibbling on it while humming a little tune. He was so happy. Zhang Ming felt relaxed, while the challengers from other countries were experiencing a much worse fate. After the medicine time ended, the female doctor arranged for a patient treatment. All challengers must follow the doctor's every requirement. Rebels are killed without exception. Electric shock therapy, fire therapy, flesh-cutting therapy, cutting open without anesthesia, then sewing back up, everyone goes through at once. They make these people wish they were dead. Some challengers couldn't withstand such torture and directly threw themselves against the wall. The challengers from the oil nation saw the so-called treatment methods of the female doctor were too cruel and tried to escape, only to be easily caught back. In the end, only 4 challengers were left. They were from Dragon Country, United States, Ing Country, and Han's Country. The remaining 4 had absolute powerful strength. This is now a contest between great nations. People all around the world are watching to see which country will triumph in the end. It must be our United States. Jack is our strongest man. I believe in him, long live Jack. It's obviously our Ing Country. Baron clearly surpasses all the others. You both stop arguing, look at Dragon Country. He has been able to lie flat all the way to now, can you two do that? That kid is just lucky, now that weird thing has already marked him as its own child. Do you think it will willingly let that kid go? So, you mean that kid is doomed to lose, ha ha ha. Actually, the people from Dragon Country are also very worried about this. The live chat in Dragon Country keeps scrolling. What if that weird thing doesn't let Zhang Ming come back? That's impossible. The female doctor treats Zhang Ming so well. It's precisely because she treats him so well that there might be such concerns. While Zhang Ming was doing nothing in the room, that distant voice reappeared in his mind. Only 4 challengers left, triggering hidden tasks. Kill the hidden boss, and only then will the mission be completely accomplished. Hidden task failed, eternally trapped in the insane asylum. This voice jolted Zhang Ming, he struggled to remember. He had only seen 2 strange figures in this asylum, the female doctor and the security guard. But where was this hidden boss? It seemed to never have appeared. At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that this asylum had 3 floors. And they were currently on the 1st floor. Perhaps searching the 2nd and 3rd floors would yield some results. He didn't want to act recklessly without understanding the situation. When the female doctor returned, he definitely had to ask her clearly. Finally, it was bedtime, and the female doctor returned to the room, bringing Zhang Ming's favorite food. While eating the bread, Zhang Ming curiously asked, "Mom, can you tell me what's on the upper floors?" The female doctor's expression became serious. "It's dangerous up there, do not go." Zhang Ming's eyes flickered. Dangerous? Then that meant something was going on. Maybe that hidden boss was up there. After finishing the last bite of bread, Zhang Ming's curiosity erupted, his innocent face lit up. "Then can you take me up to see, Mom? This room is so boring, not fun at all. You're so powerful, as long as I'm with you, there won't be any danger." The female doctor shook her head disapprovingly. "Don't go, trust mommy." Zhang Ming thought, the female doctor was so determined to stop him from going to the 2nd and 3rd floors, it meant the problem was even bigger than he imagined. Could there be something here that even the female doctor couldn't handle? His doubts grew heavier in his heart. At this moment, the system began to give him hints again. Investigating the entire building is very helpful for the mission. We suggest you act cute more, crying and whining will definitely have results. If necessary, give a loving kiss. Zhang Ming saw these hints and sighed in his heart. He initially wanted to take the tough guy route, but it seemed he was getting further away from that. Being cute was becoming more and more natural for him. He took a deep breath, his little body directly dove into the female doctor's arms, his voice sounding extremely aggrieved. "Mom, it's so boring here, I just want to go upstairs and play, can you take me?" Zhang Ming almost felt embarrassed by his own pretentiousness, his awkwardness flaring up. He really threw himself into the task. But to the female doctor, Zhang Ming looked like a little animal, soft and very cute. As a mother, she found everything he did extremely adorable. But it was too dangerous upstairs, the female doctor still didn't want to take him there. Staying by her side was better than anywhere else. She hoped Zhang Ming would be safe, all dangers in the world shouldn't come upon this child. "Baby, that one upstairs is not something we can provoke." The female doctor's words instantly sparked outrage in the global livestream. "No way. Is there something more powerful than the female doctor in here? That more powerful thing must be the hidden boss. So powerful, it must be. I thought the most powerful thing here was the female doctor. Humph. This time, Zhang Ming probably won't be that lucky, the next one is definitely something even the female doctor struggles against, let alone him. I've read that so many times in the comments. Now, look, Zhang Ming is still doing just fine. Rather than worry about others, it's better to pay more attention to your own. Seeing that the female doctor still hadn't softened, Zhang Ming felt his cuteness wasn't enough. He quietly pinched his thigh, crying out loudly, tears streaming down his big eyes. Crying isn't a must-have skill for every child? Mom, I just want to go upstairs to play, the first floor is really boring. Please agree to me. Woo. The female doctor had never seen a child cry like this, anxiously wiping the tears from his face. Her heart ached terribly. Baby, don't cry. Don't cry. Mommy agrees, Mommy will take you. Zhang Ming, seeing that he had succeeded, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve and quietly sobbed, I knew Mom was the best to me. The female doctor, seeing his eyes red from crying, felt a pang of heartache and held him in her arms, resting her chin on his head and gently rubbing against him, as if to comfort him. The child's crying did not irritate her at all, instead, it gradually reminded her of the lost child from the past. When that child was alive, he too would cry whenever things didn't go his way. Just like the child in her arms. At that time, she comforted him just like she was comforting Zhang Ming now. The female doctor softly said, Sweetheart, don't cry. You're making my heart almost break. I can take you upstairs, but you must follow me closely and not run around, okay? Zhang Ming nodded vigorously, sniffing, I won't run around. The female doctor let go of Zhang Ming and rummaged through a nearby cabinet for a white robe, putting it on him. Zhang Ming's small body was covered in the white robe, leaving only his little face visible. The robe smelled bad, just as the eerie ambient stench did. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream saw Zhang Ming wrapped up like a little potato. It made their heads spin with cuteness. They wrapped him up like a little hamster, so cute. Where can I get one of these little cuties? I want one too. Do you think the female doctor specifically put him in a robe for some special meaning? Who knows? It looks like just a regular robe to me. The female doctor is so tall. The way Zhang Ming holds onto her clothes while walking looks like a little potato. No wonder even the eerie thing likes this kid so much, I like this kid too. Zhang Ming followed the female doctor to a locked iron door. The female doctor gently held the lock, and in less than a second, it was opened. The moment the door swung open, a strong smell of rot rushed at them. Zhang Ming could even see the faint black mist wafting inside. At that moment, his heart raced, he didn't know what would happen next. Let's go. The female doctor led him through the door, up 2 flights of stairs to the second floor. This second floor was even more dilapidated than the first. Paint was peeling off the walls in patches. The hallway was filled with discarded tables and chairs, along with scattered ordinary pills on the floor. Rows of locked rooms looked as if they hadn't been opened in ages. Until he passed by a big red door. A line of text appeared in his mind, a reminder from the system. Go inside and take a look, there are things you can't imagine. The system's reminder was like a hook, instantly pulling his attention to the door beside him. He stretched out his little finger and pointed at the big door in front of him, curiously asking, Mom, can I go inside to play? The female doctor's expression changed as she looked at the door in front of her, saying uneasily, There's nothing to play with inside. I'll take you to another room where there are many toys. This time, Zhang Ming was not having it and cried, I don't want that. I want to go inside, take me. Winning this game perhaps held the key inside. He had to seize the opportunity and take a look. At this moment, the female doctor became a bit displeased, pretending to frown and seriously said, If you don't listen, this place is not meant for you, it's very dangerous. Do you understand? Mommy is worried about you. This was the first time the female doctor had scolded him. Zhang Ming was stunned for a second, pouted, looked down sadly, and quietly said, Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made it difficult for you, I don't understand. Please don't be angry. If the female doctor continued, Zhang Ming would likely start crying. Seeing Zhang Ming's sad and upset look, the female doctor felt as if her dead heart had been hit hard. She felt immense guilt. Why did I say such things that made the child sad? I'm sorry, baby, I couldn't control myself. In that moment, the female doctor felt she was about to shatter. In the global live stream audience, there are many mothers who see their own shadows in the female doctor. Every time I yell at my child, I feel guilty to death. I can actually see a sense of brokenness in a weird one. It seems she really loves this son, Zhang Ming, treating him almost like her own. If it weren't for the mission, Zhang Ming probably wouldn't want to go in either. This child, Zhang Ming, is amazing. In just a few days, he has made the female doctor devoted to him. There must be something very important here, otherwise, the weird one wouldn't react this way. Zhang Ming also feels the sadness in the female doctor. He carefully tugged at the doctor's ham and softly pleaded, Mom, are you angry? I won't go in, please don't be mad, I was wrong. Don't be sad. Zhang Ming's apologies only made the female doctor's heartache even more. She was already trapped in self-blame, unable to extricate herself. She only wanted Zhang Ming to feel happy around her, not to be caught up in apologizing. The child is so small, he knows nothing. I should satisfy his little curiosity. What am I doing? How can I disappoint such a lovely child? I'm really not a competent mother. She squatted down and pinched Zhang Ming's soft little face, trying hard to pull out what she thought was the gentlest smile. Baby. Mom can take you inside to take a look, but you must hold me tight, come. With one hand, the female doctor effortlessly lifted Zhang Ming, who hugged her pale neck tightly. Zhang Ming was still a bit surprised that the female doctor agreed. He had planned that if she disagreed, he would come to see for himself, and if there was danger, he had his protective golden shield. If worse comes to worst, he would shout, Mom. It's natural to call Mom in emergencies. In fact, he wouldn't blame the female doctor at all. He knew she didn't want him to go inside out of fear for his safety. He understood everything. The female doctor barely needed a key, she simply pushed the door open lightly, then quickly closed it behind them. It seemed like she was preventing whatever was inside from escaping. What greeted Zhang Ming's eyes was a complete mess, with books and papers strewn all over the floor. When he saw familiar wrappers of cookies and bread on the ground, his heart jolted. Aren't these the cookies and bread he had been eating these past few days? How could they be here? Zhang Ming's doubts grew heavier. The female doctor looked around, saying, See. There's nothing in here, let's go. Zhang Ming pointed at the packaging on the floor and said, Mom, isn't this what I ate? There's some here too. The female doctor replied distractedly, Yes. There's some here too. Zhang Ming's gaze shifted from the wrappers, only to suddenly see a monster with 3 arms and 3 heads standing in front of them, staring at them menacingly. It was as if they were being eyed by a venomous snake. Zhang Ming was frightened and quickly shrank into the female doctor's arms, feeling a wave of safety wash over him. In his mother's arms was the best place to be. Mom, behind you. Chapter 15, Stranger Than the Weird. The audience in the global livestream was also startled. Another sudden face. My heart. This weird one is so ugly, I hope more pretty weird ones like the female doctor appear in the future. I wish there were no weird ones at all, people upstairs are just blind with lust. Can today's weird ones DIY their bodies? I guess something that looks this terrifying must be a hidden big boss. The system quickly provided information about the monster in front of them. Anya, human, female. Zhang Ming was astonished, how could someone who looks like this be human? Which human has 3 arms and 3 heads like her? The reason there are bread and cookie wrappers here is that she needs to eat these foods. Since she is a human, there is no threat to the female doctor. But just now, why was there hesitation at the door? And who delivered all that food? Countless questions floated through Zhang Ming's mind. The female doctor heard Zhang Ming shout and calmly turned to look at Anya, expressionless, saying, My son wants to see you, he means no harm. Anya was very scared of the female doctor, quickly retracting her previously vicious gaze, trembling as she squatted in the corner, making sounds of ah out of her mouth. Zhang Ming listened and guessed that her vocal cords seemed to be damaged. Zhang Ming slowly raised his head to look at Anya, realizing that only the middle head among her 3 could move, the other 2 heads were shut, appearing lifeless, as if they were stitched on from someone else. Even the extra arms were sewn onto her body. Her clothes were tattered, hanging on her. This was a human who was more bizarre than bizarre, Zhang Ming thought in his heart. Zhang Ming quietly leaned to the female doctor's ear and asked, Mom, what happened to her? The female doctor lightly said, Just a madman, we should leave now, right? Okay. Before coming, Zhang Ming never imagined there would be a human inside, he thought it was some hidden big boss. She was clearly not a challenger, why was she locked up here? Just as they were about to open the door to leave, Anya, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly went mad. She jumped up, wide-mouthed, trying to bite Zhang Ming. The female doctor reacted quickly, swinging her hand, directly sending her flying. She produced an electric baton, pressing it against Anya's head, coldly saying, Be quiet. Seeing the electric baton in the female doctor's hand, Anya immediately became obedient. Zhang Ming could clearly see that the female doctor was very kind to Anya, if it were another human, they would probably be knocked out in an instant. Her attitude was very strange. The female doctor quickly led Zhang Ming out of the room. Just as the door closed, Zhang Ming heard Anya inside desperately banging on the door, screaming in pain and urgency. Ah! 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 She wanted to rush out of that room. Hearing the noise, Zhang Ming turned to look at the door that was being pounded loudly, curiously asking the female doctor, Mom, why not kill her? The female doctor quickly led him away from the 2nd floor, back to the previous room, and then explained. If we kill her, this place will turn into a real hell, we can't kill her. Zhang Ming's face darkened, and he asked again, why? Hearing him ask why again, the female doctor looked up at the ceiling helplessly, sighed deeply, and inwardly wailed. Raising children is so hard. Every day, why? Why? Why is a child's curiosity so strong? But to be a good mother and protect a child's pure curiosity, the female doctor answered patiently. At that moment, she realized her patience could be so good. Because she is very powerful, she is the strongest in the whole asylum. So powerful that even mom dares not touch her. You can never go to the second floor again, understand? Little rascal. After speaking, the female doctor affectionately tapped his nose. Zhang Ming pretended to be scared and shook his head. I will never go to the second floor again, it's so scary. The female doctor kissed Zhang Ming's little face. That's my good son. Actually, Zhang Ming didn't believe what the female doctor said at all. Anya was clearly a human, how could the female doctor not kill her? Unless that girl had a more powerful backing, and influence even the female doctor feared. Zhang Ming asked the system in his heart, is this girl a hidden big boss? No. Just as he guessed in his heart, but how could he draw out the thing behind her? Having only visited the second floor, maybe he should go to the third floor tomorrow. Previously, when he looked up at the asylum building from the outside, he noticed that the third floor was almost enveloped in a thick black mist, making it impossible to see clearly. There must be something he wanted there. As he pondered the problem, the female doctor had already thoughtfully made the bed for him. Baby, come to sleep. I'll tell you a story. Zhang Ming naturally climbed onto the bed and snuggled under the blanket. When he saw the female doctor sitting on the bed, he asked, Mom, aren't you going to work tonight? The female doctor stroked his forehead, it's still early. I'll go on rounds after you fall asleep. Now, she thought, what could be more important than being with her child? If this kid didn't sleep, she wouldn't be focused on work either. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep, listening to the story the female doctor was telling. In the end, he vaguely felt that the female doctor seemed to kiss his forehead again. The American strategy team also saw Anya in their live stream. Detected that she is a human. Strange, I don't remember her being among the challengers. Anyone who even the female doctor doesn't dare to touch, she must be the hidden boss, the core existence of this asylum. Based on previous experiences, core characters may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the most special. So, if we kill her, does that mean we've succeeded? Quick, contact Jack. We've found the hidden big boss. Thanks to this little guy, we've gained an early advantage. This victory is ours. Better to wrongly kill than to let anything slip through. Besides the US, Ingwa and Hansgwa quickly concluded that Anya was the hidden big boss. The Longwa strategy team was also discussing what to do next. Chief, that girl just now can't really be the hidden boss, right? She seemed like it, but it's a feeling that's hard to pin down. Chief, what should we do? The chief wasn't as anxious as they were. Let's see what that kid does. We must trust him. Some members of the analysis team became anxious. What if that girl really is the hidden mission target, and other countries get the jump on us? Then we lose. Exactly. We can't wait any longer. Make a decision quickly, Chief. The chief looked at their anxious faces, slammed the documents on the table, and shouted. I said everything depends on that kid. What's there to be anxious about if we don't know anything? If that girl isn't the big boss, killing her could cause a bad chain reaction. Can you guys handle that? The chief's roar plunged the entire analysis room into silence. No one dared to argue back. Chapter 16, The Final Joy. The American challenger Jack, the Ingwa challenger Baron, and the Hansgwa challenger Theo all received messages from their own country's strategy teams. So the three of them quietly gathered in the patient room. Jack smugly whispered to the other two, did you notice how quiet it is tonight? I heard that the security guard died mysteriously. At first, I didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. This is great, it gives us a chance to conspire. Theo asked Jack and Baron uncertainly, are we really going to the second floor? What if the intel is wrong? Baron answered discontentedly, it can't be wrong. I believe them. Besides, staying here isn't good either, right? Theo nodded in agreement with Baron, they indeed needed to take the initiative. Jack urged impatiently, it'll be easier with all three of us together. That female doctor is still lulling the Longwa child to sleep. Now's our chance. Stop dawdling and let's go. Time waits for no one. Once the three of them reached an agreement, they stealthily left the patient room, walking down the corridor toward the large iron door leading to the second floor. They wore faint smiles on their faces. Jack excitedly pointed at the iron door, urging, it's right there. Let's go. They ran to the iron door, and when Baron saw it was locked, he immediately took out a thin wire and poked the lock a few times. It opened. These challengers had all received intense training. Locking is one of the many skills they possess. At the moment the door opened, cold air and a foul smell rushed towards them. It's so cold. Are you sure there's someone inside? Baron felt puzzled. Let's go in and take a look. Jack moved to the front. The other two followed behind. The viewers in the global live streaming room became excited, as if they saw the dawn of victory right before them. As long as we kill that monster, our country will win. It's our country that wins. Don't forget, even if we really kill that hidden boss, they still have to stay inside for 7 days to get out. In any case, it will definitely be America that wins in the end. Is the Dragon Country kid still sleeping in his mother's arms? He might just wait to be trapped here forever. The Dragon Country hasn't acted, don't you find it suspicious? No matter how clever a 6-year-old child is he smarter than our country's think tank? In the Dragon Country live streaming room, there was panic everywhere. The other 3 countries have acted, why is he still sleeping? This guy doesn't plan to return, does he want to drown in a soft haven? Stop sleeping. The fire is already burning. My heart is very restless, what if the other 3 countries win? I said this kid is unreliable. If it weren't for the female doctor protecting him, he would have died a long time ago. Isn't Zhang Ming on the 2nd floor? I believe in him, he definitely won't make a mistake. Everyone, don't be so down, what we need to do now is support our hero. Some countries in America and the Ing country started to celebrate victory in advance. The people of the Dragon Country once again fell into deep suspicion and fear, they had already thought about how to accept the consequences of failing this ghostly game. Inside the ghostly world, Jack and the others carefully avoided the mess on the ground. Under the command of the American think tank, they found the big red door that locked Anya inside. Looking at the big door in front of them, excitement lit up their faces. Baron said, "The hidden big boss is inside? I didn't expect to find it so quickly." Jack snorted, saying, "We should thank that kid from the Dragon Country, if it weren't for him, we really wouldn't have found our way here." Theo said nothing, pushed the door, and found it wouldn't budge. Moreover, there was no visible lock to open outside the door. This door is very strange. Baron glanced at it, how to open the door without a lock? An idea flashed in his mind, he said, how about we just smash it open together? Jack felt it was inappropriate, the sound of smashing the door is too loud, it'll easily attract the weirdness. Let's think of another way. Just then, Baron saw an iron rod not far away. Without saying a word, he inserted the rod into the door gap, and the 3 of them worked together to pry the door open. Jack pushed the door open and led them inside. Looking left and right, they did not see the strange-looking person they had heard about. Baron's face was full of questions, isn't it supposed to be here? They wouldn't be lying to us, right? Jack shook his head in confusion, it shouldn't be, they wouldn't do that for such an important matter. Just as they were confused, Anya silently approached them from behind. Taking advantage of them not noticing, she extended her sharp claws and viciously stabbed towards Theo's eyes. Theo only felt a sharp pain in his eyes, quickly covered his eyes, squatted down, and screamed, "Ah! It hurts!" Jack and Baron heard the sound and immediately turned around. Anya didn't give them time to react, raising her claws and pouncing towards them. Jack and Baron were both skilled and quickly dodged. Baron raised the iron rod and struck Anya on the head. Anya's head was struck, creating a blood hole, she covered her head and wailed in pain. Ah! Baron feared Anya's cries would attract the female doctor. He hurriedly covered her mouth and warned, "Don't scream. Be quiet." Anya's body was very small. And Baron was a sturdy man, 2 meters tall. She couldn't resist at all. Her long nails dug into Baron's arm, but it was all in vain. Jack and Baron never expected that this monster in front of them would be so weak. Baron hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and kill this monster." Jack picked up the iron rod that Baron had just used and directly stabbed it into Anya's belly, stirring it nonstop until the insides were crushed. The iron rod was blunt, but with a little force, it could still be inserted into a person's body. Anya's belly kept bleeding, and she twisted her body in pain. Baron tightly covered her mouth, not allowing her to make a sound. Anya died. Her body was carelessly thrown on the ground by Baron. After Anya died, her eyes were wide open, staring intently at Baron's face. As if she was unwilling. Baron felt a chill all over from her gaze, a sense of ominous foreboding enveloped his heart and would not fade away. He crouched down and reached out to touch Anya's eyelids, after several tries, her eyes still wouldn't close. In the end, he didn't care anymore, letting her eyes remain wide open. Jack kicked the corpse on the ground and laughed, "This task is really simple. Let's go." Baron looked at Theo, who had been blinded, and asked, "What about him?" Jack didn't take it seriously, just leave him here, consider it one less competitor. Jack thought, it was originally them 2 who killed the hidden boss, the victory was theirs, bringing Theo along would only be a burden. After all, his eyes were already blind, he could die at any moment. Americans and the Ing country people saw their hero kill the hidden boss, one by one excitedly dancing in front of the livestream. Chapter 17, for you, even if it means death, I have no regrets. Hidden task completed, how far can victory be? No need to think, this victory must be ours, the great America. Long live Jack, long live Jack. Oh oh. Jack was the winner of the last game, it seems this victory is also his. There's also our in-country's contribution in this. In-country will win. America and in-country, why don't you save Theo? Too heartless, this is simply against humanitarianism, betraying allies will have no good outcome. The Dragon Country also saw the American and in-country people's premature celebration and mocked them. Isn't it too early to be happy now? They're already happy without results, be careful of dying quickly. I can't stand their smug faces. If they can win, I'll eat shit, it's driving me crazy. Zhang Ming, the outside world is changing, and you are still sleeping? The citizens of the Dragon Country couldn't understand, why wasn't he anxious? They suspected, even if the sky fell, Zhang Ming would still sleep peacefully. In fact, they were all close to dying from worry. If America and in-country truly completed the hidden task, this guy might spend his life locked in this insane asylum. Jack and Baron waited in the hospital room for a long time, and still hadn't heard any news of the hidden task being completed. This made them restless. Baron anxiously rubbed his hands and asked, why is there still no news? Could it be that the task was not completed? Jack immediately rebutted, impossible, our country's analysts are top-notch, error couldn't happen. Actually, at this moment, Jack's heart was also in a panic, he did not want to admit this task had failed. This was his dignity as the last game's winner. They anxiously waited until the next day, still no news of the task being completed, and they were completely flustered. Baron suggested again, how about we go to the second floor to take a look, maybe that person didn't die at all, after all, there are quite a few freaks here. Jack nodded, okay, it's better than doing nothing. Who knew, as soon as they got up, they were blocked by a thick cloud of black fog. From the black fog, Theo's head was thrown out, along with some mangled remains. They were startled by the rolling head. Jack immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to run, but then a mass of black fog wrapped around his neck, lifting him into the air, even Baron beside him was suspended in midair. Jack kept kicking and struggling, the air in his lungs was running out fast. His face turned red, he struggled to say, who are you? A figure walked out of the black mist, wearing a white coat. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was eerie. His face was bruised and swollen, covered in sores, like it was draped in toad skin. He held a girl in his arms, and that girl was Anya. The middle-aged man stared at them with eerie anger. Facing the killers of his daughter, the man felt only grief and pain. He had protected his daughter for so many years, only to have her killed by two humans, his hopes utterly lost. Those humans who killed Anya should be tortured to death. He roared in anger, shaking the very ground beneath him. It was you who killed my daughter, it was you. You all should die. No. Death is too easy for you. Jack and Balan felt as if their bodies were being torn apart by millions of poisonous insects. The pain made them want to take their own lives. In that moment, they realized they were wrong, everything was wrong. The one they killed yesterday was not some hidden boss at all. They endured intense pain, filled with deep regret. It was them who lost. The eerie man threw them to the ground, quietly watching as they bled to death. He gently looked down at his daughter who had been dead for a while, his eyes reflecting growing madness. It's all humans. I will kill every human here to bury my daughter. In the end, the eerie man still felt unsatisfied and directly chopped up Jack and Balan's bodies to eat them. The people of America and England, who were celebrating victory early, felt as if the sky was falling when they heard the news of their country's defeat. Heavenly punishment had arrived, earthquakes and drought would sweep across their whole country. Didn't they say we would win? Did I hear wrong? It's over. Completely over. Earthquake. The earthquake is coming, warning. Didn't they say we would definitely win? Why did we lose? Why? God. Please save us. Oh God. Hear our voice. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jack, you have let us down. The American task force fell into despair, victory had been so close, yet they still lost. It must be that kid from the Dragon Kingdom who deliberately misled us, those cunning dragon people. This was a blunder, the most foolish blunder in the world. We were actually tricked in circles by a child, what face do we have left as Americans? A tiny child from the Dragon Kingdom has made us powerless to fight back, I am too ashamed to see our leader, I voluntarily apply to withdraw from the task force. Around the world, only the people from the Dragon Kingdom felt the most relaxed, for among all the challengers from various countries, only Zhang Ming was left. Zhang Ming is so smart, he must have realized that the girl is not the hidden boss. A prodigy. An unparalleled prodigy. The eerie man who just appeared couldn't be the hidden boss, right? Even the female doctor fears him, so he must be very strong. The enemies that Zhang Ming faces next are so strong, can he really win? Bless us. Bless us. At that moment, Zhang Ming was sound asleep, completely unaware of the huge events happening around him. Until he was awakened by the anxious voice of the female doctor. Baby, wake up quickly, something has happened outside. Zhang Ming groggily sat up and blearily looked at the female doctor. What's wrong? When he saw the serious expression on the female doctor's face, he immediately realized that something big had happened. His mind became much clearer. The female doctor quickly put the previous white coat on Zhang Ming and said expressionlessly, the one on the second floor is dead. Zhang Ming's bright eyes widened in disbelief. Dead? How could he be fine before sleeping and now suddenly be dead? Could it be that the remaining three did it? They were so quick. Were they afraid he would get ahead of them? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up and die already. The female doctor carried Zhang Ming out of the room and stuffed him into a hidden small compartment to hide him. She worriedly instructed Zhang Ming. Baby, it's very dangerous outside now, you stay in here and don't come out. The white coat you're wearing can hide your human scent, so they won't find you for a while. Remember, do not leave here, do you hear me? Zhang Ming hurriedly grabbed the female doctor's hand, worry filling his eyes. Mom, why don't you come hide in here too? It's very dangerous outside, I don't want you to get hurt. Seeing Zhang Ming being so sensible, the female doctor displayed a smile of appreciation on her face. She would do anything for her son, even if it meant death. In the end, she reached out and gently touched Zhang Ming's small face, smiling as she said, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. Zhang Ming reluctantly held onto her clothing, softly saying, I want to go with you. The female doctor firmly disagreed as she coaxed, no, it's very dangerous outside. If I take you, I will be distracted. Be good and wait here, once I finish my business, I'll come find you. Zhang Ming wanted to say something else, but the female doctor interrupted and immediately closed the small compartment door, leaving. Zhang Ming stared at the tightly shut door, unease flashing through his heart. Should he go out or not? If he went out and troubled the female doctor, it would be counterproductive. After all, he knew his own strengths and weaknesses. But he also did not want to be a coward, letting the female doctor take risks alone. After multiple internal debates, Zhang Ming finally opened the small compartment door and stepped out. He had a protective barrier, capable of blocking one attack. He should be fine. Just as he stepped out of the compartment, the system gave him a reminder, making Zhang Ming's heart soar with joy. Find the female doctor, block damage for her, and a hug can assist in increasing combat power. Zhang Ming thought, when did he become a support character? How interesting. Without dwelling on it, the urgent task was to quickly find the female doctor. How could he find the female doctor quickly? This insane asylum was too big, searching aimlessly wouldn't work. System, can you help me find the female doctor? The system quickly replied mechanically. It provided Zhang Ming with a map that marked the location of the female doctor. He dared not to delay, swiftly running toward that direction. The male figure, eerie like the Grim Reaper, wandered back and forth in the building, searching for Zhang Ming's shadow. The female doctor, holding a stun baton, pursued fiercely. As an eerie female doctor, she understood clearly that only by killing the director could her child be safe. She stepped forward in the hallway, blocking the director's path, raising her stun baton and pointing it at the menacing director. With a hoarse and calm voice, she said, Director, I will not let you find him. The director was taken aback, not expecting this former subordinate to stand on the opposite side. Do you think you can stop me? The female doctor firmly replied, even if I can't stop you, I will try. I will not give you the slightest opportunity to harm him. Last time, she couldn't protect her child, this time she would risk her life to ensure Zhang Ming's safety. The director tilted his neck, anger surfacing on his face. Gu Xian actually dared to betray him, how despicable. Then they could die together. The black mist around him thickened. His not-so-tall figure twisted, muscles bulging grotesquely, and in less than 2 seconds, the director transformed into a gigantic mass covered in sores. His coarse voice carried endless resentment and hatred. Gu Xian, do you think I will let you go? If it weren't for your poor watch, Anya wouldn't have died. Don't worry, I will kill both you and that child. Did you not like that child? Just right, let him keep you company. The director's massive hand swiped at the female doctor. The female doctor barely dodged. The director was of a higher level, making the fight extremely challenging. The female doctor was prepared to go all out, tightly gripping the stun baton. Even if I die, I will kill you. She leaped up, striking at the director. Before even touching the director, the black mist threw her to the ground, leaving her in disarray. The female doctor felt pain all over her body, the strange power within her shattered, unable to gather again. Having never fought the director before, she hadn't expected the gap between them to be so vast. With just one strike, she was left powerless to fight back. The audience in the Long Country livestream gasped in shock at the director's overwhelming power. This is the most terrifying strength I have seen in all horror story games. The strongest weirdness. Even the female doctor can't handle this move, how terrifying. If the female doctor dies, what will happen to our little Ming Ming? It's too scary. I feel like this game will end in total defeat, such a powerful monster, no one should be able to kill it. Don't give up until the end. The Dragon Kingdom's team was racking their brains for a solution. Boss, we have detected that this weirdness's danger level is extremely high, it is the strongest weirdness we have encountered so far. The female doctor is only mid-high danger, yet this one is 2 levels higher than her. If even the female doctor can't defeat it, this mission is likely to. The analysis team members didn't dare to continue analyzing. At that moment, even the boss couldn't think of any solution. In the face of absolute power, little tricks were useless. At this time, in the world of weird tales, the principal looked down mockingly at the struggling female doctor. With your pitiful strength, do you think you can kill me? Forget who your boss is, die. The principal stopped wasting words and attacked the female doctor with all his might. The female doctor stared at the giant black mass in front of her, her heart like dead ash. The principal's level was too high, pressing her down tightly. In the end, she still failed to protect her child. History often repeats itself. The female doctor felt unwilling. No. I must get up. If I die, what will happen to my child? She shakily stood up, holding the electric baton against her chest. Come on. A large black mass hit her, causing the last bit of weird power inside her to collapse. At last, unable to bear it, she lay on the ground weakly. Zhang Ming ran with all his strength, and when he found the female doctor, he saw she was already on the verge of death. His heart tightened. She must not die. Hurry and run, you sluggish legs. The people of the Dragon Kingdom saw Zhang Ming running over, their hearts lifted again in an instant. How did he come out? Didn't they tell him to hide well? He's just a little guy going over there to die. Maybe he really has a way? He must have a deep meaning in doing this. I really can't think of how Zhang Ming will solve this crisis. All the people across the country knew they couldn't do anything, they could only keep wishing Zhang Ming good luck in their hearts. Just as the next wave of black mass was about to completely shatter the female doctor, Zhang Ming did not hesitate at all, extending his small body to shield the female doctor beneath him. Even with the protection of the titanium shield, his small body was still shaken by the powerful aftershock, leaving his head spinning, body weak. Just as he was about to collapse, he heard the female doctor's painful wail by his ear. No, my child. The female doctor, who could not shed tears, had infinite blood tears pouring from the corners of her eyes at that moment. Blood stained her cheeks, and at that moment, her heart ached uncontrollably. Trembling all over, she caught his soft body, even her voice trembled. Baby. Why are you so foolish? Didn't I tell you not to come out? Why do you never listen to your mother? Before Zhang Ming passed out, he held her neck tightly, comforting her. It's okay, Mom, I can finally protect you, I'm fine, just want to sleep. After saying that, his head tilted, and he fainted. Chapter 19 Madness. This body is a bit weak, but being able to save the female doctor makes Zhang Ming quite happy. The female doctor thought Zhang Ming had died, tightly holding him, crying out, silly son, Mom doesn't need your protection, come back. In the female doctor's mind, humans are very fragile, and the principal's weird power is so strong that Zhang Ming could not bear it at all. Images of her real son dying before her eyes surfaced in her mind. Regret and sorrow occupied her entire brain. She had clearly planned that even if she died, she would protect her son, yet in the end, she didn't manage to protect him. This mother was not competent at all. Even the people watching the live broadcast around the world thought Zhang Ming was dead. This kid is really dead, alright. Now no country has one. So fair. At that moment, I actually cried. Suddenly, I didn't want the child from Long Country to die. They have known each other for only 3 days, yet would die for each other. Even we ordinary humans cannot do that. How are they able to? It's unbelievable. So touching. I never thought I would cry while watching a monster story live. The members of the Long Country Nan group were extremely nervous seeing Zhang Ming faint. Chief, we have detected that Zhang Ming is not in life-threatening danger, he just fainted. Knowing Zhang Ming was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they soon noticed something strange. He's fine after suffering harm that even the female doctor couldn't resist. Doesn't that seem odd? Doesn't this imply that Zhang Ming's body is very special, that even strange powers have no effect on him? The chief looked at Zhang Ming in the live broadcast as if he had found treasure. It seems we have discovered the legendary immunity to strange powers. Only Zhang Ming can do this worldwide, it's amazing. It looks like God is helping us too, ha ha ha. He had never felt so happy because he saw hope for the future. At this moment, the members of the Nan group pointed at the live broadcast screen in fear. Look! Zhang Ming's body seems to be glowing, it's really glowing. The female doctor seems to have changed as well, the danger level detected has reached extremely high risk, even several times more dangerous than ultra-high risk. Strange, could it be that the pain of losing her child is causing the power within to surge rapidly? Meanwhile, the female doctor was immersed in the endless pain of losing her child, unable to extricate herself. She had completely failed to notice the extremely faint glow emanating from Zhang Ming. This glow was rapidly healing and increasing the strange power within him. Seeing the female doctor in so much pain over losing her son, the director mocked, "This is retribution, you should go die with your son." The black mass gathered again to attack the female doctor. The female doctor waved her hand, effortlessly dispersing the black mass. The director looked at the female doctor in disbelief, clearly sensing her strange power growing stronger. The strange powers instinctively feel fear when facing someone of a higher level. This is impossible. You were clearly badly injured by me and shouldn't recover so quickly, let alone have your power surge. The female doctor looked at the unconscious Zhang Ming in her arms, hazily standing up. Countless thoughts of wanting to kill the director quickly grew in her mind. The hatred from losing her child twisted her once beautiful face, and even her grayish-white pupils were dyed red with blood. Her long, straight black hair fluttered in the wind. She had completely turned into a madwoman. I don't want to let go. The blood tears at the corners of the eyes have dried up, yet I sit numbly, staring blankly at Zhang Ming, like a statue. The viewers in the global live broadcast room are having a hard time watching this. This is the first time I've seen such a maternal strangeness, it's a bit hard to adapt. Aren't strange things supposed to be cold? Why would someone go mad from losing a child? As a mother, I completely understand. If my son died, I wouldn't be able to cope either. In our village, there's also a woman who went mad after losing her child. Wasn't Zhang Ming supposed to be dead? Why isn't Long Country eliminated yet? Right. It seems Long Country hasn't been eliminated. When Zhang Ming's body recovered, he slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the female doctor's blood-red eyes. It almost scared him into a sickness. She looked so worn out that he almost didn't recognize her. Zhang Ming uncertainly asked, "Mom, what happened to your eyes?" No, what exactly happened while he was asleep? The female doctor saw that Zhang Ming opened his eyes and could still speak, thinking she had developed schizophrenia and was experiencing a hallucination. Grinning widely, she said, "Baby, you came to find me again, that's great, mommy loves you." Zhang Ming frowned, confused by what was happening. Just a moment ago, she was fine, so how had she turned so silly? Seeing her face covered in blood tears, he knew she must have suffered greatly. Regardless, comforting her wasn't a mistake. He reached out and gently wiped away the blood tears on her face, softly saying, "Mom, I haven't been gone, I just fainted from that strange force." Hearing Zhang Ming's explanation, the female doctor instantly became clear-headed, holding Zhang Ming, looking left and right. It was as if she was confirming something. "You're not dead. Baby, you really are not dead. I thought you were gone, I'm so glad you're alive." Female doctor's danger level, 0%. Congratulations! You have gained the radiance of maternal love aura. Zhang Ming never expected such a pleasant surprise. Does this mean that as long as this aura is used well, all strange things would pose no real threat to him in the future? Zhang Ming asked in his heart system, does that mean from now on, whenever the danger level of strange things drops to 0%, will I have such an aura? No, the female doctor loves you more than herself. Only with powerful faith and true feelings that surpass all emotions in the world can this aura be formed. Zhang Ming looked at the female doctor who was foolishly smiling at him, and his heart felt incredibly complex. This was like unexpectedly finding a mother halfway through. A mother even closer than his biological one. He gently tidied her messy hair and smiled, saying, "Mom, I'm really okay, I just fainted for a moment." The once crazy female doctor gradually became normal as she realized Zhang Ming was alive. Slowly, she walked out of the pain she had just experienced. In her heart, the child was an obsession. She wouldn't care whether this child was her own flesh and blood. Treating Zhang Ming this selflessly was also to make up for the regret of losing her child. She always wanted to be a mother, and Zhang Ming gave her that chance. The female doctor was very grateful to Zhang Ming. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't know how many years she would live in a daze, numb and without feelings. Tightly hugging Zhang Ming once more, she exclaimed, "Baby. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my side and letting me protect you. Although we've only spent a short few days together, I've been very happy these days, it feels like I'm living again. You mean so much to me." Zhang Ming gently hugged the female doctor back, understanding, and said, "I should be the one thanking you." "Mom, you're being silly again." The people in Long Country's live broadcast room shed tears at this warm scene. This strange thing is so full of humanity. If it weren't for the fact that I had seen it kill so many challengers before. I really thought it was a good weird. The tiger doesn't eat its cubs, it really looks like it loves little Ming Ming. Little Ming Ming is so cute and clever, who wouldn't like her? It seems that dealing with the weird doesn't necessarily require brute force. Seeing this weird, I suddenly miss my mom. Little Ming Ming didn't die, doesn't that mean the hidden mission is complete? Shouldn't we celebrate early? The Dragon Kingdom's Jin Nan group had not received any news of the hidden mission being completed. The members of the Jin Nan group waited and waited. Still, there was no news at all. That big boss is clearly dead. Why hasn't the Ghost Talk world notified us that the hidden mission is complete? Maybe the headmaster's weirdness isn't even a hidden boss. Could it be there's still more weirdness? Right now, there's not a single clue. The chief rubbed his bald head and sighed. After fighting for so long and almost losing my life, you tell me I made a wrong answer. I've got a headache. Quick! Hurry and bring me my headache medicine. Inside the Ghost Talk world. Now in the entire insane asylum, after the headmaster died, the black mist on the third floor also vanished. Zhang Ming also knew that the hidden mission hadn't been completed, but he wasn't anxious. After all, there are still 5 days left. The female doctor wasn't in a good mental state, so Zhang Ming wanted to cheer her up a bit before talking about the hidden mission. How about playing some little games with the female doctor? If she feels better, her spirit will be better too. He must have scared her pretty bad when he fainted just now. Care brings chaos. Zhang Ming drew some small squares on the ground. He called out to the female doctor, "Mom, let's play hopscotch together." The female doctor walked up to Zhang Ming with a big smile, "Sure." She hopped along with him, again and again, over the squares. "Mom, you're being unfair, you can't use weird power. If you keep doing this, I won't play anymore." Zhang Ming complained unhappily. He could only hop one square at a time, and she would leap ahead. How is this even playing? Bullying a child. Okay, I'll hop slowly. The female doctor cooperated with Zhang Ming's small steps, her face involuntarily showing a happy smile. "Son, how do you think mommy jumps?" Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up, "Good." After a joyful playtime, the female doctor's eyes were no longer red or gray but normal human eyes. Her black, bright pupils and beautiful peach blossom eyes looked gentle and lovely when she smiled. The audience watching the Dragon Kingdom livestream were all captivated by her face. I don't care how other countries view this weirdness, I really like her. After all, she helped our Dragon Kingdom, we're definitely not ungrateful. Without those gray-white eyes, she's even more beautiful. I've never liked any weirdness before, but I truly like this one. Just for helping our little Ming Ming, she should be respected. Later, Zhang Ming discovered that the female doctor was very good at origami. A simple piece of paper could be transformed into various shapes. The female doctor folded a small boy and a big woman. She placed the small person that looked like a woman in Zhang Ming's palm, patiently explaining, "This is me, your mom. You hold on to it, whenever you miss me, take it out and look at it." The paper figure that resembled Zhang Ming was kept by him. "I'll keep this, and I can look at it when I miss you." Zhang Ming took the folded paper, looked at it carefully, and praised, "Mommy's fold looks so much like it, really amazing." "Mommy, are you a superhero? How can you do everything?" The female doctor humbly shook her head, "I only know these little tricks to entertain children." After looking over it, Zhang Ming carefully put the paper figure into a hard box and then placed it in his clothing pocket. This way, the paper figure wouldn't get damaged. "Come on, Mom, teach me to make paper cranes, flowers, and little animals." A common piece of paper, through the female doctor's hands, turned into a collection of cute little things placed on the table. Zhang Ming turned to look at the female doctor, who was seriously folding paper. In that moment, he seemed to see an angel. "No more killing, because now there are things more meaningful than killing." The female doctor noticed Zhang Ming was not focused, lightly tapped his head and smiled. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Ming generously praised, "I just realized that you were so beautiful, Mom." The female doctor felt a bit shy from the compliment. "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "It is just that." At that moment, the female doctor gently waved her hand, and the origami on the table began to move, the paper crane could fly, and the little animals could jump and run. Zhang Ming seemed to have stumbled into a tiny world. Zhang Ming looked at all this in disbelief and excitedly asked the female doctor, "Mom, how did you do this?" The female doctor explained, "I can control them with strange power, but unfortunately, you are human and do not have strange power." At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered the pills he had taken before. He actually had strange power inside him, just very little, and he didn't know how to use it. "Mom, actually I have strange power in me." The female doctor looked at Zhang Ming with almost disbelieving eyes, and soon worry filled her gaze. "But you are human. Human bodies can easily be polluted and die from strange power, no? Let me take a closer look, you can't have anything happen to you." White mist flowed from the female doctor's fingertips, gently wrapping around Zhang Ming's body. Chapter 21, She's Not Dead? It was clear that there was indeed strange power inside Zhang Ming, and it had no effect on his body. The female doctor felt extremely proud that strange power existed within Zhang Ming. Indeed, her son was the most unique among all humans, unmatched by anyone. A super thick filter from a proud mother. The female doctor suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, as long as there is strange power, you can control these origami, I will teach you how to manipulate strange power. Zhang Ming was more than willing. How could he pass up such a great opportunity to learn? Okay. I want to learn. Being able to control things from a distance sounded pretty cool to think about. Zhang Ming learned quickly. After the female doctor taught him twice, he could operate the paper crane. The paper crane danced back and forth on his fingertips, which was very interesting. Even the female doctor thought Zhang Ming was very talented. She clapped her hands joyfully on the side, which was quite rare. Amazing, you learn so fast. Son, you're so smart, your strange power will only grow stronger in the future, and not only will you control things, but you'll also be able to create things. Since her battle with the director, the female doctor's power had become incredibly strong. Ordinary strange entities weren't even her opponents. Zhang Ming looked at the many different origami on the table and thought of an idea. Mom, how about we play a storytelling game? We can control these little animals and play scene games. Anything we think is beautiful can be shown. Without a second thought, the female doctor agreed. So they took turns speaking, playing with abandon. The room was filled with laughter and joy. Son, this is fun, it's just like watching a movie. At this moment, the female doctor seemed to have returned to her childhood, feeling very happy. Happier than ever before. The people in the global livestream were shocked to see Zhang Ming controlling objects without using anything. It felt like watching a magical movie. This strange power can be used like this? Why doesn't the power inside him reject him? And why can he use it so well? Don't you think that's suspicious? Could Zhang Ming be a strange entity? Otherwise, why doesn't the strange power reject him? Impossible. Strange Tales movies would never let strange entities participate in the game. Just thinking that our future opponent will be him makes me feel like we have no chance at all. I underestimated him before. You can't judge a person by their appearance. I didn't expect him to be so strong, not even afraid of strange power. The people in the Dragon Country livestream were thrilled to see Zhang Ming using strange powers so easily. Our country has finally produced a great treasure after 100 years. If humans can use powers to counter the strange, I can't imagine how simple the future ghost stories will be. I'm thinking about making a statue of Zhang Ming to worship every day, praying for peace and prosperity. You idiot upstairs, don't curse him while he's still alive. Heaven has sent a lucky star. Because Zhang Ming is so cute, many businesses have made merchandise of him, and I must get my hands on some. They played all day long. The next day, the female doctor returned to her usual state. Zhang Ming thought about investigating the third floor. After all, the hidden task was still incomplete. To be honest, he had previously thought that the dean was the hidden boss since he was so powerful, able to casually crush a cannonball. Even the female doctor almost couldn't defeat him. Now that he had investigated the second floor, only the third floor remained. After much thought, he turned to the female doctor and said, Mom, I haven't been to the third floor yet. Can you take me to have a look? If it were before, the female doctor would never have let him go, but now that the dean was dead, her strength was even more formidable than before. There was definitely no threat on the third floor. The female doctor nodded without refusing. I'll take you, but stay close to me. Don't get lost and make me worry. Zhang Ming realized that the female doctor was very easy to worry. Worrying this and that, even when there was nothing wrong, she would fret every day. The female doctor crouched down and opened her arms. Want a hug? Yes. Zhang Ming's small body snuggled into her embrace. The female doctor easily picked him up with one arm and walked towards the third floor. She opened the door to the third floor and walked in. The corridor on the third floor was much cleaner and tidier than the second floor. There were also many operating rooms. Inside the operating rooms, there were limbs everywhere. When he reached the dean's office, the system gave a prompt. This is the place. The brief prompt made Zhang Ming instantly understand what it meant. He pulled on the female doctor's collar with one hand and pointed at the door in front of him with the other. Mom, let's go inside and take a look. The female doctor hesitated for a moment but eventually opened the door. The moment the door opened, a thick smell of blood choked Zhang Ming, making him cough. When he looked back inside, Zhang Ming felt like he was going to vomit. Even though he had seen the female doctor kill many times, he could not adapt to such a scene. Inside were many various corpses. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying part was that human corpses were sewn with animal corpses, arranged into various strange shapes. Bloodily displayed in showcases for appreciation. In the corners were many severed limbs.
This was no office for a dean, it was clearly a scene for body reassembly and dismemberment.
One could only say that the dean was truly psychologically twisted. At that moment, Zhang Ming saw a stack of documents on the dean's desk.
Maybe there was something valuable inside. Mom, should we take a look at the documents on the desk?
The female doctor nodded and led Zhang Ming toward the desk when suddenly they heard something moving quickly towards them.
So they stopped, calmly looking towards the door.
Zhang Ming followed her gaze. A creature, crawling on all fours, with 9 hands sewn onto its back, a thing that was neither human nor ghost, stood at the door. It stared at them fiercely, especially viewing the female doctor with hatred. When Zhang Ming finally saw its face, his pupils contracted, and his whole body went numb.
Anya, not dead? Chapter 22, I Will Always Hate You.
Anya, strange, danger level low danger. Zhang Ming saw the system's prompt.
He thought, could it be that Anya became strange after dying, which is why she showed up here? No wonder he hadn't seen her body after the dean died, she was waiting for him here? Zhang Ming asked the system in his heart, is this the hidden boss?
Yes. Zhang Ming felt a chill in his heart. Anya was not a hidden boss when she was human, but now that she had become a strange being, she had turned into the hidden boss instead.
Quite covert indeed. No wonder so many people couldn't find this hidden boss. Even the viewers in the global livestream were startled when they saw Anya's face. Wasn't she dead? How is she alive again?
Look at her face, it's turned pale and green, just like those strange faces. In the world of strange tales, the dead can become strange beings.
Could she really be the hidden boss?
Oh no, I'm completely confused now, I see everyone as a hidden boss.
So what does that mean for the US and England who killed her once? Just playing around?
If she really is the hidden boss, the US would absolutely be jumping in place from anger, they just made a wedding dress for someone else. In the world of strange tales, Zhang Ming noticed the hatred in Anya's eyes, constantly guessing. Anya should know that the female doctor killed her father, so she stared at the female doctor with hatred. At that moment, Anya suddenly bared her teeth and leaped, wanting to pounce on the female doctor to bite her. The female doctor would not let this happen, she immediately produced a long whip to tie Anya up and hang her in midair. The female doctor said almost coldly, "It was your father who wanted to harm my son, if he had kept his head down, he wouldn't have died." Anya struggled in the air, her mouth coldly spitting out words, each filled with deep hatred and resentment. "I hate you all, forever." Because she had become strange, the strange power within her supported her voice's slight recovery. Zhang Ming frowned, he quickly caught a clue from the 2 words you all.
Who did this you all refer to? The female doctor and the 2 people who killed her?
At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered when he saw Anya 2 days ago, she looked like she wanted to escape and deeply loathed this place. She banged on the door, roaring, even her voice was hoarse from shouting.
Zhang Ming tentatively asked Anya, "Sister, do you really dislike this place? Do you want to escape?" When Anya heard Zhang Ming's question, she froze for a moment.
Then her face showed a mix of grievance, sadness, disappointment, and various complex emotions. But there was no more hatred.
Finally, someone understood her.
It was so good that someone heard her heart's voice.
But what good would that do?
No one could help her, everyone wanted to torment her, even in death, she could not escape that tragic fate.
After some psychological changes,
Anya looked at the female doctor with hatred again, and in broken sentences, said all the words she had wanted to say for years, all at once. She wanted to let out her final shout, even if they wouldn't listen.
Anya's tone was filled with sorrow and anger as she spoke each word clearly.
Guixin, it was you who kept me locked in this place year after year, in darkness forever. I wanted to die, and you saved me, I wanted to escape, and you brought me back, I finally died, and you turned me into a strange being. I scream every day, asking you to let me go, I screamed until my voice was gone, and you ignored me. You and my father despicably wanted to keep me trapped here forever, how disgusting. I was once a living person, yet now I am neither human nor ghost. For 10 years, I've been locked up like a prisoner, and my father has turned me into this ugly form. Since becoming strange, he has no longer been my father.
To him, I'm just a human that can be manipulated for entertainment.
I'd rather die than live, but after I die, I become strange, and I can't even kill myself.
It's truly like fate is playing tricks on me.
I don't want to become numb and cold-blooded like those strange beings, I don't want to. I hate you strange beings, I don't want to become like you. As Anya spoke, tears of blood poured from her eyes. Hearing the complaint, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. It seemed that her days in the insane asylum had been truly miserable. The higher the level of the bazaar, the more numb and cold-blooded they become, this is the inevitable flaw of them. Now, Anya's level was still low, she had not yet reached the point of completely losing her thoughts and conscience. For the female doctor to have changed into what she is now, it could be considered a miracle.
Listening to Anya's accusations, the female doctor fell silent. Before, she truly didn't realize that locking Anya up was a bad thing. Because at that time, she was numb, cold-blooded, and even merciless towards any life. Every time when delivering food, hearing the painful shrieks, she wouldn't feel a single thing. At that time, she only thought that perhaps Anya just liked to scream wildly, so she didn't care, nor did she think deeply about why she kept knocking on the door and shouting. She was nothing but a blind follower of the director's subordinates. It wasn't until meeting Zhang Ming that she began to feel a little more humane. Zhang Ming suddenly suggested, "Perhaps my mother could help you find relief, I don't know if you'd be willing." Anya looked at the female doctor with disbelief, shaking her head mockingly. "They will never let me go, I have tried to escape and commit suicide countless times, and they never spared me. How could they give me real relief?" The female doctor quickly nodded and said, "Before it was because of your father's orders, I had to bring you back every time. Now that your father is dead, I naturally will no longer interfere with your freedom." Anya smiled faintly and seriously said, "Before I completely lose my conscience, please kill me, only you can kill me." The female doctor didn't quite understand, isn't being a bazaar good? You could have powerful strength and endless life. Anya shook her head and said, "I don't need these, I hate the bazaar, and I don't want to become one. I only want to beg for death, to gain a moment of peace." Although the female doctor didn't understand, she still agreed. "Alright, I can help you find relief." The female doctor waved her hand, and countless long spikes instantly emerged from the whip, stabbing into Anya's body. Anya screamed in pain, the bizarre power inside her body growing weaker. At the very last moment, with the last bit of strength, she struggled to raise her head and look at Zhang Ming, showing a sincere smile. In her voice was relief and ease. "Thank you, kid, only you know what I wanted. Thank you, Guxin, for giving me what I wanted." As soon as her words fell, Anya turned into a lifeless corpse. Chapter 23, The Paper-Folded Garden. Zhang Ming's mind once again heard that distant voice. "Congratulations, hidden mission completed. Dragon Country has obtained an oil excavation site." The moment the hidden mission was completed, the people of Dragon Country erupted in excitement. "Xiaomingning got us oil, oil is such a good thing. Great. We can also become a super oil country. Woo finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. This is our turnaround battle. Dragon Country will never fall. Thank you, Zhang Ming, you are our little hero. Only 4 more days, the heavy rain will stop, and we will finally see the sun." Other countries, seeing that Zhang Ming had completed the hidden mission, stomped their feet in anger, especially the United States and the Yin Kingdom. If it weren't for Jack and Baron killing Anya, he would have picked up the leftovers. The reward for completing this mission should have a share for us. The hidden mission really is hidden, who would have thought that Anya could come back to life? Dragon Country has been winning so easily, and that female doctor, it wasn't just letting him win, it was clearly letting him win big. No one would have expected the bazaar to treat a human child as its own son. "I'm so mad. So mad I can't sleep, he won so easily." The members of the Dragon Country Strange Talk response team all received the news of the hidden mission's completion. One by one, they jumped up happily. "We won. This time, we definitely won. You have no idea how my heart has been jumping up and down these past few days, just like a roller coaster. In a few days, the little guy will be back, and I'm thinking about what gift would be good to send him. Now I can finally put my heart completely at ease. Chief, why aren't you speaking? Why are you covering your face?" The chief wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'm just too happy, that little guy can really be scary sometimes." The clouds parted, and everyone's mood improved. Inside the world of strange tales, Zhang Mingzhang and the female doctor were learning to fold paper. In just 3 days, he would be leaving this place, and to be honest, he was a bit reluctant to leave the female doctor. If he left, the whole insane asylum would be left behind, it must be very lonely. But he had his own important mission, so naturally, he couldn't stay forever. He held the paper crane in his hand, hesitating for a long time. Cautiously, he said to the female doctor, "Mom, I'm leaving here in 3 days." When the female doctor heard this, her smile froze for a moment. Then she gently stroked Zhang Ming's cheek and said, "Mom has known all along that you don't belong here, just like Anya. I won't confine you, I will only protect you. Children grow up and must leave, after you go, Mom will miss you." Zhang Ming didn't expect the female doctor to really let him go so easily. Feeling touched, he fell into her arms, crying, "Mom, I will miss you too." The female doctor looked down and gently stroked his head, her face showing a faint smile. "Mom will bless you all the way to go further." Zhang Ming wiped his tears and looked at the desolate asylum, slightly unwilling to say, "But when I leave, you will be alone here. You will be lonely." The female doctor smiled gently, "Silly child, I think being alone still allows me to go out for a walk. Mom is strong now, no one can defeat me." Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, he thought the asylum was an independent little space. Outside here, there would be an empty nothingness. Maybe the world of strange tales is as big as the blue planet?
Their understanding of the world of strange tales was still too little. Zhang Ming wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Let's not talk about unhappy things. I want mom to teach me to fold a little squirrel. The female doctor took out a piece of paper, smiling. Okay, whatever you want to learn, I will follow you. After playing for a day, Zhang Ming suddenly thought that the pills could enhance the strange power in his body. So he took the female doctor to search the entire asylum but only found some food. He didn't find a single pill. The last few dozens he had eaten were already the last remaining ones. Zhang Ming sat on the bed, somewhat dejected. Seeing him unhappy, the female doctor could only explain, those pills were made by the director, there aren't many to begin with, and the director doesn't even value those things, so he didn't make many. Zhang Ming no longer obsessed over it. Alright. If there aren't any, then there aren't. There will definitely be faster ways to improve in the future. Besides, always popping pills isn't a good thing. In the last 3 days, Zhang Ming and the female doctor were very happy together. Sometimes, the female doctor would throw Zhang Ming high into the air and then catch him again. At first, Zhang Ming was a bit scared, but later he was not afraid and felt it was very exciting and happy. Because the female doctor always caught him perfectly. The female doctor would dye the flowers they folded together in bright colors and insert them into the ground, creating a small garden. This was the female doctor's unique creativity. Since the director couldn't produce flowers, he created flowers instead. He wanted Zhang Ming to always remember this place, to remember. When Zhang Ming saw the garden, he was really surprised and happy. Mom, your hands are so skillful, it feels like you can create anything. The female doctor looked at Zhang Ming's happy expression. Her smile deepened, and she stared at Zhang Ming, trying hard to remember his appearance. Unfortunately, there was no camera. She really wanted to take a picture of him. The people in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room were genuinely moved at this moment. If only the female doctor was a human, then she could come to the real world and always accompany little Mingming. Such a great mother. It seems like they have known each other for many years, even though they have only been mother and son for a few days. Little Mingming can't really be the son, right? I think so. After death, the son overcame countless challenges just to see his mother, just like Xinxiang saved his mother. You upstairs, I think you can make up stories. Finally, the day of leaving has arrived. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom challenger for winning this game. The rain in the Dragon Kingdom has stopped, and a reward of the latest aerial construction technology is given to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Ming was so excited to hear this. Doesn't this mean that in the future, their country can build various houses in the sky or establish airborne battleships? What an awesome technology! The future super technology is not far from us. The US saw such amazing technology about to fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom and was almost turning green with envy. With such top-notch technology falling into the Dragon Kingdom, even if we advance a few hundred years, we won't catch up. Does the Dragon Kingdom understand such technology? Otherwise, send us a sample to take a look. I think we can propose cooperation to the Dragon Kingdom and see if we can share the technology. I think that's unlikely. Did you forget that before the Strange Tales game arrived, our country had forbidden any scientific discussions with the Dragon Kingdom? Aren't we cutting off our own path? In the past, our country was #1 in the world, boasting, right? Who knew that after the arrival of the Strange Tales game, the Dragon Kingdom surpassed us so quickly? The world is unpredictable. Chapter 24, Loved by All. Since the moment it was announced that Zhang Ming won the Strange Tales game, the months-long reign in the Dragon Kingdom finally stopped. All the people saw the long-lost sun on the horizon and showed joy of survival after the disaster. They jumped up excitedly in their rooms, shouting to the sky, the rain has finally stopped. Then, most people clasped their hands together, placed them on their chests, and silently expressed gratitude to Zhang Ming in their hearts. Thank you, Zhang Ming, for helping us stop this natural disaster. Thank you, Zhang Ming, without you, I don't even know where I would be tomorrow. If it weren't for you, our whole country would have been submerged. Zhang Ming's efforts for the country will be remembered by the people nationwide. In the world of Strange Tales, a transparent spacetime door appeared in the center of the activity area. If he passes through this door, he can return to the real world. He stood in front of the spacetime door and looked back at the female doctor. She was standing far away, waving at him, as if saying, let's go. Just as Zhang Ming stepped into the spacetime door, he suddenly heard the female doctor shout, son, mommy will come to find you again, don't forget mommy. He silently remembered the doctor's words in his heart. Mom, how could I ever forget you? After passing through the spacetime door, the door vanished. He could no longer see that insane asylum when he turned back. As soon as Zhang Ming looked up, he saw many people standing in front of him, all waiting for him. At the front was a middle-aged man in a black tunic, bald-headed, with a kind face. A group of people dressed like him stood behind him. When they saw Zhang Ming come out, they stood up straight and immediately bowed deeply to Zhang Ming.
In unison, they shouted, "Welcome back, hero. We have been waiting here for a long time." Zhang Ming was startled by such a grand reception. He has never been treated with such respect by so many people. "What is this?" The man at the front walked up to Zhang Ming and began to introduce himself. "We are members of the National Treasure Team, and there are also some national officials among us. I am Zhao Hui, the chief of the treasure team." At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly recalled receiving some guidance and information from them in the world of strange tales. Zhang Ming realized, "So it's you. Thank you for helping me so much in the strange tales world." Zhao Hui shook his head and smiled, seeming to disagree with what he said. "Actually, we didn't help much, everything was due to your intelligence. We have to save our country's situation." After speaking, Zhao Hui pointed behind Zhang Ming. "Look, people all over the country are waiting for your return, they've been waiting a long time just to see you." Zhang Ming walked a short distance with Zhao Hui, and the soldiers guarding the gate opened it. He saw a vast crowd ahead, an endless sea of people. Everyone was holding gifts, joyfully greeting him. Some people held children's toys that kids love, others carried various snacks, and some even held a car key, claiming to gift Zhang Ming a car. They all eagerly wanted to rush forward and get close to Zhang Ming. They were all stopped by the soldiers at the entrance. With smiles, they tried hard to speak to Zhang Ming. After all, who wouldn't want to get closer to this little hero who shocked the world? "Little hero, you finally returned. We've been looking forward to this day every day. These are the flowers I just grew, they are for you. Zhang Ming, little hero, I finally saw you. You're even cuter than in the live stream. The little hero who defeated all countries is back. Make way. You're blocking me, I want to see the little hero." Zhang Ming could clearly feel the affection people had for him. It was a feeling of being the center of attention. Coming out of that broken asylum, seeing so many vibrant and affectionate people, he felt a bit dazed. He realized he had been fighting for these wonderful people all along. Seeing their faces lit up with sincere and simple smiles, Zhang Ming felt that bringing victory to his country was truly worth it. Next time in the scary game, he would surely bring victory again. Zhao Hui could not help but sigh. The last challenger was also respected by the people, but no one liked him as passionately as you. It won't be long before you become a national little star. Zhang Ming took small steps to approach them. Smiling, he stood on his tiptoes to accept the flowers from the front person and hugged them, saying, "Your flowers are beautiful, I like them very much." The person praised became overwhelmed, covering their face with both hands in surprise. "So cute. I can't believe I was praised, I'm so happy." Someone next to them saw Zhang Ming receiving the flowers and excitedly tried to break through the soldiers' blockade. "I also have something to give to the little hero. I want to give something, too." "Me too." Everyone was talking at once. Zhang Ming looked helplessly at Zhao Hui, as if seeking help. Zhao Hui scratched his bald head and suggested, "Why not just accept them? After all, it's the thoughts of everyone. You've made such a big contribution to the country, it's only natural they want to repay you." Zhang Ming sighed. "Okay. I'll accept snacks, toys, and flowers, but I won't take any valuable things." Soon, Zhang Ming found himself regretting this decision. Within 2 hours, the whole hall was filled with snacks, toys, flowers, and even clothes. Hundreds of banners could almost pile up into a small hill. Zhang Ming looked at so many things and felt troubled. It turned out that being loved by the people also came with its challenges. Suddenly, Zhao Hui, who had been by his side, became flustered and nervously took out a box from his pocket. Inside was a children's watch. "Little Ming, I see you don't have anything nice, take this children's watch as a small token from your uncle." Zhao Hui felt quite uncomfortable the moment he learned that Zhang Ming was an orphan. Abandoned by his parents at the orphanage, his background was very pitiful. Zhang Ming looked at the precious watch and hesitated, saying, "Isn't this too much?" Zhao Hui directly lifted his wrist and put the watch on him. "What's wrong with that? Keep it. If you ever need help in the future, just come to me, I will definitely help you." Zhang Ming looked carefully at his watch and politely said, "Thank you, but I have a request. Can we donate these clothes, snacks, and toys to the people affected by the disaster? There are too many, and I can't use them all." Zhao Hui felt a pang in his heart upon seeing Zhang Ming's understanding nature. What a good child. No wonder even the strange beings liked him so much. Children his age should be cuddled in their parents' arms, acting cute, instead of participating in life-or-death battles. Yet he is representing the country in such terrifying places as the world of bizarre tales, to win victory. It really is too much for him, no other 6-year-old could manage what he does. Future generations will surely tell his legendary achievements again and again. Zhao Hui felt genuine admiration and appreciation for Zhang Ming. Unable to help himself, Zhao Hui gently patted Zhang Ming's small head and said warmly, "Good. I did not expect such a young child to have such a vision, it's truly rare." Chapter 25, Super Invincible Gift Bag. Zhang Ming shook his head and said. After a natural disaster, there will definitely be many people displaced, and food shortages will likely occur in many places. In such an environment, how can I accept all these gifts with a clear conscience? Zhang Ming's words struck Zhao Hui's heart like a bolt of lightning. No wonder he is a victor who emerged from the world of bizarre tales. How can such elevated thoughts not make people feel ashamed? Zhao Hui finally understood why Zhang Ming was favored so easily by the strange beings. How could such a person not be liked? Is this really the mindset of a 6-year-old child? If it were another child, seeing so many gifts, they surely would not so easily hand them over. The more sensible a child is, the more it pains this old-fashioned man. Zhao Hui nodded in praise. Xiao Ming, you keep surprising me. I think everyone will thank you. Zhang Ming looked at the mountain of snacks and suddenly felt a bit hungry. Embarrassed, he rubbed his stomach and said, I'm a little hungry, can I take a few bags of snacks home to eat? Seeing his pitiful appearance, Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh and said, we have long prepared delicious meals for you, come with me. At the mention of food, Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled. He hadn't eaten normal meals in 10 days, almost forgetting what warm food tasted like. Zhang Ming urged eagerly, then hurry and take me to eat, I'm starving. Zhao Hui replied, come with me. Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming out of the hall, heading to the dining area. On the way, Zhang Ming saw through the corridor's glass the many submerged buildings and houses outside, feeling a mix of surprise and emotion. He could hardly believe that the heavy rain had actually submerged the entire country. Unable to hold back, Zhang Ming asked, Chief Xiao, how is it outside? Zhao Hui looked outside the glass and explained. Since you returned, the water level has clearly dropped a lot. It was as high as 20 floors before, but fortunately, the government dispatched many boats to evacuate people to higher ground for safer living. It's a good thing you made the rain stop in time, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the whole country would become a vast ocean. As Zhao Hui spoke, he saw the worry on Zhang Ming's face and comforted him. Don't worry. We still have ways to deal with these natural disasters. Once all the water recedes, we will establish shelters in each town that can withstand all disasters. It shouldn't take long to start working. Moreover, we are not just playthings to be easily manipulated. When heaven sends down punishment, we naturally have ways to cope. Zhang Ming felt somewhat better after hearing the last few sentences. Indeed, the people of Longhua have had the courage to fight against nature from ancient times to the present, and this is beyond reproach. They arrived at the place to eat. In the middle of this private room was a big round table, filled with a lot of food. There was chicken, fish, pork, and vegetables. The nutrition was balanced. Zhang Ming looked around the room and asked Zhao Hui curiously, is nobody here? He remembered that many analysts were following behind Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui smiled and said, they're too noisy, so I didn't let them come. This is your first meal back home, it should be comfortable for you. If there are too many people, it can feel awkward to eat. I really didn't want them to disturb your meal. Zhang Ming instantly understood his intention. He didn't want him, a child, to deal with so many adults and lose interest in eating. In fact, he really didn't want to listen to all the compliments from everyone while eating. Having no one around was good, he could relax and eat whatever he wanted. Zhang Ming sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and ate a piece of meat. His eyes instantly lit up, it was so delicious. In the strange talk world, he ate bread and cookies every day, and he was almost sick of it. Who knows how long he had waited for this bite? At this moment, both his heart and appetite were greatly satisfied. He ate heartily without caring about his image. When he was full, he rubbed his belly and contentedly said, this meal was arranged perfectly, burp. I ate a bit too much. Seeing him like this, Zhao Hui's smile deepened, this really looked like a child. Seeing you eat so happily, I am also relieved. I see you probably don't have a place to stay yet. The government has prepared a house for you in advance, and a nanny is arranged for you, I will take you there shortly. Zhang Ming didn't expect the treatment of returning home would be so good. It was just right since he had no parents and no house in this world. With a house, he finally had a place to belong, he would no longer drift aimlessly. After dinner, Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming on a small boat to his new house. Zhang Ming looked at the 500 square meter big house in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Chief Zhao, will this big house be mine in the future? Zhao Hui immediately took out the property deed and a bank card. Of course, this is all a reward from the government for you. Keep the property deed safe, there's 10 million in the bank card for you to use at will. Zhang Ming was just an ordinary person before, he had never seen so much money, and he was so surprised that his mouth almost couldn't close. Not only a house, but also rewarded with so much money, this was just too great. He loved this country so much now. Zhang Ming trembled as he took these two items, he wouldn't have to worry about not having money anymore. Thank you, country. Zhao Hui shook his head, saying, we should thank you. Not only did you stop this disaster, but you also brought us advanced technology. Zhang Ming shyly waved his hand, it was just a small effort, ha. I'll go take a look at my new house. Zhao Wei watched him darting around and couldn't help but relax too.
Unfortunately, his son was already in college. If only his son was the same age as Zhang Ming, he would definitely let them be friends. The story of Zhang Ming donating all the gifts quickly spread online.
Countless people were deeply moved.
Little Ming, really, I'm crying to death. He is so young and in the age of wanting to play, yet he is willing to give all his gifts to refugees.
Little Ming, you are so good, I feel ashamed of myself. If anyone dares to blacken my little Ming, I will be the first to fight them. I heard little Ming is an orphan? No father, no mother, no one to teach, yet he can grow up so well. It must have a lot to do with his character.
Don't say anymore, if you keep talking, I will really cry.
Chapter 26. The first rule has a trick.
After the heavy rain stopped, Long Country also began the post-disaster reconstruction work. Zhang Ming watched as the horizon outside slowly lowered, and his heart was very calm. Looking at the time, it should be almost time for the next Bazaar Talk rule to begin. That day, Zhao Wei called Zhang Ming to the Bazaar Talk World Response Office.
Little Ming, the next Bazaar Talk game should start in a few days. I want to ask you, are you still willing to go?
If you are not willing to go, we will try to send a signal to that place, asking you not to participate in the bizarre world of ghost stories. Zhao Wei saw that Zhang Ming was only a 6-year-old child. Such a heavy burden should not be placed on the little one. He should go to school and play with his peers. He should spend a special and joyful childhood, not spend every day trying to survive in a pile of dead bodies. Once he participates in the ghost story game, according to the rules, he cannot change participants halfway, unless the challenger dies. Zhang Ming thought for a moment, then nodded firmly and said, I am willing. A member of the team beside him said anxiously. Last time you were lucky, you encountered a mysterious being willing to help you.
What about next time?
You are so small, the future of the country depends on you, and you really shouldn't take any more risks.
Zhang Ming shook his head, I can do it, believe me. Besides, even if you send a signal, can they really receive it? Zhang Ming's counter-question left everyone speechless.
Indeed, they had never truly changed the rules of the ghost story world. Even though Zhang Ming said this, the team still sent a request to change the challenger to the ghost story world. But it sank like a stone in the ocean, receiving not a single response. Zhao Wei sighed and looked at Zhang Ming before him, saying, You really suffer for this. Every time before a challenger enters the ghost story world, they must check their bodies to ensure they are in good condition, so adjustments can be made in time. Zhao Wei remembered that Zhang Ming had taken many lethal pills in the last ghost story world, and he did not know if it had other harmful effects on his body.
Before entering the ghost story world, everything must be prepared perfectly. The body is capital. Moreover, they wanted to figure out what exactly the bizarre power inside Zhang Ming was all about. Zhang Ming did not refuse and nodded, saying, Okay, I accept the body check. It was just a routine check. So Zhao Wei took Zhang Ming to the nation's first hospital.
After all the examinations, there was nothing unusual about Zhang Ming. He was even many times healthier than other children his age. The strangest thing was that the doctors could not find any trace of bizarre power inside Zhang Ming. But the fact that Zhang Ming could control objects without any items was a well-known fact worldwide. Even though he had returned to the real world, he could still use that bizarre power. At the moment Zhao Wei saw the examination results, he was trembling with excitement. His body was not only free from bizarre power contamination but had also become very healthy. Zhang Ming's body, looking across the globe, was the most special even in the ghost story world. If he could be well trained in the future, there was no fear of failing in the ghost story world. Zhao Wei felt emotional. The fate of Long Country has always been like this. Every time the country faced danger, a big figure would emerge to change the situation. Without a doubt, this child Zhang Ming was one of them. He was simply born for the ghost story world. He crouched down and tightly hugged Zhang Ming, as if holding onto a life-saving straw. Little Ming, from now on, the whole nation will rely on you. Zhang Ming was a bit confused by this sudden hug. Was it just looking at a health report? Why be so excited? Chief Xiao, I don't even know how to respond to what you just said. Zhao Wei shook his head gently and said, No need to respond, you just need to know that you are very important to our whole nation. Zhang Ming had always known how heavy the burden on him was, not just for the country, but for himself. He must win the next ghost story game. 3 days after the body check, the 9th ghost story game began. Zhang Ming heard that distant voice again. This time's mission location, Death Apartment. Mission, survive for 20 days to automatically leave this world. This time, the mission duration was 10 days longer than last time. The obvious intensity is increasing. Zhang Ming is somewhat curious to know who this strange person he needs to influence is this time. After all, this is the key to the success of the mission. Zhang Ming's body was once again involuntarily pulled away. The scene rapidly changes. His body stops in front of a tall building. Zhang Ming looks up and sees a building that seems to pierce the very sky. It's impossible to see the top. This building is in the shape of a Hui character, and it's hard to see any large doors. Just one glance, and it feels incredibly eerie, with an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it's a cage from which one can never escape. Surrounding him are challengers from all over the world. When Zhang Ming learns that only 139 challengers are participating, he immediately understands. One country has completely disappeared from Blue Star. A sudden feeling of sorrow fills his heart. Other countries' challengers notice that Zhang Ming is among them. Each one becomes cautious and careful. After the previous victory, Zhang Ming's reputation overseas has completely reversed 360 degrees. Now, few people dare to look down on this 6-year-old child. Some countries even consider him the strongest opponent in this world of strange tales. At this moment, a few lines of bloody text appear in front of them. Welcome everyone to live in the death apartment. Please be sure to follow the rules below when you move in. Rule 1, respect the elderly and love the young. All requests from children and the elderly must be met. Rule 2, no disturbing others. If any disturbance is found, it must be stopped immediately. Rule 3, no looking into mirrors after 9 p.m. Rule 4, the elevator is absolutely safe. Once it arrives, please leave immediately. Anyone who lingers will become the elevator's food. All the challengers feel a lump in their throats upon hearing the first rule. It can't possibly include a challenger from Dragon Country, right? If it's really like that, and he orders us to die, do we still have to obey? How insidious. Zhang Ming also notices the strange looks the challengers give him and feels a bit bewildered. Shouldn't the children and elderly mentioned in the rules refer to the strange beings? What does this have to do with him? Why are they looking at him like that? Are they really this fragile? The rule only mentions children and it scares them this much. The other countries' teams look at the first rule and grow more cautious of Zhang Ming. Just this first rule, I can guarantee that the Dragon Country child will definitely suppress us completely. Oh my god. Could this be another easy win for Dragon Country? Why are even the strange rules biased toward the Dragon Country kid? It's so unfair. I think not necessarily. Until we figure out the situation, it's better not to jump to conclusions. When the people of Dragon Country saw the first rule, they couldn't help but laugh. I saw the global live stream's comments. They're almost tearing apart the first rule of the strange world, and they're speculating whether our little Ming bribed some unknown creatures. When they meet our little Ming, they'll just have to take it. Ha ha ha. If the first rule really refers to children including our Zhang Ming, that's a definite win. Chapter 27, A True Devilish Child. Actually, the Dragon Country team was also dumbfounded when they saw the first rule. Chief, this can't really be a backdoor for little Ming, right? I don't think so. These rules are all extremely strange, we definitely can't be careless. Little Ming is also a child. According to the rules they should fulfill little Ming's requests, don't you think? Zhao Hui, hearing their teasing, says, jokes are jokes, but don't take them too seriously. Actually, Zhao Hui himself also had some doubts in his heart. It's his first time encountering such a rule that's so beneficial for the challengers. The truth and lies inside these rules can't be distinguished yet, it's better not to act rashly for now. Inside the world of strange tales. Just as all the challengers are looking at each other in confusion, they hear a child's voice singing a nursery rhyme. The voice was sorrowful, mixed with horror. Snow softly falls from the sky, and by the roadside, there is a cloth doll. Cloth doll, oh cloth doll, why don't you go home? Is it because you also have no home, no dad and mom? The singing came closer, piercing deep into the heart. Zhang Ming had heard this song, it was a folk nursery rhyme. But sung from the little girl's mouth, it sounded eerie and lonely. A little girl, looking only 5 or 6 years old, holding a small ball, appeared in front of everyone. She hummed the little tune over and over, looking innocent and lovely, completely harmless. But her dress was a dirty princess gown, and her face was covered in mud, like the abandoned cloth doll in the ghost song. When she saw so many new people in the apartment yard, she immediately stopped singing, dropped her ball, and excitedly ran over. Wow! So many toys came today. But with so many toys, which one should I play with first? All the challengers instantly realized as soon as they ran out, the test was coming, and the first rule must be about this little girl. They cautiously stared at the girl, feeling uneasy. Especially when they heard her being called a toy, making their hearts race with anxiety. They all knew that these strange thoughts were hard to predict. Sometimes, even after being killed, the reasons remained unclear. Zhang Ming's system quickly provided a hint. Yunko, girl is strange, danger level extremely high. Analyzing her hidden psychological defense, please wait a moment. It turned out this little strange girl was named Yunko, and her danger level was even higher than that of the female doctor initially. It was clear that her conscience had been completely erased. The higher the level, the harder it was to influence. Better to be cautious. At this moment, Yunko ran in front of the challenger from Bajitan country, nibbling on her index finger, her big eyes staring at him, constantly giggling.
The Bajitan challenger was sweating under her gaze. If she made a request he couldn't fulfill, it would be over for him. Yunka said in her uniquely sweet voice, "Uncle, can you carry me? I want to ride a little horse." Hearing such a simple request, the Bajitan challenger felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he squatted down and smiled, "Sure, hop on." Yunka climbed onto his back, excitedly shouting, "So high! Run faster!" The Bajitan challenger diligently carried her around the yard, running circle after circle. Yunka cheered on his back, "Faster! Ha ha ha! So much fun!" Fortunately, he was very strong, and after 20 laps, he was just a bit out of breath. "Alright, I'm done playing, please put me down." The Bajitan challenger quickly stopped and gently set Yunku on the ground. Yunku clapped her hands, looking very happy. "That was so much fun. Thank you. I'm also the most polite child." The Bajitan challenger, feeling relieved, rubbed the back of his head and flattered, "It's my honor to make you happy." At this moment, some people thought this strange girl seemed easy to get along with and gradually let their guard down. Even the global audience in the live broadcast felt this little strange girl was very cute and likable. "This child is strange, but she looks very kind. I can't believe it's been half an hour, and not a single person has been killed. She really is different from other strange ones. Don't speak too soon, children are the hardest to deal with in this world." Yunku ignored him and ran excitedly over to the challenger from Cherry Blossom Country. The Cherry Blossom Country challenger smiled gently as the cute little girl approached. He thought that as long as he showed kindness, this strange little girl would be touched by him. In order not to put him in a difficult position, he actively squatted down to welcome this little ancestor. Seeing Yunko run to his front, he hurriedly asked with concern, "I wonder what you want?" Yunko, chewing on her fingers, smiled innocently and stated a shocking request that stunned everyone. "Uncle, I want your heart. Can you give it to me?" The face of the challenger from Sakura Country instantly stiffened, his mouth twitched, struggling to find words. In the end, he could only refuse awkwardly. "If Uncle gives you his heart, he won't be able to live." Yunka still had a cute, innocent look, extending her little hand toward his heart. "If Uncle doesn't want to give it to me, then I'll just take it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, the challenger from Sakura Country didn't have time to react. "Ah!" Her palm dug a hole in his chest, and her small hand clutched a bloody heart that was still faintly beating. Yunka smiled and held the heart, biting into it like an apple, her mouth covered in human blood. The little girl who just moments ago knew nothing instantly transformed into a terrifying demon that ensnared souls. Some people present unconsciously stepped back, wanting to get farther away. The global audience in the live broadcast room was also startled by Yunka's sudden action. "This is not cute at all, it's clearly a devil. She looked like a good girl, but who knew she was so wicked?" "It's over, this request clearly doesn't leave people a way out. The first test is so bizarre and unpredictable, what can we do next?" A wicked child, absolutely a wicked child. The challenger's silent retreat seemed to infuriate Yunku. The originally obedient face instantly twisted into a terrifying grimace, and she threw the heart on the ground, stomping it into pieces. With a shrill voice, she screamed, "You all step back because you don't like me? How dare you dislike me? I want your legs. Give them to me now." Yunka pointed at the first challenger who had stepped back. That challenger, pale-faced, quickly knelt down and pleaded for mercy, "Please spare me. I accidentally stepped back, I didn't mean to dislike you at all." Yunka gave him no chance to argue, going up and directly twisting his leg off. She looked small, but her strength was extraordinary. The challenger screamed in agony. The girl held one bloody severed leg in each hand, throwing them on the ground with a look of disgust, yet generously said, "So disgusting. Since you gave me your legs to make me happy, I can forgive your mistake just now." The challenger, now missing a leg, had long fainted from the pain. If he could still hear and heard Yunka's inhumane words, he would likely faint again from anger. The global audience in the live broadcast room could feel a chilling wave rush through their bodies. This is not a child, it's absolutely cruel. So terrifying, this is far more sinister than those ghostly children in movies, our challengers are truly suffering. I'm afraid even the king of hell would have to bow before her. Other weird ones kill directly, but this one is simply torturing people. No wonder human children are so difficult to handle, weird children are even worse. All the challengers present were stunned by this horrifying scene. They didn't dare to move an inch. This child was bizarre, her temperament truly unpredictable. You could never guess what she would do next. One moment she looked like an innocent, kind angel, the next she was slaughtering with that adorable face. Everything was completely out of the ordinary. At that moment, Yunka suddenly spotted a child about her size and instantly became interested in Zhang Ming. She excitedly ran to Zhang Ming's front. Playfully comparing her height with Zhang Ming, seeing he was taller than her, she instantly felt like she found a super awesome treasure and smiled happily. "You are taller than me, so you can be my brother."
While speaking, she placed her index finger on her chin as if she was pondering something.
Brother, why are you here? Is it because you don't have parents too? Zhang Ming nodded, feeling there was nothing to hide. Yes, I am an orphan.
Yunke's face instantly showed a sympathetic look, saying with great compassion, brother, you were so poor, just like me.
Since you are my brother, can I have your head?
Zhang Ming's mouth twitched a bit, he was still feeling pity for her one moment, and the next she wanted his head. This sudden contrast was really too overwhelming for him. Just as Zhang Ming was feeling troubled, the system inside him quickly gave a prompt. Analyzing the bizarre hidden psychological defense, Yunko, a child who died in an orphanage at 5, is very unloved. It is recommended that you agree to the request and hide your head in your clothes, creating the illusion of being headless.
A warm reminder, giving small gifts to the little girl is very necessary.
Zhang Ming sighed in his heart, the system's prompt came just in time, he hadn't even thought before the answer appeared. If only exams could use such a system, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting into a top school. Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, agreeing to the impolite request according to the system's guidance.
Okay, but little sister, you have to wait a moment. Yunko immediately clapped her hands in joy, jumping up and saying eagerly, is there a surprise?
I'll wait. The people of Long Kingdom were shocked when they heard that Zhang Ming was willing to give his head away, and the national live broadcast room exploded.
Is he really going to give his head to her? Can a headless person still live? He should be able to. After all, this is our all-powerful Xiaoming, I will support whatever he does.
Upstairs, Xiaoming is still a person, not as magical as you say.
I'm really fed up.
I also blindly believe in him, there must be something very important behind what he does.
Okay. I'm speechless at you bunch of brainless fans.
The audience in the global live broadcast room mocked one after another. Considering the painful experiences of the previous 2 challengers, there is a 90% chance his head will change places. This time it's obviously much more bizarre and difficult than the last Weird Talk game. I don't believe the oddities will always favor him.
Yeah, even the best luck has an end. We just calmly watch as Long Kingdom is about to be eliminated.
Don't worry about Long Kingdom, worry about your own country.
Look at how terrible it's becoming. The members of the Long Kingdom strategy group basically trusted Zhang Ming 100%. Chief, what wisdom do you think Zhang Ming will use to get through this difficulty? Should we send him more beautiful videos of siblings getting along like last time, to expand his thinking?
This oddity is capricious, using the previous gentle policies might not work. Zhao Wei saw Zhang Ming's fearless and confident look and immediately noticed this kid was already prepared. So he didn't worry too much, quietly watching how he would resolve the crisis and gain experience.
In the world of weird talks,
Zhang Ming, according to the system's prompt, performed a little trick, hiding his head inside his clothes. Then, he bounced around, teasing Yunko, sister, look, my head is gone.
Is it fun?
Yunko clapped her little hands happily, fun.
Brother, do it again, I want to see.
Zhang Ming popped his head out from his collar like a groundhog, laughing as he said, okay, I'll hide it again. After saying that, he hid his head back in his collar, making all kinds of funny faces to amuse Yunko.
Yunko was tickled pink by Zhang Ming's antics, laughing so hard.
She kept shouting, brother, so amazing.
Wow.
Finally, Zhang Ming smilingly took out a paper crane from his pocket and used his weird power to make it fly in the air.
Sister, this is for you.
Yunka's eyes sparkled as she watched the paper crane dancing in the air, and with a leap, she caught the crane in her hands. Carefully placed in the palm, never stopping to look, her eyes filled with unexpected surprise, so beautiful.
I've never seen this thing before, what is it? Yunka danger value 85%.
Danger value decreased to 0%. I will wholeheartedly treat you as my brother and protect you. Hearing the danger value prompt, Zhang Ming immediately understood that this little girl in front of him was the target he was about to influence. If he hadn't done such a terrifying thing just now, he might have really liked this little sister.
Zhang Ming replied to Yunko, this is called a paper crane.
It is said that if you fold 1,000 paper cranes, you can make a wish come true, but that is just a legend and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Yunko carefully placed the paper crane into her little handbag. With a pouting mouth, she murmured, I've never received a real gift before. This is the first gift someone gave me actively. I will cherish it, thank you.
Zhang Ming didn't expect that such a trivial gift would be treated as a treasure.
He smiled at Yunko and said, it's okay if you lose it. I will give you more. Yunko was quite excited to hear that Zhang Ming would give more gifts, really? Zhang Ming nodded, MHM. Isn't it just folding paper?
If she wants, he can fold many of them. Zhang Ming didn't expect that the little tricks his Dr. Mom taught him would come in handy here. Hearing this, Yunke took the initiative to hug Zhang Ming, rubbing her little face into his embrace.
Chapter 29, Don't be so foolish. So having a brother can be this good.
Zhang Ming gently rubbed her messy long hair.
His heart gradually softened. Actually, having a quirky little sister isn't bad at all. At least, she was cute in front of him, and that was enough. The scene of the two hugging each other stunned not only challengers from all countries but also all the viewers in the global livestream. No way. What is going on? I don't quite understand it. How did they get so harmonious and hug each other? Is this still the same weird girl who digs out hearts and breaks legs? Why did she become so gentle with Zhang Ming? Didn't expect this little weirdo could be so easily coaxed. Those two challengers above were too stupid, easily manipulated by the weird girl. Although I'm not from Dragon Country, I have to admire their challengers. They are really clever, easily coaxed into a fetal position. The Dragon Country strategy team also didn't expect Zhang Ming solved the problem by hiding his head. A move they all couldn't think of, yet he came up with in just a few seconds. It seems that challengers don't need to be too strong, a good mind can still lead to success. Team members looked at Zhang Ming on the screen with admiration in their eyes. So this is how it works. Looks like our little Ming is loved by everyone wherever he goes. Actually, I think the weird girl can be influenced completely. My next paper's point of view is this. I really hope Zhang Ming can build a better relationship with this weird girl, this will definitely be very beneficial for future tasks. Inside the Weird Tales world. Yunko released Zhang Ming and playfully said, I'm going to find others to play with, I will come back to find you later. Zhang Ming gently wiped the dust off his cheek, okay, go ahead. Yunko felt a bit dazed by the feeling on her face. Because she had never experienced such gentleness before. Brother, you are so nice. After saying that, Yunko happily bounced to the Grappling Challenger. At first glance, she saw his strong arms with bulging veins. She obediently said, Uncle, your arms are so thick. Can you give them to me? The Grappling Challenger thought of Zhang Ming's solution just now and decided to imitate it, learning from the experience of the Dragon Country challengers. He hid his arms inside his clothes. Clumsily said, Look, my arms are gone. Yunko looked at him with a bored expression, Uncle, I want your arms. Why do you want to hide? The challenger from the Grape Kingdom turned pale instantly upon hearing this. Could it be that this trick doesn't work on him? The sweat pouring down his nervous face could wash a whole face. He revealed his arm, resignedly closed his eyes, offered his arm in front of him, and shouted desperately, If you want it, take it. Who would have thought? Yunko just lazily glanced at him and said, So boring. I don't want to play with you at all, go away. The Grape Kingdom challenger was so scared that he quickly curled up on the ground and rolled away. That's right. He actually rolled away. Seeing that Yunko wasn't looking for trouble, the Grape Kingdom challenger breathed a sigh of relief, at least he had saved his life for now. Yunko then happily hopped over to the challenger from the Asan Kingdom. Yunko pointed at the Asan Kingdom challenger's arm and bluntly said, I want your arm. The Asan Kingdom challenger imitated Zhang Ming by hiding his arm, grinning and pretending to play with a child. He made all sorts of funny faces, acting like a fool, look, my arm is gone, and now it grew back, gone again, and it grows back again. Even the challengers nearby tried hard to hold back their laughter at his exaggerated performance. The Asan Kingdom was acting like a fool. He kept repeating this, like a monkey performing tricks. Just when he thought he could touch Yunko's heart like Zhang Ming did. Unexpectedly, his antics completely infuriated Yunko. Yunko could no longer tolerate such a silly show, grabbing his arm and twisting it off. Blood splattered onto Yunko's small face. Yunko, with a fierce expression filled with anger, exclaimed, You stupid pig, if your brain is useless, you should just throw it away. Her arm became very long and reached over to the Asan Kingdom challenger's head. With a bit of force, his brain burst, and he died instantly. Yunko angrily said, I hate stupid idiots who treat me like a fool. The Asan Kingdom challenger didn't understand why Yunko killed him before he died, he thought he had performed wonderfully. The viewers in the Asan livestream were left in pain, crying out in anger over their own failure. Clearly, Anu did nothing wrong, why was he killed? Isn't the Grape Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom all fine? Anu is a high-ranking individual, protected by the gods, that ugly weirdo will soon go to hell and be abandoned by the gods. Must go to hell. Such an ugly weirdo must have been the lowest of the low in life, let's all spit on him. The actions of the Dragon Kingdom challenger were the same as Anu's, why didn't he die? Why? It's unfair. He should also die, go to hell, and receive punishment from the gods. Yunko only felt that playing the game of hide-and-seek with Zhang Ming was the most fun. Everyone else was just a poor imitation. Anyone who played the game of hide-and-seek afterward would be killed. She only wanted to play the hide-and-seek game with her brother Zhang Ming. Yunko almost demanded that everyone left must play with her. Some requests were very reasonable, just to play some games children like. Some requests were about taking lives, either by digging out organs or breaking limbs. There was no rule in between, it was all based on her own preferences.
After a round of play, only 110 out of 139 people remained. Among them, 10 had been left half dead or disabled.
Yunko had played enough. With her little hands on her hips, she said, "Thank you for playing with me. I've never been so happy. Let's play together again tomorrow, okay?" Everyone else, except Zhang Ming, lost their spirit instantly upon hearing that it would continue tomorrow. Today had already been exhausting. And tomorrow again.
Playing truly was a life and death situation.
They dared only to lament in their hearts without showing a hint of dissatisfaction. They only nodded in agreement.
Yunko did not understand the twists and turns in human hearts. She just felt very happy today, wishing she could play like this every day.
Alright. Everyone, go rest in your apartment rooms, see you tomorrow. A group of people walked towards the apartment.
Zhang Ming also followed the crowd inside. When they entered, everyone had their own room number in hand.
Just check in according to the room number. Chapter 30, please return to your own room. Perhaps because this apartment is very tall, there is an elevator inside.
Just as Zhang Ming was about to step into the elevator, he felt something pull his hand.
Turning around, he saw Yunko. He was quite puzzled. How did Yunko come over? Zhang Ming looked at Yunko in surprise and asked, "Yunko, is there something wrong?" Yunko tightly held Zhang Ming's hand and sweetly said, "Brother, I want to sleep in the same room with you, can I? I'll be scared at night."
Hearing her say she'll be scared at night, Zhang Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart.
Shouldn't I be the one scared at night? You're the big demon, and you're scared?
Thinking of the first rule, Zhang Ming reluctantly agreed.
Okay, then hold my hand tight, don't get lost.
Yunko instantly flashed a bright smile and sweetly said, "Brother is the best to me." Yunko's hand was extremely cold, without a trace of warmth. Even holding Zhang Ming's hand, it was hard to warm it up.
Zhang Ming held Yunko's hand and walked into the elevator.
Other challengers from different countries saw Yunko come in too and didn't dare to breathe. Everyone was puzzled, wondering how this living ancestor came over. And holding hands with a challenger from Long Country.
This intimate behavior was very unusual.
The global audience watching the live broadcast found it curious to see Yunko by Zhang Ming's side, acting like a normal child. How on earth did this kid from Long Country make such a demon child behave so well?
Did you not hear earlier?
This demon child wants to sleep in the same room with Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming actually agreed. That's clearly like putting a time bomb in his own room. I think. Don't be fooled by how obedient this little strange one seems now. Who knows if she will suddenly change and eat that kid from Long Country? This is also good. Let Long Country keep an eye on this little strange one, to prevent her from causing trouble everywhere. Even the Long Country device team was worried about Yunko sharing a room with Zhang Ming. Chief, this little strange one is a time bomb. If she keeps following Xiao Ming, won't it cause trouble for him? I think it might not be so.
Based on the last Weird Talk game experience, Yunko might not really like Xiao Ming.
Right.
Xiao Ming has a natural affinity for the strange, and based on Yunko's emotional response just now, she seems quite innocent. Zhao Wei thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "Go send Xiao Ming some tips on caring for little girls. Human girls are sensitive, not to mention this strange girl. The main priority now is to establish a good relationship with the strange.
Our secret to victory is to build emotional connections with the strange."
After receiving the order, team members quickly sent Zhang Ming many videos and guides on interacting with little girls.
Inside the world of Weird Talk,
Zhang Ming inputted his floor number on the elevator screen. As the elevator slowly ascended, he received a message from the device team. He glanced quickly and found it somewhat useful. To be honest, Zhang Ming had never spent time with such a young child before. With these tips, he felt a little more at ease. Just as everyone was waiting for the elevator to stop, a line of bloody words suddenly appeared on the elevator wall, clearly visible to everyone. Everyone must return to their own room by 9 p.m., or they will be treated as garbage and cleaned up by the cleaning staff. Some challengers present scoffed at this line of text. Some even quietly discussed, "Isn't it just finding a room? Is it really that difficult? Anyway, my sense of direction has always been strong. This is child's play. Does it even need to be mentioned separately? There's still 3 hours until 9, with so much time, even if we walk slowly, we should find it." Among them, some challengers were very cautious. "Don't dare to let your guard down. I think it's not that simple. This building is so high that we can't see the top. It must be very complicated inside. Don't you think this place looks like a demon-slaying tower? Such a big apartment doesn't even have a proper door. Anyway, I think it's better to be cautious." Everyone was whispering and discussing among themselves. Zhang Ming just stood quietly in the corner, listening to their chatter. Yunko didn't find it noisy at all. Instead, she pulled Zhang Ming and proudly whispered in his ear, "It's okay, I know this place well, hee hee." The elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Zhang Ming walked out of the elevator with Yunko. Behind them followed 5 foreign challengers, who should be staying on the same floor. As they came out, Zhang Ming saw a long corridor like a black hole, waiting for him. There were many doors along the sides of the corridor. Yunke tightly held Zhang Ming's hand, looked up at him, and softly said, "It's very chaotic here. Tell me your room number, and I'll help you find it." "Having a guide is certainly good," Zhang Ming said, 505. Yunke replied, "I can take you there, but you must hold my hand. Otherwise, you'll really get lost. Also, I want to quietly tell you a secret, there are monsters in the hallway." Zhang Ming frowned slightly and curiously asked, "Monsters? What kind of monsters?" Yunke placed her index finger on her lips, as if thinking about something. She seemed unable to explain and pouted a bit. It's hard to say, but with me here, they won't dare to come close. It's a bit of a pity, I wonder if my other toys will get ruined. If they get ruined, there will be a lot less fun tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's scalp prickled, and he immediately turned around to look. The 5 challengers who had come out with him were gone. They vanished without a sound. Yunke, feeling bewildered, looked back with Zhang Ming. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Zhang Ming pointed at the empty corridor and dumbfoundedly asked, "Where did those 5 people go?" A bad feeling surged in his heart. Clearly, there was only one corridor, where could they have run to? Yunke casually said, "Maybe they got lost. Who cares? Let's go back to the room and rest." Saying that, Yunke pulled Zhang Ming to find their room. Not long after, Yunke pointed at the door in front of them and proudly said, "It's this one. I'm really clever." Zhang Ming glanced at the door number, and it really was 505. He affectionately ruffled Yunke's hair, agreeing, "Yes, my sister is the smartest, no one can compare." Yunke beamed with joy upon hearing this. "Humph. Of course, let's hurry in." Zhang Ming grasped the doorknob, and the door gently opened. As soon as the door opened, a strong musty smell hit him. Zhang Ming quickly took in the room's layout. There were a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and dining room here. The living room was quite well equipped, with a TV, sofa, and refrigerator. Yunke excitedly spun around in the room. "This room is great. I love it, and I can live here with my brother in the future, happy." Yunke fluttered around the room like a little butterfly. Hearing her tinkling laughter, Zhang Ming felt himself relax. The nervous feeling from when he first arrived gradually faded away. Zhang Ming didn't realize that he was the first person among everyone to find his own room. The others were still trapped in the maze-like corridor, unable to find their own places. The challenger from the U country scratched his head, looking at the seemingly endless corridor ahead with a blank and puzzled expression. Chapter 31, Up and Down, All are Strange. What's going on? I've been walking for an hour, and I'm still here? No way. If this goes on, I definitely won't find my room before 9. The U country's challenger anxiously paced in place. At this moment, he suddenly saw a turn not far ahead and hurriedly ran towards it in excitement. This must be the way out. Who would have thought that what greeted him was a bizarre creature without a head? The challenger from the U country wanted to face it head-on but was directly pierced through the body by a headless, strange claw and died. The U country was out. Except for Zhang Ming, almost everyone had a hard time finding their own room. Either they encountered a ghost wall, or they faced all sorts of strange occurrences. While they were racing against time, Zhang Ming was already sitting on the sofa, resting. In the live rooms of other countries, seeing Zhang Ming in such comfort made them grind their teeth in jealousy. If it weren't for that little strange thing, he wouldn't be so comfortable. Why does he get the help of the strange? This is not fair. Didn't they say that the strange are all deadly monsters? Is this strange tale game going to end up with a laydown win for the Dragon Country challengers again? Among the live comments in the Pickled Cabbage Country, there was even more foul language. He's sitting on the sofa resting. Has he thought about the humans like him, who are fleeing? We are all humans, and yet we don't help each other. The Dragon Country challenger should help our Pickled Cabbage Country. Since this Dragon Country challenger appeared, the strange tale game has become completely unfair. If only that Zhang Ming was from our Pickled Cabbage Country. The citizens of the Dragon Country looked at Zhang Ming in the strange tale world, living more comfortably than others, proudly raising their noses. Others want to learn from Xiao Ming, but they can't. Look at how Xiao Ming can heal hearts, while other challengers are just thrilling. This is the difference. Though we do seem to have a chance of a laydown win, so what? Winning is what matters. Talking about fairness in the strange tale world, is that a joke? In the death apartment. It was already 9 in the evening, and 3 challengers still hadn't found their place. They were quickly caught by the cleaning staff strange. The cleaning staff strange used a vacuum cleaner to suck them into the trash can, turning them into pieces. The scene was extremely brutal. No wonder it's a cleaning staff, they kill without spilling a drop of blood. Just from finding rooms, another 20 people had died. Those 10 people that Yunko had shredded were all dead.
Now only 90 people were left.
Zhang Ming looked at the death count on the sofa and sighed inwardly.
In less than half a day, 50 people had died. The speed of death was obviously much faster than the last game.
Zhang Ming rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought.
With so many rooms in this building, could it be possible that the unoccupied rooms are home to the strange?
As this thought arose, Zhang Ming felt a jolt in his heart. If that's the case, the difficulty of his task is easy to imagine. Having all the strange living around him, just thinking about it was terrifying.
At that moment, Yunka suddenly sat beside him and asked, "Brother, what are you thinking about? So absorbed?"
When Zhang Ming saw Yunka's face, a flash of inspiration hit him.
Perhaps this little strange could answer his doubts. He looked at Yunka kindly. "Little sister, can I ask you something? How many strange beings like you are here besides you?"
Yunka looked at the ceiling, using her little hands to count seriously.
1, 2, 3. Oh no. Can't count, let me think again.
There's a grandpa who likes to play chess, many couples who love to fight, a sister who hangs every day, and the cleaning auntie, so many. As Zhang Ming heard the last part, his heart gradually sank.
So many strange beings indicated that the challenges ahead would only increase.
One strange being represented one challenge. It could be imagined that this strange tale game would be very difficult. As they talked, Yunka suddenly thought of something. Her excited little face immediately turned gloomy as she looked at Zhang Ming with a sinister glance.
Is my brother asking this because he wants to be friends with them? I can't allow that. You can only be friends with me.
Zhang Ming hurriedly ruffled his hair and said with a smile, I only want to be friends with you. I don't want to get close to any other strange beings at all.
He meant what he said.
He would rather never encounter those strange beings. If he could just survive until the mission time was over and leave right away, that would be best.
Yunka's face returned to a sweet smile again. Finally, when a creature that doesn't reject you appears, you should treat it well. Okay, I believe you, brother. You are the best brother in the world.
Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this compliment and asked, We've only known each other for half a day, why do you say I'm the best brother? Zhang Ming suddenly felt fortunate to be a fierce and strange creature. If he were a human, he would soon be deceived by bad people. This little girl is too easily moved.
Yunko honestly said, I felt warmth from you, like the feeling of being held by my mom a long time ago.
Unfortunately, I have long forgotten what my mom looks like in that warmth, now I can only imagine it.
Zhang Ming thought, could it be the effect of the motherly love halo? Alright. Seeing her so pitiful, I will be her brother for 20 days.
So, Zhang Ming generously opened his arms and said, It doesn't matter if you've forgotten, you don't need to imagine anymore.
How about a hug right now to feel the warmth?
Yunko instantly dove into Zhang Ming's arms, feeling so moved that she wanted to cry but couldn't.
Having family is wonderful.
Not knowing how long they hugged, Yunka finally came out of Zhang Ming's embrace.
Zhang Ming looked at her messy appearance and couldn't help but frown. Since you have family now, you should become better and better.
Starting with getting yourself cleaned up and becoming a pretty little girl. Yunko had never heard anyone say such things, not even the strange creature.
Confused, she tilted her head and asked, Why should I become pretty? What's the use of being pretty?
Zhang Ming unequivocally said, Being pretty attracts a lot of likes. My sister is so cute, she must wear pretty clothes. If I, as her brother, can't provide her a good life, that would be neglect.
Chapter 32, What to do with a clingy sister.
Yunko looked at Zhang Ming with sparkling eyes, feeling a strange sense of being valued.
Brother, are you really telling the truth? You can't lie to me, or I will be angry.
Zhang Ming dotingly pinched her little face.
How could I lie to you? Come on, let's go to the bathroom.
I'll help you wash your face, hands, and hair.
You can't sleep like this all dirty.
Yunko grabbed her long hair that was almost tangled and nodded blankly. Brother said, being clean is necessary for sleeping.
I've never heard that before, now I know. Brother seems to understand everything.
Since Zhang Ming was also a child and quite small, holding Yunko would feel very awkward. He could only hold Yunko's hand to the bathroom. Don't worry, after washing, my sister will definitely be the prettiest girl. Arriving at the bathroom, Zhang Ming stood on his toes to reach the shower and turned on the switch. When he saw clear water flowing out, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid this place would be like a horror movie, with blood flowing from the showerhead.
Zhang Ming tested the water temperature, just right.
After doing all this, nothing unusual happened. He found a white towel on the washstand.
The wash basin had an enormous mirror.
At this moment, Zhang Ming was still immersed in the thought of washing Yunko's face. He even forgot the third rule, not to look in the mirror after 9 o'clock.
It was already 9:30.
What Zhang Ming didn't notice was that as he stood in front of the mirror, a black skull with white hair appeared. Yunko, on the side, keenly saw the skull in the mirror. Without hesitation, she immediately showed a very eerie expression at the skull. The skull was so scared that it quickly hid back in the mirror, too afraid to come out again. Among the viewers in the global live room, there were some people with very sharp eyes who pointed at the mirror in terror.
Did you all just see a skull appear in the mirror?
I also saw it, as if I was scared away by the little oddity. It can be seen that this little oddity must be very strong. This little brat is protecting Zhang Ming, it's hard to believe. People really have to admire Zhang Ming's ability to control the heart of the oddity. It's over, the challengers from Dragon Country get along so well with the oddity, what will the other challengers do?
Don't you think the little brat following Zhang Ming looks particularly well behaved?
Like a normal human girl, and just now, she scared off the oddity in one glance, it was simply so cool. Zhang Ming turned to look at Yunko, and Yunko immediately returned to a well-behaved and lovely appearance. Zhang Ming gently waved the towel in his hand, softly saying, "Let's use this to help you wash." Yunko clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head, very well behaved and seriously watching the movements of Zhang Ming's hands.
Because she didn't know what he was doing.
In her memory, she had never talked about cleaning with an oddity or a person. She had never been told how to clean.
Zhang Ming was amused by Yunko's silly, soft, and utterly clueless appearance. Come on. Bend down and I will help you wash your hair.
Yunko obediently lowered her head. Zhang Ming gently let her long hair hang toward the ground. Warm water flowed over her hair. Because Yunko's hair was too rough, just using water was definitely not enough. Zhang Ming raised his head and happened to see a piece of simple soap on a basket on the wall. It was a stroke of luck to find a piece of soap in such a place. He took the soap in his hand and rubbed it hard, creating many white bubbles, then applied them to Yunko's head. Then he gently began to wash. Zhang Ming's touch was quite light, afraid of pulling her hair and causing pain. Soon, a lot of dirty water flowed down from Yunko's head.
Yunko didn't expect washing hair to be so comfortable.
Excitedly she said, brother, washing my hair feels so good.
Can you help me wash it every day from now on?" Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you don't find it troublesome."
Yunko quickly playfully retorted, "I don't find it troublesome at all." After about half an hour, Yunko's hair was finally cleaned. While washing, her face was also cleaned up nicely. Zhang Ming used a towel to dry her hair and face. At this moment, he could truly see Yunko's face clearly. Yunko was exceptionally cute, with big bright eyes that seemed easy to talk to, just like a little doll. If she were to change into a clean dress, she would definitely be a little princess.
Zhang Ming gently pulled her in front of the mirror. "Sister, don't you look much better now?"
Yunko was stunned, her hands touching her little face in disbelief, asking herself in the mirror.
"Is this really me?
I didn't know I looked so good." Zhang Ming patted her on the head, "This is already you.
But after washing your face, how come you don't recognize yourself?"
Yunko stared at the mirror for 3 minutes, still not coming back to her senses from her own appearance. Her eyes were so clear, not wanting to live. Even the people in the Dragon Country live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh when they saw Yunko's face. This little girl is really beautiful. I almost forgot that she holds several lives in her hands.
How come such a lovely girl doesn't have anyone to take care of her?
It's suspected that when this little girl was still human, she must have suffered a lot. Seeing Yunko staring at herself in the mirror for a long time without coming back to her senses.
Zhang Ming teased, "What's wrong? Is my little sister mesmerized by her own beauty?"
Yunko heard Zhang Ming's teasing and quickly shyly hid in Zhang Ming's arms. "I didn't. It's just that I haven't seen my face for a long time, I'm a bit unaccustomed."
Zhang Ming stroked Yunko's smooth hair. "Now that you have become clean, don't you look much better? Girls should go out looking clean, you know?"
Yunko nodded vigorously, "I know." At this moment, Yunko felt incredibly happy. It turns out being cared for feels like this.
Yunko danger level 70%. You have absolute trust in you.
Zhang Ming really regarded you as a brother.
Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Ming couldn't help but be surprised. This time, the danger level really dropped quickly.
At the moment Yunko took him as her brother, he truly treated her like a younger sister. Zhang Ming saw Yunko holding onto him tightly and not letting go, feeling a bit helpless. He never expected this little girl to be so clingy, hugging him 3 or 4 times already, and now she was hiding in his arms, not wanting to come out. Today, after being busy all day, Zhang Ming was indeed a bit tired. He opened his mouth and yawned, saying, "Sister, I'm really sleepy, how about we hug tomorrow instead?" Yunko shook her head vigorously in his arms, protesting, "No. I just want to hug my brother all the time to feel safe."
"All right. I really can't do anything about you. Anyway, I'm going to sleep."
Zhang Ming dragged a smaller body along with him. Step by step, he moved toward the bedroom. He had to recharge his energy to face tomorrow's challenges. In the last world, he had a female doctor mother who took care of him meticulously. In this world, he was taking care of an even smaller girl. Truly, the cycle of fate is fair, the heavens spare no one. Zhang Ming collapsed onto the bed, barely falling into a drowsy sleep. Suddenly, he heard loud crashing noises and a woman scream from next door.
Chapter 33, Brothers Cannot Be Bullied. Zhang Ming was a bit annoyed by the noise.
However, Yunko, curled up in his arms, showed no emotion at all, as if she was completely used to it. Perhaps she just didn't care. He raised his hand to push Yunko and curiously asked, "What happened next door?" Yunko seemed unaffected and replied, "They fight and argue every night, it's nothing."
Zhang Ming thought of the second rule: if there is a disturbance, it must be stopped.
With such a loud noise, it already counted as a disturbance.
With Yunko here, those strange ones would not pose any real danger to him.
But he was really tired and wanted nothing more than a good sleep. Regardless of the rules, he needed to stop this.
Then Zhang Ming suddenly thought of a question and asked Yunko, "What if they don't stop the disturbance?"
Yunko said indifferently, "The male owner will become more and more irritable, then destroy everything around him, but don't worry, if they dare to destroy our room, they will definitely die." As soon as Yunko finished speaking, the noise from next door grew louder and louder.
Zhang Ming could even hear heavy banging against the wall. Are strange arguments always this fierce?
At that moment, Zhang Ming unexpectedly heard a few challengers' voices. Those few people were trying to persuade them, but their voices were timid, only daring to offer a few simple words of advice.
"Please don't shout, it affects others' rest. If we can't stop it, will we all die? Can't the people inside just talk it over? Why fight?"
"Exactly, stop it quickly, don't fight anymore." The attempts to calm them down had no effect at all, and even backfired. At that moment, Zhang Ming heard a loud and violent banging on the door and instantly felt something was wrong as he got out of bed.
"Let's go outside and take a look."
Yunko, a bit confused, pulled on him and even said very mischievously, "Let them fight, it's better if they fight to the death, even if they really kill each other, they will come back to life tomorrow." Zhang Ming turned to look at Yunko and suddenly had an idea. He gently said, "Help your brother with a task, and I'll give you a gift once you're done."
"They are making so much noise that I can't sleep, could you help me deal with them?"
Upon hearing the promise of a small gift, Yunko's eyes lit up, full of anticipation, regardless of the request.
"Really, what kind of small gift?"
Zhang Ming shook his head, keeping it a secret, and said, "I won't tell you unless you agree to help your brother with this task. I don't like it when it's noisy while I'm trying to sleep."
Without thinking, Yunko nodded and agreed, "Okay."
Whatever gift her brother gives, she would surely love it. Zhang Ming pinched her little face affectionately and said, "You're so good, sister.
Let's go."
Zhang Ming took Yunko out of the room. Find the source of the voice. He saw the strange man about to raise his fist and strike the three foreign challengers. In a hurry, he shouted, "Stop!"
Zhang Ming's voice pierced through to the end of the hallway, reaching the strange man's ears.
At this moment, the strange man was already blinded by fury, having lost all reason. His face was full of rage as he glared at Zhang Ming and snarled, "Good. You all can die. Let me have my fun today, that filthy woman is weak, so let you weaklings take her place.
Anyway, it's all about venting my anger."
Yunko, standing next to him, heard the strange man threaten to kill Zhang Ming, and a fierce fire ignited in her heart. She knew her brother must not be hurt, must not die, it was only her left. If her brother were gone, she would be all alone. With cold malice, she looked at the strange man, her voice thick with killing intent.
"You want to kill my brother? Looks like you don't want to live."
Yunko ran like lightning in front of the strange man, and with one hand, she crushed his neck. The strange man died on the spot. This time, he was truly dead and would not revive. The other three challengers were stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place, unable to move. They all thought they would die here, not expecting Zhang Ming to help them. They could not believe it was the strange man who was so kind. It must be the Dragon Kingdom's challenger who saved them. It was he who had sent the little weird one to help. Could this be the grace and wisdom of a great nation? They looked at Zhang Ming and Yunko with heartfelt gratitude. From now on, if Zhang Ming needed them, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. They silently swore in their hearts.
These three challengers were from Great Mao Country, Second Mao Country, and Baton Country.
They sincerely said to Zhang Ming and Yunko, "Thank you." Yunko gave them a cold glance, dismissively saying, "My brother insisted I come see, otherwise, you would have died long ago, weak toys."
"Do you think I wanted to save you?" The Baton challenger chuckled foolishly, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever you say is right."
Zhang Ming walked over, asking friendly, "Did you get hurt just now?" They shook their heads, "We're fine." Zhang Ming said, "That's good." Zhang Ming casually glanced into the room. Inside, the floor was covered in debris, and in the middle lay a badly beaten, unconscious strange woman.
Zhang Ming shifted his gaze, smiling and waving to Yunko, "Let's go. Sister, come, let's go home and rest." Yunko hopped over to Zhang Ming's side and naturally took his hand. Yeah, let's go home and rest. She really liked the words go home. The three challengers were left dumbfounded, watching Zhang Ming's departing figure.
Great Mao Country finally couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect him to be so small, yet so kind. He saved our lives. The Baton challenger nodded even more vigorously, saying, he saved me twice. I used to hold prejudice against him, but now I realize I was superficial. If I can survive this time, I will definitely sing his virtues to the whole country.
Second Mao Country patted the shoulder of the person next to him, saying, a person loved even by the strange ones, don't you think he can't be that bad?
The three of them returned to their rooms, heavy-hearted.
They needed to re-evaluate this little challenger from the Dragon Kingdom.
The global audience in the live broadcast room gradually began to change their views on Zhang Ming. Actually, the Dragon Kingdom challenger is quite good, everyone, let's stop criticizing him. If he hadn't brought the little strange one to help in time, they would all have died.
Zhang Ming is so kind.
I really didn't like him before, but I didn't expect he didn't care about the negative international reviews and reached out to help others without holding grudges.
Is this the great love the Dragon Kingdom advocates? I can finally see it now.
At that moment, every citizen of Baton Country saw Zhang Ming and Yunke step out to help, and they were moved.
He thought he was simply incredibly handsome.
Those two are like saviors, it was him who helped us. We should let go of our past prejudices and be good friends with Long Kingdom. So this is the strength of Long Kingdom. It feels really great to be protected by a powerful nation. If Zhang Ming could come to our country to travel, we would definitely welcome him. After Zhang Ming brought Yunke back to the room, Yunke buzzed around him like a little bee, her mouth running non-stop. Brother, what about the gift you promised?
Gift? I want a gift.
Zhang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. The truth was, he hadn't had time to prepare any gift at all.
Wait a minute, I'll find something.
Zhang Ming rummaged around the room, trying to find some paper to fold a little toy for Yunke. But there was no paper in this room at all. Seeing Zhang Ming darting around the room like a headless chicken, Yunke curiously asked, what are you looking for?
Paper, to make you a gift. Isn't it just paper? I have a lot. Just wait.
Before Zhang Ming could respond, Yunke had already rushed out like a whirlwind. As soon as she left, Zhang Ming distinctly felt a chill in the room. At that moment, he suddenly heard something behind him making a weird noise. He quickly turned around and saw a skeleton with flowing white hair floating in the air. Its mouth was constantly spewing out black mist, human flesh.
So hungry. So hungry. The skeleton is eerie, danger level is low to medium.
Weakness, slow speed when away from a mirror, combat ability weakened.
Suggestion, use a roundabout approach.
The people of Long Kingdom saw the suddenly appeared skeleton and couldn't help but worry.
That little girl has left, and now the room only has little Ming Ming alone, can he deal with it? I think it's a bit doubtful, but with little Ming Ming's wisdom, it should be fine, right? Little Ming Ming, go for it. I will always support you. This skeleton is really ugly, it scared me just now. At 11 at night, in the death apartment.
Seeing the system's suggestion, Zhang Ming quickly ran behind the sofa.
The eerie skeleton followed him towards the sofa. When Zhang Ming went right, he went left. They kept circling around the sofa, like walking a dog. He couldn't beat it, but that didn't mean he couldn't run away.
One eerie creature and one person began a chase around the sofa. The skeleton was thoroughly annoyed by Zhang Ming. If it weren't for that girl being around earlier, this kid would have already been its meal. Now that he finally had the chance to kill him after Yunke left, he was caught off guard by how cunning this human was. He was running faster than a rabbit. Seeing that the skeleton couldn't catch him, Zhang Ming could not help but mock. Old skeleton, just give up, you can't catch me. You're really embarrassing for an eerie creature. The old skeleton was furious at Zhang Ming's mockery. If you're so brave, go look in the mirror. I'll kill you in a heartbeat. Just wait to die, you little brat. Skeleton. You should hurry up and run. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly spotted an iron rod in the corner of the wall. He ran over and quickly picked up the iron rod. Spinning around 360 degrees, he swung the rod and hit the eerie skeleton against the wall. The wall even caved in a big hole. Though the skeleton was unharmed, it was severely humiliated. Human, you despicable creature. Ah! How dare you hit me? You're asking for death. The eerie skeleton flew towards Zhang Ming again. Zhang Ming swung the rod again and smashed it against the wall. Back and forth dozens of times, like playing baseball. The skeleton performed all kinds of 365-degree rotations in the air, returning to the wall and bouncing back again. The audience in Long Kingdom's live stream room found this scene hilarious. Is little Ming Ming playing baseball? Ha ha ha. His aim is so precise, he could become a national athlete. I never thought Zhang Ming would be this strong. Could he be a boy with monstrous strength? It's common for eerie creatures to play tricks on people, but this is the first time I've seen one being played.
Little Ming Ming is the authority. That skeleton is rolling in the air, it's just too funny.
Yunke stood at the door, holding a pile of scrap paper, watching as Zhang Ming mercilessly tormented the skeleton. They thought the two were playing a game, and immediately became unhappy, throwing the waste paper on the table and refusing to continue.
Brother has such fun toys, yet doesn't invite me, So annoying.
After saying that, she stomped her leg, crossed her little arms, turned her head aside, and pouted her lips like she could hang 10 pounds of meat. It was clear she was very angry. Yunke loved to play the most, and couldn't stand it when there was fun without her being called. She thought Zhang Ming must be hiding something good, wanting to keep it all to himself. Zhang Ming looked at Yunke helplessly, thinking, I am fighting against the weirdness, which of your eyes sees me playing?
It seemed the strange logic of humans could never catch up. Sister, if you want to play too, here's the stick for you, hurry and play.
Zhang Ming was eager to let Yunke take his place.
Yunke's eyes immediately brightened. She ran over with a big smile, then I'm coming.
Zhang Ming was also tired and handed the stick to her.
He then sat on the couch and took a rest.
The skeleton eerie wanted to take the chance to escape but was quickly caught by Yunke, who grabbed its long hair floating behind.
I haven't played with you yet. You can't run.
The skeleton eerie screamed, I'll go back into the mirror now, and won't come out again.
Please spare me, dear lady.
Yunke couldn't bear to give up the toy that was so hard to get, she had to play enough before letting go.
That won't do.
Saying this, Yunke gave a strong swing, smashing the skeleton eerie directly into the wall, rendering it unable to move.
Yunke walked over and said, very bored, useless toy, watch me burn your hair.
As she spoke, a spirit fire erupted from her palm. The skeleton eerie's hair was instantly set ablaze, turning into a big fireball. The skeleton eerie painfully pulled its head out from the wall, running frantically toward the bathroom.
In a panic, it shouted, help! Help! Please spare me, dear lady.
Yunke could not let it escape so easily.
She easily caught the skeleton eerie and kicked it around like playing soccer.
She was having so much fun, continuously sharing with Zhang Ming beside her. Brother, this skin ball is so fun, much sturdier than my old one.
Is this a gift from you? I really like it.
The skeleton eerie felt like the sky was falling down at that moment, realizing it was being treated as a gift by humans. I am also a terrifying eerie, yet these two actually teamed up to insult me.
This is too much bullying for an eerie. Boo hoo hoo. Chapter 35, didn't they say eerie's don't need sleep?
Zhang Ming heard this, his mouth twitching, you're kicking an eerie, how can it not be sturdy?
This ball, phew. This skull is still on fire? Be careful it doesn't catch fire. In his stereotype, little girls were always well-behaved and sensible. How come Yunke here is like a little evil king?
Fortunately, this little girl would behave very well in front of him. But when dealing with anything other than him, she basically acted on her own likes.
Sister. Be careful, don't burn down the room. We still have to stay here tonight? Yunke skillfully stomped the skull under her foot, laughing as she said. Don't worry. This fire is lit by me, if they don't listen to me, I'll just put it out.
Zhang Ming sighed, looking at the waste paper on the table.
He started folding some little animals for Yunke.
Yunke turned her head and saw Zhang Ming folding things, and the skull ball underfoot immediately lost its appeal. She directly stomped the skull ball flat, kicked it aside, and eagerly looked for Zhang Ming. The pitiful, incomplete skull carefully collected the broken bone fragments on the ground. It rolled little by little towards the bathroom.
Today would become a lifetime psychological shadow. I am an eerie, how can I allow myself to be played like this?
The members of the Dragon Country Gene Non group, seeing the skeleton eerie so unfortunate, couldn't help but burst into laughter.
I never expected that one day our little Ming could also treat an eerie as a toy. This is a low-level eerie, very easy to deal with.
Thinking our little Ming is small and easy to bully, but unexpectedly what bit off is a tough bone. Just now, I was afraid that Zhang Ming would not be able to handle it, but it seems I was overthinking. What Xiaowei saw was that the girl appeared to care more and more about Zhang Ming in a strange way.
This is good news for them.
Let Xiao Ming treat this little girl well, she seems to really like him. With the girl's help, this time in the game, the chances of winning will be much higher. Since the policy of gentleness works so well, it should be properly utilized in all future scenarios. Turning the strange to our side is also a clever strategy. Yunke obediently squatted beside Zhang Ming, seriously watching how he folded a plain piece of waste paper into a lively little rabbit. At the moment the little rabbit was placed on the table, she was incredibly excited and quickly curiously asked.
Brother, what is this? It looks so cute. Round and chubby.
Zhang Ming frowned, he surprisingly did not recognize the little rabbit.
That shouldn't be.
Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he answered, this is a little rabbit, have you seen one before?
Yunka shook her head, confused. No, I only know my ball. I don't know anything else, they don't like me, only my brother is willing to talk to me. Zhang Ming felt a pang in his heart, fearing that when he was still human, he didn't have the chance to teach these things before he died. Zhang Ming reached out and gently ruffled her soft hair. It's okay, I will teach you many fun things in the future. Yunko hugged Zhang Ming's arm and began to act cute. My brother is so good to me. Zhang Ming placed the folded little rabbit into her palm. Yunka held the paper rabbit in both hands, happily running around the room like crazy. I have a little rabbit, it's so cute. Kiss. Hee hee. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, seeing this wild scene. This really won't disturb others? This wind and rain-like behavior is truly that of a forever immature child. Zhang Ming glanced at the time, it was already past midnight, and he was very tired. He walked to the bedroom and simply fell asleep. Whatever, let it make noise however it wants. The next morning, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, feeling a bit out of breath. Looking up, he was shocked. When did Junko fall asleep on him? His childlike body was almost crushed flat, no wonder he couldn't catch his breath. Yunka's position reminded him of the little cat he had raised before. It also liked to sleep on top of him. Zhang Ming gently got up and moved her beside him, covering her with the blanket. At this moment, Yunka suddenly hugged Zhang Ming's arm, murmuring sleepily, sleeping is really comfortable. In fact, the strange ones are not afraid of the cold and do not need to sleep. As for why Yunka was sleeping beside him, Zhang Ming believed it was because she felt completely relaxed and safe to sleep beside him without any hesitation. Having not eaten all day yesterday, he now felt a bit hungry. His gaze turned towards the refrigerator not far away. Perhaps there would be food inside. Zhang Ming got out of bed, opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator was completely empty. However, a line of words appeared inside. Every morning at 7, you can go to the property management office to collect food. Rules for collecting food. Rule 1, no tardiness. If you miss the collection one time, you will not be given food afterward. Rule 2, eat what you receive, do not pick and choose, do not waste food. Rule 3, do not make eye contact with the staff, and do not have any verbal or physical contact with them. If the staff tries to make contact, immediately refuse and keep your distance. Zhang Ming thought the first two rules were very simple. But this third rule seemed a bit difficult. How can you collect things without making eye contact or speaking? Isn't it impossible to have no eye contact or communication at all? However, it should not be a big problem as long as he brings Junko along. If something really goes wrong, they could just deal with that strange person directly, right? The task force from various countries was engaged in intense discussions regarding the third rule. I think when it's time to get the food, we should cover our eyes with a cloth, that way we won't make a mistake. If the salesman approaches us, that's a real problem. The weirdness is much more sensitive than we humans. This rule is completely unfair. And we have to go get the food, if we don't go even once, we won't have anything to eat in the future. This is totally a trap, pushing us to jump right in. How frustrating. In the apartment room, Zhang Ming glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 5 o'clock. There were still 2 hours to rest. Zhang Ming climbed back into bed to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 6:30. Zhang Ming hurriedly pulled up Yunk, sister, we need to go get the food. Yunk, confused, looked up at Zhang Ming, what food are we getting? Of course, the food I will eat. Yunk was still dazed as Zhang Ming led her out of bed and to the bathroom to tidy up. Her hair was long, so Zhang Ming attempted to braid it into a simple plait. He didn't know many other hairstyles, so he just made do with that. Yunk looked at the new hairstyle in the mirror, admiring it for a long time. This hairstyle looks so good. Seeing that time was running out, Zhang Ming really didn't want to delay any longer. He pulled her and walked out of the room. Sister, do you know how to get to the property management office? Yunk shook her big braid and proudly said, of course I do. But then a look of unease crossed her face, but there's a really strange ant there, we should be careful, she's quite fierce. Chapter 36, those meats taste delicious. Zhang Ming didn't expect to see unease on Yunk's face. That salesman couldn't be more dangerous than Yunk, right? If that's the case, then that's a problem. He only had one trump card and couldn't waste it. Then sister, hurry and take me there, or we'll miss it. Okay, follow me. I know a shortcut. In the end, Zhang Ming made it to the property management office before 7. When Zhang Ming arrived, there were already many challengers ahead to collect today's food. It was quiet here, everyone obediently lining up. The atmosphere was overly oppressive. As soon as Zhang Ming and Young stopped to line up, all the challengers present looked at them with strange eyes. Some even whispered among themselves. The Dragon Country challenger actually brought that demon child with him. Are we all going to die here today?
I saw the demon child's power yesterday, I really don't want to see it again. How strange, I wonder how they ended up together.
Do kids from Dragon Country really have some deceptive, weird methods? Just then, someone suddenly screamed from the front. Zhang Ming couldn't help but lean forward to see.
He saw a challenger had his head severed, lying on the ground in a pool of blood. He heard people in front murmuring softly, he just accidentally looked at it, and he got killed. Everyone in front of him was very careful, keeping their heads down, moving forward little by little. They were afraid of accidentally looking at the salesman and attracting disaster. Even with this caution, 10 challengers still suffered from the weird poison and died.
Some challengers were lucky enough to get their food. Zhang Ming curiously looked at the food he had received. What kind of food would the weirdness arrange for them?
He glanced at it and immediately felt his stomach turn. Their food was all served on a small plate. The meat on the plate was rotten, with many white maggots wriggling on top. He could even smell the stench of rotten meat from a distance.
This foul odor was very sharp and almost made Zhang Ming's stomach acid rise up.
As for what kind of rotten meat it was, he couldn't identify it at the moment. But from its appearance, it was indeed very disgusting.
Could he really eat such food?
The challenger who received the food, even though it was disgusting, had to endure it. The people watching the global live broadcast saw the plate filled with maggot-infested rotten meat and immediately vomited at the screen.
So disgusting. Can our challenger really eat this food?
There's no choice, the conditions are like this, if they don't eat, they will starve to death.
Oh. How pitiful. Such an environment is really harsh.
They have worked so hard. Let's pay tribute to those who sacrifice for the country like them. If it were me, I would rather die of hunger than eat this. Their lives are tied to the country's life, they cannot starve to death. The people of the Dragon Kingdom also began to worry about Zhang Ming. Xiao Ming is still young, eating this will definitely make him sick. But there's no way, he must eat. This time is different from last time, there's no female doctor to help him find food. So pitiful. I wish I could crawl into the screen and feed Xiao Ming delicious food.
The monster is strange. Bullies us humans. At the property office of the death apartment,
Zhang Ming found the food he disliked was simply delicious for Yun Ku. Excitedly tugging at Zhang Ming's clothes, she pointed at the rotten meat on that person's plate and swallowed hard.
Brother, there's meat, it looks so tasty. I'm going to grab that meat now, and we can eat together. Zhang Ming quickly held Yun Ku's small hand and said earnestly, no need to snatch, we will have some in a bit.
Yun Ku looked at Zhang Ming with bright eyes, really? Zhang Ming helplessly nodded, this little girl often wanted to snatch from others.
Yun Ku happily clapped her hands, that's great. I haven't eaten in a long time, I'm so hungry.
Zhang Ming smiled and ruffled Yun Ku's hair. At that moment, a challenger in the middle of the group suddenly collapsed for no reason, twisting his neck and killing himself. In an instant, everyone was in terrified whispers.
Wasn't it not his turn yet? How did he suddenly twist his neck and die? What happened?
He seemed to have only taken a glance at the strange thing in front.
A random murder?
It seems that he unintentionally made eye contact with the strange thing, which is why this happened. This sudden occurrence made everyone lower their heads even further, fearing to look up. They were afraid of accidentally making eye contact with the monster and dying.
Not long after, it was the turn of the challenger from Turkey.
Who would have thought that to avoid accidentally looking into the staff's eyes, he would tie a cloth strip over his eyes? But he didn't notice that when he took the plate, he accidentally touched the staff's hand.
This backfired.
The staff, without mercy, grabbed the wrist of the Turkish challenger, and with a gentle twist, his hand was broken and thrown to the ground. The Turkish challenger yelled in pain, the cloth over his eyes slipped off accidentally and just happened to make eye contact with the staff.
He only saw the staff's originally gray-white eyes instantly turn green.
Then his own eyes felt like they were burning in pain. This intense pain made him feel an impulse to gouge his eyes out. He curled up, crying out, my eyes, my head. Perhaps the Turkish challenger himself didn't realize. But not far from him, Zhang Ming saw it clearly.
The Turkish challenger, as if bewitched, strangely lifted his uninjured hand and willingly twisted his neck to death.
The staff had only broken his hand.
And the head was twisted off by him. The global audience was shocked by this cruel side. He killed himself. What's going on?
This strange murder doesn't even need its own hands. It must be related to those eyes.
I just made eye contact with them on screen, am I going to be killed too? I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight.
The Dragon Kingdom's team also started to worry. Chief, this strange danger level has reached extremely high risk.
At the same level as the little girl. We must quickly find a way to avoid this.
Zhao Wei touched his chin and said, actually, the third rule is easy to avoid, as long as Zhang Ming can be a bit more cautious. He could only be more cautious, but honestly, he didn't have a better solution. Zhang Ming watched this scene, his heart pounding. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but what was even more unsettling was the strange feeling inside. What he was about to face was a supernatural force that could directly manipulate one's mind. This was something he had never encountered before. Zhang Ming thought, even if he avoided eye contact and physical contact with great effort, it didn't mean the supernatural being wouldn't come over and initiate contact with him. He carefully turned sideways and looked at the government worker in front. Wearing a black uniform, her face was ashen, severe, and without a trace of color. Her hair was tied up, and she was a female supernatural being. Zhang Ming only took a quick glance from a distance, but already felt an immense sense of pressure. As long as there was no direct eye contact, there would be no problem. The system in his mind provided a timely reminder. Government worker supernatural, extremely high danger level. Weakness, eyes. Suggestion, remove the eyeballs. Chapter 37, eyes exploding in a mouthful. The system wanted him, a human, to blind a supernatural being with superpowers. Was that even possible? The power difference was too great. At this moment, he glanced at Yunko, who was standing beside him looking silly, and suddenly had an idea. He turned his head and whispered to the curious Yunko, "Later, I'm going to get the food. If the businesswoman tries to approach me, you should take the chance to jump on her and poke out her eyeballs. After we get the food, we'll give you all the meat to eat, okay?" Yunko immediately nodded vigorously when she heard there was food. Isn't it just poking out the eyes? I love doing that, eat the eyeballs. Eat the eyeballs. When Zhang Ming heard her shouting eat the eyeballs, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. The things this little girl was saying were truly shocking. Can a 5-year-old even say something like that? Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh and tease, "Didn't you just say you were scared? How come you're not scared now?" Yunko flashed an innocent smile and looked into Zhang Ming's eyes with sparkling enthusiasm. "Because you're here, I'm not scared. I used to be scared, but now we are too, so I'm not scared anymore." Zhang Ming felt that Yunko had way too much confidence in his strength. It was strange to be so overly trusted by a supernatural being for the first time. Soon, it was Zhang Ming's turn to get food. Zhang Ming only lowered his head slightly to avoid the businesswoman's gaze. Because the table was too high, he had to try hard to stand on his tiptoes, stretching his hand over the table and waiting for the plate to be placed into his hand. But after a long time, nothing appeared in his hands. Just as Zhang Ming was starting to wonder, Yunka's voice came from above his head, giggling. Brother, I poked her eyes out. Look how amazing I am." Zhang Ming immediately looked up and saw Yunka sitting on the businesswoman's neck, her tiny hands plunged deep into the supernatural being's eyes. The businesswoman's eyes were leaking a green, oily liquid. In pain, her body was twisting violently, trying to shake Yunko off. But her weak spot was being controlled by Yunko, so how could she break free so easily? Yunko, playing on the supernatural being's head, loudly shouted, "Riding the horse. Ha ha ha. Riding the horse. You used to bully me, but now you're the one being ridden." Zhang Ming didn't expect that she would still have the energy to play at a time like this. But he couldn't help but praise her. "Little sister, you're amazing." He smiled and gave Yunko a thumbs up. Yunko, seeing Zhang Ming praise her, got even more excited, shaking the businesswoman's head back and forth. The businesswoman grabbed Yunko's little leg with all her might, trying to shake her off. But Yunko, like a stubborn adhesive, wouldn't come off no matter what. All the other challengers in the room nervously stepped back. Everyone had different thoughts. This little child supernatural being could easily toy with even the businesswoman. Such terrifying power. And that child from the Dragon Country seems to have the best relationship with him. Isn't it equivalent to saying that the Dragon Country has found such a powerful backing in such a short time? How can they compete with the Dragon Country in the future? There's no way to win, alright? The audience in the Global Strange Tales live room saw Yunko riding on the salesperson, acting powerful, and they finally felt a sense of relief. I said there must be something that can cure this thing. I suddenly realized that this little weird thing is quite cute. Do you think it could be that child from the Dragon Country who suggested this? It should be, otherwise, it wouldn't happen. That Dragon Country child has great skills. Using a tiger to devour a wolf. It's not pessimistic of me, but at this rate, it's unreasonable for the Dragon Country not to win. Zhang Ming picked up his piece of meat and held it up to show Yunko. Sister, I got the meat, do you still want to play? Yunko looked down at the rotten meat on Zhang Ming's plate, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Brother, wait for me a moment, it's not over, I'll be down soon. Then, under everyone's gaze, she gouged out the salesperson's eerie eyes, put them in her mouth, and bit down hard. The salesperson, in pain, lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Ah! I want to kill you, Bitch. The salesperson's eeriness, danger level lowered to low risk.
Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. The eyes are the source of the eerie power. Now that the eyes are gone, it's as good as useless. Yunko acted as if she didn't hear. The salesperson's roar posed no threat to her. She licked the green juice clean from the corner of her mouth and eagerly said to the salesperson, "If eyes grow back next time, remember to tell me. I want to dig them out to eat. Your eyeballs are very tasty." The salesperson trembled in anger on the ground. "You slut. A bitch that no one will ever want." Yunko was not angry, refuting defiantly, "You're the one no one wants. I have a brother, do you? If you call me again to kill you, do you believe it?" The salesperson instantly shut up. Yunko, having eaten the eyeball, happily went to Zhang Ming and turned back into that obedient little girl. "Brother, next time there is such a good thing, you must bring me along." Zhang Ming sighed, pinching her little face. "Okay, next time I'll bring you, alright? We've got the food, let's go home." Let's go home for a feast." Yunko grabbed Zhang Ming's clothes, bouncing happily while humming a little tune. The remaining challengers stared blankly at Zhang Ming and Yunko's departing figures. They turned to look at the eerie figure on the ground covering its eyes, unable to get up in pain. Unable to help but sigh, truly terrifying. This was the first time witnessing an eerie experience such a big setback. They were truly enlightened. Zhang Ming and his gang-like actions brought great relief to everyone. Who told these eerie beings to always bully us humans? They deserve it. They also benefited from Zhang Ming's luck, easily acquiring the rotten meat without any obstacles. To survive here, one must eat rotten meat. Each one of them silently thanked Zhang Ming. If it weren't for Zhang Ming's ruckus earlier, they wouldn't have been able to get food so easily. They couldn't understand how Zhang Ming made the little eerie listen to him so well. But they truly admired Zhang Ming from the bottom of their hearts. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is a child. In terms of strategy and wisdom, they are not as good as Zhang Ming. This shows that the Dragon Country could win in the last strange tale, definitely not just luck, but real strength. Over here, Zhang Ming held a plate of rotten meat and took Yunko back to the room. He placed the meat on the table. Yunko rubbed her hands, picked up the rotten meat, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Even the maggots that fell from the corner of her mouth were licked away and sent to her stomach. Zhang Ming, who originally had no appetite, was now even less inclined to eat. Yunko saw Zhang Ming not eating and thought that such a delicious thing shouldn't be monopolized by one person. She dug out a big piece of rotten meat and brought it to Zhang Ming's mouth. "Brother, this is really delicious, you should try it." Chapter 38, Brother is the smartest in the world. Zhang Ming weakly shook his head. "I am human, I don't like eating this." "By the way, do you have wheat flour buns or something like that? Food that we humans can eat." Just thinking about having to eat this maggot-infested rotten meat for 19 days would definitely drive him crazy. Let alone eating it, just smelling it was unbearable. Since he could eat normal food last time on the mission, he should be able to eat this time too. Yunko listened to what Zhang Ming said, her face showing confusion. "What are the wheat flour and buns you mentioned?" Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh, forgetting that they didn't know what these things were at all. "There are probably things I like to eat that you don't have here." "Forget it. I can make do with rotten meat." Zhang Ming tried hard to hold back his disgust, closed his eyes, and wanted to pick up a piece of rotten meat to put in his mouth. As soon as his hand touched it, he was quickly disgusted by the sticky, foul smell. Yunko saw Zhang Ming in such pain and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. She quickly said, "If you really don't like it, then don't eat it. Although I don't know what those two things you mentioned are, I must know something." Zhang Ming heard there was still hope and asked, "Who? Is there food there that I want to eat?" Yunko nodded, "Yeah, maybe. Anyway, that old grandpa knows everything. I think he knows where to find those things you mentioned." Zhang Ming asked uncertainly, "The old grandpa you mentioned isn't also strange, right? Strange people are usually hard to deal with." Yunko nodded again, her face blossoming with a smile like a flower. "Brother is really smart. The old grandpa I mentioned is just like me." At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered the first rule when he arrived: respect the elderly and love the young. If he rushed over, wouldn't that be like running into a gun? Zhang Ming felt a bit torn. His stomach growled from not having eaten for a long time, accompanied by some cramps. Zhang Ming knew this was the aftershock of hunger. He had to eat something immediately. Otherwise, his body wouldn't hold up. Zhang Ming looked at the rotten meat on the plate again. In the end, he reluctantly agreed with Yunko, saying, "All right. Then take me to see." So Yunko asked Zhang Ming, "Can you play chess?" "That grandpa loves playing chess. If you lose to him, you will die." Zhang Ming thought for a moment. "I know a little bit, just take me there." Having the system help should not be a big problem. Zhang Ming wasn't very good at chess, after all. Not being good didn't mean his system wasn't good at it. As long as he could win food, what was the harm in cheating? "System, can you help me?" "Yes."
Yunko, with her simple mind, didn't understand what "no" a little bit meant. But she confidently believed that her brother was so smart, he would definitely win against that old man. Okay, I'll take you there, but that grandpa is stingy, so you have to be careful. Zhang Ming nodded, alright. He had long been ready to fight. Yunko finished the last bit of rotten meat on the plate. Just as she was about to take Zhang Ming's hand and run outside, she was immediately stopped by Zhang Ming. Sister, can we wash our hands first before going? He could smell the foul odor of the rotten meat from his fingers even from afar. Thinking about how much he had just eaten, Zhang Ming had a moment where he felt that his lovely little sister had been polluted. Yunko tilted her head and raised her hand, just in time to see some meat crumbs stuck in her finger crevices, and quickly licked them clean with her tongue. She kept mumbling in her mouth, such delicious food, it can't be wasted at all. Zhang Ming sighed, took Yunko's hand to the washing room, helped her wash her hands clean, and then they went out. Yunko took Zhang Ming to the first room on the first floor's door. Yunko hadn't seen anything strange yet. Without knocking, she yelled with a loud voice at the door, "Grandpa, I brought my brother to see you." Grandpa opened the door quickly. Not long after, the door in front of him was opened. Soon, an old man with a long white beard, leaning on a cane, came out, looking strange. When he saw Yunko, he deliberately showed a somewhat kind smile on his face. But in Zhang Ming's eyes, it felt a bit cold. Danger level, extremely high. Weakness, none yet, loves to play chess. Recommendation, must win in chess to have a slim chance of survival. Zhang Ming was shocked in his heart, not expecting this strange person to be even more dangerous than Yunko. It seems that he absolutely cannot take a hard approach this time. Because he couldn't win. Then, he suddenly remembered that his body could strengthen strange abilities. And it could enhance them exponentially. Zhang Ming silently asked the system in his heart, "How can I enhance Yunko's strength?" The system replied almost mechanically. Danger level reduced to 10%. Zhang Ming immediately understood, no wonder the system hadn't suggested helping Yunko. Because he currently didn't have the ability. The strange man bent down and walked up to Yunko, smiling as he asked, "What made you want to come here to play, Yunko?" Yunko turned her head to look at Zhang Ming, sweetly saying, "My brother wants to eat wheat flour and steamed buns, do you have any here?" Only then did the man turn his gaze to Zhang Ming, and a flash of killing intent instantly crossed his eyes. However, he quickly pretended to be kind and said, "Of course I have, but you know, to get something from me, you must win in a game of chess." Yunko had never received anything here before. Because she didn't know how to play chess. She had seen others ask the strange man for things, but they had never won at chess. Not only did they get nothing, but they were also killed. Yunko brought Zhang Ming here because she overly believed Zhang Ming was the smartest person in the world and would definitely win over this old man in chess. Zhang Ming smiled as he stepped forward, saying to the man, "I can play chess with you, and if I win, I hope you will keep your promise." The man threw back his head and laughed heartily, confidently saying, "No one has ever won against me in chess, but if you lose, your life will be mine." Zhang Ming was not afraid, "Alright. Whatever game you want to play, I'm ready to go all in." The man stroked his white beard and pondered for a moment, saying, "Let's play the most difficult game in the world, Go, how about that?" At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the Dragon Country's Strange Talk Response Strategy Department. When Zhao Wei heard that Zhang Ming was going to play Go with the strange man, he was so scared that he fell from his chair. This kid has never learned Go, he knows nothing, isn't this going to his death? But he still stubbornly asked the members beside him. "Have you investigated if Xiao Ming has ever learned Go?" All the members of the Jin Nang team shook their heads one after another. No. Zhao Hui almost passed out from anger. He hasn't learned Go, yet he's going to compete with someone who knows it, truly the daring young bull who fears no tiger. No way. My head is starting to hurt again. You guys quickly find a Go master to help him cheat. The analyst said a bit hesitantly, "We can only send some simple instructions, and there's a half-minute message delay. Besides, the nearest Go master is 100 kilometers away, even with the fastest transport, it would take 15 minutes, I'm afraid it will be too late." Chapter 39, Don't think about it, you won't win anyway. Zhao Hui sighed deeply, it had been a while since he had neglected this kid, and he had already caused such a huge problem. Not staying in the room well, but going out to find food. Now he has met a tough opponent. Truly, 3 times a day, Zhang Ming irritates me. The analyst whispered comfortingly, Xiao Ming isn't that kind of reckless person, maybe he really knows how to play Go, just that we haven't found out. Zhao Hui steadied his mindset, sighed, alright. I'll listen to you, I was indeed a bit impatient just now. This kid really doesn't make people worry. On the first floor of the death apartment. The strange man confidently squinted his eyes, raising his chin to look at Zhang Ming. Go is indeed a remarkable skill, and he has never lost in this area until now. It seems that today's dinner is this kid. Zhang Ming did not hesitate and nodded. I am willing to play chess with you.
Yang Zi heard this, waved his big hand, and a table with a chessboard appeared in front of them. Zhang Ming held the black pieces, and Yang Zi held the white pieces. Yang Zi pretended to be generous, saying, "Since you are a little kid, I'll let you go first." Zhang Ming picked up the black piece and placed it on the center. The audience in the global live broadcast was focused on the chessboard, even some who didn't understand Go were watching with interest. They never thought they would one day watch someone play Go in the world of strange tales. Does this little kid from Dragon Country really have experience in playing chess? For a meal, is he really not afraid of death? Of course. Go geniuses are nurtured from a young age. Besides, my little Ming Ming is so smart, he must be great at Go. I think it's unlikely. No matter how strong the kid is, he should still be no match for those ancient masters who have lived for decades or even centuries. Look at Zhang Ming's confident posture and eyes, I think he's got this. I'm a bit worried about him. That old man with the white beard looks devious and sinister. As soon as Zhang Ming placed his first piece, a chessboard naturally formed in his mind, leading him to the right position. Go, as the name suggests, is about surrounding the enemy's pieces to kill them. In the end, whoever occupies more territory wins. At first, the white pieces were aggressive, pushing Zhang Ming step by step. It even gave Yang Zi the illusion that he was about to win. Yang Zi placed a white piece and mockingly said, "I'm going to eat these 4 pieces. I must remind you, if you keep playing like this, you will lose." Even the Go masters watching the Dragon Country's livestream couldn't help but shake their heads upon seeing Zhang Ming's game. He's going to lose. Little Ming still has some skill but doesn't understand how to control the board, he's just a novice. Now he's being forced to escape everywhere, sigh. He must not lose. It's not over yet, I refuse to believe little Ming Ming would lose. Do you even understand Go? Right now, little Ming is at a disadvantage, this situation is bad. Hearing Yang Zi's proud words, Zhang Ming smiled and said, "It's time to close the net." He placed a black piece, and in an instant, a large group of white pieces became dead pieces. The white pieces lost. Just moments ago, Yang Zi, who was full of pride, saw the chessboard and instantly revealed a look of embarrassment. The white pieces in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. In disbelief, he hugged his head and shook it, murmuring in disbelief, "It's impossible. How could my decades of skill lose to a little kid like you? Impossible." At this moment, his inner belief in Go instantly collapsed. Never having lost before. Now, he was defeated by a child who was nothing. He never expected his chess skills to be lagging behind to such an extent. Standing next to Zhang Ming, Yunke didn't understand the game. Seeing Yang Zi's crazy demeanor, she guessed her brother seemed to have one. She tugged at Zhang Ming's sleeve. "Brother, did you win?" Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, "Yes. I won." Yunke instantly clapped her hands in joy. "Brother won. Brother is indeed the smartest person in the world." Zhang Ming patted Yunke's head and turned to Yang Zi, saying, "You were overconfident, thinking I, a little kid, didn't understand Go, so you lowered your guard. Those 4 pieces were a trap, you just fell right into it. The situation is changed, your white pieces have nowhere to escape. Old man, I won, so it's time to honor your promise." The members of the Dragon Country's Jin Nang team let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Ming win. I didn't expect little Ming to have such excellent Go skills at such a young age. He's incredible, he is definitely a genius. Go is so difficult, but in his hands, it seems like a game. He not only tricked his opponent but tricked us all. I think he can easily compete in national Go competitions. Zhao Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. When did this kid learn to play Go? You learned so well, just now it was, sigh. Yang Zi sat slumped in his chair, unwilling to believe, saying, "No way, let's play again. I was careless just now, that's not my true level." He couldn't admit he was worse than a child. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "If I win this round, you have to promise me something." In order to prove his strength, Yang Zi couldn't care less and resolutely nodded, saying, "All right, if you can win me again, I'll give you whatever you want." Humph. He was careless just now, this time, I will definitely hold nothing back. I, a chess enthusiast, actually lost to a child. If this gets out, where would I put my reputation, my old face? Seeing Yang Zi agree so readily, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate. "All right, let's start." This time, Yang Zi played white first. Yang Zi made his move, and Zhang Ming quickly followed, showing no hesitation. This time, Yang Zi's expression was clearly much more serious. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, holding the piece and thinking for a long time, as if he was stuck. His face looked grave. "Hiss this game, I must think again, I can't fall into your trap." Zhang Ming did not urge him, calmly watching the white-bearded old man across from him, who looked like a mess. No matter where he fell, there was a way to deal with it. This round was destined to lose. The billions of people in the global livestream watched the white-bearded old man with a distressed expression, and they couldn't help but clap in joy. I don't understand the game, but I can read that old man's expression, it looks very difficult. This old man with a white beard could make a meme out of his expressions, it's so funny. The old man in the neighborhood is not that impressive, just standard. Stop thinking, you old man. Hurry up and make your move, we are all waiting. Stuck, huh? Just now you were boasting about defeating little Ming, huh? If you don't make your move, it'll be dark soon, and anyway, you're going to lose. Chapter 40, Lost Again. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Yangzi finally made his move. As soon as he placed the piece down, Zhang Ming's next move made him struggle again. In this game, they spent an hour and a half playing. In the end, Yangzi still lost. Yangzi's heart wasn't steady while playing chess, he looked helplessly at the game board in front of him. I was so careful, yet I still couldn't guard against your move. I just want to know how your little brain is so clever, I must be really old. Suddenly enlightened, he realized he must have made a mistake with that last move, which caused him to lose. He felt immense regret in an instant. Thinking and thinking, Yangzi rubbed his bald head, feeling restless. No way. Let's try again. I can't believe it, I must win. If I don't win a game today, I won't feel at ease. Zhang Ming was a bit unwilling to get entangled further, quickly grabbing what he wanted and preparing to leave. So he said directly, even if you play 100 games, you can't win against me. Hearing this, Yangzi instantly became furious, slamming both hands on the table, causing a crack to form. His beard flew up, eyes blazing with anger, he shouted in rage. I command you to play chess with me. Do you know how long I've been playing? A whole 70 years. I treated chess like my life for these 70 years. And you are just a child under 7, yet you won against me twice. How can I not feel wronged? Do you even regard me, an old man? Ah. It drives me crazy. I just want to ask you, how many years have you been playing chess? Dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? Zhang Ming weakly extended a little pinky and apologetically said, half a year. I've only played chess for half a year, hee hee. So, you are still my senior. Nice to meet you. Actually, he said too much, today was really the first time he was exposed to go. Zhang Ming didn't dare to tell the truth, fearing that the man in front of him would surely become angry. In fact, he was already angry. Upon hearing that Zhang Ming had only studied Go for half a year, Yangzi felt like he was about to explode. A mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. Half a year against 70 years, this was pure and naked humiliation. I have maintained my composure for so many years, and it's been a long time since I've been so defensive. It's all the fault of this stinky kid in front of me. Today, I have been broken down so many times. I stretched out my hand, trembling, pointing at Zhang Ming, as if I was greatly angered. Do you want to make me die of anger? No, this time I won't play Go with you, let's play Chinese chess instead. I just don't believe you can play Chinese chess as well. The people in the global live broadcast room saw the old man with the white beard being angered by Zhang Ming, puffing his beard and glaring. Even if they didn't understand Go, they could tell how strong Zhang Ming's chess skills were. No way. Zhang Ming has only learned chess for half a year, and he is already this strong. Could he be the legendary chess prodigy? The momentum of Zhang Ming's last move really has a bit of Zhang Luer's flair. I've played Go for so many years, and I have never seen a child play it so brilliantly. I fear even the national children's Go champion can't touch his little finger. This old man is truly relentless, unable to win at Go, he's thinking of switching to Chinese chess. If he can't win at that either, he will have something to cry about. In Chinese chess, a subtle smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. He really can play Chinese chess. Even if he couldn't, he has the ultimate cheat, the system, which makes it easy for him to win all the games. Okay. Let's play Chinese chess. Grandpa, I will play any type of chess you want, but for every game I win, you must fulfill a promise. How about that? I know that chess players are of high moral character, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Yangzi did not expect this little brat, who looked harmless and honest, to be so cunning. He actually used the code of chess to pressure me. Lifelong love for chess naturally does not allow what one loves to be sullied. If he were to go back on his word, wouldn't that mean he is criticized for having poor chess ethics and unworthy to play chess? This trick is really too insidious. This time, Yangzi had to reassess the human child in front of him. His cleverness and wisdom are rarely seen in this world. It's not unjust to lose at Go to him. But if he loses at Chinese chess, what will he do? No way. Chinese chess is his strongest point, he will definitely not lose. Grinding his teeth, he nodded, wager and lose graciously. As long as you win me once, I will agree to one thing. The smile on Zhang Ming's face deepened. Old man, this time I fear you might lose even your shorts. Zhang Ming stretched out his right hand, politely saying, let's get started. Yangzi waved his big hand, and the table quickly turned back into a Chinese chessboard. This time, like last time, the game got stuck halfway. Yangzi was anxious and even sweating profusely.
Furrowing his brows, holding the chess pieces, he hesitated to make a move. He didn't know how to play. He calculated several steps in his mind, feeling as if nothing would work. This time, he was even more cautious than last time. Putting pressure on himself in his heart, this time he could not lose again at Chinese chess. Stuck like this, he took a full 10 minutes.
Zhang Ming was even a bit bored, dozing off.
Yun Ko, who had just been watching the chess, now didn't know where he went to play.
Come on, make your move.
Luckily, this is just a casual game. If it were a tournament, who would be allowed to think for this long?
After Yang Zi made his move, Zhang Ming quickly followed.
Yang Zi, no matter how cautious he was, in the end, Zhang Ming still won. Zhang Ming looked at the chessboard and smiled, saying, I concede. Seeing himself lose again, Yang Zi angrily waved his hand. No, let's do it again. In this way, they played a total of 10 games, and Yang Zi lost all 10. In the end, he was left with no temper against Zhang Ming.
His hunchbacked body seemed to have aged decades, slumping on the chessboard. Yang Zi was injured in spirit by Zhang Ming, murmuring, lost again, ah. How truly miserable I am. After playing chess for so many years, I can't even beat a child. My lifetime reputation is completely destroyed.
Zhang Ming looked at this dramatical scene with a smile and lovingly comforted him. Actually, your chess skills are already quite outstanding. Yang Zi waved his hand, feeling wronged, and said, Don't say that anymore.
Don't say that anymore. If you want to anger me, just say it.
I didn't expect to lose so badly at Chinese chess as well.
I never want to play chess with you again. You're so young but so ruthless, you don't even care about me, an old man.
Having never lost a game of chess, now he was crying like a baby after his defeat.
Chapter 41, The Dagger. The people in the global livestream saw Yang Zi's shattered spirit, desperate and miserable, and they were almost dying from laughter.
Only Zhang Ming could make such a peculiar character suffer like this. Those last few chess games were truly amazing. Even I, a chess enthusiast, want to study them closely. Actually, this white-bearded oddity isn't bad at chess, he just happened to encounter a true genius this time.
Don't you think Zhang Ming should really be scared that the oddity will get mad and kill him?
If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. If Zhang Ming had lost, he might really be dead.
The thoughts of the peculiar are different from those of normal people, who knows?
This time, Zhang Ming wisely did not mention, Senior, I've won 10 times, you must fulfill 10 requests.
Yang Zi waved his hand dismissively, fine, I accept defeat. Just tell me what you want.
Zhang Ming said without hesitation, give me enough buns to eat for 19 days, along with some pork and spices.
Sure, wait here. With a wave of his sleeve, Yang Zi filled the table in front of Zhang Ming with the food he wanted.
Looking at this useless food, Yang Zi said, take it away. Zhang Ming had always wanted to buy Yun Ke 2 decent princess dresses.
After all, she's a girl.
It's normal for her to like pretty dresses. Seeing her wear tattered gray clothes every day, he felt a bit sorry for her. I also need 2 princess dresses suitable for Yun Ke.
Alright, you got it. Yang Zi conjured 2 princess dresses onto the table, one pink and the other light blue.
From Zhang Ming's perspective, they looked acceptable. After all, in the world of the bazaar, he didn't have much to be picky about. As long as they were new, clean, tidy, and had no holes, that was good enough.
Yang Zi, somewhat impatient, said, there are still 8 requests left, hurry up and tell me.
The mention of 8 more requests made Yang Zi feel a sudden pain in his liver.
How could he lose so badly? It hurt.
Zhang Ming stroked his chin and thought for a moment.
I want a dagger that can protect me and even kill the peculiar.
Yang Zi narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Zhang Ming with vigilance, and sneered, you, a human, dare to think you can kill the peculiar?
Do you think I will give it to you?
Zhang Ming quickly backed down, explaining, it's already hard for me to live here as a human, wanting a dagger is just for self-defense.
Even if it comes down to it, how could I compete with you?
His words quickly eased Yang Zi's concerns. Indeed, with his small build, even if he got a dagger, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the peculiar.
Alright, I'll give it to you, considering you have some talent in chess. A dagger with a red handle and a black blade appeared before Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming could even feel the powerful bizarre power flowing within the dagger.
He picked up the small knife, examined it closely, and nodded, saying, not bad. It looks very sharp. At the moment Zhang Ming picked up the knife, a hint of malice flashed in Yang Zi's eyes.
This dagger, both inside and out, was refined with a large amount of bizarre power.
If a human kept it nearby often, within half a day, they would be polluted by the bizarre power and die in pain. Having fulfilled his request, how he died was none of Yang Zi's concern.
Let this little brat be proud for a while, it won't be long before it's his death date. Just because I can't kill you in the open doesn't mean I won't engage in some sneaky actions behind your back. Little did he know that Zhang Ming's body wouldn't be affected by the bizarre power at all.
Yang Zi stroked his white beard, looking up and saying, 7 more requests, hurry up.
Zhang Ming had originally just come to look for food, with no further thoughts in mind. As for the remaining 7 requests, I'll let you know when I think of them later, how about that? Yangzi gladly accepted, believing that Zhang Ming would definitely not survive the night. Those 7 requests would soon become void. What a pity. This child's talent for chess. Yangzi nodded, alright, I'll wait for you. If I don't say it now, there will be no chance later. Yangzi thought proudly. No matter how good the chess skills are, what is the use in the end, it's still going to die. Always the one who plays chess the best. Over here, all members of the Longwood Jinan Tuan looked at the dagger emitting black gas, feeling uneasy in their hearts. That dagger has a problem, it's better for Zhang Ming to throw it away. Anything strange sent is no good thing. Chief, I detected that the dagger contains a large amount of strange power, which could be harmful to Zhang Ming's body. At this moment, Zhao Wei remembered that there was also strange power within Zhang Ming, and that this power did not harm his body at all. I remember that the strange power will not have much effect on Xiao Ming's body. At this time, an analyst still expressed concern. That's because the strange power in his body is very little, so there were no problems. But that dagger contains strange power that is comparable to that of a medium to low-risk strange creature. Xiao Ming is still too young, I'm afraid he might be contaminated. Generally, those who have been contaminated by strange powers, even if they are lucky enough to come back, cannot live long. This problem that he mentioned, Zhao Wei had to heed. You're right. While Zhang Ming's body can still handle it, let him throw the dagger away immediately. Zhang Ming also received the message from the Jinan Tuan. But he would not throw it away. He rejected the suggestion from that side. He looked at so many things in front of him and politely said to Yangzi, "Thank you, Grandpa. If there's a problem in the future, I will definitely come to find you." A glint of cold light flashed in Yangzi's eyes. All right. But who knows if you will still have this chance in the future. Zhang Ming looked out the door and called out, "Sister, it's time to go home." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunke rushed back like the wind, "Brother, we can finally go home. It was so boring just now." Yunke turned her head and saw so many things on the table, and guessed they were the spoils of war. "Brother, did you win all of this?" Zhang Ming nodded. Yunke immediately praised Zhang Ming, "Brother is amazing. You are the first person to win something from Grandpa. So great. He. Let's take them home." She was very strong, easily lifting the buns and pork. Zhang Ming picked up the clothes and dagger and followed her out of the room. Before leaving, Yunke turned back sweetly and waved to Yangzi, saying a caring goodbye, "Grandpa, goodbye. Next time, don't play chess with my brother, it's not good for your heart." Hearing Yunke's words, Yangzi almost ground his teeth to dust. His already battered heart felt another piercing stab. He must avenge his shame. Human cubs, well done. After they left, Yangzi, furious, smashed everything in the room to pieces. If it weren't for the fear of ruining the chess rules, he would really want to kill Zhang Ming. The people in the Longwo live broadcast room could feel the heavy rage of the white-bearded man, even through the screen. It's over, our Xiao Ming seems to have provoked a particularly powerful strange creature. He lost. His angry look is really funny. Skill not equal to the person. Played 10 games and lost 10, yet still has the face to shout over there. Breaking things when losing, who's scared? Zhang Ming and Yunke returned to room 505. He looked at all the edible things on the table, finally feeling at ease. At least for these days, he wouldn't go hungry nor eat such disgusting food. At this moment, Yunke spotted 2 very beautiful princess dresses among their spoils. She jumped up excitedly on the spot. Yunke carefully picked up one of the pink dresses, looking left and right, it was beautiful, the most beautiful dress she had ever seen. At this time, the smile on her face was brighter than ever. "Brother, these 2 dresses are so pretty. Are all these for me?" Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, "Of course, I can't wear a skirt, so they are all for you. Hurry and go to the bathroom to try them on, see if they fit." Yunke grabbed one of the pink skirts and skipped happily to the bathroom to change. Afraid of dirtying the new skirt, she carefully cleaned herself up before daring to put it on. Standing in front of the mirror, seeing herself in the new clothes, her heart was filled not only with happiness but even more with emotion. She had never worn such a beautiful new dress before. The previous gray one was ugly, had holes, and didn't fit well, she had picked it out of the trash. If it weren't for Zhang Ming, she might never have a chance to wear new clothes, nor would she see such a lovely and beautiful version of herself. Yunke sincerely thought, having a brother is so good, not only can I feel so much love I've never felt before, but I can also eat delicious food and wear beautiful clothes. When she was bullied alone before, she had imagined having a brother to protect her. Now she finally had a real brother. Yunke danger level 50%. Recognize you as the closest family member. Zhang Ming heard the system's prompt from outside and raised his eyebrows. It seemed she really liked those 2 pieces of clothing.
That's good, if she didn't like them, he could always ask that old man for another one she liked. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, took out 2 steamed buns, and started munching on them. After not eating for 2 days, even the dry buns tasted sweet to him now. When he finished eating most of it, Yunka slowly walked out of the bathroom in her cute pink princess dress. The moment Zhang Ming saw her come out, his eyes lit up uncontrollably. Is this really the same Yunka who just crawled out of the trash heap? Indeed, clothes make the person, even for the strange. Yunka was beautiful, she looked good in anything she wore. Having never worn such clean clothes before, Yunka suddenly became very shy. She clutched her dress and quietly asked Zhang Ming, "Brother, do I look good in this skirt?" Zhang Ming generously praised her, "Of course you look good, my sister is so cute, she would look good in anything." Yunka, who was already feeling shy and lacking confidence, felt her heart filled with comfort upon hearing Zhang Ming's compliment. Almost excited, she lunged into Zhang Ming's arms. This burst of energy nearly made Zhang Ming stumble. Holding Zhang Ming tightly, she remained silent for a long while. Just as Zhang Ming wondered what was wrong, was she not happy? Yunka suddenly said, "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know I could wear such a beautiful dress." Zhang Ming smiled gently, reached out to stroke Yunka's long hair, and softly said, "If you want new clothes in the future, just tell me, and I'll ask that old man for more. I still have 7 chances left." Yunka inhaled the scent of Zhang Ming, feeling as if her body was wrapped in warm cotton. Safe and at ease. So this is the smell of home. No wonder so many strange things in humans strive to have a warm home. Now she understood, a place with a brother is home. Yunko asked Zhang Ming in her sweet, soft voice, "Brother, are we a family now?" Hearing Yunka's cautious question made Zhang Ming's nose and heart feel a bit sour. Although he didn't know what she had gone through before. But during their time together, he could guess that even for the strange, life couldn't have been easy. The strange were so indifferent and would definitely not care about a child's life or death. Zhang Ming firmly said, "Of course, we are definitely a family." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's response, Yunka's face broke into a brilliant smile she had never shown before. Then she joyfully bounced around Zhang Ming like a carefree butterfly. "I have a brother now, I have a family. Ha ha ha." Even the people in the global live broadcast couldn't help but be moved by Yunka's heartfelt smile. Actually, the little girl is quite pitiful. No matter what, at least at this moment, the little girl is the happiest. If only she knew that Zhang Ming would leave after 19 days, she wouldn't know how sad she would be. At least during this time, she has felt love, hasn't she? If it weren't for the challenger who killed our people, maybe I would feel happy. Yunka's innocent smile made Zhang Ming unable to help but lift the corners of his mouth. It seems this exchange of clothes was worth it. He walked to the table and put all the remaining food into the refrigerator. Then he sat on the sofa and picked up the dagger he had just won from the sheep. He examined it seriously. He extended his finger and gently stroked the blade. He thought, with this weapon, it counts as insurance. If he encounters a strong eerie being in the future, and Yunku was not by his side, he would still have some room to resist. Just as he was pondering, a series of prompts mysteriously appeared in the system. Eerie power plus 100. Eerie power plus 100. Eerie power plus 100. The eerie power in your body has accumulated to 1100, gaining the skill regeneration. This skill allows your body to recover quickly, and you can also help other living beings recover their functions. Injury treatment can be used indefinitely, resurrecting from death is once a month. Your physical quality plus 500, comparable to a low-risk eerie being, with a reaction speed 10 times that of a normal person. The system prompt ended, and Zhang Ming clearly felt the eerie power inside the dagger continuously decreasing. Indeed, his body was actually absorbing the eerie power from it. While he hadn't absorbed it all, he had at least taken in a large portion. This miraculous phenomenon greatly surprised Zhang Ming. It seems there is more than one way for him to gain eerie power. If he had known it would be like this, he should have asked the old man Eerie for more weapons with eerie power just now. Let him absorb it enough. Not only that, he had unexpectedly gained a regeneration skill. Doesn't this mean he wouldn't have to fear injuries in the future? He could use more practical life-saving skills like this. Zhang Ming was even a bit excited about what special skills he would acquire next. At this moment, in the Strategic Response Department of Long Kingdom's Monster Tales, Zhao Wei watched Zhang Ming continuously touching the poisonous knife, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was just afraid that he would get contaminated and suddenly die. This kid is too reckless. He dares to use things given by the eerie beings. Didn't I tell him to throw that knife away? Why is he still holding it? Doesn't he fear death? Other members of the Jin Nang team helplessly said. We issued the order, but it was quickly rejected by him. We couldn't do anything. Chief, you know, this kid isn't 100% obedient to us. Zhao Wei rubbed his forehead inside.
Check his current physical condition. If his body's functions are declining, let him hurry and throw that broken thing away.
The physical examiner quickly looked at Zhang Ming's condition.
His face instantly showed disbelief.
Report, Chief, Zhang Ming's current physical condition is very healthy, strong as an ox, showing no signs of being affected by the powerful eerie power in the dagger.
Zhao Hui was so shocked he stood up from his seat. He is not affected at all? With such heavy eerie power, a normal person would have died by now. Zhang Ming's body is truly incredible. Are you sure the machine isn't broken? The physical examiner shook his head and said firmly, absolutely not. If there were a mistake, he wouldn't be sitting there perfectly. An analyst came over holding a file.
Report, Chief, we found that the eerie power contained in the dagger in Zhang Ming's hand is greatly decreasing.
I guess, could it be that Zhang Ming is purifying or absorbing the eerie power inside?
Due to the special situation of Xiao Ming, the instruments currently cannot detect the true reason.
This discovery is enormous.
If Zhang Ming can absorb the strange power inside, it undoubtedly increases the chances of winning the game.
In the future, it will also be the greatest bargaining chip.
After all members of the Longhua Plan team realized this, they were all very delighted.
Zhao Hui even burst into hearty laughter.
I told you this kid wouldn't let us down, no wonder he rejected our suggestions, he clearly has his own scale in mind. On Zhang Ming's side, he placed the somewhat dull dagger on him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. He had played chess with Yangzi all day.
Zhang Ming was a bit tired. Just as he planned to go to the bedroom to rest, several lines of blood-red letters appeared on the wall. New rules have emerged. The property department has issued new safety rules. Everyone must comply, or bear the consequences. Rule 1, if you see a woman in red outside the window, do not open the window. Rule 2, if you hear a dog barking outside the door, immediately open the door and give it food it likes. Rule 3, if an unexplained shadow appears in the room, do not look at it. Zhang Ming could clearly feel that these new rules were much more difficult than the previous ones. The first and third rules were somewhat understandable. But the second rule was harder, as no one knew what kind of food the dog in this ghost story world would like. The system did not provide any hints, which indicated that these three rules were all real. All countries' plan teams around the world began to discuss these new rules. The first rule is pretty simple, but what does the dog in the second rule eat? Weren't some rotten meat distributed this morning? That should work for the second rule. This third rule mentions a shadow, could it be that woman in red? It's very risky. On this side, the challenger from Maple Leaf Country saw his wife's figure appear outside the window and couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Wife, how could you appear here? This is such a surprise. Did you come to see me on purpose? The wife outside the window also showed genuine longing on her face. Honey, I think I just came looking for you. Can you open the window and let me in so we can catch up? The Maple Leaf Country challenger slowly walked towards the window. His heart was already bewitched, longing to embrace his wife. He couldn't even think straight, he knew he lived on the 7th floor, yet his wife was standing outside the window, prompting him to feel strange. The people and plan teams of Maple Leaf Country in the live broadcast room were frantic, trying to wake him up, and even the challenger's real wife was heartbroken watching the scene unfold. Quick, stop. It's dangerous outside, you fool. Your wife cannot appear in the ghost story world, wake up. This is bad. This idiot really opened the window, it's completely over. The moment the Maple Leaf Country challenger opened the window, he was directly shot in the head by the bizarre force from the window, blood gushing out from his neck. The scene was extremely bloody. The people of Maple Leaf Country collectively collapsed, the challenger's wife fainted on the spot. The red-clothed ghostly ant is very cunning, transforming into the person closest to the challenger to lure them into opening the window and hunting them. Afterwards, challengers from Jizi Country, Taigua, and Nimangwo, among others, fell victim to the bizarre deception and were killed one after another. In just a day and a half, out of 139 challengers, only 52 remained. If this situation continues, it won't be long before all challengers are dead. When Zhang Ming learned from his own plan team that many countries had begun to fail one after another, his heart couldn't help but feel very heavy. So many people have died. Is it soon going to be his turn? Just as he was about to lie down to rest, Zhang Ming turned his head and saw a bizarre figure standing outside the window, looking exactly like Gu Xian. Even the clothing, body type, and voice were identical. The voice was still the gentle one Zhang Ming was familiar with. It even carried the surprise of being reunited after a long time. Baby, mommy finally found you, please open the window and let mommy in, mommy really misses you. Baby. At this moment, Zhang Ming didn't know why, but deep down, he felt that the person outside the window was his doctor mom. Because he still remembered that before leaving, his doctor mom said she would definitely come to find him. Could it be that the doctor was really outside? To be honest, he truly wanted it to be her. The embrace of his doctor mom was always so warm. So, Zhang Ming unconsciously walked to the window, reaching his hand, just about to touch the glass, when a glimmer of awareness seemed to stop him, telling him not to open the window. Zhang Ming couldn't hear any sounds, he desperately wanted to wake up. The doctor outside saw that Zhang Ming was still not opening the window. With a misleading tone, she urged Zhang Ming more urgently, yes, quickly open the window, reunite with mommy really misses you, baby. At that moment, Yunke's voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking Zhang Ming up. Bad auntie, you're hanging at the window scaring me, bad auntie. Go away. Don't hurt my brother. As she spoke, Yunke stood in front of Zhang Ming. Now awake, Zhang Ming immediately looked alertly at the window. Because of Yunke's appearance in Zhang Ming's wake-up, the doctor outside had turned into a figure in a red dress with hair covering her face, making her look bizarre. There was even a long white ribbon hanging around her neck. Like a hanging ghost in front of the window. Zhang Ming lowered his head and could even see 10-centimeter-long red nails. Red dress strange, danger level medium high. Feature, do not open the window, if opened, danger level rises to high. Can definitely be suppressed by force. The thought that his beautiful Dr. Mom had turned into this ugly thing made it hard for him to accept. Heartache turned into anger. There's a small change in this chapter. Chapter 44, The Grace of the Gentle Deity. Damn it! This red-dressed weird thing dares to deceive my feelings like this. Is the Dr. Mom someone like you, this stinky thing, able to transform into? In Zhang Ming's heart, the Dr. Mom was sacred and inviolable. How dare you use the face of the doctor to harm me? Trying to stir up trouble between us mother and son, that's unforgivable. Zhang Ming believed that the red-dressed strange was disguising as the doctor to harm him, which was an insult to the doctor. He always remembered the kindness the doctor showed him. Seeing that Zhang Ming wouldn't be fooled, the red-dressed strange became even more furious, banging on the glass fiercely. Her voice was anxious and restless, like she was about to break the window and come in at any moment. Open the window. Open the window. You all open the window for me, Yunke, open the window, or I'll kill you. Zhang Ming looked at Yunke and said, let's open the window. I really want to beat her. Yunke looked at Zhang Ming with a confused expression, as if to say, brother, don't be impulsive. Brother, let's not open the window, she's very scary. Hearing that the red-dressed strange wanted to kill, Yunke immediately shrank her neck timidly. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly noticed that Yunke seemed to show extreme insecurity when facing all other strange beings. This was abnormal, the strange outside was of a lower level, Yunke could easily crush it, why was she scared? The red-dressed strange outside had the audacity to yell that she would kill Yunke. This was simply blatant bullying. Zhang Ming felt very uncomfortable. This time he was determined to let Yunke stand tall and let her know how powerful she was. The red-dressed strange, hearing Zhang Ming wanted to open the window, became excited. Her voice was rough and frenzied. Yes, open the window and let me in, quickly open the window. Zhang Ming stood on his tiptoes and placed his hand on the window switch. Looking at the urgent appearance of the red-dressed strange, he found it a bit funny. Did she really think that if she came in, there would be good things for her to eat? Strange things were much more naive than humans. All the people in Longwa's live broadcast room shouted so loud from the other side of the screen. Don't open the window. Don't open the window. So many people were killed by this strange being just now. Will Xiaoming be just like the other challengers? Confused, he would never be so reckless. It's a pity I can't see that weird face in red, I guess it must be a great beauty. At this moment, you're still concerned about this, you old pervert. Calm down. We haven't been watching Xiaoming for just a day or two, when has he ever suffered? In the livestream rooms of other countries, the people saw Zhang Ming actively open the window and thought he had no real strength, the weirdness was outside, and he was actually offering himself up. See? No matter how good the Dragon Country kid is at fooling people, when facing the weirdness, he still can't hold on. This time it's a mental temptation, even with the weirdness's help, what can be done? He will still obediently surrender. I'll just watch as the Dragon Country is eliminated. I thought the Dragon Country was the most special one, but they can't escape the fate of being bewildered. Regardless of whether he succeeds, he has brought us a legend, hasn't he? In room 505. Zhang Ming just reached out to open the window, and the frenzied red-clothed weirdness immediately revealed its red claws, trying to crush his neck quickly. Zhang Ming would never give himself the chance to be harmed. His body flashed, easily dodging the attack. The red-clothed weirdness missed its target. Seeing it hadn't succeeded, it hurriedly climbed in through the window. Beside him, Yunke was worried about Zhang Ming being in danger, anxious as fire. Without thinking too much, she directly jumped onto the red-clothed weirdness's back. With her little legs, she locked its head tightly. With her small hands, she pulled fiercely at its long black hair. The red-clothed weirdness had never experienced such humiliation. It thought to itself, although scared, Yunke now actually learned to fight back, good for her. Let's see how I deal with you later, you little thing. The red-clothed weirdness screamed, trying to throw Yunku off its body. Yunka thought that since she was already on its neck, she might as well be a bit more ruthless. You used to love scaring me, always wanting to eat me, Today, let's see who eats whom. After speaking, she opened her mouth and bit down on its hair, tearing at it in all directions. The red-clothed weirdness screamed in pain. Yunko, get down. Weren't you supposed to be a good child? You're not being good at all. Watching from the side, Zhang Ming suddenly became interested in the face of the red-clothed weirdness. Sister, lift up its hair, I want to see what its face looks like. Okay. Yunku easily lifted its hair. Zhang Ming took just one look and waved his hand in disgust, so ugly. No wonder it covers its face with hair. The red-clothed weirdness had no facial features, just an enormous mouth. Inside that mouth were rows upon rows of dense teeth, enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters shudder. When all the people in the global livestream truly saw the face of the red-clothed weirdness, goosebumps instantly covered their bodies. No wonder it covers its face, it looks really different. Its mouth looks like some kind of sea creature. In the past, when watching horror films, seeing those ghosts with disheveled hair, I would fantasize that they were great beauties. Now, that fantasy is completely shattered. Xiao Ming is right, it really is quite ugly. The female weirdness was extremely unhappy to hear Zhang Ming say it was ugly, even very angry. Having survived for so long, no creature had ever called her ugly. Just a human dares to say I'm ugly, they really don't want to live anymore. If it weren't for the little girl on its back, you would have died long ago. Dead human, you wait for me. Human. I will definitely kill you today. After angrily saying this, it softly coaxed Yunko. Yunko, I know you have always been a very good child, quickly let go of me, you shouldn't be so close to a human, that will only harm you. Be good. I order you to kill this human right now. Originally happily playing, Yunko, upon hearing that Zhang Ming was to be killed, her brain seemed to trigger a keyword. Instantly, she sulked, looking darkly at the red-clothed weirdness beneath her. Bad thing, you actually want to kill my brother, you're asking for death. Yunku exerted a bit of force. The head of the red-clothed monster suddenly fell to the ground. Yunku immediately jumped down from its body. The red-clothed monster did not completely die. Without a head, its body could still stand normally, pulling out a barbed whip from its back. It swung it hard to the ground. It made a loud crack sound. Yunku's resistance and defense infuriated it completely. Because before, Yunku had never gone against any of its demands. Everything changed because of that human cub, how detestable. The headless red-clothed monster let out a sharp angry roar from its chest. The sound was so harsh it felt like it would swallow Yunku alive. You dare to kill me for a human? Have you been itching for a beating since I haven't whipped you in so long? Trash, do you really think that putting on a new outfit can change the fact that you are garbage? Today, I will teach you a good lesson, so you know what kind of worthless thing you are. When Yunka saw the barbed whip, his brain instantly felt like it was stimulated. He quickly shook his head in fear, crouching on the ground, hugging his head, trembling all over, and his voice became incoherent. Don't hit me, Yunku was the most obedient and polite child, don't hit me. I will be good. Don't hit me. The red-clothed monster saw Yunko, a higher-level monster, so afraid. It felt even more proud, rising with a sense of superiority. What does being a higher-level monster matter? As long as it slightly puts pressure, wouldn't it obey every way? Looking down with disdain at little Yunko, it mocked and laughed. Now you know to beg for mercy, it's too late. Just as the red-clothed monster raised the whip to strike Yunku, Zhang Ming had already taken out a dagger, stabbing it straight into the red-clothed monster's belly. He looked up firmly, fearlessly shielding Yunko behind him. He shouted sharply, I won't allow you to hurt my sister. If you dare to hit her, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 45, I am not unwanted. Zhang Ming figured it out. When Yunko was small, this monster must have violently beaten Yunko many times. Otherwise, why would Yunko be afraid of all the monsters here? With its strength, it should have ruled this place without anything daring to provoke it. This cowardly Yunko must have been caused by the red-clothed monster. The once frightened Yunko, seeing Zhang Ming stand in front of him, suddenly felt less afraid. Yes. There's an older brother will protect me, why should I be afraid? At this moment, Zhang Ming was like a warm ray of sunshine, shining on the wilted and lonely heart. It gave life to the heart. It was as if a gentle deity was redeeming a broken soul. Right, I am not an unwanted child, I am a monster with a family. The red-clothed monster was wrong. The red-clothed monster felt a sharp pain in its stomach and turned its head in surprise to look at Zhang Ming. It never expected to be injured by a human cub one day. It truly felt a mix of anger and amusement. When did humans dare to climb on top of monsters? I see you are looking for death, well, I will teach you a lesson first.
The red-clothed monster swung its whip, turning to strike Zhang Ming. Before the whip could touch Zhang Ming, Yunke suddenly stood up ominously, crossed over Zhang Ming, and grabbed the whip, forcefully pulling it back to reclaim it. Seeing that it had lost the whip, the red-clothed monster could no longer suppress the demon that was Yunke mentally. It immediately panicked. Its tone softened a lot. Yunke, I know you are the best child, good children shouldn't resist adults and shouldn't take things, give me back the whip, do you hear? Yunke didn't want to listen to the fooling anymore, he retorted, let me tell you, I am not an unwanted doll, I have an older brother, I have family. You can hit me, but if you dare to hit my brother, you are looking for death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yunke swung the whip without hesitation, striking hard against the monster. Due to the pressure from a higher-level monster, the red-clothed monster had no chance to resist at all. Every whip from Yunke could almost strike into the cracks of the bones, causing painful screams. The red-cloaked strange being finally couldn't help but beg for mercy, stop. Don't hit me anymore. Yunke's strength grew heavier and heavier. Smack. 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 Before, you looked down on me because I was too small, oppressed me everywhere, scared me. Sometimes you even abused me, always saying I was unwanted. Now that I am wanted, doesn't it mean I can turn around and abuse you? In the end, Yunke used all her strength. She vented all her frustrations from before. Only when the red-cloaked strange being was on the brink of death did she stop. Before, the red-cloaked strange had used a whip to hit other strange beings. Only now did it know that being hit with a teaching whip could hurt so much. A pain that reached into the marrow. Yunke, don't kill me. I will never hit you again, please let me go. I beg you. Let me go. Yunke looked coldly and said, you were shouting earlier about killing my brother, you already bear hatred in your heart. Only by killing you can my brother be completely safe. The red-cloaked strange turned and slowly crawled toward Zhang Ming. When trying to plead with Zhang Ming kicked it away, don't plead with me, I have no position to forgive you for my sister. The red-cloaked strange looked at Zhang Ming in pain, only you can save me, please help me. Never had it thought that one day it would beg for mercy from a human. This human has such skill, able to make Yunke protect him so devotedly. If I had known this kid was so hard to deal with, I wouldn't have come here earlier. How regretful it is. Zhang Ming ignored it, instead looking at Yunke, sister, how you were bullied before, now bully back 100 times. Remember, no strange being or human can bully you in the future. Yunke changed from her previous obedient demeanor, revealing an evil smile. Brother, I will listen to you, bad ant, I am not the same as before, so just accept your punishment. The red-cloaked strange shook its head in fear and shouted, no. Yunke, I really know my wrongs, spare me. Zhang Ming leaned against the wall, finding it ridiculous, said, I don't think you really know your wrongs, but know you're about to die. Yunke did not hesitate, controlling the teaching whip to shred the body with the densely packed sharp spikes. The red-cloaked strange was completely dead. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room saw the red-cloaked strange's dead body and couldn't help but sigh. This little strange being is so powerful, one cannot judge by appearances. Xiao Ming wanted to bring in the red-cloaked strange for a good beating. I'm afraid that strange being was regretting meeting Xiao Ming until its death. Haha, that's well deserved, who told it to bully Xiao Ming? Easily grasped the first rule. The viewers from other countries saw Zhang Ming and Yunke team up and easily eliminate the red-cloaked strange being. They were very surprised. That strange being that killed our challenger was just killed. Others challenged the rules, but this kid from the Dragon Kingdom directly eliminates the rules, so interesting. I can't imagine, if I had such a powerful strange friend, wouldn't it be easy to venture through the strange talk world? This kid from the Dragon Kingdom can even deceive strange beings, such an opponent is too terrifying. We can't afford to provoke. Damn. Our challengers are still struggling to outsmart the strange beings, and he's good, directly killing the strange being. Awesome. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in room 505 of the death apartment. Yunke was still not satisfied, she directly refined the corpse of the red-cloaked strange until there was nothing left, not even ash. At this moment, she felt a relief she had never experienced before. Yunke used to be very meek, knowing nothing, and did whatever others said. Now she had family teaching her, and she understood how to protect herself and her family. Chapter 46, Behind You. Zhang Ming walked over and gently hugged Yunke, comforting her, were you scared just now? Yunke looked up at Zhang Ming, sweetly saying, thank you, brother, for protecting me just now, otherwise, I would have been bullied again. In the future, no matter who dares to bully us, I will surely kill them. Yunke truly cherished Zhang Ming from the bottom of her heart. I can't imagine how devastating it would be if Zhang Ming got hurt. Let alone if Zhang Ming died, that would absolutely shatter the world. So, the brother cannot get hurt and cannot die. There is only one brother, if he dies, there will be none left. In this world, no one will care for me like him.
Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head, saying, "You protected me, I should be thanking you. The red-clothed evil is completely dead, there should be nothing crawling through the windows anymore." Zhang Ming turned to glance at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. So many things really happened today. From playing chess with Yang Zi to encountering the red-clothed evil. These events have left him somewhat exhausted. Zhang Ming gently pushed Yunku aside and bent down to pick up the dagger that had fallen on the ground. At that moment, he realized the strange power once contained in the dagger was gone. Could it be that the confrontation with the red-clothed evil just now drained the strange power from the dagger? Without the strange power, the dagger was undoubtedly useless. Because ordinary weapons can't harm the strange. Zhang Ming contemplated whether to visit Yang Zi again tomorrow to get some weapons. Quickly, he remembered that Yang Zi seemed very apprehensive about him asking for weapons. To truly obtain good things from Yang Zi, the strange power must be higher. Only with absolute dominance of power would he dare to concede. Quickly lowering Yunke's danger level was the most important thing. He had been confronting the red-clothed evil for so long, he didn't notice if Yunke's danger level had decreased. Zhang Ming hurriedly used the system to check Yunke's danger level. He discovered it had dropped to 45%. If he worked a little harder, it would soon drop to 10%. All of this was just a matter of time. Zhang Ming looked down at Yunku and said, "Brother is going to rest now, do you want to join me?" Yunke thought about being able to cuddle with Zhang Ming to sleep and agreed without hesitation. Brother's embrace is so warm, I love resting with brother." Hearing this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile lightly. "Then I will tell you a story later, okay?" Zhang Ming imitated how the female doctor lulled him to sleep to comfort Yunku. Because this should make Yunku feel more at ease. When Yunku heard that there was a story to listen to, he clapped his little hands happily, his big eyes looking at Zhang Ming in anticipation. "Great! Brother, what kind of story will you tell me?" Zhang Ming thought seriously for a moment and decided to tell an old tale. After all, the stories in his mind weren't numerous. "Then let's tell the story of Snow White." Yunke gave Zhang Ming plenty of emotional value, shouting, "That name sounds really interesting. I want to hear it, I want to hear it." Zhang Ming said with a smile, "Let's listen while we lie down in bed." So, both of them climbed onto the bed. Yunke snuggled tightly in Zhang Ming's embrace, while Zhang Ming gently patted him, telling the story of Snow White. Yunku listened intently. As Zhang Ming talked, he gradually fell asleep himself. Yunke still kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Knowing that Zhang Ming had fallen asleep, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he imitated Zhang Ming's actions, softly patting his body to help him sleep more soundly. Although he looked very small, he was fully aware of everything. Zhang Ming was just like him, a child who needed care. He was only slightly taller. At this moment, a large number of viewers in the global live broadcast room were cheering for the brother-sister pairing. Their scenes of mutual rescue in the world of strange tales are just too sweet. I also have a younger sister, so I can really relate. In fact, compared to love, familial affection is also very touching. Their relationship is the purest I have ever seen, without any interests, only emotions. The brother protects the sister, and the sister can also protect the brother, how touching. That night, Zhang Ming slept dreamlessly, directly into the next morning at 6 o'clock. Zhang Ming groggily climbed out of bed but did not see Yunku. He got out of bed to look for her in the living room. Suddenly, he felt a dark shadow quickly glide past behind him, accompanied by a chilling wind. In his dazed state, Zhang Ming was instantly scared, shivering. He did not investigate what was behind him. But being clever, he quickly suspected that this was a strange appearance representing the third rule. As long as he didn't look, it should be fine. It was more important to find Yunko. It was almost 7 o'clock. It was time to get food. He wouldn't eat, but Yunke seemed to really like eating that rotten meat. Zhang Ming could close his eyes and shout, "Yunko, sister." Yunko, who was fussing with her hair in the bathroom, heard Zhang Ming calling. She dashed out quickly. "Brother, you finally woke up. Quickly help me style my hair, I've been messing with it for ages and didn't get it right." Yunko, frustrated, tugged at her messy hair and looked helplessly at Zhang Ming. Ever since Zhang Ming styled her hair simply yesterday, she had really loved it and wanted to do it herself. Now, Yunku was becoming increasingly vain. Zhang Ming led Yunke back into the bathroom. "Come on, I'll help you fix your hair." He picked up a comb nearby and started to style her hair. The group had sent him some tutorials on how to style hair. Zhang Ming followed one of the styles and styled a bun for Yunku. With the two big buns on her head, Yunku looked even more like a traditional doll, very festive. Seeing that her hairstyle was different from yesterday's, Yunku tilted her head. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the two buns on her head, a happy smile appearing on her face. "Pretty. Brother, you seem to know everything." Zhang Ming felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "I don't know everything. I want to ask you a question. Have you noticed that something seems to have appeared in our room? Yunko immediately nodded, naturally pointing to behind Zhang Ming, saying, I noticed it last night, look. Right behind you. Zhang Ming's heart instantly jumped to its peak. His back felt a chill. The third rule states that when encountering a shadow, do not look. So Zhang Ming held back the impulse to turn around and did not look. He strangely discovered that the mirror in front of him did not reflect the figure at all. Generally, strange things can usually be seen in the mirror, just like Yunko. With confusion, Zhang Ming said to Yunko, how about we drive it away? Yunko looked puzzled, why drive it away? It's kind of fun floating around in the room. I don't see it wanting to harm us, so I didn't bother. Zhang Ming's lips twitched slightly, you're not scared. I am. Child. Everything seems fun to you, that will only get you hurt. Zhang Ming smiled and continued to coax, we are about to leave, it's not good to stay in the room, and Big Brother doesn't like other things appearing in the room. Chapter 47, whatever brother wants me to do, I will do. Yunko listened to Zhang Ming and waved her hand at the shadow behind him. You go away. Don't come back again, I don't want to play with you. The shadow behind Zhang Ming quickly disappeared. Brother, it's gone. Zhang Ming carefully turned around to look, he saw nothing. Maybe it really left. He glanced at the time, there were 20 minutes left until 7. He hurriedly pulled Yunko outside. If they didn't leave now, they would miss the mealtime. Brother, where are you going? Zhang Ming smiled gently patting her head, don't you really like eating rotten meat? We're going to get it, if we miss it today, we won't be able to get it in the future. Yunko thought of the delicious food from yesterday, her eyes instantly brightened. Is there good food today too? Zhang Ming didn't say anything and took Yunko to the property office. Today, the number of people was obviously half of yesterday's. One could see how intense last night's battle was. Moreover, the staff could no longer execute the rules due to an eye injury. Throughout the meal distribution process, there were no casualties at all. The citizens in the global live broadcast room saw this rare harmonious scene. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Oh. In the end, we still have to thank the child from the dragon country. Yes. If it weren't for him cutting off the source, this morning would surely have been another bloodbath. There are 18 days left, how are we supposed to survive? I see humanity will eventually be wiped out by these bizarre games. If only it could be this peaceful every day. Yunko looked at the rotten meat on the plate and couldn't help but dig in a big chunk and put it in his mouth. While enjoying it, he smacked his lips, delicious. Zhang Ming looked at him, his mouth all dirty, and couldn't help but laugh, eat slowly, all of this is yours. Just as he finished speaking, a challenger from the Big Hair Nation suddenly shouted loudly. Zhang Ming, instinctively drawn to the sound, immediately looked up. He saw the body of the challenger from the Big Hair Nation instantly turn into bones, scattering everywhere. A black shadow floated out from the bones. That shadow quickly entered the body of another challenger from a different country. The speed at which the shadow devoured was unusually fast, in less than 2 seconds, a perfectly fine person turned into a skeleton. The scene was shocking. The barrage in the global livestream chat was filled with cries of despair. That shadow is simply terrifying. Anyone who sees the shadow basically dies, such rules are so cruel. Another loss. In less than 3 days, so many people have died. For those who haven't seen it, hurry up and close your eyes. Maybe they can escape. At that moment, Zhang Ming wanted to close his eyes and not look, but it was already too late. The shadow reacted almost instantly, teleporting in front of Zhang Ming and entering his body to plunder. But it was grabbed and thrown aside by Yunko, who was quicker. Yunko looked at the shadow coldly and warned without any courtesy, do you want to die? Hearing Yunko's warning, the shadow, due to the level suppression, could only flee in embarrassment. The system in Zhang Ming's mind gave a prompt. Shadow anomaly, current danger level is high risk. Characteristics, extremely fast, closing eyes can effectively gain immunity. Special reminder, the shadow's growth rate is very fast, in 2 days, it will become extremely dangerous. While it is still weak, eliminate it as soon as possible. Almost everyone who had seen the shadow was completely devoured, with Zhang Ming being the only exception. Zhang Ming gazed at the 4 or 5 corpses on the ground, lost in thought, feeling a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Not only was this shadow's upgrade speed extremely fast, but it could appear anytime and anywhere. If Yunko was not beside him and he gets caught off guard, he would be finished, right? And if it grew, it would be scary enough that even Yunko might not be able to deal with it. He must get rid of it while it's still weak. He looked down at Yunko and asked, Sister, have you seen this anomaly before? Yunko thought hard for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and said, no, it should be new here. Anyway, every once in a while, new strange creatures appear here. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's brows furrowed even tighter. Does this mean that no matter how many days he stays here, he will encounter anomalies? The anomalies here will keep coming without end, and he can never kill them all. Looking at it this way, the difficulty of this dungeon could be said to be hell-level difficulty. Zhang Ming had previously checked the content of past bizarre games. In a dungeon, at most 3 anomalies would appear. Yet he had only been here for a few days and had already encountered 5. More difficult to deal with anomalies were bound to appear later. Other countries' strategy teams, hearing what Yunke said, immediately fell into a level 10 alert. Doesn't this mean that in these 20 days, our challengers will have to face an endless flow of anomalies and rules? So terrifying. The world of bizarre tales is becoming more lawless. I'm afraid this time, we will really face total annihilation. Let the challengers know and be on guard, the future of the nation depends on him. Compared to other countries, the strategy team from the Dragon Country was somewhat more relaxed. Chief, with that little anomaly around, Little Ming should be fine. But it's better to be more careful. Zhao Hui also realized the difficulty of the game and didn't dare to be careless at all. Teach Little Ming how to strengthen the strange creature's favorability. Our only breakthrough point has always been that little strange creature. At this moment, Zhang Ming tentatively brought it up. Do you want to kill that strange creature? Yunke thought about the shadow just now that indeed threatened Zhang Ming's life. Everything that wants to harm my brother should not exist in this world. With bright eyes, she looked firmly at Zhang Ming. If my brother wants to kill, I'll go kill now. The people of Long Country felt a sense of destiny upon hearing Yunke's words. I have only seen a sister complex, this is the first time seeing a brother complex. I can see it now, Yunke is dead set on Little Ming. Little Strange really loves Little Ming. Ah! Such feelings, I will envy for a lifetime. The audience in other countries' live streams could not help but feel envy. As long as Little Strange is around, Long Country's children can completely ignore any rules. When will such honor come to us? Only Zhang Ming can please the strange creature. Our challengers either please or just go to their deaths. How do you say this game can be played? I'm currently considering whether to immigrate to Long Country. Long Country is already strong, and now with the monster Zhang Ming, it won't be long before they surpass all countries, becoming the number 1. In the corridor, Zhang Ming didn't expect Yunke would agree so quickly. Let's go find it now. The system had just obtained information about the shadow, and locating it shouldn't be hard. Chapter 48, Devour. When Zhang Ming learned that the shadow was now on the 7th floor, he couldn't help but be surprised. Such speed was indeed astonishing. It hadn't even been 2 minutes, and it had already jumped to the 7th floor. Not to mention that along the way, it had taken lives. Zhang Ming looked at the unfinished rotten meat on the plate and stretched it out to Yunke. Let's eat first. Only after eating can we have the strength to catch bad things. He couldn't possibly use those things to catch the strange creature. Yunke took the plate and devoured the food. In no time at all, she had swallowed all the rotten meat. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she licked the plate completely clean with her tongue. It was cleaner than washing it. Zhang Ming watched in admiration. The empty plate was tossed aside by Yunke. Zhang Ming checked the position of the shadow again and found it had already jumped to the 10th floor. He didn't dare to delay any further and pulled Yunke into the elevator. During the time waiting in the elevator, Zhang Ming thought about many things. Since closing his eyes could block the shadow's plundering, does that mean the shadow could only enter a person's body through the pupil? It feeds on people from the inside out. Just thinking about the fight, if he closed his eyes the whole time, wouldn't it be a hassle? Mainly, it would feel very unsafe. System, is there a way to be immune to the shadow without closing my eyes? Yes, just keep your eyes open. What? The system must be malfunctioning. He questioned the system again with confusion. If I don't close my eyes, won't I just die? You won't die, your body is special. If it can't be killed, you can try to absorb it. The shadow is currently just a spirit. To become a physical entity, it must constantly devour more power. Once the shadow becomes a physical entity, you will lose the opportunity to fully absorb it. Zhang Ming was shocked by the explanations the system provided in his mind. Directly absorb the strange creature? How amazing! This body, though seemingly weak, turned out to be so powerful. Zhang Ming guessed that after absorbing the strange creature, the strange power within his body would likely enhance even more. If that's the case, Zhang Ming couldn't wait. No wonder before, the mirror couldn't reflect the shadow's form because it wasn't even a physical entity. The elevator unknowingly reached the 10th floor. Zhang Ming checked the position of the shadow again, and it had jumped to the 11th floor. The speed of its movement was too fast. Zhang Ming could only guess which floor it would stop at next. So he directly went to the 13th floor, planning to wait for it to come to him. Zhang Ming walked out of the elevator, bringing Yunke to hide in the corner of the hallway. He was certain that the shadow would come to the 13th floor to find him. Because the strange beings are very sensitive to humans, it would definitely not let go of this tempting prey. Zhang Ming had never been to the 13th floor before. The layout of the 13th floor was the same as that of the 5th floor. Soon, the smell of blood in the air grew thicker, making it hard to breathe. From a distance, strange and human screams echoed. Zhang Ming's heart gradually sank. It seemed that this shadow not only hunted humans, but also preyed upon the strange beings. No wonder its speed of improvement was so fast. It was clear that the shadow's way of enhancing its strange powers was very special and domineering. Other strange beings would improve their strength bit by bit over time, but not this one. It purely robbed others' power to quickly enhance itself. This was just like the evil sex in martial arts films. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the shadow would have a physical form. They would completely lose the chance to kill it. At that moment, the signal light on his neck began to flash incessantly. It was a message sent from Longhua. Xiao Ming, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Zhang Ming pressed decline. That's right, he had once again refused the suggestion from the Golden Bundles group. He knew without thinking that the members of the Golden Bundles group must be extremely anxious. But so what? If he wanted to enhance his own strength, he had to take risks. He understood the principle of opportunity coexisting with danger. When the shadow found him, Zhang Ming could clearly notice that the shadow had slowly taken on a physical shape. It was no longer just a blurry black shadow. Seeing the shadow approaching, Zhang Ming shouted urgently, "Sister, grab it quickly." Yunke was also very capable, catching the shadow's neck in the blink of an eye. The shadow was no longer as easy to catch as before, and with a slight change, it easily slipped from Yunke's hands. As Yunke looked at her empty palms in astonishment, the shadow quickly approached Zhang Ming again. It instinctively wanted to enter Zhang Ming's body to plunder him. When Yunke tried to grab it, it was already too late. Clearly, the speed of this shadow was much faster than before. Even Yunke couldn't react in time as it directly drilled into Zhang Ming's body. In an instant, Zhang Ming felt something fiercely tearing at the organs inside him. This deep bone-piercing pain made him bend over and kneel on the ground. He would not be infected by the strange power, but that did not mean he would not be harmed by it. The members of the Golden Bundles group watched in shock as the shadow entered Zhang Ming's body, all of them staring tightly at the screen, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. The strange being is continuously devouring Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming's physical characteristics are rapidly deteriorating. The strange being has entered his body, and it won't be long before Xiao Ming becomes like other challengers, turning into a skeleton. If only he had closed his eyes just now. Xiao Ming is too troubling. Zhao Wei looked at the dire situation, angrily pounding his thigh and pacing around the room. He really took our warnings lightly. Now look, if he dies, it's all over. This kid is too disobedient. If he were in the army, this would be considered disobeying military orders, and he would be expelled sooner or later. If I don't die from anger today, I can't stand this kid. Zhao Wei saw the moment Xiao Ming's body collapsed, and it was false to say he did not care. At a time of national crisis, how could this be a joke? The people of Longhua felt both heartbroken and devastated when they saw Zhang Ming weakly kneeling on the ground. Xiao Ming, what's wrong? Get up quickly. He looks like he can't hold on much longer. Shut up. Stop saying such hopeless things now. As long as Xiao Ming is still alive, there's hope. I will never believe such nonsense that Xiao Ming is about to die. If he had closed his eyes just now, he might have still been able to survive. The people of America, Korea, and Japan, these countries, were even more like adding salt to the wound, seizing every opportunity to mock Zhang Ming. He's finally going to die. He really thought he was special and could break all the rules. Look. This is the punishment for not following the rules. If Dragon Country loses, I'll dance for 3 days and nights to celebrate. Flattering the weirdness is useless because there will be even stronger weirdness to deal with you. You two Karami, think you can kill the powerful weirdness? Truly overestimating yourselves. On the 10th floor of the death apartment. Zhang Ming knelt on the ground, holding his body in pain, sweat pouring from him. The shadow was crashing inside his body, trying to break free. Zhang Ming tightly closed his eyes, desperately trying to suppress it. Although there was no visible injury on his body, inside, his organs had already been destroyed by the shadow's violent movements. If it weren't for the powerful regeneration ability, constantly healing and repairing him over and over again, he probably would have died by now. Chapter 49, Repeated Torture, Yet Not Dead. No matter how much Yunke lacked empathy, she could see that Zhang Ming was in great pain. She crouched on the ground in fear, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Her voice was full of crying. Brother, what happened to you? Don't die. Brother. She didn't know what to do. She had never encountered this kind of situation before. Zhang Ming didn't want Yunke to worry too much, so he gritted his teeth and gathered some strength to touch her little face. With a smile more tragic than crying, he said, I'm fine. Don't worry.
As soon as Zhang Ming spoke, Yunke completely lost control, tears of blood uncontrollably streamed from her eyes, and she began crying loudly. She had never seen Zhang Ming in such an exhausted, painful state. It was as if that gentle, caring brother was about to disappear, just like the other humans she had seen before.
Brother, I will definitely save you.
At this moment, she thought of Yang Zi. The old man must know everything. He must have a way to save Zhang Ming.
Brother, I'll take you to find Grandpa, he must have a way. Yunke knew that asking Yang Zi for help would come at a high price.
Because apart from Zhang Ming, no other creature had ever gained anything from him. She had already decided, no matter what Yang Zi asked her to do, she would agree. As long as she could save Zhang Ming, she didn't care about anything else. Zhang Ming grabbed Yunke's hand and gently shook his head. You just stay here and guard me, don't go anywhere.
I'll be fine.
Seeing how much Yunke cared about him, Zhang Ming felt warmth in his heart.
He didn't want Yunke to go looking for Yang Zi for him.
Because there was no need. If he really sent her to find that old slippery man, he might not help and might even take advantage of the situation to harm him. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The force of the shadow in his body was no longer as strong as before. It probably wouldn't be long before it calmed down. But this process was extremely painful. He had to endure it. Yunke was so anxious she could hardly bear it. You're like this, how can you be fine? Zhang Ming truly had no strength left. He could only whisper to comfort her, be good.
Trust me.
After these words, Zhang Ming had no more strength to speak. He was focused on struggling with the shadow inside his body.
Yunke didn't persist in finding Yang Zi anymore, instead quietly staying by his side.
Even though she was burning with anxiety. The regeneration ability let Zhang Ming's damaged organs heal countless times.
The shadow couldn't break free from his body and could only cause destruction.
Zhang Ming could even hear the shadow's painful, distorted, noisy roar in his mind.
You human, let me out. If you don't, I will crush your body into pieces. Why is my strength weakening? Human, what did you do to me?
Zhang Ming could also feel that the shadow inside him was gradually fading. It seems that his suppression really succeeded. Zhang Ming coldly laughed, talking to the shadow inside him in a voice only he could hear. From the moment you entered my body, did you ever think it would end this way? The shadow was unwilling to accept that the strange power it had so hard to devour would be utilized by a human. Such a fragile creature, the only thing it could do was be plundered.
Unwilling to become the prey of humans.
It roared, it won't be long before I become the most powerful weird thing.
You ruined my plans, and I will make you pay.
The shadow became suddenly more active within Zhang Ming's body. Even if it tried its best, the regenerative power could quickly help Zhang Ming heal.
But this process would inevitably be very painful.
Zhang Ming covered his body, which started to hurt fiercely again. His expression turned somewhat hideous.
Stop struggling, you can't escape.
In the strategic department of Dragon Nation's Monster Talk. The medical examiner focusing on Zhang Ming's body looked at the screen, seeing all his internal indicators jumping back and forth like they were dancing.
It was shocking. Could it be that the machine is broken? But this machine is new. It was too bizarre?
He had never encountered blood pressure and heart rate swinging up and down like this. It felt like it was vibrating. He hurriedly reported this special situation to Zhao Wei. Chief, Zhang Ming is not dead, his indicators are fluctuating between normal and abnormal, changing too fast. Zhao Wei looked at the screen in front of him and quickly came to a mind-blowing conclusion. His body seems to be constantly wavering between healing and being gravely injured. His body is very different. No wonder the shadow didn't kill Zhang Ming instantly like the others, because Zhang Ming's healing speed is much faster than the shadow's killing speed. When Zhao Wei said this, even he could hardly believe it, but the fact was so ridiculous.
Only this could explain it. In the 13th floor corridor of the death apartment,
Zhang Ming resisted for a whole hour before the shadow gradually disappeared from his body. The pain also vanished, and the chaotic, furious voices in his head went silent. The shadow was completely refined by him. At the moment the pain disappeared, Zhang Ming fainted. Beside him, Yunke was so frightened that she hurriedly held Zhang Ming, her eyes flooding with tears. Brother, what happened to you? After spending these days with Zhang Ming, she had already gotten used to having him by her side.
Having seen the light, how could she ever adapt to the darkness again?
While burying her head in his embrace and crying, it seemed she felt Zhang Ming's breathing. This discovery made her overjoyed.
He's not dead. He. Brother isn't dead. Yunke even felt the strange power flowing within Zhang Ming's body.
But right now, she couldn't care for so much, she just wanted to take Zhang Ming back to their home to nurture him well. She picked up Zhang Ming's limp body and walked toward the direction of home.
Zhang Ming's body lay softly on her back.
On the side of the Dragon Nation's Jinan group, seeing Zhang Ming's life signs stabilized, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Chief, Zhang Ming is still alive, this is simply a miracle.
Any body that has been entered by the shadow would not escape the fate of death. Currently, only Xiao Ming is intact. And it seems that shadow has disappeared. Xiao Ming's body is somewhat weak. As long as he rests, he can recover. Zhang Ming's super healing ability left Zhao Hui in a daze for a long time. He could not understand what kind of powerful force would allow a person to be injured countless times and then heal quickly. This was more miraculous than a medical miracle. Yunke gently placed Zhang Ming on the bed, carefully covering him with a blanket. Then she leaned over the bed, her eyes fixed on Zhang Ming without blinking. Thinking about just now, when Zhang Ming was almost dead, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. Silly brother, you better not dare to do that again. I will ignore you from now on. Zhang Ming slept the whole day and then slowly woke up. After waking up, his head ached, as if the furious sounds of dark shadows were still echoing in his ears. As he calmed down, he found that he seemed to have gained a lot of things inside him. Weird power plus 2000. Total weird power is 3100, gaining skills word command and spatial domain. Chapter 50 Words follow the law. Word command skill, say a one-word command, and the words will follow the law. The power is linked to the weird power. As for how to use it, experience it yourself. Spatial domain drags enemies into your unique independent space, where your weird power doubles. Indeed, the higher the difficulty of the task, the more rewards one gets. This time he gained 2 more skills, and both were attack skills. This meant that in the future, he would not be as passive when facing the weird. He must try these 2 skills when he gets the chance. Yunke, who had been guarding by the bed, saw Zhang Ming wake up and excitedly threw herself into his arms, crying loudly. I thought you were really going to die. Woo, brother, you can't do such dangerous things anymore. Yunke's tears stained a large part of his clothes red. Others didn't know and thought he had killed someone, with so much blood on him. The weird is different from humans, it does not easily shed tears, and if it does, the tears are red. Zhang Ming gently stroked her hair and said softly, Look, I'm fine, no need to cry. As soon as Yunke thought of Zhang Ming fainting yesterday, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Woo, it's a good thing you woke up, if you hadn't, my tears would have run dry. Zhang Ming was momentarily unsure how to comfort the crying little girl, feeling somewhat helpless. Sister! How about I fold you a few little animals later, or tell brother what you want, brother will get it for you. Yunke climbed out of Zhang Ming's arms and fiercely wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, making her round little face all flushed. Zhang Ming could not help but chuckle softly. Yunke sobbed and said, I just want you to be safe. Yesterday was my fault, I didn't catch that bad thing in time, almost costing you your life. I'm sorry, I promised to protect brother well. During the time Zhang Ming was in a coma, she couldn't stop blaming herself. If only she could have acted faster, it was all her fault for not being able to protect brother. Thinking of this, Yunke couldn't help but cry out louder. Zhang Ming watched as Yunke, who had calmed down, broke down again. He sighed, both helpless and affectionate, and muttered, Why are you crying again? He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face, softly saying, I'm your brother, how could I blame you? You did nothing wrong, it was brother who insisted on going, even if I had really died, it wouldn't have been your fault. This silly sister, he was fine, why was she still blaming herself? Zhang Ming didn't expect that his words would not soothe her but make Yunke cry even harder. I don't want brother to die. Brother must not die. Zhang Ming instantly felt a headache. He had never comforted a child before and never expected them to be so hard to console. He gently lifted Yunke into his arms and rocked her back and forth, his tone even gentler. Stop crying, brother won't die. Don't worry. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Zhang Ming didn't realize that what he did yesterday had made Yunke so sad. It turned out that the weird emotions could be so rich. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream saw that not only had Zhang Ming survived but also had the energy to comfort a child. Their worried hearts also eased. Xiao Ming actually didn't die in such a desperate situation, it's a miracle. Yesterday, under such critical circumstances, he actually survived, amazing. Does this mean that in the future, all weird things will not pose a threat to Xiao Ming? I don't know why, seeing the little odd one cry like that made me sad too. Upstairs, that's because you also don't want the little Ming to die. Their bond is even closer than that of real siblings. I'm hurt. My sister has never been this sad. Meanwhile, the comments in the Sakura Country livestream were filled with unwilling wails. He didn't die? What's going on? I clearly saw his body completely taken over by the oddness, how could he possibly survive? I want to report Dragon Country for cheating. Otherwise, why did everyone else die but him? Why is this Dragon Country like an indestructible cockroach? It looks so weak, yet cannot be killed. My wish has once again fallen through. At this moment, several people from Dragon Country entered the Sakura Country livestream, mocking everyone. Stop meddling. You lost twice without even lasting a day. Don't be arrogant, defeated country. Your good days are almost over. If you lose 2 more matches, your entire island will be submerged. You care so much about us, why don't you count how many more days you can keep barking?
In room 505.
Zhang Ming coaxed Yunke for a long time before she finally calmed down. Yunke sniffled a bit, her eyes puffed up and swollen. Muttering to Zhang Ming, she said,
I want a little rabbit. You make one for me. Zhang Ming smiled and quickly agreed, okay, no problem. But I haven't eaten for a whole day. Can I eat first before making it for you? Yunke nodded, MHM. Zhang Ming let go of Yunke, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and went to the refrigerator.
He took out 2 steamed buns and a piece of pork. The pork was raw and could not be eaten directly. Suddenly, Zhang Ming thought of the new skill he had just obtained and decided to try it out. Using the one-word technique skill. He looked at the raw pork on the table and uttered one word, cooked. Remarkably, the raw pork actually transformed into cooked meat. He could even smell the unique aroma of the pork. He poked it with his finger, and it felt warm. In an instant, the meat was cooked. Zhang Ming felt excited inside. What an amazing skill. It felt like he had magic. What a true manifestation of words. He loved it. Yunke, who was standing beside Zhang Ming, also smelled the fragrance of the meat, curious as she leaned on the table and asked, Brother, what is this? It smells so good. Zhang Ming tore off a small piece of meat and held it near Yunke's mouth. This is cooked meat, give it a try. Yunke opened her little mouth and took the pork into her mouth, frowning slightly. It tasted nothing like the rotten meat she usually ate, it was tough and chewy. It didn't taste good. Yunke struggled to swallow the meat and quietly turned around to run away to play. Zhang Ming noticed that she was not interested in the piece of meat and said nothing. He took out some seasoning and sprinkled it on, though it wasn't as tasty as when cooked in a pot. As long as it was cooked, he felt quite satisfied. Much better than eating rotten meat like everyone else. Zhang Ming ate 4 steamed buns and a large piece of meat before feeling full. His appetite was much larger than before. It might be related to the odd power inside him. Chapter 51, I am also from Dragon Country, why do I not have magical powers? The magical scene of transforming meat into a cooked state quickly caught the attention of the Dragon Country team. Chief, did I see it wrong just now? Little Ming Ming only said one word, and the meat was cooked like that. How many more tricks does Little Ming Ming have that we don't know about? Never thought that one day magic on TV would appear in reality. Zhao Hui, who didn't believe Zhang Ming could just say one word to cook the meat, replayed it several times. Even he, who had always been a materialist, couldn't help but wonder, could he really be a celestial being? I have never seen such a thing. Could it be that his odd powers have reached this level? Inside the death apartment. After eating, Zhang Ming picked up the scrap paper that Yunke had previously found and folded it into a paper rabbit, along with some other small animals. Yunke looked at the many cute little things on the table, liking it very much. Continuously pestering Zhang Ming to teach her. Brother, can you teach me how to fold it? Zhang Ming thought there was nothing else to do, so he agreed. Okay, but you have to learn carefully. Yunke looked at the little frog in her palm, yearningly said, these animals are so cute. Brother, if I learn, can I fold as many little animals as I want in the future? Zhang Ming nodded, yes, if you learn, you can fold as many as you like. Too bad these are paper animals, not real ones. Yunke was thrilled to hear this, clapping her hands eagerly, I want to learn. I want to learn. Zhang Ming taught very seriously, and Yunke learned even more seriously. If she didn't understand, she would actively ask. Zhang Ming had rarely seen such a serious look. Yunke was very smart and quickly folded a chubby little bunny. Then Zhang Ming taught her how to fold a paper crane. Zhang Ming taught once, and she learned it. Even Zhang Ming couldn't help but praise, so smart. How can my little sister be so clever? Yunke, being praised, smiled with eyes like crescent moons, showing off her little tiger teeth, looking very cute. Zhang Ming looked at the lively Yunke, and at that moment, he seemed to forget she was a strange creature and saw her as a very ordinary human girl. Yunke proudly held her paper crane, showing off, look how beautiful I folded it. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement, yes, it looks very nice. Soon they both folded many paper cranes and bunnies. Zhang Ming looked at the numerous exquisite little toys and thought they would look even better if they could move on their own. So, with a trying attitude, he used a simple spell. He pinched his index finger and middle finger together, pointing at the origami on the table, move. The magical moment came. The paper cranes on the table flew up, flapping their wings, just as Zhang Ming had imagined. Even the little bunnies and frogs seemed to come alive, jumping around playfully. Before, Zhang Ming could only use strange powers to make them float, but he couldn't make these origami animals move like real ones. Yunke looked up at the flying paper cranes with bright eyes. Her mouth was so surprised that it couldn't close, repeatedly shouting, wow!
Wow. Wow. So beautiful. Brother, are they alive? They move on their own. The little bunny Yunko had before didn't move at all. But this time, the origami animals actually moved. It was just too beautiful. Just like the fairy tale world her brother told her about that night. Zhang Ming stood by, smiling as he watched the beautiful scene before him. They were originally lifeless, I gave them life. Yunko heard this and looked at Zhang Ming with a very admiring gaze. So brother is the creator Grandpa mentioned. Brother, you are amazing, I like it here. Zhang Ming didn't expect such praise, making him feel a bit embarrassed. I'm not a creator, I just used a little trick to make them move. It probably won't be long before they stop moving. He was still exploring this new skill. As for when they would stop, he couldn't say for sure. Yunka felt a bit unhappy when she heard the origami wouldn't move for long. She tugged at Zhang Ming's clothes, acting cute, but can't you make them move forever? They look great when they move. Zhang Ming saw her cute demeanor and couldn't help but pinch her soft little face, gently saying, if they don't move, they are resting and sleeping, just like I do. Yunka thought about how Zhang Ming, unlike her, had to lie down and sleep every night to regain energy. She quickly accepted this idea. Realizing suddenly, she scratched her head, brother is right. Little animals get tired and need to rest. Finally calming this little smart one down, Zhang Ming let out a subtle sigh of relief. Billions of people around the world watched this magical operation by Zhang Ming. The level of surprise was no less than that of Mars colliding with Earth. Is it my eyes that are faulty, or am I poisoned? How can I see paper-folded things flying in the sky? No, it must be that I stayed up too late yesterday. The Dragon Kingdom is too magical, no wonder it is called the mysterious ancient Eastern country. The rumors that people in the Dragon Kingdom can use magic seem to be true. I finally understand, there must be some mysterious Eastern power within him, allowing him to swim like a fish in this bizarre world. I must go to the Dragon Kingdom and learn magic. So beautiful. So unbelievable. I also want to learn. Even someone who can't be killed by the weird must have some mystery about them. Not to mention foreigners, even the locals of the Dragon Kingdom have never seen such magic. If they have, it's only in TV dramas. Now foreigners are turning our Zhang Ming into various mythological figures, that's just ridiculous. It does sound absurd, but it's a fact. I'm also from the Dragon Kingdom, why can't I use magic? I want magic. Zhang Ming is still too comprehensive. Who knows? Perhaps Zhang Ming is a deity descended from heaven to save us. It seems we must prioritize building a grand temple for Xiaoming. There can only be one such living deity. Once it's built, I'll also go light some incense to pray for my wealth. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, watching Yunka play carefreely with paper cranes and little rabbits, feeling inexplicably relaxed inside. Although Yunka was strange, her thoughts were extraordinarily pure. Happy was happy, unhappy meant either causing trouble or just crying. Her expressions all showed on her face. These days, he had almost figured out Yunka's temperament. He could tell Yunka cherished these folded papers, even while chasing them, she controlled her strength, not daring to break them. Even if she caught a paper crane, she would release it immediately, letting it continue to fly. At that moment, Zhang Ming realized an hour had passed. These folded paper animals seemed to have endless energy, always moving. Could it be that these paper folds wouldn't stop until his command was given? Realizing this, Zhang Ming felt quite delighted. The skills given by the system were indeed not useless. Just the word method was so powerful. What if he used spatial abilities? Wouldn't that be even more incredible? Zhang Ming couldn't help but hesitate to imagine. It's a pity there aren't other strange things here for him to test the magic on. Chapter 52, The Black Dog Cannot Die. After the shadow incident, only 10 challengers remained. America was among them. As Zhang Ming sat on the sofa feeling bored, he suddenly heard barking outside the door. He quickly realized that the bazaar related to the second rule had appeared. It happened a little later than he expected. But what do dogs in this bizarre world like to eat? Rotten meat? However, all the rotten meat had been eaten by Yunku. Yunku, still playing, also heard the barking. Irritated, she scratched her head and mumbled, "Why is that dog still barking outside? Didn't we already kill it?" Zhang Ming turned to Yunku and asked, "Sister, from what you're saying, you've seen this dog before?" Yunku nodded obediently, "Yes. Yesterday at noon, after I carried you back, the dog was barking nonstop outside. I found the noise too loud, afraid it would disturb your rest, so I just crushed it. I just didn't expect it to show up again today, isn't it strange? Wasn't it dead?" Hearing this, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow. "Right, this apartment is so big, it can't possibly have only one dog, right? There's also a possibility that the dog just can't be killed. The most important thing now is to get rid of the dog quickly." Zhang Ming walked to the fridge and took out some pork. Holding the meat, he opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Ming saw a large black dog, teeth exposed, lunging at him. Fortunately, Zhang Ming reacted quickly and dodged in time. He wasn't bitten. He casually threw the pork in front of the black dog. The black dog, seeing the meat, cautiously sniffed it. After feeling that it could be eaten, it began to devour its food voraciously. The whole process of eating was still quite proper. Black dog, strange, danger level, low risk. Traits, immortal, loves to eat, never picky, holds grudges deeply. Zhang Ming looked down at the black dog in front of him, its personality quite similar to a dog in the real world. After the black dog finished eating, it should have left on its own. Who would have thought that after eating, not only did it not leave, but when it raised its head to see Yunku, its eyes suddenly turned red, baring its teeth and letting out a threatening growl. Woof woof woof. Then it barked madly at Yunku, chasing after to bite her. Yunku, seeing this, easily grabbed the black dog's neck again and lifted it up, just like last night. With a gentle squeeze of her small hand, the black dog turned into black smoke and disappeared. Just when Yunku thought this was all over. Not long after, suddenly, another identical black dog appeared out of nowhere, again chasing after Yunku to bite her. Yunku continued to deal with it. In less than 2 minutes, the black dog appeared again. Still chasing Yunku and trying to bite her. Like a stubborn medicated plaster, it couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Zhang Ming quickly realized that the black dog was holding a grudge because Yunku had killed it once before, so it was relentlessly pursuing her. Yunku had killed the black dog several times, but never truly killed it, and now she was completely helpless. She was being chased all around the room, screaming in panic. "You annoying dog, stop chasing me. I won't kill you, is that enough?" The billions of viewers in the global livestream watched as Yunku was chased by the black dog, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Is this dog really like a vengeful creature? How can it hold such a grudge? It seems even the greatest experts are afraid of this dog's relentless nature. This black dog is strange, it can't be killed? The world of strange tales is already absurd, encountering such things is normal. In the 505 apartment, Zhang Ming watched Yunku being chased by the black dog, realizing this was not a good situation. So he pointed at the black dog and shouted, "Stop!" The black dog, still caught in its pursuit, suddenly stopped, its head hitting the ground with a thump. It couldn't move in place. Zhang Ming walked over, picked up the black dog, opened the door, and threw it outside. When the black dog's paws touched the ground, Zhang Ming deactivated the spell that was placed on it. The black dog had never encountered a situation where its body suddenly couldn't move, it was so scared that it tucked its tail and ran away cursing. Even in fear, it would stop every few steps to turn back, barking angrily at Zhang Ming. It seemed very unwilling but dared not do anything to Zhang Ming. It sounded very vulgar. This showed how deeply the black dog held grudges. Billions of viewers in the global livestream were surprised to see Zhang Ming resolve this bizarre situation so easily, a feat Yunku couldn't even manage. Wait, now even the dogs in the world of strange tales listen to Zhang Ming? So strange, why does the black dog only chase the peculiarities, not Zhang Ming? All the strange creatures are targeting the children of Long Country, how can other countries compete? As expected of the first superpower, they're truly remarkable. My kimchi country will never acknowledge the strength of Long Country. Zhang Ming closed the door and saw Yunka sitting on the sofa in a daze. He walked over and asked, "Were you scared just now?" Yunka nodded, looking down at her small hands in grievance. "I didn't expect I couldn't kill it. It's so infuriating. It chased me for so long, how awful." Just thinking about being chased by the dog made Yunka wish she could dismember it right now. Unfortunately, the black dog couldn't be killed. Zhang Ming habitually ruffled her hair and comforted her, "Don't worry, it's just a dog." Zhang Ming didn't realize that the second perplexing rule was the simplest one. He had barely sat down when the building's loudspeaker suddenly blasted a creepy and rhythmic DJ ghost music. The music was like a magical sound that made one's mind dizzy. Zhang Ming instinctively covered his ears because it was so loud. It was so noisy that it caused a headache. Just as he looked up at the wall, he saw a new rule written on it. "It is now square dance time, please go to the square to watch the elderly dance. Those who do not go will be considered as disrespecting the elderly. Here are the rules for watching the square dance, everyone must follow. Rule 1, no matter how you dance, you must praise. Do not let the elderly feel unhappy. Rule 2, you must join the square dance army and dance along, take dancing seriously and do not get distracted. Rule 3, if there are any strange disruptions preventing the aunties from dancing, please immediately join in to resist those interruptions." Zhang Ming felt a headache the moment he saw these rules. Soon I have to dance along with the weirdness, and then resist again. Is this because they have lived too long? Are they just messing around? If I join to resist the aunties, wouldn't that go against the rules of respecting the elderly and loving the young? The power of the square dance aunties is something everyone can see. Not to mention this is the world of strange tales, they are probably even harder to deal with than antis in the real world. The system quickly sent out a warning. Rule 3 is incorrect, the number of antis is very large, and each of them is highly ranked. If you do not follow them, you will die. Seeing the system's prompt, Zhang Ming felt like the sky was about to collapse. This means the weirdness I am about to face is not just one but a whole group. A group of powerful and face-saving old antiques. What am I supposed to do now? I can only respond as it comes. Chapter 53, Praising is Death, Not Praising is Also Death, What do you want? The passionate young people in the Long Country live broadcast felt uneasy as soon as they saw these 3 rules. Alright. Even in the world of strange tales, we can't escape the rule of square dance antis. The battle power of square dance antis is obvious. I wonder how Zhang Ming will break this situation? This DJ music is quite eerie, it's not as good as our most dazzling national style. Once, those square dance antis took over our field, we were angry but dared not speak. Yunko heard the music from the loudspeaker outside and did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, she happily said, "Brother, it sounds so lively outside. It must be that they are about to dance again, let's go take a look." Even if Yunko did not go, Zhang Ming had to go. After all, the rules are here. In fact, Zhang Ming did not want to see any square dance at all. Because it's too noisy. He stood up, holding Yunko's hand. "Alright, let's go take a look." When Zhang Ming took the elevator to the first floor, he saw 30 strangely dressed antis in red standing neatly in the courtyard, dancing the square dance. Every action, every expression of theirs seemed to be an exact replica. They danced very stiffly, almost like robots. The dim sky paired with their gray and pale faces made it feel like entering a graveyard. It's terrifying. Soon, 10 challengers began to appear one by one. Zhang Ming turned to look at them and felt instantly comforted. Still, it's more pleasant to see blue star people. These eerie things, retreat. 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 Those strange antis saw them come out, and their faces looked as if they put on smiling masks. With big eyes, not showing teeth, their mouths almost smiled up to their ears. Zhang Ming could not feel any joy on their faces, only found them ridiculous. They seemed like puppets who could not make expressions. The audience in the global broadcast room saw their creepy smiles and felt chills all over. How scary. That expression looks like a smile, but it clearly wants to scare people to death. Don't you think their facial expressions are like those eerie dolls in horror movies? They are all wearing bright red clothes, dancing like this looks even worse, scarier than in horror films. In the courtyard of the death apartment, a group of red-dressed antis saw the challengers coming and excitedly surrounded them. They stretched their necks to get close to them. Chattering questions followed. Did we look good just now? Right. Do we look good? Look good? Look? Zhang Ming only felt their voices were like a bell being struck, echoing with piercing sounds. The antis are eerie, and their danger levels are all extremely high. Features, has some mind-reading ability. Remember, when praising, you must be sincere, without any selfish motives, or else you will die. With the system's timely reminders, he could only be full of joy, smiling and constantly praising. You all look amazing, no matter how you dance, it's beautiful. It's like fairies. Such graceful figures, only you have them. I'm afraid even the best dancers in the world can't compare to you. The praise was so genuine and heartfelt. He always kept the system's reminder in mind, trying hard to control the urge to complain. To genuinely praise them, he purposely imagined them as beautiful dancers, which fooled this group of old schemers. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't have been able to praise them at all. Zhang Ming's continuous flattery made them all feel like they were being treated as precious as an unborn child. Some of the older women even covered their faces, self-indulging, saying, "I didn't expect my dancing skills to be this great." Auntie number 1 was so happy, her mouth was almost stretched behind her ears. Only you are truly praising us, unlike them, who don't know how to appreciate and want to drive us away. They really don't understand art. Little one, you really spoke from the heart. Auntie number 2 was in a good mood, even gently touching Zhang Ming's face, her voice having a slight whiny tone. "I always said children never lie, I really like this kid." Other challengers saw that Zhang Ming's flattery worked and started to get eager to try. The challenger from the Fort Kingdom stood up first and praised their dancing even more fervently. "Sisters, your dance is amazing. I've never seen such beautiful dancing my whole life. You are like beautiful angels from the sky, descending to the earth. Your dance is unmatched, it captivates people." When the older women heard his praise, their faces grew darker, and even the smiles that had been so high were slowly fading. In their hearts, they heard another kind of mocking tone. They were saying that his praise of their dance was very good, but in truth, they were secretly degrading him. This young man was dishonest. Auntie number 3 finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and thrust her whole arm straight through the Fort Kingdom challenger's stomach, then quickly pulled it back out.
Before dying, the Fort Kingdom challenger looked at them with confused eyes.
It was as if he was asking, "Why are you killing me? I didn't say anything wrong."
Auntie disdainfully spat on his face and disgustedly said, "You deserve to die." The once lively atmosphere quickly turned to a frozen silence after the death of the Fort Kingdom challenger. The older women's once cheerful expressions also drooped.
What are those looks? Why aren't you praising us? Or is it because you think we're too strange and old, and we don't deserve your sincere praise?
Halfway through, they turned back and smiled at Zhang Ming, looking like they liked him.
It's still the children who are good. They don't lie, unlike you adults who speak with lies. Apart from Zhang Ming, the other challengers had slightly grim expressions. Another child from the Dragon Kingdom. Are the children from the Dragon Kingdom that good? Why do so many strange women like them? Auntie number 3 raised her hand casually and pointed at the challenger from the United States, saying firmly, Tell me, do you think our dancing is good or not?
At this moment, the United States challenger, thinking these strange older women liked to hear the truth, confidently spoke up. Your dance is very stiff, not graceful.
The best thing about it is that it's neat. Apart from being neat, there's no beauty in it.
Zhang Ming, listening to his bold words from the side, silently prayed for him in his heart, offering 3 incense sticks.
Prayer, companion. Safe travels, no need to send you off.
Before the United States challenger could finish, all 30 older women turned against him. Each of them punched and kicked him, directly mobbing him. In the end, they beat the United States challenger into a pile of mush and didn't let him off. While beating him, the older women were cursing.
Dare to say we dance badly. Blind things, let you say we're bad. The last thing that said we danced badly has long been dead.
The people of Fut country and the people of Me country were deeply saddened to see their challengers lose so miserably. More than that, they were confused. They believed it was unfair and protested in the livestream.
Just now, the child from Dragon Country also praised so much. Why is he fine?
There should be a reason to kill our challenger.
Yeah.
Clearly, our challenger also praised well. Why do they want to kill him?
Praise and get killed. Don't praise and get killed. What do these sick perverts want? Everyone is equal, why treat us differently? I think the child from Dragon Country should die too. Chapter 54, What?
With one sentence, you have become a peculiar master of talents. These citizens had no idea of the hidden meaning behind the rules and were there judging. If they really understood, they wouldn't have been eliminated. Later, In Country, Westland Country, and Ming Family Country were all severely punished by the peculiar ones because they did not sincerely praise the strange Big Mom.
They all died.
Except for Dragon Country, the other 3 countries urgently united to discuss countermeasures.
Countries rarely unite unless facing problems that all find hard to solve. Praise leads to death, not praising also leads to death. What exactly is going on? There must be an inner rule, we just haven't found it yet. How about we ask Dragon Country how they solved it?
So far, they are the only ones who have survived.
Bajitan Country, your suggestion is very useful. Let's send a message to Dragon Country now, hoping to get their help.
The unpredictable nature of the peculiar Big Mom had troubled everyone. Thus, various countries' think tanks began to send inquiries to Dragon Country. They all hoped to receive help from this Eastern Dragon. When Zhao Wei received these inquiries, he regretfully responded. Actually, we are also looking for breakthrough points within these rules. As for why the little name could easily gain the recognition of the peculiar ones, we are indeed puzzled.
Don't worry, we will tell you as soon as we know the reason.
Zhao Wei truly did not know how Zhang Ming praised the peculiar ones and didn't get killed. Other countries felt it was a pity upon receiving Dragon Country's response. Clearly, they know but don't want to tell us.
I think they don't want us to win.
I don't believe Dragon Country would do this, because Dragon Country has truly helped us a lot. Our large shelter was built with their help, and this kindness is remembered by everyone in our country.
Perhaps they genuinely don't know. Could it be that the child from Dragon Country figured it out by himself? So their think tank doesn't know what's going on?
If that's the case, the intellect of that child from Dragon Country is too strong. Dragon Country is indeed a terrifying existence. Just a 6-year-old child can carry the fortunes of an entire nation. At this moment, Bajitan Country's think tank suddenly thought of a way, which was to let their challenger actively seek help from Dragon Country. Over here, after receiving this suggestion from his think tank, Ali from Bajitan Country quietly moved closer to Zhang Ming and whispered in Chinese, "Dear child from Dragon Country, can you tell me how you praised to make them so happy just now?" Zhang Ming turned to look at the tall challenger from Bajitan Country, pointing to his heart with his index finger, sincerely praise.
Just that simple, and I honestly like your dance.
Upon hearing this answer, Bajitan Country quickly understood its meaning.
So the answer was that simple? What was all the brain-racking thought he just had worth?
When he came back to his senses, he quickly bowed and thanked Zhang Ming.
Thank you, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively, it's nothing. As long as my answer is useful to you, it's worth it. The people of Baton looked at Zhang Ming with renewed admiration. They didn't expect that a child from Longwa, so young, could be so broad-minded. If it were another challenger, they definitely wouldn't have helped him. The citizens of Baton felt grateful to Zhang Ming for helping their country. Thank you, Longwa, for your help. We will always remember the favor of the Longwa child. The broad-mindedness of a great country is something we should learn from. In the future, if Longwa is in trouble, we will surely help. Thank you, Longwa. You will always be our friends. The Longwa child is so smart, this should be his third time helping us. The keen-eared strange aunties also heard Zhang Ming's words. Their fondness for him increased several times. This kid has good taste, unlike those others, who are painfully vulgar and shouldn't even be alive. Ali remembered Zhang Ming's answer and sincerely praised all the strange aunties. The strange aunties were so flattered by Ali's compliments that they were beaming with joy. Just like that, Ali avoided a disaster. In fact, they knew Ali did this after asking Zhang Ming. The only reason they didn't kill him was completely because of Zhang Ming's reputation. This kid is too likable, they couldn't hurt his feelings and risk losing his interest in square dancing. From the beginning with 139 people, now only 3 remained. They were from Longwa, Baton, and Nibwa. Nibwa's challenger liked these strange ants' unusual dances. It was entirely because their country's unique dance was very similar to what the strange aunties danced. So, loving the home and the people, he stayed by chance. The strange aunties thought they had heard enough compliments and it was time to practice. Auntie number 1 couldn't help but take Zhang Ming's little hand and said kindly, since you all like our square dance so much, come and dance with us. Due to the rules, Zhang Ming had no reason to refuse. Zhang Ming said, okay, I'm not very good at square dancing. If I don't dance well later, please don't laugh at me. The aunties quickly waved their hands in reply, how could we? Yunko, standing by, saw Zhang Ming really going to dance, and hurriedly tugged at his clothes, shaking her head with worry. Brother, don't go dance, it could be dangerous. The strange aunties, seeing that Yunko was so ungrateful, had their smiling faces suddenly turn cold. How can you talk like that? Dancing with us is very enjoyable, how could it be dangerous? Yunko, who was closest to Zhang Ming, could deeply feel her worry and softly comforted, it's okay, we're just dancing square dance, it won't be a problem. At that moment, Yunko leaned her mouth close to Zhang Ming's ear and whispered, if you join them in dancing, many strange ones will come and beat us. Auntie number 2 stepped forward and disapproved of Yunko's words, saying fiercely, you can't say that, if you don't dance with us, it's disrespecting our dance, and I will kill you. This little strange one made it sound like dancing square dance was a matter of life and death, simply slander. If it weren't for the fact that this little strange one previously liked watching them dance. Based solely on this statement, she would have already killed them. Yet, she endured hearing this blabbering. After being yelled at by the auntie, Yunko dared not speak again, only watching Zhang Ming with worry. Zhang Ming gently patted Yunko's head and looked at the aunties and said, if I join you in dance, does that mean I am now one of you? If we face danger, I hope the sisters can protect us. Chapter 55, Who danced the zombie dance so well? The strange aunties, hearing Zhang Ming call them sisters, all covered their faces. The corners of my mouth were almost unable to hold back. I was called sister by such a small child. Could it be that dancing in the square really makes you younger? Being called sister for the first time, I'm so happy. Zhang Ming looked at a group of peculiar women who were covering their faces, completely lost in self-indulgence, and his mouth twitched slightly. Can someone tell us what is going on? Sisters, what's wrong with you? Old lady number 1 finally came back to reality, cleared her throat shyly, and said with her head held high. Of course, we accept everyone who loves dancing in the square. The little girl just mentioned those peculiar people who don't understand art, they are not worth our time, so you don't have to mind. As long as you learn well and earn our recognition, we will protect your safety. After all, this little child is quite lovable. Little boy, you are our first soulmate, so you will naturally receive the best treatment. Remember to call us sister more often, we love to hear it. They have danced in this square for 100 years, and Zhang Ming is the first person who made them feel so comfortable. They haven't felt truly happy in a long time. To them, Zhang Ming is like a kindred spirit, a rare talent. Good horses are common, but good mentors are rare. Look! Even children love their square dance. Those who understand nothing and are mundane should all disappear from here, so they won't obstruct their view every day. With the guarantee from the peculiar ladies, Zhang Ming felt at ease. Zhang Ming revealed a sincere smile. He said, thank you, sisters. I will definitely learn how to dance in the square well. Another sister sent them all into fits of giggles. This child is so clever, the more we look at him, the more we like him. Old lady number 1 smiled and said, you will definitely like it.
Even the global audience in the live broadcast could see the peculiar lady's affection for Zhang Ming. These peculiar women seem to really love Zhang Ming, always circling around him. Yes, our challenger is almost becoming a background figure. I can only say that the emotional intelligence of challengers from Dragon Country is really high. Just calling sister has completely enchanted those peculiar women. Well, what woman doesn't want to be called younger? I look at these peculiar women with their wrinkled faces and feel nauseous, not to mention calling them sisters. I can't even call them aunties. Children from Dragon Country have a much stronger mental quality than us adults. The peculiar ladies led Zhang Ming to the center of the courtyard. They let Zhang Ming learn from them. The loudspeaker of the building resounded again. Zhang Ming earnestly studied the square dance moves from the ladies. Due to the second rule, Zhang Ming focused entirely on learning the dance steps, not daring to be distracted for a moment. He was small and danced like a little zombie, very soft and cute, just like a little figurine. The originally awkward and stiff dance moves became not only pleasing but also particularly adorable after Zhang Ming danced. This made the other peculiar ladies burst into laughter. The little boy dances really well, he has talent. I think he has talent too. This is the first time I've seen a child dance square dance. It feels so different. What do you say, should we invite a few more children to dance with us? That would be more lively. That's a great idea. Square dancing should be nurtured from a young age. Meanwhile, the challenger from Mud Lake Country, who was beside Zhang Ming, suddenly felt a strong desire to go home upon seeing the square dance. Little did he know, his thought was quickly caught by the peculiar ladies. One of the peculiar ladies suddenly looked coldly at the challenger from Mud Lake Country. You dare to be distracted while learning the dance? Do you want to die? The challenger from Mud Lake Country immediately realized his grave mistake and quickly pleaded for mercy. I just miss home, I absolutely didn't mean to be distracted. I'll learn the dance properly now, and I won't let my mind wander again. These peculiar ladies only love square dance, they don't care about anything else. They are not a product of human death. It is a product of the rules of the bizarre tale world. Naturally, there is no concept of home. The challengers of the Mud Pit Kingdom naturally cannot receive any sympathy from us. Here, square dancing is the most important. If you are distracted, you are disrespecting square dancing. After saying this, the weird ant directly stabbed the challenger from the Mud Pit Kingdom in the abdomen, killing him instantly. His death was gruesome. The strange woman did not care about his life at all and coldly said, not studying hard is a death sentence. The people from the Baton Kingdom nearby tried their best to ignore this scene, fully focusing on their studies. Seeing their own challenger's tragic state, the citizens of the Mud Pit Kingdom felt immense heartache and panic. Our challenger is gone, why is it so hard to win a single match? If another natural disaster comes, our country will really be finished. We must trust the government, they will definitely help us. Don't panic. The citizens in Long Kingdom's livestream watched as only Zhang Ming and the Baton Kingdom were left, unable to help but feel sentimental. I guess this victory will be ours again. Don't look down on the little Ming Ming, he is a very reliable man. I will always support little Ming Ming. As for human relationships, little Ming Ming handles it very well. The way little Ming Ming dances square dance is so cute. I love it so much, I want to save a clip and watch it every day. Just as they were dancing square dance very well, a group of various bizarre beings rushed out of the hallway. Some had their arms and legs reversed. Some crawled like spiders in the shadows on the ground. And there were middle-aged bizarre beings dressed in jerseys, holding basketballs. The only thing they had in common was heavy dark circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyeballs. Their expressions were extremely angry. They kept shouting. So noisy. We want a rest, you old ladies. This time is our time to play ball, please clear the field. Stop dancing. It's so loud. You are just bullying us because of your higher levels. Every time at this hour, you dance this ugly square dance, it's simply polluting our eyes. It seems that the dance of the strange ants has become so ugly that even the bizarre beings cannot stand it. The sheep residing on the first floor also came out to watch the commotion. When he saw Zhang Ming among the strange ants, he was shocked. This kid actually did not die? Not only did he not die, but he still had the strength to dance square dance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The strange power contained in the dagger was more than enough to kill a mid to low danger bizarre being. He, a mere human, should have been affected. Even if he survived by a miracle, at least he should be disabled. How could he stand there perfectly in front? The sheep was puzzled. The sheep regretted a bit, thinking that if he had known this kid was so hard to kill, he should have done something to the food from the beginning. Seeing so many bizarre beings appear in the yard, he quickly changed his mind. Chapter 56. Do you want a hint, but you don't understand? The sheep hoped that these bizarre beings would make a bigger fuss, and when the chaos ensued, he would take the opportunity to kill that kid.
With his current strength, killing a human would be as easy as squashing an ant. After that, he would never see that detestable human child again. In the entire death apartment, he was the best at chess. Every time he thought about the fact that he still owed Zhang Ming 7 requests that had not been fulfilled, he felt worse than eating feces. Disgrace, truly disgrace. The group of bizarre beings that kept shouting quickly noticed Zhang Ming and Ali among the strange ants. They were particularly surprised and shocked. There were actually humans here? When the shock ended, only anger remained. How dare a human dance with these ants? Are they courting death? The few bizarre beings standing at the front pointed at Zhang Ming and shouted angrily. You two humans, come out. Don't you know that you can't dance here? If you don't come over, don't blame us for being merciless. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in Zhang Ming's mind in time. Most of these bizarre beings are low-danger bizarre beings. There is only one extremely dangerous weirdness. The old lady weirdos merged together and directly crushed these weirdness. Zhang Ming saw these messages, and his brain quickly worked. No wonder these old ladies danced here with such confidence. If they didn't have some strength, they would have been driven away by these weirdness long ago, too afraid to keep dancing. Zhang Ming looked at the swarming weirdness not far away, showing no intention of coming out. If he came out, truly mixing with them, he would probably die in a terrible way. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the old lady weirdos would probably take care of him directly. Because they could read minds. Right now, the old lady weirdos were the real support. He wasn't that foolish to seek his own death. Not far from Zhang Ming, Ali looked at him, completely still, looking foolish. Immediately, he grew anxious, not knowing what to do. Those weirdness looked so powerful, and the situation was getting worse. In terms of numbers, the old lady weirdos were definitely not the advantageous side. If they kept standing there, it not only went against the rules, but they might also be swallowed up by the weirdness group. The global audience had never seen so many weirdness at once, densely packed like plant zombies. It seems this time they've encountered tough opponents? Isn't Rule 3 supposed to get them away from the old lady weirdos? Why are those two still in the group, looking like fools? Perhaps they also don't know what to do? Scared stiff. If they were really afraid, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Do you think the old ladies can handle so many weirdness? This is the first time I've seen so many weirdness. If I were there, I would be scared to death. The weirdness group could no longer tolerate Zhang Ming and Ali's delay in coming out and grew even angrier. You humans, it seems you want to seek death? Don't think this group of old ladies will protect you, they can't even protect themselves. Hurry up and come over, this is your last chance. Ali heard the threats from the weirdness group and felt a bit at a loss. He turned to Zhang Ming, as if seeking help, asking him what to do. Zhang Ming just shook his head, saying nothing. In fact, his meaning was very clear, don't act recklessly. Ali saw Zhang Ming shake his head and thought he also didn't know what to do. He kept swaying left and right. If he made a wrong choice this time, not only would he lose his life, but the country would also suffer. After all, he was being cautious to the extreme. Moreover, the leaders of the country urged him to follow Rule 3 and join the weirdness group. They even analyzed that the number of weirdness was greater than that of the old lady weirdos. The old lady weirdos really couldn't resist for long. If he didn't want to die, he should quickly go to the weirdness group. At this time, the number one old lady also heard Ali's inner thoughts and didn't directly kill him. Instead, she looked at Ali with extreme sarcasm. Us old-timers are no match for the young ones. If you want to go, then go. We will never drag you down, young man, go. If you don't go now, you will die. Finally, Ali made up his mind and walked toward the weirdness group. No matter if it was people, rules, or weirdness, they all said that joining the weirdness group opposite was the correct choice. The old ladies saw Ali taking steps toward them, with evil grins on their faces. Humans! We've seen through you long ago, you don't truly like square dancing. Next, be prepared to pay the price for your wrong choice. Zhang Ming looked at Ali's back, opened his mouth wanting to call him back. But was stopped by the number one old lady, who kindly asked, why didn't you go with him? Seeing Zhang Ming not moving an inch, firmly standing next to them, she felt very gratified. This human child is very wise, good. Zhang Ming wore a smile, his black eyes shining brightly, simply and sincerely saying, I like to dance square dance, I don't like you. As long as I can dance with the sisters, I am very happy. The old lady's strange gaze towards Zhang Ming became even gentler. In the end, only this little child understands us the most, and we will never let him be harmed. Old lady number 2 crouched down and pinched Zhang Ming's little face. Follow us, you definitely won't suffer any losses. We old folks have some skills, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to stand here for over 100 years. Those strange beings who haven't even grown hair can't even compare to one of our toes. Old lady number 2's words quickly reached the ears of the Bajitan national team. They immediately realized they made a mistake.
The entire team of the Bajitan national team went into chaos, constantly sending withdrawal messages to Ali.
Not good. We were wrong, hurry and get Ali back. Don't let him go to the group of strange beings. Chief, it seems like it's too late. Our challenger has already gone over. Oh no. A wrong step leads to disaster. We're done for.
Inside the world of horror stories, Ali received the signal from the national team. It was already too late. In front of him were over 100 strange beings, slavering at the sight of the approaching human. They whispered to each other. I heard human flesh is delicious. I must try some today. This human has really come out. I've never eaten human flesh before, just a taste would satisfy me. Eat him. Eat him. Ali was so frightened that he quickly turned and ran towards the old ladies. But how could a normal person's running speed match that of the strange beings? One of the strange beings had an arm that stretched like a piece of infinitely extendable clay. It quickly reached his neck, wrapping around him tightly. Ali immediately felt suffocated, his body suddenly uncontrollably thrown into the air. At that moment, his fear reached its peak, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Because his throat was tightly constricted, he couldn't speak clearly. Don't kill me. His pain only excited the strange beings more. Ali was heavily smashed into the midst of the strange beings. All the strange beings swarmed around him like a pack of hungry ants, voraciously gnawing at his flesh. Chapter 57, The Old Lady vs. the Zombie Horde. In less than a minute, Ali's body was completely devoured by these strange beings. Not even a bone was left behind. Even the fresh red blood on the ground was licked clean by them with their tongues. These strange beings looked as if they had been starving for hundreds of years. Zhang Ming watched this cruel and terrifying scene, nervously swallowing his saliva. This is too cruel. A person was eaten alive, not a trace left behind. The system only told him that not following the old ladies would lead to death. But it never mentioned that joining the group of strange beings would lead to such a horrific death. A feeling of relief flashed through Zhang Ming's mind. The people of Bajitan saw their challenger being devoured by strange beings, leaving not even a remnant. They instantly collapsed. Clearly he had made it this far, why couldn't he survive? Ali! Our hero just died like this. Why didn't that Dragon Country kid go save him? He clearly could have saved him. Dragon Country claims to be a great power? They have no compassion at all. We are all humans, why can't they help? I used to like him so much. The people of Dragon Country saw their live broadcast and were even more furious. Clearly he went on his own, now he blames us. We helped you so much before, you don't appreciate it, and now you blame us for your country's failure. Where is your face? You once said Dragon Country was the best friend, now that we couldn't help you, you started targeting us. A bunch of shameless people. Just now, the small Ming shaking his head was a hint. Bajitan's challenger is foolish and didn't realize he died, and now blames us. Don't pay attention to them, they just died foolishly. The Bajitan national team watched the process of Ali being torn apart. One by one, they regretfully took off their hats and covered their faces, weeping. It was our fault. If we had followed the Dragon Country child and not gone out, we might have survived. The chief painfully admitted his mistake. In the end, it was our failure in command. I accept the punishment unconditionally. One of the members, with a confused expression, said. That's not right. Even if the Dragon Country child had stayed by the granny's side, they might not have one. Another member quickly joined in. Exactly, this monster tail game is several times harder than all previous games, and there are only 30 grannies, how could they possibly fight against the hundreds of monsters? Even if the quality is poor, the quantity can crush them. The Dragon Country child's decision also has flaws. In my view, no matter which side we look at, there won't be a good result. Upon hearing the members' analysis, the chief said, so, this time in the monster tail game, no country can win, right? All the members nodded, yes, so we shouldn't blame ourselves, because the difficulty is right here, no matter what plan, the outcome is wrong. The chief felt a little better, even if they said this, their country still lost, and he too would face punishment. However, just thinking that the Dragon Country would also face failure like them gave him less of a burden. The Dragon Country is globally recognized as the #1 superpower, they feel both fear and helplessness. Not only that, they must go to great lengths to please them. This was just an opportunity to weaken their national strength. On the Dragon Country's side, the Jin Nong team also saw Zhang Ming's situation and were very worried about his current environment. Chief Zhao, do you think Zhao Ming can smoothly ride through this crisis? Now there's only our Dragon Country left. This is my first time facing so many monsters at once, I fear it might be a disaster. Zhao Hui looked calmly at Zhang Ming on the screen. Did you notice that Zhang Ming shook his head at the challenger from the Bajitan country? The members replied, yes, so what? Zhao Hui rubbed his chin and continued. After so many collaborations, we still have some tacit understanding. I can tell that he was reminding that person not to act rashly. But that person didn't understand Zhang Ming's meaning, still went forward, and then died. Looking at the entire situation, it shows that he is aware of what's going on. He is so smart he must have already thought of a countermeasure. Moreover, if the grannies really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have survived until now. Think about it this way, if the grannies didn't have some strength, this organization would have long been gone. That's why he firmly stands by the side of the grannies. These are insights I gained after failing in Badgeton. And I fear that Xiao Ming, the moment he saw the rules, saw through all of this. He's too smart. Look. He will definitely get through this crisis.
All the members felt admiration for Zhang Ming's wisdom upon hearing Zhao Hui's analysis.
In the world of monster tales. After those monsters finished eating Ali's body, they all quickly surged towards the grannies. Their muted voices constantly roared, "You are so noisy. We are going to drive you out now. Drive you away, and this yard will belong to us in the future." The grannies looked at this group of ungrateful monsters and sneered. "With you mere mortals, how can you compete with us for things? It seems the lesson we gave you before was not enough. Today we must teach you a good lesson." Granny number 1 pulled Zhang Ming and Yunke behind her to protect them. She said, "You all hide well." 30 grannies stood in a line, combining their strength to form a super barrier.
As long as monsters with a danger level lower than theirs touched the barrier for an instant, they would instantly vaporize.
Zhang Ming witnessed the true strength of the grannies. Swallowing hard, he couldn't help it. They are so strong, it seems like hugging his thigh was not wrong. Yunke, seeing the weird creatures being killed one by one, excitedly clapped her hands from the side. "Sisters, you're amazing. Keep it up. Kill those annoying ghosts." She had seen the power of the weird antis among the sheep not far away. She wanted to take advantage of the moment before the weird antis fully fused, using this gap to deal with Zhang Ming. If those weird antis fuse, he would have no chance left. From then on, he would no longer be limited by the 7 requirements, free and at ease. The sheep quietly teleported behind the weird antis. Seeing Zhang Ming's small body, a cold sneer appeared in his heart. "That day you were spared because of the rules. Today, you can't escape." Raising a hand, the weird power in his body directly struck Zhang Ming. Chapter 58, One Sentence Decides Life or Death. Yunke, standing nearby, immediately noticed the sheep, and without thinking, she quickly stepped aside to barely block the attack from the sheep aimed at Zhang Ming. But her level was lower than the sheep's, and in the end, she was thrown 10 meters away, lying motionless on the ground. Dead. Yes, Yunke is dead. Not even a chance to resist. In the world of strange talk, one level higher means crushing your opponent. Zhang Ming had not yet reacted when he saw Yunke lying lifeless on the ground. His heart felt like it was being torn apart, the pain unbearable. He couldn't help but scream, "Sister!" He wanted to rush over to check on Yunke's injuries. Zhang Ming thought about using his regeneration ability to quickly restore her to her original state. The sheep looked at Yunke's corpse with a cold laugh, not expecting that the little strange would give up her life for a human. How foolish. The sheep gathered power again and aimed another strike at Zhang Ming. "Little human child, I don't believe any strange will help you block it this time." The people of Dragon Country, watching the livestream, saw that even Yunke couldn't block the sheep's attack. They panicked completely. If even the little strange can't stop that strange, what will Xiao Ming do? Xiao Ming won't die here, will he? No, please no. I believe Xiao Ming will figure something out. He's so smart, he'll be fine. Amitba, may Buddha protect him. At the critical moment, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that he still had 7 requirements left. Whether it works or not, he decided to use them now. Immediately stop harming me. As soon as these words were spoken, the weird power the sheep had gathered was immediately forced back by the restrictions of the rules. It was completely extinguished. The sheep's expression gradually cracked, and its arm swung towards Zhang Ming. No matter how much force the sheep tried to use against Zhang Ming, it couldn't work. Even though it had endless weird power, it couldn't be unleashed, the sense of helplessness overwhelming. Damn rules. If it weren't for that little strange, this kid would have been dead by now. So unlucky. The sheep knew that from now on, there would be no more chances to attack Zhang Ming. The sudden attack had been too unexpected for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming didn't care about anything else, rushing to Yunke's side, gently picking her up and constantly using his regeneration power to heal her. Yunke still showed no signs of waking up. He anxiously called out, "Yunke, sister. Sister, wake up." No matter how he called, Yunke wouldn't wake up. Zhang Ming was so anxious he almost cried. Could it be that his regeneration power had failed? No, something must have gone wrong. Weird creatures have no pulse, heartbeat, body temperature, or breathing. It's impossible to diagnose a weird creature like a human.
Since it couldn't be treated, there was only one possibility. Yunko was already dead.
This time, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate and used the revive ability, which could only be used once a month. At this moment, the sheep saw Zhang Ming holding Yunko in such pain and sadness, and the frustration from being unable to strike earlier slightly eased. As long as Zhang Ming wasn't happy, the sheep felt quite satisfied. This kid had caused him so much frustration. It felt so good to release it. Little human. I can't kill you, but I can kill the strange you care about. Just consider it a life-saving act. Zhang Ming sneered coldly, I think your plan will fall apart. As soon as he finished speaking, the already dead Yunko blearily opened her eyes and saw Zhang Ming's worried and sad expression. She quickly asked with concern. Brother, are you hurt? Zhang Ming felt even more miserable when he saw Yunko wake up and worry about his injury. This silly sister, has she forgotten that she has already died once? If it weren't for his regenerative abilities, he might have completely lost the sister by now. Seeing that Zhang Ming was fine, Yunko suddenly burst into tears and hugged his neck tightly. Brother, I thought you were dead. Woo woo. Zhang Ming held Yunko tightly in his arms, reaching out to gently comfort her back. Softly reassuring, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Brother will protect you, don't be afraid. Yunko danger level, 10%. I am ready to give everything for you. Zhang Ming saw the system's reminder and wondered if he could help Yunko become stronger later. From now on, there should be no more strange beings that can bully them. This is great. Yangzi looked on with a silly expression, staring at the resurrected Yunko, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. I clearly killed you just now. What on earth are you, human? You were clearly killed by me, how could you come back to life? He had never seen a strange being that could die and come back to life before. Could it be that his level has dropped? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Ming stood up and said, Yangzi, it was my oversight before, I didn't expect you would employ such a sneak attack. It seems I was too merciful, leaving myself such a big trouble. This time you couldn't kill me, you won't have another chance. Next, I want to make a fifth request, so listen closely. Yangzi seemed to see through Zhang Ming's thoughts, shaking his head in terror, no. Please spare me. Yangzi wanted to escape using teleportation but was halted by a command from Zhang Ming. Stop. Yangzi, you cannot escape. Yangzi felt as if something was entangling his feet, making it impossible to move. Yangzi, I want you dead. Yangzi trembled in fear, a wave of intense pain surged within him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You still have 4 requests left, killing me now is a loss for you. Yangzi stared wide-eyed as his body slowly began to dissipate until he was gone. Yangzi's disappearance shocked people all around the world. Wow! Is the superpower of kids from Dragon Country already this terrifying? Just one sentence, and an extremely dangerous being completely vanished without a trace. This strange being is too stupid. Xiao Ming initially didn't want to do anything to him. But instead, he went looking for trouble. He brought his own demise, and Zhang Ming has the upper hand, yet he is still restless. Scientists seem to have tested that the intelligence of strange beings is much lower than that of humans. So satisfying. Killing a high-level strange being with one sentence, who would believe it? The grandmas still dealing with the strange group also noticed the situation over at Zhang Ming's side. They were equally incredulous. A human actually killed an extremely dangerous strange being with such ease. Am I getting old and confused, or is this a trick? This Yangzi, they knew him, he was not someone easy to handle. In the strange group, only he had the highest level. It takes decades of effort for a strange being to reach an extremely dangerous level. For Yangzi to survive so long in the world of weird tales was not an easy feat. Grandma number 1 didn't have the mind to resist the strange group anymore. She looked at Zhang Ming with scrutinizing eyes, harboring a bold guess. Could it be that this human child is actually a strange being in disguise? And at that, a level that reached super dangerous proportions? Chapter 59, is there really such a stack of pyramids? Thinking of this, Grandma number 1 was greatly startled. Fortunately, she didn't attack this human child earlier. If they say that they might die like the sheep without a burial place, they know the rules and limits of the sheep. But for decades, no one has ever been able to defeat the sheep. Whoever can defeat the sheep must possess extraordinary intelligence and power. And just now, that girl Yunko was clearly dead. Yet this human child somehow managed to easily bring her back to life. The power to bring the dead back to life is not something an ordinary person can do. Even those of us who are considered powerful anomalies cannot revive the dead anomalies. But this human can. He is just a human child. Could it be that in this world, there are unknown creatures even more powerful than humans and anomalies? This time, the anomaly lady dared not underestimate Zhang Ming in the slightest. Beside her, anomaly lady number 2, seeing her good sister lost in thought for so long, quickly pushed her.
My dear sister. The fire is high on the brows, and you're still thinking? Hurry up and help. There are more and more anomalies coming from the opposite side.
Anomaly lady number 1 came back to her senses from her endless thoughts. She turned her head to see a dense mass of anomalies surging toward them.
She couldn't help but curse, these brainless ones.
Anomaly lady number 5 was a bit overwhelmed and shouted to her sisters behind her, "Sisters, we can combine now.
Quickly combine and kill these damn things."
With a single command, the 30 anomaly ladies began to stack like a tower. The first layer had 5 people, and then they stacked layer by layer. In the end, they formed a tower 4 stories high. Yunke looked up at this scene, surprised to the point of being speechless. This was her favorite performance to watch. Every time the anomaly ladies stacked to fight against a horde of anomalies, she would watch like this, mesmerized. Sometimes, she would even excitedly clap her hands. This time was no exception. Excitedly jumping up, she cheered, "Sisters, so amazing, so tall.
So wonderful." It was this pure childlike joy of Yunke that allowed her to survive through numerous anomaly slaughter incidents.
Zhang Ming also looked up to watch. He didn't expect to see such an exciting performance in the world of horror stories. As expected of the square dance ladies, they could execute such high-difficulty extreme moves.
Even the soldiers from Asen country exclaimed in amazement. Even the global audience in the livestream couldn't hold back their astonishment. 30 anomalies, and only 5 at the bottom, can support such a height, amazing. This reminds me of a motorcycle carrying 20 people.
Humph. Compared to our Asan country, you guys are all child's play, you still need training.
What's this, not what we call ladies? We young people don't have as much strength and energy as them. Could it be that in the horror story world, the older you are, the more powerful you become? It's the opposite of our blue planet.
So many anomalies can't kill these old gals, their strength is beyond imagination. In the courtyard of the death apartment.
After the anomaly ladies stacked well, they quickly transformed into a giant of immense size.
Anomaly giant of the ladies, danger level, extreme high risk. Extreme high risk and below levels of anomalies are directly crushed. Zhang Ming was shocked in his heart. It hadn't been long, and they were clearly a group of ordinary super high-risk anomalies. Yet in such a short time, they had upgraded to the strongest extreme high risk. This increase in power was several times over.
The strongest extreme high risk looked even stronger than extreme high risk. The ladies combined, jumping 2 major levels from super high risk.
The strength of the strongest extreme high risk is 100 times that of extreme high risk. They only used a special method to temporarily elevate to this level. Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, 100 times. No wonder the extreme high-risk sheep would fear the ladies. Because they were truly strong. Zhang Ming steadied his mind and continued to watch the anomaly ladies.
He saw the giant lady's massive mouth continuously inhaling.
Until her mouth was bigger than a frog's.
After taking a deep breath,
a stench-filled breath, full of decay, continuously spewed toward the strange group that resembled grasshoppers. Every oddity in the group, upon encountering the thick stench, was poisoned layer by layer until they died.
The bodies piled high like a mountain.
The breath of the giant ant was like a deadly biochemical weapon.
In just 5 minutes, the endless strange group was completely wiped out.
The people around the world watching the live broadcast gasped in shock. Before, I only saw oddities killing people, it's my first time seeing oddities kill other oddities. The combined giant ant is simply a pesticide spraying machine. No, it's faster than pesticide working. Those low-level oddities have lives that seem worthless. Why are they still trying to fight when they clearly know they can't win? I just don't understand. Rules are a strange tale, they must be products driven by rules, or maybe it's just that the apartment can't hold so many oddities, requiring regular cleaning.
That's just my wild guess, who knows?
Zhang Ming looked at the yard full of strange bodies, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. He hadn't seen many human bodies, but he had seen quite a lot of strange bodies. Seeing that the strange group had all been eliminated, the giant ant quickly divided into 30 strange beings again. Ant 1 put her hands on her hips and spat fiercely at the pile of bodies.
Pa! You thought you could stop us from dancing? Just look at your strength.
After Ant 1 finished scolding, she turned around and smiled sweetly at her sisters, saying,
"The dirty and annoying things are gone, let's keep dancing, keep moving."
Zhang Ming and Yunke were pushed by the ants to the previous dancing area. Due to the fierce battle just now, there was not much space left for them to dance. Zhang Ming pointed at the mountain of oddity bodies in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Sisters, these bodies seem to be taking up our space." Without any annoying things, the ants replied to him in a particularly cheerful tone. "You don't need to worry about that, in less than half a minute, cleaners will come over to clean up."
Cleaners? Is there a cleaner in this apartment? Oh. Yes, there is.
Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that on his first day here, the rules had mentioned cleaners. Even Yunko had mentioned the cleaning ant. The cleaners would handle those challengers who hadn't found their rooms. Since he found his room so easily, he hadn't paid much attention to it.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before a strange being dressed in a maid outfit, holding a vacuum cleaner, appeared from the building.
The massive pile of bodies on the ground was effortlessly sucked into the vacuum cleaner. The cleaners worked incredibly fast. In less than 2 minutes, the entire yard restored to its original state. This amazing cleaning ability even made Zhang Ming admire it.
Chapter 60, Moonstone Charger.
Cleaning oddity, danger level, extremely high risk.
Features, loves garbage.
As long as it deems something garbage, it will stop at nothing to capture it.
Weakness, the vacuum cleaner taken away. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Ming couldn't help but complain. Why is it always extremely high risk?
Every special oddity has a risk rating that never drops below extremely high. After the area was cleaned, and one placed her dark gray hand on Zhang Ming's head, smiling while seeming to curry favor.
Little human child, see how clean it is now?
Come on, you must not have finished dancing earlier, let's continue. Zhang Ming nodded, following behind them to continue learning the square dance. He didn't know how long he had been dancing, but Zhang Ming was starting to feel a bit tired yet did not stop moving his body.
The ants quickly noticed Zhang Ming's weariness, feeling very touched inside. Has this child grown to love square dancing to such an extent? Even when tired, he still persisted. What great willpower! Seeing him tired, and one didn't force him to keep dancing, directly saying, "Child, if you're tired, you can go back to rest. Seeing how eager you are to dance, we'll call you again next time." This kid can easily kill even the most dangerous weird beings, and he can bring them back to life, so he must not be offended. Since the weird aunties have decided to let them go, Zhang Ming has no reason to refuse. Then, sisters, I'll take my sister home first, you all enjoy dancing. The aunties kindly waved their hands to him. Go on. Rest well, you look exhausted today. This human child is just so lovable, calling his sister, making me feel young again. Old 14, do you see if the wrinkles on my face are gone? The global audience watched in amazement as Zhang Ming walked into the apartment unharmed, unable to contain their gasps. Only one, the Dragon Country kid has made it through. Damn! Once again, the Dragon Country survives until the end. What a surprise, the weird aunties actually let Zhang Ming go so easily. This round with the aunties has been the hardest level in history. The strength of the Dragon Country kids is so strong. When will our country's challengers be as amazing as those from the Dragon Country? I pray every day. The billions of people in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room shed tears of excitement as they saw Zhang Ming escape danger completely. We made it through. I was almost scared to death with so many weird beings coming at us. Now there's only the Dragon Country left, he must survive. Long live Xiaoming. Did you all notice just now? That little weird being was almost dead. I wonder what Xiaoming did to recover so quickly. I noticed too, it's so magical. Could he really have some supernatural power? He must have. Anyway, people in our village treat him like a god. No need to think, this time, we win again. Zhang Ming took Yunke back to the door of their room. As soon as he opened the door, a small object hit him on the head. Zhang Ming looked up. Goodness! Those paper-folded things were flying and crawling all over the room. After all this time, the spell he placed on them showed no signs of disappearing. Their endurance has grown. Zhang Ming had thought they would automatically stop when he left, but it seems he overestimated it. Yunke watched the paper cranes flying in the air and laughed as she ran into the room, chasing them to play. She said excitedly, "Brother, they're still moving." Zhang Ming entered the room and closed the door behind him. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He ignored Yunke, who was running around, and walked straight to the refrigerator to take out a steamed bun. Hot. Soon, the bun in his hand became steaming hot, just like one freshly made. After eating 3 buns, Zhang Ming felt full and comfortably lay back on the sofa to rest. Today has been too dangerous. His head was still a bit disoriented from it all. Now he could finally take a good rest. Anyway, there wasn't much fun in the whole room. Zhang Ming closed his eyes to sleep and recharge his energy. But not long after he started to rest, Yunke pulled him up. "Brother, wake up quickly, look outside, it's so beautiful." Zhang Ming woke up and helplessly stood up from the sofa. He let Yunke pull him to the window. "Sister! I want to sleep, please let me be." Yunke excitedly pointed toward the window. "Brother, look outside." Zhang Ming looked up and saw a huge red moon hanging in the sky. The red moon was like blood, casting a red hue on Zhang Ming's face. Even the buildings outside were bathed in a layer of crimson, as if splattered with blood.
This overwhelming sensory experience made Zhang Ming feel a creeping unease.
He had never seen such a moon and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?"
Seeing that Zhang Ming didn't understand, Yunke tilted her head slightly, smiling sweetly, said, "It's the red moon. It appears only on this day every month, and lasts for just one night. On this night, all the weird beings in the apartment must stand by the window, watching the red moon rise until it sets."
"Isn't it beautiful?"
Zhang Ming turned his head to see Yunke gazing intently at the moon outside, feeling a bit puzzled.
"Why do you keep staring at it?" Yunke tucked her hands behind her back and said playfully, "Looks like Big Brother also has things he doesn't know? I thought you knew everything."
In Yunke's heart, Zhang Ming was indeed someone who could do anything. Knowing he had died once and Zhang Ming brought him back to life. Only the most powerful beings can achieve resurrection.
"Big Brother is my strong support." Hearing Yunke's teasing, Zhang Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. "Big Brother is just an ordinary person, how could I know everything?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming noticed Yunke's dark eyes gradually turning red. His face quickly showed concern as he grabbed Yunke's shoulders and shook her. "Sister, why have your eyes turned red?" Yunke smiled carelessly and said, "It's nothing, Big Brother doesn't need to worry about me, I'm just absorbing the power of the moon. Part of our strength comes from this red moon before us." Zhang Ming felt relieved upon hearing it was nothing. He turned his head to imitate Yunke, staring at the red moon.
"Mysterious power +1. Mysterious power +1. Mysterious power +1.
Zhang Ming also felt his body constantly absorbing the power of the red moon.
How could this be? Could it be that he was also mysterious? This strange thought just surfaced and was quickly extinguished.
If he were mysterious, he wouldn't have come here as a challenger. He wouldn't feel warm, have a heartbeat, or feel hungry.
So what is he, exactly? Zhang Ming fell into confusion. Unknowingly, Zhang Ming stared at the red moon all night.
During this time, the members of the Jin Nan group and people all around the world saw Zhang Ming's eyes turning dark red. And Zhang Ming's blank stare at the red moon made him look possessed.
He really isn't afraid of death at all. Doesn't he know humans can't exist under the red moon? Chapter 61, Is there no rest for the living? Isn't it said that those illuminated by the red moon will rot and die? Why does he look completely fine?
I told you, this kid from Long Country must have something fishy going on. Look, his eyes are changing colors.
It could be the reflection of light.
The little mysterious next to him also has red eyes now, it's so scary.
Is this Long Country kid still human?
He isn't even afraid of the red moon. I suspect he is mysterious, he's too strange. The members of the Jin Nan group were also worried about Zhang Ming's health, constantly checking his condition. They found no signs of abnormality. Chief, Little Ming is doing fine, there's no sign of being eroded by the red moon, you can rest assured. Yes, I've noticed his body seems to be getting stronger. It's hard to explain, it's like his body is continuously absorbing something. This red moon is formed from mysterious power, he isn't afraid at all.
Zhao Wei stroked his chin.
His body is special, and it's already quite rare that he hasn't been affected by the red moon. The damage the red moon does to humans is not something a small dagger can compare.
He's completely fine, it's unimaginable. Keep a close watch on Little Ming's condition. If anything happens, report it immediately.
One of the members timidly stepped forward with a bold idea.
Little Ming's body is too special, do you think he might be mysterious? Otherwise, why would his body absorb mysterious power like that?
If he really is mysterious, once the mission is complete and we go back, our people might. Before he could finish, Zhao Wei picked up a document from the table and threw it at his face, leaving a long cut on him.
Don't say he isn't mysterious, even if he is, what does it matter? Don't forget who is fighting for us on the front line, can you think before you speak?
Let me tell you, whether Little Ming is a ghost or a demon, he is still a hero of our Long Country.
I don't want to hear any more comments that hurt our national hero. You've just joined, haven't you? Take off your clothes and get out. You're fired.
The member, with a mournful face, pleaded in disbelief. I just accidentally said the wrong thing.
You can't fire me, that's too unreasonable.
Zhao Wei showed him no mercy and called his trusted aide, Old Wang, go take care of his dismissal right now, make him leave.
By the way, check his background.
The people of the entire nation love and cherish Zhang Ming, and no one on the street fails to say something good about him. Zhao Wei believes that anyone who opposes Zhang Ming is either a traitor or a spy. He knows that there are far too many people abroad dissatisfied with Zhang Ming. They can't wait for Zhang Ming to die. Old Wang nodded slightly and took the member out. The other members in the office felt a sense of joy seeing him being taken away.
You deserved it for speaking ill of our little Ming Ming.
Anyone who contributes to Long Country, regardless of their status, will receive the respect they deserve. The people of Long Country will never harm the national heroes who have contributed to the country.
This is a beautiful quality they inherently possess.
In the world of strange tales, the red moon is setting. Zhang Ming is so tired that he can barely keep his eyes open, yawning wide and unable to stop.
The red moon has finally left. He stood all night.
The strange power within him has grown to 4,500. During this time, he gained a total of 1,400 strange power.
Unfortunately, he hasn't unlocked any new skills. He couldn't help but ask the system in his mind, "System, how much strange power do I need to accumulate to reach a medium-high risk level?"
20,000 strange power is enough.
What? Oh my gosh. 20,000? How long will it take to accumulate to 20,000?
It looks like I still need to work even harder from now on. I also need to conquer the strange and have my assistants work for me.
Otherwise, I really won't be able to manage.
As the red moon set, Yunke's eyes returned to their original state. Zhang Ming could clearly feel that the strange power within Yunke was slightly denser than before.
But it was only a little denser. He turned around and asked Yunke with a smile, "After standing all night under the moon, how do you feel?"
Yunke did a stretching motion and said lightly, "Very comfortable.
It can remove all fatigue, and I feel great." Hearing the word fatigue, Zhang Ming couldn't help but yawn again.
"I also stood all night, unlike you.
I just want to sleep in bed now."
"Sister, you can go play by yourself.
I'm going to catch up on some sleep."
Yunke, full of energy, shouted, "All right. I'm going to see if those little rabbits are still moving.
Finally, I can have some fun."
He. Zhang Ming looked at her energetic appearance, sighed, and spoke with a tone of affection, "Be quiet, I still want to sleep." Yunke bent down to grab the bouncing little white rabbit, smiled happily, covered her mouth with her hand, and made a playful expression. Her bright eyes seemed to say earnestly, "I will definitely be quiet." Zhang Ming hadn't slept for a whole day and night, feeling so tired he wanted to lie down right there. In the end, he still managed to crawl into bed, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell fast asleep in 3 seconds. His whole body relaxed. Sometimes, Zhang Ming wondered if staying up late every day would affect his height. Not knowing how long he had slept, Zhang Ming was annoyed by the outside barking disturbing him. He frowned and buried his head in the blanket, trying to block out the noise from outside. It was no use at all. The barking outside grew increasingly fierce. Finally, helpless, he could only seek help from Yunke. "Sister, hurry and take care of that dog. It's driving me crazy." As expected, after a little while, the barking stopped. But it only stopped for a minute before starting to bark wildly again. Zhang Ming, irritated, got up from bed, his hair messy as he walked out of the bedroom. He realized that as long as the black dog outside wasn't properly dealt with, he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next few days. He was still a 6-year-old child, and sleeping was very important to him. Zhang Ming walked into the living room and saw Yunke standing by the door with a pitiful look, staring at him. That fragile little gaze seemed to be filled with guilt, as if he hadn't helped his older brother do things well. "Brother, that dog is too fierce, I can't kill it no matter what." Yunke ran over, tugging at Zhang Ming's sleeve, saying, "Are we going to be bothered by that dog forever?" Zhang Ming smiled and gently tousled his messy long hair, comforting him, "How could that be?
I'll handle it." Chapter 62, The Poor Dog.
The audience in the global live broadcast room saw that Zhang Ming not only wasn't furious for being woken up, but also gently soothed Yunke. They instantly felt that Zhang Ming had an incredibly good temper.
What kind of treasure boy is Xiao Ming? He is so kind and tender. If my brother could talk to me like this every day, would we have any sibling conflicts?
He's only 6, yet has the demeanor of an adult.
Amazing. It's only right that he wins. Zhang Ming walked to the door and opened it. That black dog, just like before, lunged at Zhang Ming to bite him.
Once again, it was easily dodged by Zhang Ming. The black dog's red eyes were filled with rage, its nose wrinkled, and it let out a threatening woo-woo-woo sound. It still wouldn't give up and tried to bite Zhang Ming again. Seeing this, Zhang Ming shouted directly, "Sit." The black dog seemed to be controlled, immediately stopping its aggressive actions and sitting obediently in front of Zhang Ming. Even so, the black dog still had a look of defiance, wanting to pounce on Zhang Ming.
But its body wanted to move, yet it couldn't move at all. Now, only its head and tail could move.
Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, propped his head with his hand, feeling exhausted and lazily said, "During the day, why are you acting crazy?
I can't even rest.
If you keep barking, I'll lock you up forever in this pose, like a stone statue, guarding the door for us every day." Hearing Zhang Ming's blatant threat, the black dog not only did not relent but also showed a look of mockery. It began to bark wildly at Zhang Ming again.
As if to say, "What can you, a mere human, do to me? I am a dog that can never be killed." The dog's barking made Zhang Ming's ears ache.
Feeling annoyed, Zhang Ming scratched his messy hair and yawned widely, his eyes darkened. Leaning back on the sofa, with a lazy tone, he said one word, "Quiet." The noisy barking immediately stopped. Zhang Ming instantly felt the whole world had quieted down significantly. Seeing that the matter was resolved, he stood up and said to the black dog, "My command is very powerful, only I can undo it, and you will stay in this house forever as a silent statue." After saying this, he went back to the bedroom to continue sleeping. The black dog opened its mouth wide, wanting to bark frantically, but no sound would come out. Anxiously, its tail drooped, shaking its head back and forth. For an animal with low intelligence, being forced to not move or bark, with its emotions unable to be expressed, was more painful than being killed. Yunke saw that this annoying black dog was so easily subdued by Zhang Ming. His admiration for Zhang Ming deepened even further in his heart. Almost the entire apartment's oddities couldn't do anything about this black dog. Yet, with just 2 sentences, his brother effortlessly made this stinky dog unable to do anything. Yunke proudly walked up to the black dog and poked its nose with his finger. "Stinky dog. Do you know who you've messed with? That's my brother. Why bother my brother of all people? Look. Now you can't move or bark, how pathetic. I'll tell you. As long as my brother doesn't speak, you'll have to sit here forever. With such a weird long lifespan, when will it ever end? Who told you to be fierce with me earlier? Pa." Yunke really made the most of his advantage over the dog. The audience in the global live broadcast room saw that Zhang Ming easily subdued the vicious dog with just 2 sentences, feeling quite intrigued. Zhang Ming's dog training ability is simply amazing. More powerful than the world's most famous dog trainers. I have never seen a fierce dog obediently listen to you just because of a few words. That dog clearly looks quite upset. Why can it endure without moving? Even people can't do that. What secret technique did Zhang Ming mention just now? Do you know what that is? I don't know, he must have a lot of secrets that can't be uncovered. Inside apartment 505. Without the dog's barking disturbing him, Zhang Ming directly slept until the next morning. After a good sleep, he stretched lazily in bed. Finally had a good rest. He glanced at the clock, it's 5 o'clock, still early. Just a bit more sleep. As long as there was no rule notification, he was free. Zhang Ming slept for another hour and only woke up because of hunger in his stomach. He could have slept more. It was indeed time to eat. He got out of bed and finished washing up in the bathroom. Only then did he walk to the refrigerator. He took out 4 steamed buns and a piece of meat. Just as he was about to heat them up, he turned around and saw Yunke squatting in front of the black dog playing. The black dog was covered in all kinds of origami animals, which was quite amusing. The black dog had been turned into a colorful dog by Yunke. Yunke picked up an origami rabbit and carefully placed it on the black dog's nose. Then, she firmly glued it on. If she didn't stick the rabbit, it would run away. Yunke used a sweet little voice, saying threateningly, "Little black dog, you can't knock off my rabbit, or else I'll pull your ears." The black dog, completely pranked, had no temper at all. With paper cranes sticking to its ears, its expression was one of existential despair. What a proud dog it used to be, now humiliated like this. It couldn't move, and it couldn't bark. It couldn't even blow itself up to escape. It could only let Yunke run amok on it. After sticking the rabbit on well, Yunke happily pinched the black dog's big face. "Little black dog, you are so cute, but your wild barking and biting are not cute at all." After pinching its face, she pinched its ears. She even walked to the back of the dog, lifted its tail, and looked at its rear. As if she wanted to study the black dog from head to tail. Seeing Yunke having so much fun, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. His mood was very pleasant. He took his heated food and sat on the sofa. When the black dog saw Zhang Ming coming over, it seemed it found a savior, and instantly perked up. Its eyes stared at Zhang Ming unblinkingly, clear as a pool of water. Its tail wagged faster than a propeller. The expression on its face was even more flattering. If it could move now, it would have already licked Zhang Ming all over. The black dog also no longer had yesterday's fierce growl, filled with aggression. Yunke's playful spirit made it easy for the black dog to submit completely. Zhang Ming took a bite of the steamed bun and said to the black dog, "Will you still bark and bite recklessly?" The black dog quickly shook its head, its tongue hanging out long, drooling onto the floor. It was salivating over the food in Zhang Ming's hand. Zhang Ming broke the steamed bun in half and held it to its mouth. Just as the black dog was about to take a bite, Zhang Ming quickly pulled it away and put it in his own mouth. With a teasing expression, he said, "Want to eat?" "No way. Who told you to bother me while I was sleeping yesterday?" The black dog watched the food just vanish from in front of its mouth. It lowered its eyes in grievance, staring pitifully at the food in Zhang Ming's hand. As if Zhang Ming was bullying it. Its expression was as innocent as could be. Seeing Zhang Ming about to finish all the food, the black dog desperately shook its head. Drool was almost forming a river on the ground. Zhang Ming stood up and took out a piece of raw pork from the refrigerator.
He said to the black dog, "If you want to eat my stuff, you have to learn to obey. Not only must you listen to me, but also to my sister, understand?" Zhang Ming knew it understood. This dog was smart enough, wasn't it? The black dog immediately nodded, showing its loyalty. "All right, you can move now."
After speaking, Zhang Ming threw the meat in his hand onto the ground, letting it eat. The black dog was momentarily caught off guard, the spell it was under had been lifted, and it sat there dumbfounded. Seeing this silly appearance, Zhang Ming kicked the plump backside with his foot. Woof! The black dog staggered a bit, immediately realizing that it not only could move but also bark. Excited, it forgot about the meat and ran wildly around the room. It was like a joy of being set free. After running enough, it finally returned to eat the meat on the ground. It seemed that being trapped all day yesterday had really frustrated it. The black dog had a big mouth, and in just 2 bites, it devoured all the meat on the ground. After finishing, the black dog didn't bark or bite at Zhang Ming like before. Instead, it circled around Zhang Ming, stretching its neck to peek at him while barking excitedly. This time, the barking was not harsh, but rather affectionate. Yunka noticed that several paper cranes stuck to the black dog had already fallen off. She picked up the paper cranes again, wanting to stick them back on. "Little black dog, you look less pretty without the paper cranes. I'll fix that right away, to make you look nice and lovely." Seeing Yunko running over with a paper crane, the black dog looked as if it had seen something terrifying. Scared, it quickly hid behind Zhang Ming. It lay down and let out a muffled whine. "Don't come over. I don't want that strange thing stuck on me. It's so ugly." Zhang Ming reached out to pat the black dog on the forehead, smiling as he said to Yunko, "It should have learned its lesson, don't make it uncomfortable." For Zhang Ming's sake, Yunko put down what she had and walked up to the black dog, hugging its neck. Affectionately, she buried her head in the dog's fur. After spending all day with the black dog yesterday, she discovered she really liked this dog. It was fluffy and very cute. Her brother once said that little rabbits are also fluffy, and she thought the feel of their fur should be just like the black dog in front of her. So Yunko invited the black dog, "Little black dog, let's be friends." Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned when he heard Yunko's words. He didn't expect that a stubborn girl like Yunko would one day take the initiative to make a friend. Could this be considered progress? The black dog clearly didn't want to engage, pulling its neck away with a sour face and pressing against Zhang Ming's thigh. It didn't want to have even the slightest contact with Yunko. Human children are indeed irritating, but this strange child in front of it was even more so. All night yesterday, she either rode on it like a horse or pinched it, poking here and there. Its ears had been tugged at least hundreds of times. This was outright abuse. The most annoying part was that there wasn't a single spot on its fur that looked nice, as it was all covered in paper. If it walked out of this room, and other strange creatures saw it like this, it would surely become a laughingstock. Everything was thanks to this pair of siblings. That's why it didn't want to show them any good face. Zhang Ming helplessly said to Yunko, "Looks like it doesn't want to be friends with you." Yunko felt a bit unhappy when she heard this. "Why doesn't it want to be friends with me? I clearly played with it for a long time last night, and we had so much fun." Zhang Ming shook his head and smiled. He knew best who played with whom. Thinking that Yunko might lack experience in making friends, always doing whatever she wanted without thinking much, he couldn't help but remind her. "To make friends, you must be a bit more sincere. How about you take off all those things on you first and try? It seems like it doesn't really like that folded paper." The black dog brightened its red pupils upon hearing Zhang Ming's words. This human understands quite well. Yunko asked with confusion, "Why doesn't it like them? These paper cranes are my absolute favorite toys. I gave them all to the black dog and it doesn't even like them." As she spoke, Yunko's eyes drooped down. Some injuries. Zhang Ming has always known that Yunko was a simple and warm-hearted child. He reached out and touched the top of her head, saying, "Not all creatures like folding paper, every life is different. You can't impose your preferences on others. If you want to be good friends with the black dog, you must learn to cater to its likes. Go ahead and take off those folded papers." Listening to Zhang Ming's advice, Yunko asked doubtfully, "Brother, will this really work?" Zhang Ming nodded, "Of course." So Yunko obediently took off all the folded papers on the black dog. The folded papers, once removed, seemed to be liberated, flying away and jumping away. The black dog suddenly felt much lighter. It actively licked Zhang Ming's hand to show its gratitude. This human child truly understands things. He didn't let it continue to suffer. Zhang Ming reached out and scratched the black dog's chin. The dog seemed to awaken its instincts, comfortably squinting its eyes in enjoyment. So comfortable. Why didn't I know that having my chin scratched could feel so good before? Seeing the black dog so close to Zhang Ming, Yunko curiously asked, "Brother, you're amazing. How did you make this dog so obedient?"
Teach me, please, I can't wait. Zhang Ming said, just place your hand under its chin like I did, and scratch it. If it likes it and doesn't resist, it means it's willing to get close to you. Yunku imitated Zhang Ming's actions, placing her hand under the black dog's chin. This time, the black dog still did not resist. It continued to squint its eyes and enjoy. Seeing that Zhang Ming's tip was effective, a bright smile bloomed on Yunku's face. It really works. Thank you, brother. Zhang Ming squatted down, stroking the black dog's forehead, and gently said, Big black dog, we mean you no harm. Would you like to stay and be our playmate? That way, you won't feel lonely in this world anymore. The black dog seemed moved by Zhang Ming's words and blankly stared at Yunku and Zhang Ming. Lonely? Never thought about this question. What is loneliness? I only know how to disturb. Just seeing those strange and frantic faces, who have no solutions, makes me very happy. But is it really happy? No friends or games, no family to protect me. As a strange dog, I have lost track of how many years I've been wandering here. To avoid being so bored, I can only keep disturbing. To exchange for that little bit of pathetic attention. If I had a companion, would I not have to wander anymore? Woof woof woof. I'm willing. I am willing. The black dog seemed to understand and jumped up, rubbing its head against Zhang Ming and Yunku's bodies non-stop. Its tail wagged continuously, looking very happy and joyful. Yunku was a little surprised by the black dog's sudden warmth. Brother, it seems to really like us. Do you think the little black dog wants to be friends with us? Chapter 64, What is on the 145th floor? Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, yes. It's already our friend. You must treat it well, you can't tease the black dog like yesterday, okay? Otherwise, the black dog will get angry and won't want to play with us anymore. Yunku tightly hugged the black dog's neck, nodding vigorously, as if she wanted to firmly remember Zhang Ming's words. Yes, little black dog, I really like you, and I will treat you well. The black dog could also clearly feel Zhang Ming and Yunku's love for it. Its head couldn't help but lift, grinning widely. So this is what it feels like to be liked. For the first time being taken in and accepted, I must cherish this relationship very much. With the black dog as a new partner, Yunku almost didn't want to let go. She even took out the rotten meat she had kept and gave it to the black dog to eat. Zhang Ming looked at them playing happily, feeling something in his heart settle down. With the black dog accompanying Yunku, she shouldn't feel lonely anymore. After all, in 10 days, he would be leaving this place. I can't imagine, by then, how much Yunku, this little crybaby, would be crying. The people in the global livestream quickly noticed that Yunku had changed. Yunku was more human than before. I think so too. She's cuter and gentler. Actively making friends is a big change. From a family of 2, now becoming a family of 3, that's great. Actually, this black dog doesn't seem too bad, just a bit noisy. That's because it can't attack Zhang Ming, it has no choice but to submit. At that moment, while Zhang Ming smiled watching Yunku play with the black dog, a distant voice appeared in his mind again. Among all challengers, only one from Long Country has triggered the hidden mission. Mission objective: within the remaining time, the challenger must go to the 145th floor, find the key in the corresponding room, and obtain the important item inside the room. This item can teleport the challenger away. If the item is not obtained within the time limit, the challenger will be forever trapped in the death apartment. Looks like it's a new task. I just knew it. How can they let him leave so easily? 145th floor. It's really high. Before going to the 145th floor, he must understand what the 145th floor is like. He thought Yunku might know something. Zhang Ming waved at Yunku. Sister, come here, I want to ask you a question. Yunku put down the black dog and ran to Zhang Ming. With a cheerful smile, she said, Brother, what question do you have? Zhang Ming pointed upstairs and asked, I just want to know what the 145th floor is. When Yunku heard about the 145th floor, her originally happy expression instantly fell, and her eyes darted a bit. Brother, why are you asking about the 145th floor all of a sudden, don't you know? There's nothing above the 100th floor. I've always lived on the lower floors and don't often go up there. Zhang Ming was even more confused. If there was nothing above the 100th floor, why would the task specify that he go to the 145th floor? Could it be that Yunku also didn't know what was on the 145th floor? If that's the case, that would be troublesome. I just want to go to the 145th floor to find something, that thing is very important to me. When Yunku heard that Zhang Ming insisted on going to the 145th floor, she quickly grabbed his shirt and shook her head. Brother, please don't do anything foolish. The 145th floor is off limits. Zhang Ming, now the curious little kid, asked again, why is it off limits? Yunku leaned in close to Zhang Ming's ear and whispered, I heard that all the monsters living above the 100th floor are very powerful, even stronger than the antis. So we better not go. Of course, Zhang Ming wouldn't heed her words. If he didn't take the risk, the mission would fail, and this was not just about the safety of the country. He would also be forever trapped here. He looked at Yunke with determined eyes. Sister, I must go to the 145th floor. Can you tell me more details about it as a reference? Yunke took a deep breath, supporting any decision made by Zhang Ming. Okay, if you want to go, I'll follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. Actually, I've never been to the 145th floor, what I just said was heard from other anomalies. But I do know one thing, most anomalies don't dare to go to the 145th floor. It is said that the 145th floor is different from all other floors, everything inside is ever changing, and no anomaly that has entered has ever come out. Hearing this, Zhang Ming rubbed his chin, feeling it was quite a tricky situation. Especially for the unknown, it became even harder to grasp. Listening, it felt like being in a fog. Zhang Ming asked again, Yunke, do you know how many floors the whole building has? Yunke shook her head, puzzled. I don't know, no anomaly knows how many floors this building has, the death apartment has no height. Hearing Yunke's statement, the people of Long Country were all extremely worried. No height? How is that possible? Aren't you afraid that a gust of wind will blow it down? This is the world of strange tales, anything could happen. It sounds like the mission is very difficult. Can one person handle 2 anomalies? I think it's possible. Those up there shouldn't be overly confident. When will this ever end? It's too hard. My head feels like it's going to explode. People from other countries were watching Zhang Ming's joke. 145th floor, so high, like it's going to escape space. This is higher than the world's tallest building. I want to see if this time the kids from Dragon Country can bring victory to their nation. On the side of Dragon Country, the Jin Nong team fell into silence after hearing Yunke's description. Even Zhao Hui didn't know what to do. But he vaguely felt that this hidden task was different from the past. Let's not talk about how high the 145th floor is. Just the key in the room, these 2 vague things, already left people bewildered. There are so many rooms, are we supposed to search one by one? I'm afraid those weird things won't give him the chance to search one by one. Chief, I have thought of a way, a member stepped forward. Zhao Hui waved his hand, you speak. Do you remember that black dog? It's immortal, let it go ahead and scout. Zhao Hui still had some concerns. That black dog's level is very low. I'm afraid it might get trapped inside before even going up, your idea is not reliable. Quick, think of other methods. You all think of more, there must be more methods than difficulties. But I will tell Zhang Ming about your suggestion. To win, all factors must be considered. Room 505 on the 5th floor of the death apartment. Zhang Ming received the message from Dragon Country. They mentioned the black dog. The black dog indeed has the most unique physique among all the weird things. Although its danger level is only low risk. It is the lowest level type. But cannot be killed by anything, this is the greatest advantage for survival. It's just that its intelligence is not good, I'm afraid if it goes to the 145th floor, it will be one way. Chapter 65, the 145th floor has no weird things, no rooms. The black dog also listened to Zhang Ming and Yunke's conversation. Wagging its tail, it walked up to Zhang Ming. It kept pawing at his hand with its front paws, barking eagerly. Zhang Ming reached out and patted its forehead, smiling, wait a little longer, and I will let Yunke play with you. His words did not calm the black dog even slightly. The black dog became even more impatient, pawing at his hand, as if having something to say, but as a dog, it couldn't express it. Zhang Ming quickly sensed the change in its emotions. Tentatively he asked, do you want to tell us something? Unfortunately, the black dog was just a dog, making communication quite difficult. The black dog's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. This human understands what it wants to do. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. This black dog was clearly very spiritual, much smarter than ordinary dogs. But how could he find a way for the black dog to communicate freely with him? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit. He said, I will ask a question. If yes, nod, if no, shake your head, okay? The black dog cooperatively nodded. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction, patting the black dog's head as a reward. Zhang Ming began to ask questions. You know a lot about the 145th floor, right? The black dog nodded. Zhao Hui, watching from outside the screen, was particularly excited to see the black dog nod. It seems this mission has hope now. Other members of the Jin Nong team stared at the screen without blinking, not wanting to miss any details. I told you this black dog must be useful. Now it's good, finally, it's not blindly crossing the river. I hope this dog can bring us more useful information. People from other countries, seeing that Zhang Ming had truly found a breakthrough, became even more sarcastic. It's just a dog. What can it do? Even if it knows what's on the 145th floor, so what? If strength is insufficient, it's still death. Dragon country is about to lose, why should your citizens enjoy while we suffer? This dog can't really be the key, right? In the apartment, Zhang Ming felt he had found hope and continued excitedly asking, is there a difference between the 145th floor and the 5th floor? The black dog nodded. As for what the difference was, that was what he wanted to explore. Zhang Ming asked, is there weird things on the 145th floor? The black dog shook its head. Receiving the answer, Zhang Ming felt a shock in his heart. How could there be no weird things? Zhang Ming knew very well that there were many weird things living in this apartment. In this strange and highly dense place, the 145th floor should also have its oddities. If the danger level of the oddities on the 145th floor is the highest, that would make sense. But to say there are no oddities at all is too unreasonable. Suddenly telling him that the 145th floor has no oddities did not bring Zhang Ming any peace, instead, it caused a strong unease. Could it really be as Yunke said, that the 145th floor is a place even oddities do not dare to touch? If that is the case, then that would be a big trouble. Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask again, have you been to the 145th floor? The black dog nodded. With this answer, Zhang Ming's heart was not as chaotic as before. The fact that the black dog could come out of that place unharmed indicated that the situation on the 145th floor was not as bad as imagined. After so many questions, Zhang Ming had a preliminary understanding of the 145th floor. Some guesses appeared in his mind. Zhang Ming asked the black dog, is the 145th floor like a maze? The black dog nodded and then shook its head. The 145th floor is like a maze, but not exactly a maze. Does the 145th floor have special rooms? This was the question Zhang Ming wanted to ask the most. If there are rooms, he could just go look for them. The process might be difficult, but at least there would be a goal. The black dog heard the question and nodded, then shook its head again. Zhang Ming was confused by the black dog's answer. Why another vague answer? This won't do, he needed to dig deeper. If you could go in again, could you come out? This time, the black dog neither shook its head nor nodded. It just looked at Zhang Ming with a sense of grievance, whined a couple of times, and crawled down to Zhang Ming's leg. It seemed that the black dog also resisted the 145th floor. Zhang Ming did not ask the black dog any more questions but instead meditated. Right, he hadn't asked the system yet, how could he forget such an important tool? He contacted the system in his mind. System. Do you understand the situation on the 145th floor? Death apartment 145th floor, inquiry result, 1 word, chaos. 2 words, very chaotic. Zhang Ming frowned even tighter, chaos. What kind of answer is that? Everyone is acting like riddlers. From this series of inquiries, he realized that the 145th floor is very dangerous, even an oddity with superpowers might not survive. So he decided to go to the 145th floor by himself. After all, this is his personal matter, unrelated to Yunke and the black dog. They shouldn't be dragged into it to accompany him on an adventure. The two of them also seemed to resist the 145th floor. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, wiped his face, and turned to touch Yunke's little face. Feigning a relaxed and gentle tone, he said, Sister, you can take the black dog to play. Seeing Zhang Ming's restless expression, Yunke had no desire to play anymore. She directly sat next to Zhang Ming and said plainly, Brother, if you want to go to the 145th floor, I can accompany you. Zhang Ming joked, I'm just curious. Who said I want to go to the 145th floor? You take the black dog and go have fun. Yunke breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhang Ming no longer insist on going to the 145th floor. As long as he doesn't run around, there won't be any danger. A long-lost smile appeared on Yunke's serious face, then I really will go play with the black dog. Come here, black dog. And brother, don't think about the 145th floor. It's good for the three of us to live here. Zhang Ming just smiled and did not reply. The black dog still acted carefree, happily running to Yunke, jumping and bouncing around. It looked very happy. The room returned to the joyful atmosphere of before. Zhang Ming said nothing, just opened the refrigerator, took a few more buns, and concealed them in his clothes. He must go to the 145th floor. Besides, he also had the system to help him, so he was not without assistance. After everything was packed, he quietly opened the door while Yunke and the black dog were happily playing without noticing. Just as he was about to step out, Yunke's voice called him back. Brother, do you still want to go to that 145th floor? If you want to go, why not take me with you? I want to go too. Zhang Ming awkwardly turned to look at Yunke. This little girl is quite sensitive. He could detect even the slightest sound. I just want to go outside for some fresh air, why aren't you continuing to play? Yunke walked over and took Zhang Ming's hand with utmost sincerity in her eyes. Brother, don't think that just because I like to have fun, I actually know everything. You just want to leave us and go on an adventure. I don't want you going on adventures alone. I said wherever you go, I will go with you. Without you, I would be very sad. Brother, do you want to see me sad?
Zhang Ming couldn't say he wasn't moved, anyone would be touched by such sincerity. With a hint of choked emotion, he said, I really can't take you with me, sister. The 145th floor may be very dangerous for you, and it could mean death.
Chapter 66, Don't Enter 145. Upon hearing the word death, Yunko became even more stubborn. No. Brother can't die. No. I must go.
If you die, I'll die too.
If I live alone, it's really painful.
The global audience in the live broadcast room was moved by Yunko's words. I always thought the strange ones were heartless, but I didn't expect them to be so selfless when it comes to their feelings.
So touching, this is even closer than siblings.
Even if I don't go to the 145th floor, seeing the strange ones resist it tells me it's not a good place. Wu Yunko really cares for her brother, not caring about anything else. She's so afraid of the 145th floor. Zhang Ming is such a kind kid, always protecting his sister. He didn't even think of taking his sister on an adventure. Yunko's heartfelt words seemed to inject warmth into his heart. A slight tear sparkled at the corner of his eye. In this dark and ruthless world of strange tales, to have such family is truly precious.
It was because of this rarity that he didn't want Yunko to follow him into danger.
He walked over and hugged Yunko tightly, gently saying, Thank you, but I don't want you to get hurt.
Be good. Don't.
He didn't finish his sentence, and Yunko interrupted him.
We are family. We must move forward together. If you leave me alone in the room, I will be very uneasy. Brother, when did you become so nagging? I and the little black dog are going with you, and nothing you say will change that.
The little black dog beside them barked twice. Actually, the little black dog didn't want to go, but since the little master insisted on going on an adventure, it had to follow.
Having finally found a companion, it didn't want to lose them.
Anyway, it wouldn't die, going there should be fine. The little black dog reassured itself. Seeing their insistence, Zhang Ming didn't refuse anymore. This sister of his was as stubborn as a bull when it came to his matters. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for them to follow him. All right. You can come with me, but you must hold my hand tightly and can't let go for a moment. Also, prepare a strong leash for the little black dog, and hold it tightly so it doesn't get lost along the way. Last time, he helped the female doctor enhance her strength with a hug. He wondered if holding hands would have the same effect. As long as Yunko could raise her power by even a little, their chances of survival would be much higher. Seeing Zhang Ming so nervous, Yunko playfully stuck out her tongue. Got it. I'll go get a leash for the little black dog right now. Soon, Yunko managed to find a red rope from somewhere and tied it around the little black dog's neck. At first, the little black dog wasn't used to it and kept scratching at it with its paws. Yunko comforted it, saying, Little black dog, once we return, I'll definitely take it off for you. But for your safety, we have to do it this way for now. The little black dog might have thought about the real environment of the 145th floor and finally accepted the leash. So, Zhang Ming held Yunko's hand, Yunko held the little black dog's leash, and they walked to the elevator door. As soon as Zhang Ming took Yunko's hand, the system gave a prompt. Yunko's strangeness, danger level raised to the strongest extreme danger. Indeed, holding hands could help Yunko enhance her strange powers. When they opened the elevator door, they saw a strange figure entirely adorned in green standing inside. The green strange creature saw Zhang Ming as if it had seen a piece of fat meat. It immediately revealed its sharp, long fangs. Stretching its arm, it wanted to quickly lock Zhang Ming's neck. Yunko quickly stopped it, glaring at it. Then the green strange hand seemed to be quickly corroded by something, turning into water and flowing onto the ground. A foul smell spread in the air. Sudden pain made the green strange creature scream loudly, afraid to cause trouble again. Yunko also looked at the arm losing strange in confusion. She wasn't sure of the situation. Wait, when did it become so powerful? A glance could melt the arm of a high-risk strange creature. Yunko quickly closed her eyes, trying to feel the strange power within her body. To her surprise, she found that her strength had actually improved by 2 great levels without her noticing. Now her danger level was the strongest high risk. It was the same as her level after merging with the antis. But how did it improve so quickly? Can someone tell me what's going on? Yunko tried hard to suppress her inner joy and whispered in Zhang Ming's ear, Brother, I found that the strange power within me has become super strong. Zhang Ming showed no surprise, smiling as he said, Isn't that a good thing? Yunko proudly raised her head and said, Now that I'm so powerful, going to the 145th floor, I can definitely find what you want. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement, Good.
You're the strongest. The green strange creature heard Yunku and the others were going to the 145th floor, and its eyes turned extremely strange. It immediately realized something, turned its head to see Zhang Ming inputting 145 on the elevator screen. It hurriedly spoke in fright to stop, "Don't input 145. However, as soon as it uttered the warning, Zhang Ming had already finished inputting. The elevator screen suddenly transformed into a series of unknown codes. The lights in the elevator flickered incessantly while emitting bursts of roaring sounds. This caused Zhang Ming's head to throb, and the noise around him grew increasingly chaotic. The barking of a black dog, Yunka's scream, and the green strange creature's curse echoed around him. Who told you to input 145? Do you want to die? Don't drag me in. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Brother. Brother. What's wrong? These voices swirled like a rolling washing bucket, incessantly spinning and merging. They made him extremely disoriented. Is this what the system calls chaos? It's indeed quite chaotic. Chaotic enough to drive people insane. Fortunately, at this moment, the system's voice appeared particularly clearly. Host, this system is now playing the heart-calming chant for you. Gradually, the noisy sounds in Zhang Ming's ears became softer. When he came back to his senses, the elevator was no longer an elevator, but a long mural instead. The mural had no main focus, colors without priority, with various objects haphazardly piled together. In this painting, you could even see people eating monsters. Tigers afraid of mice. The Buddha statue, kind and gentle, surrounded by withered bones. A robotic cat battling Ultraman. So chaotic. Chaotic enough to make one feel nauseous. Chapter 66, Sea of Insects. These images were so bizarre. It was really hard for people to adapt. At this moment, a dog's barking sounded in Zhang Ming's ears. He turned his head and saw Yunku and the black dog right beside him, behaving well. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't hurt in the earlier chaos. Zhang Ming looked around. The place they were now standing in was very spacious. And in front of them, the mural seemed to have no end in sight. Zhang Ming searched around but didn't see the green strange creature that was with them earlier. The three of them had been holding on tightly to each other to avoid being separated. That green strange might have been randomly thrown somewhere else. Yunka shook their tightly held hands and laughed. "Brother, just now you almost crushed my hand." "My hand isn't made of clay, it can't be crushed." "See? The little black dog hasn't been lost either." The black dog barked twice at Zhang Ming, seemingly greeting him. Zhang Ming said, "As long as it's not lost, that's good. The three of us can't be separated. This place is very strange. After separating, it may be impossible to find each other again. In this unfamiliar place, it is best not to act alone." The three of them happened to have each other's backs. Just after Zhang Ming finished speaking, the mural, which had been dead silent, suddenly came to life. The Buddha statues, ghosts, and plants all seemed to have come alive, rushing out one by one. They grew larger and closer. The eyes of the Buddha statues and ghosts were many times larger than Zhang Ming's body. The three of them felt like tiny people trapped in a house, allowing these mural monsters to gaze at them freely. People in the global livestream had never seen such bizarre murals, especially those with giantophobia, who screamed in fright. Their eyes are so terrifying, they could eat someone. I think I have dreamed of such a scene. I really fear that these three will be eaten by those suddenly appearing monsters. Compared to these murals, they seem like little lambs. The things that came out of the murals seemed like they wanted to drown them. Beside them, the black dog was barking madly at the front. Zhang Ming could feel that Yunko was holding his hand very tightly. He was also nervous. The system gave a prompt just in time. Close your eyes. It can break the illusion. It turned out that what was in front of them was an illusion. But this illusion felt so real. It seemed that if they got any closer, they could touch it. Before the illusion could reach them, Zhang Ming shouted, "Close your eyes now." Yunku and the black dog obediently closed their eyes. After waiting a long time, he felt no pain at all. When Zhang Ming thought they were safe and opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him changed into something else. Surrounded by darkness, he could see nothing. The most terrifying thing for him was that there was nothing by his side. Yunku and the big black dog were gone. Zhang Ming anxiously shouted their names. Yunku. Big black dog. He called several times, but received no reply. All he heard was his own echo. It's over, they really got lost. Zhang Ming felt a bit guilty, thinking, if I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let them come with me. Now they were lost, something had gone wrong. Before Zhang Ming could think more, a cold wind suddenly blew through the air, brushing over his scalp. It made him feel a chill all over. He heard a faint, ethereal sigh near his ear. Zhang Ming's thoughts became even more chaotic. Who said there was nothing strange here? Wasn't that side just strange? But the surroundings were too dark. Zhang Ming had no choice but to stretch out his hand and slowly feel around. The difficulty of this task was immense. How could one find a key in the dark? In the distance, a faint red light flickered. Zhang Ming felt like he had found a direction, and joy appeared on his face as he desperately ran toward it. When he got closer, a giant centipede floated past, supporting a boat. Zhang Ming's heart dropped to the bottom again. His feet were clearly on solid ground. How could a boat be paddled over? Zhang Ming thought he must be seeing things, rubbing his eyes and finding it was not an illusion at all. Realizing something was wrong, Zhang Ming's body kept retreating. This was too unusual. He absolutely could not go closer. As he turned to run in the opposite direction, he realized that beneath his feet was no longer solid ground. Instead, it was layers of a sea of bugs. Under his feet were thousands of centipedes, rolling like giant waves, constantly undulating. Countless legs tightly wrapped around his ankles, sending waves of sharp pain through him. They wouldn't let him move an inch. Zhang Ming felt like a drowning person, with nowhere to stand. Slowly, countless centipedes spread up to his chest and neck. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger, as his chest was continuously squeezed. The unique stench from these bugs filled his nostrils. Zhang Ming felt as if he could smell the scent of death. Fear escalated higher and higher. He had faced so many cruel and bizarre things before, but none felt as terrifying as now. Until the sea of bugs had spread to the edge of his mouth. They continuously crazily drilled into his 7 orifices. His whole body was in tremendous pain from being bitten by bugs. Clearly, it hurt so much, his body's regeneration ability should have reacted immediately. But it didn't. Members of the Dragon Kingdom's Jin Nan group also saw on the screen the scene of Zhang Ming being engulfed by a sea of bugs. What's going on? Normally, with such a degree of being devoured, Xiao Ming's body should suffer serious damage. His body indicators are all within normal range apart from a fast heartbeat. So strange. Since coming here, nothing has been normal. And that mural just now, it didn't change strangely at all. If the environment Xiao Ming is in is just an illusion, then why can we see it too? Xiao Wei rubbed his forehead. What a headache. At least we can confirm that Xiao Ming is not in immediate danger, but being safe doesn't mean everything is fine. Next, it's a battle of willpower and firm belief. If he gives up halfway, he might never come out. Xiao Ming. You must find a way to break through. Besides the people of the Dragon Kingdom, people from other countries were also focusing on the state of the Dragon Kingdom's child. The Dragon Kingdom is currently the world's strongest country, countless eyes are on him. These countries are like lurking wolves waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to decline, ready to take a bite of the fat meat. The Dragon Kingdom's child is really going to die this time. So many bugs could surely bite him to death. Hey, last time you said this in a dungeon, look now, everyone is dead, and he is still doing fine. This kid is too lucky, we can't be fooled by temporary appearances. The Dragon Kingdom people are quite good, I don't understand why you have such hostility toward them. Of course the Dragon Kingdom is good, haven't you seen those small countries around it, that lick Dragon Kingdom's boots until they don't even recognize themselves? Chapter 67, The Black Dog Repelling Evil. In the world of ghost stories. Zhang Ming realized that although these bugs looked powerful and terrifying, they could not actually harm his body at all. It's just that the powerful feeling of being bound by these bugs made him a bit hard to cope. Let's not even mention the pain. That feeling of wanting to exert force but having nowhere to exert it is truly suffocating. Zhang Ming understood that the only thing he could do now was to calm down. Get rid of the shackles. He was like a person with a leg disability, trying to stand up without any external help. Even though it was very difficult, Zhang Ming had to do it. He wanted to use his powerful willpower to stretch out his arms. But the feeling of weakness made every slight movement extremely hard and painful. His thoughts slowly became chaotic. The familiar sigh he often heard spoke again, its voice ethereal and distant, giving a feeling of wanting to fall asleep. Don't struggle, sleep, everything will pass, sleep. When you sleep, everything will become beautiful. Zhang Ming tried hard to ignore this voice. Now Zhang Ming understood why those strange things always seemed to have no way back. 145 indeed wouldn't harm your body, but the destruction of the psyche could be equally fatal. It could take away your will to survive completely. Thus, you would self-destruct from the inside out. Only by constantly brainwashing himself could he remain awake. Zhang Ming, if you don't want to die here, then move. He couldn't give up, the country, the people, and even the black dog were waiting for him. He could not be affected by anything. Zhang Ming's desire to survive was strong. He clenched his fists and exerted all the strength he could use. Ah! You thought this is how you trap me? Dream on. His body completely expanded in the sea of bugs.
Just when Zhang Ming felt like all his strength was coming back, those densely packed long-legged bugs and the ethereal voice in his ears also disappeared. Zhang Ming found his liberation. He let out a sigh of relief. Without the intense feeling of restraint just moments ago, Zhang Ming felt lighter than ever before. The balloon, which had been inflated to its limit, had finally released all its air. The people in the Dragon Kingdom livestream saw Zhang Ming break free, and none of them felt unhappy. Xiao Mingming did it, it was so dangerous. It seems that no matter the situation, Xiao Mingming can always find a way. His crisis management ability is too strong. If I had seen so many bugs, I would have been scared stiff, let alone think about struggling. Xiao Mingming is an authority, capable of doing what ordinary people cannot. Oh right, he still hasn't found Yunku and the others yet? Zhang Ming turned his head and was pleasantly surprised to find Yunku lying right next to him, the black dog quietly guarding beside her. When the black dog saw that Zhang Ming was awake, it ran over and tugged at his clothes with its mouth, trying to show him what was wrong with Yunku. Woo woo. You must save this little girl, she can't die. Zhang Ming also noticed the painful expression on Yunku's face. Without a second thought, he rushed over. Yunku kept mumbling in her sleep. Brother! Brother! I'm coming to save you right now, you bad guys, let go of my brother. Zhang Ming recalled his own experience from just before and guessed that Yunku was facing a similar situation. Just the scene in her dreams was different. Seeing Yunku like this made his heart ache. Even in such a state, she was still thinking about him, how silly. He had always known that Yunku cared for him more than she did for herself. The inner demon was himself. Since this was the case, he thought he should be able to wake her up. He gently held Yunku in his arms, repeatedly calling out, Yunku, little sister, I'm fine. I'm okay, wake up quickly, the things inside are all fake. Yunku seemed not to hear Zhang Ming's words, still trapped in her nightmare. She babbled on with many nonsensical phrases. Brother! Why do you want my life? You clearly said you would protect me. All right. My life is yours, I will give you anything you want, please don't abandon me. I don't want to be abandoned by my brother, I don't want to be abandoned. Why does everyone want to abandon me when I'm clearly very good? Brother! Don't go. Woo woo woo. I'll be good, please don't leave. No, don't abandon me. The scenes in her dream were too painful, tears of blood flowed from the corners of Yunku's eyes. Yunku's state visibly deteriorated at a rapid pace. Zhang Ming knew that before Yunku became strange, she had been an abandoned orphan and didn't have a good life in the orphanage, otherwise, she wouldn't have almost died already. The pain of being abandoned was forcibly brought up, can it not hurt? He tried hard to calm down. He kept using his regeneration ability to heal his body, but the effect was very subtle. Just as the psychologist said, it's easy to heal physical wounds, but psychological wounds are hard to mend. Little sister. Wake up, I will never abandon you, hurry and wake up. If you don't wake up, you will die. His calls were completely ineffective. Instead, they worsened her condition. It was as if the things inside were distorting his words. It seemed he could only seek help from the system. System, is there any way to awaken her? System check complete. 145 is a failed spatial product, the magnetic field inside is extremely chaotic. To awaken her, you must ensure the magnetic field within a 2-meter radius is normal. What do you mean I should do? The black dog beside you was born here, it is not affected by any magnetic fields. You can use your blood to draw a circle with a radius of 2 meters around her. Zhang Ming frowned upon hearing this suggestion. The black dog was a companion shared between him and Yunko, he couldn't harm it. Moreover, such a large circle would require a lot of blood. The black dog was so small, it would probably drain all its blood to do so. He definitely wouldn't use such a horrible method. Although the black dog wouldn't die, that didn't give him the excuse to hurt it. Zhang Ming firmly said, think of another way. You can substitute the blood with dog hair. But blood doesn't work as quickly. As long as Yunko might wake up, her body will recover quickly. Let's use this. Dog fur can grow back, but if too much blood is lost, it will be hard to replenish. Zhang Ming's gaze focused on the fur of the black dog. The black dog clearly felt Zhang Ming's sinister eyes. It fearfully tucked its tail between its legs and barked at Zhang Ming. Woof woof woof. This human boy's gaze is so scary. He must have bad intentions. Seeing Zhang Ming take out a knife, the black dog was even more scared and began to tremble. Don't come over. I came here to keep you company out of goodwill, you can't hurt me. Zhang Ming saw how afraid the black dog was and thought, does this guy misunderstand something? Big black dog, come here, I want to discuss something with you, don't be scared, I won't eat you. The black dog walked up to Zhang Ming hesitantly. To help Yunko wake up, I need some fur from you. Can I shave a little?
When the black dog heard that its fur could save Yunko, its eyes brightened. Just a few hairs. There can be as many as you want. Just now, it thought he was going to kill it with that knife. Although it wouldn't die, it would hurt. The black dog nodded. It agreed. Thank you. When we get back, all the meat left in my fridge will be yours. I will repay your life-saving grace. The black dog is a real foodie. Hearing about food, its tail wagged non-stop. Zhang Ming walked in front of the black dog with the knife and gently shaved off a little bit of its back fur, while saying, "Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon." The black dog's fur was very thick, just shaving a small patch dropped a big pile. Moreover, its fur was very shiny, and what's more, there wasn't a single mixed hair, pure black. It's said that black dogs ward off evil. It seems that saying is not wrong. Chapter 68, Overlapping Time and Space. Zhang Ming quickly arranged the collected dog fur into a circle around Yunko. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Yunko's complexion had indeed improved. Slowly, she woke up, and when she turned her head to see Zhang Ming's warm and worried eyes, she finally burst into loud sobs. Blood tears dripped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her blue dress was all stained with red tears. Sobbing, she sat up, opened her arms, wanting Zhang Ming's hug. "Brother! I just dreamed that you didn't want me anymore. I am so sad, so sad." Seeing this, Zhang Ming sighed, leaned over, and hugged her, gently patting her back. In a soft voice, he said, "It's all fake, haven't you heard? Dreams are always the opposite." Yunko raised her head, choked with tears, and in a soft, unsure voice asked, "Really?" Zhang Ming reached out and wiped her tears away little by little, gently touching her rosy little face. "Of course it's true, how could you not trust your brother? I also had a nightmare just like you. This place will lead us into heavy nightmares, making us suffer to death. By the way, sister, it was the black dog that sacrificed some of its fur to save you just now." Every time Zhang Ming saw Yunko crying, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Because every time she cried, her face was covered with red liquid. It looked as if blood was flowing from all her facial orifices after death. It was indeed quite scary at first glance. But while scary, it also had a hint of silly cuteness. In short, it was quite contradictory. The black dog, seeing Yunko wake up, barked excitedly. It circled around them, holding its head high, as if showing off. Yunko opened her arms to the black dog, pouting, and said sweetly, "Big black dog, thank you. Hug you." The black dog ran over to her, and Yunko gave it a big hug. Yunko gently touched the shaved spot on the black dog's skin and said with concern, "Did it hurt when you were shaved? I wonder when it will grow back. Fur, grow fast, grow fast." The black dog enjoyed rubbing against Yunko's small body, its tail wagging almost like a propeller. This shave was really worth it. It also received everyone's special attention, so happy. The people of Long Country saw that Zhang Ming and Yunko were both fine. "I am genuinely happy from the bottom of my heart. You scared me to death just now. I thought we were really going to lose everyone. It's best that they're all okay. I didn't expect this black dog to be so useful. My determination to buy a black dog has increased." "Don't you think Yunko looks really scary when crying?" Her face covered in blood, and Zhang Ming can still calmly help her wipe her face. "That's amazing. I once dreamed my parents didn't want me. It was really painful. Yunko must have had a bad life before. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so insecure." 145th floor. Zhang Ming waited until Yunko felt better before standing up and looking around. His attention had been on Yunko, not realizing that the surroundings had turned into a white fog. There was nothing at all. He hadn't seen any of the rooms mentioned in the hidden mission. Zhang Ming was puzzled and very distressed, wanting to know where to find the key. He turned to the somewhat bald black dog. The system said the black dog was born here. It should be very familiar with this place. Maybe it knows how to find the key in the rooms. Without hesitation, he walked over and asked the black dog, "Black dog, I want to find a key. Do you know how to find it?" The black dog tilted its head, somewhat confused. "A key? What key?" This human came here risking their life to find a key. But it had never known if there was any key here. The black dog's overly human-like expression made Zhang Ming quickly understand that it didn't know anything about the key. So he quickly changed to another question. "Do you know how to leave here? Or is there any other room or something?" This time the black dog reacted. It turned its body to another direction and barked twice. "Leaving here is easy. I can take you, but it might be a bit troublesome." In fact, the black dog said a lot. It was just that Zhang Ming couldn't understand. Zhang Ming immediately smiled. It seemed there was still a way out. He realized the black dog was pointing him in the right direction. He hurriedly picked Yunko up from the ground and said, "Yunko, we will follow the black dog soon. It knows much more than we do. After speaking, he quickly collected the dog hair from the ground, putting half in his pocket and stuffing the other half into Yunke's clothes. Yunke didn't quite understand why Zhang Ming did this. She could only curiously ask, "Brother, what can this dog hair do?" Yunke grabbed a handful of dog hair and held it in her palm, squeezing it gently. "How soft. I like it." Zhang Ming explained while he cleaned up, "It was this dog hair that saved you just now. This dog hair can correct the chaotic magnetic field. If you carry it on you, things like what happened just now shouldn't happen again. In short, it's better to take it with you." The viewers in the global live broadcast room didn't expect Zhang Ming to solve the problem in such a seemingly ridiculous way. So that's why he was shaving the dog hair earlier. But how did he think of this method? He must have seen that the black dog was unaffected by the environment and immediately reacted, coming up with this solution. He is really smart. At least, I wouldn't think of using such a method. Can this black dog really lead them out? It looks so unreliable. What's unreliable about it? The black dog clearly knows this place well. No wonder Zhang Ming can stand out in challenge after challenge, he really has strength. This time, Zhang Ming held Yunke with his left hand and held the dog leash with his right. "Big black dog, lead us out of this place first." "Woof! Woof!" The black dog barked excitedly, wagging its tongue. The black dog could keenly understand how important it was for Zhang Ming and Yunke now. This feeling of being needed made it feel very accomplished. Much better than the strange ones that throw stones every day. It felt like going on a great adventure with companions, it liked it. The black dog walked in front, and Zhang Ming and Yunke followed behind. Maybe they had reached a dividing line. They were astonished to see the scene around them miraculously begin to change. Small saplings started sprouting from the ground. The growth speed of the saplings was incredibly rapid. In less than a minute, a tiny 10-centimeter sapling grew into a towering tree. Zhang Ming stood in shock, watching the thick forest rapidly take shape before him. Some were still trying to comprehend what was happening. What on earth is going on? Could it be another illusion? Next to him, Yunke had never seen so many tall trees before. Her mouth formed an O shape, unable to close for a long time. "Wow! Brother! These trees are so tall and big." Zhang Ming remained silent, tightly gripping his hands, afraid to loosen his hold at all. The Dragon Kingdom experts nearby had never encountered a scene like this either, with some researchers specialized in space science debating it. Chapter 69, Crossing Through Hundreds of Timelines. "Chief, I suspect that the 145th floor isn't just a simple floor, it's a chaotic space compressed from multiple dimensions. Nothing strange can happen here, it's very likely a projection from multiple worlds within the universe." At this, Zhao Hui's brows furrowed deeper. He wasn't very familiar with cosmology, but he knew one thing: the more complex the place, the harder it would be to find something. He simply couldn't imagine finding the key mentioned in the task in a place like this. This is tough. What do you all think the chances are that Zhang Ming will complete the task? Everyone almost silently shook their heads. This signaled that the situation was not optimistic. Even the people of the Dragon Kingdom watching the livestream were baffled by the supernatural events on the screen. "Are you sure we're watching a live broadcast right now? This looks 10 times more real than the effects in a movie. The more beautiful a place looks, the more dangerous it is. This place is too abrupt, nothing like the usual horror worlds, no wonder those strange beings dare not approach, not even to mention the 145th. Xiao Ming, you're the smartest, you'll definitely be fine." To distinguish reality from illusion, Zhang Ming walked over, approaching a tree, and plucked a leaf from its top. The leaf did not disappear from his palm. "It's real. These trees are actually real, it was unbelievable. Black dog, how did it become like this here?" Zhang Ming felt as if he had stepped into a kaleidoscopic world. No one knew what would happen next. Where would the space twist them to? The black dog, as if it were used to this, kept pulling them forward. They didn't know how long they had been walking, and they still hadn't exited the forest. Zhang Ming was a bit hungry and could only take out a steamed bun. He ate as he walked to fill his stomach. He had even developed a sense of panic, wondering if he would ever escape this place. Just when Zhang Ming thought the forest had no end, the scene before him miraculously transformed into an ocean. Even stranger was that they could breathe freely in the seawater. Countless fish swam around them. Ahead of them, pink dolphins leaped through the water. At this moment, the black dog, extremely hungry, opened its mouth to eat the fish. He also grabbed a fish and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling hungry too. Yunke saw Zhang Ming and the black dog eating so vigorously, so she joined in the meal. Having never eaten fish before, she was surprised to find that raw fish tasted quite good. "Brother, little black dog, this is so delicious. I want to eat more, I might not get to eat this again later." The three of them ate until their bellies were round and full. Just when they were relaxing, a giant octopus swiftly swam toward them from not far away.
Zhang Ming quickly led the two of them to escape. Just as the octopus was about to entangle them, time and space began to transform again. They found themselves standing on a red ground, with a bizarre black sun hanging in the sky.
The black sun hovered in the air.
The air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt earth. From a nearby hill crawled hundreds of thousands of black skeletons. Their bodies twisted awkwardly. They rushed over recklessly, babbling incomprehensible words. Without a second thought, Zhang Ming led Yunku and the others in a desperate escape. Just when they were exhausted, their bodies floated uncontrollably in the air. Around them was pitch black. Zhang Ming could only rely on the palm of his hand, the rope, and the voices around him to judge that he was not the only one drifting here.
After the darkness,
there came quick transitions to different worlds, leaving Zhang Ming a bit dazed. He almost thought he was dead, no longer part of this world. In the endless shifts of time and space, he even doubted whether he could complete this task at all. Zhang Ming and the others had passed through countless worlds, dozens, or maybe hundreds. He had lost count. The so-called key, he had not found at all, not a single clue. Every time he asked the system about the key, it remained silent, giving no response at all. If it weren't for his strong mental power, he might have gone insane long ago. This bizarre world was truly absurd, anything could happen. At first, Yunko was chatty, but now she had become silent.
No amazing sight could stir even a flicker of emotion.
Yunko looked extremely exhausted. Even the viewers of the global livestream were left a bit dazed.
Such rapid space transitions were too much for anyone to handle. Some people even turned off the stream and stopped watching. When will this end? Watching is so painful, there's no hope. They seem to be lost in the universe. So hopeless. Just watching feels so hopeless. Endless despair. They've been in there for 4 days, is there really a chance to get out?
Just when Zhang Ming thought he would never get out,
the system finally gave a hint. The key is right here.
Seeing the system's hint, Zhang Ming felt as if he had seen his mother and almost burst into tears.
He thought the system was dead, didn't he? For so many days, not a word had been returned to him. But at least there was a hint.
Now, the space Zhang Ming was in was a vast white expanse of snow, and he was shivering from the cold. If it weren't for the regenerative abilities within him sustaining his life, he would have frozen to death long ago. Yunku and the black dog were strange, unafraid of the cold. Since he already knew the whereabouts of the key, he had to find the key before the next space transition. The main problem was that he did not know what the key looked like. He asked the system in his mind, "What does the key look like? Do you know?" "Not clear, things here change every moment and cannot be locked down." Hearing this answer, Zhang Ming sighed helplessly. It seemed he had to rely on his instincts. He hoped his intuition would be more accurate this time. Beside him, Yunko had been tired and had complained countless times, "Brother, when can we go home? I feel like I've been dead for a long, long time." Yunko suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, "Brother, are we never going to be able to go back?" Zhang Ming wasn't sure if they could go back either. The system just gave a hint, which meant there was hope. Zhang Ming could only keep comforting her to relax. "What are you talking about, dead or not? You're alive and well right now, don't worry, we'll get back, don't frighten yourself." Yunko would always be comforted by this whenever she complained to Zhang Ming. But every time she heard these words, she would be filled with confidence and motivate herself, "Yes, we will definitely get back." Zhang Ming exhaled white mist and rubbed his hands, saying, "The key I want is in this space, if you see anything special, remember to remind me." Yunka's eyes lit up, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. "Then let's hurry and find it, once we do, we'll definitely go home." Zhang Ming looked at Yun Kachang's spirited appearance and felt a bit guilty. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. Now it's good, following him to suffer. Zhang Ming endured the cold and kept searching, when suddenly he saw a black object not far away. He hurriedly pulled the others to run over. "Look over there, it seems like there's something special." Strangely, with each step Zhang Ming took closer, that object moved further away. He stopped, and that object stopped moving too. It was impossible to catch. For Zhang Ming, the stranger the object, the more likely it was a key. Yunku also noticed something was off and innocently said, "Is that black thing growing legs? Why does it run when we run?" Chapter 70, Is this the key? Silly bird. People in the global livestream were buzzing with discussion. Wow! They must have encountered a ghost. This is a world of strange tales, how can there be no ghost? How do you catch it? Quick, maintain this distance forever. We still don't know if that's a key. Don't run away before you catch it. As Zhang Ming was also puzzled, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind.
Since that object moved with his actions, if he and Yunko acted separately, wouldn't it be easy to catch it? Yunko and Black Dog, you stand still and don't move at all. I'll step back, and when that thing stops near you, you seize the opportunity to catch it, okay? Yunko seemed to understand and nodded firmly, okay. Even Black Dog raised its head and barked. Seeing their confident looks, Zhang Ming felt a bit relieved, but not completely assured. Zhang Ming didn't turn around but slowly stepped back. Sure enough, that black object began to slowly move closer, following Zhang Ming's footsteps. At this sight, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. It seemed his method was working. Until the black object, moving along with Zhang Ming, finally stopped next to Yunko. Yunko energetically lunged forward, smiling and shouting to Zhang Ming a short distance away. Brother, I caught it, I caught it. Come over quickly, it's a big mud person. Hearing the voice, Zhang Ming took a small step forward. The black statue tried to move along with him, but Yunko held it tight, stopping it from moving an inch. This statue was incredibly strong, and blocking it was somewhat challenging. Even Black Dog put all its strength into blocking in front of the statue. Yunko gritted her teeth and shouted, Brother, run over quickly, I can't hold it much longer. Zhang Ming ran to Yunko's side as fast as he could, quickly placing his hand on the black statue before Yunko ran out of strength. The moment he laid his hand on it, the surroundings started to change rapidly again. Countless rooms suddenly rose from the ground. A large maze was formed. The air around them gradually warmed up, no longer cold as before. And the black statue had already turned into a small mud person lying in Zhang Ming's palm. The mud person in his palm let out eerie laughter. Didn't expect it, you not only didn't die, but found me too, great skill. Truly great skill. Black statue, danger level extremely high. Just like the Black Dog, it is a product of this place, this is your key to pass. Zhang Ming's face showed joy. So this is the key, a strange one? It was his first time realizing that a strange thing could also become the key to a door. And a very high-risk strange thing at that. Great. Now Yunko is completely capable of handling it. Zhang Ming tightly gripped the slightly warm statue and sneered, You really are hard to find, since I've caught you, stay here and work for me. After saying this, Zhang Ming threw the statue into Yunko's hands. He wasn't the opponent of this black statue, holding it himself wouldn't be safe. Yunko picked up the black statue and looked it over left and right. It was like checking how playable it was. They even smashed the statue hard against the wall. The wall echoed with a loud bang from the hit. The black statue's head buzzed with pain from the blow. It even lost a thin layer of black paint. My head. Don't smash it. Your strength is really strong, little girl. The black statue had been stuck in 145 for a long time, never experiencing such humiliation. Yunko saw the statue had lost some paint and disdainfully said, Brother, this statue is so weak, it broke after just a few hits, not a good toy. Zhang Ming couldn't help but shake his head upon hearing this. This girl really wanted to play with anything new she saw. It's not a toy, you need to threaten it to make it obey us. Since this black statue could talk, the task of finding a room became much easier. At least they didn't have to wander around like headless flies in this maze. Let the key search for the matching lock, it shouldn't be too hard. The black statue had never faced such humiliation, it let out a reluctant roar. You think you can make me obey? Do you believe I could crush you right now? Yunko chuckled, somewhat dismissively, while a large amount of black gas continuously surrounded the black statue. Do you still think you have the ability to resist now? Only then did the black statue realize that the little girl gripping it had a higher level than itself. Wait. The black statue wondered. When did a highly dangerous anomaly just appear in this death apartment? It had been wandering here ever since the death apartment appeared. It was well aware of every anomaly in the building. It remembered that the little girl's level was just super high danger not long ago. How could she have risen this much in just a few days? How is that possible? So strange. The black statue questioned Yunko, how did your anomalous power grow so fast? Yunko showed an innocent smile, why should I tell you? Just listen to my brother, or I'll crush you. Yunko tightened her grip slightly, with just a bit more force, the black statue would split into dust. Feeling threatened, the statue trembled and immediately surrendered. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Seeing the statue so compliant, Yunko eased off a bit. Brother, it's already honest, ask whatever you want. If it doesn't answer properly, I will crush it instantly. After saying this, she looked down and coldly warned the black statue. You better be honest, whatever my brother asks, you must answer honestly, understood? The black statue said flatteringly, I will definitely be honest, hee hee. Zhang Ming watched from the side, walked over, and patted Yunko's head, praising her, well done. Yunko's face instantly blossomed with joy, being praised by her brother was certainly a very happy thing. Zhang Ming looked down at the black statue in Yunko's palm and asked, are there any rooms here that you can open? The black statue answered in almost a second without thinking, no. Do I look like a key? I don't even know what this place is, please don't make it hard for me, let me go. Zhang Ming didn't need to expose it, he already knew this mudman was lying. But he wasn't in a hurry, it would definitely speak up on its own. Zhang Ming said to Yunko, what do you plan to reshape this statue into after you crush it? Yunko thought seriously and said, a rabbit or a black dog, either would be fine, I like them both. Chapter 71, Maze-like Corridor. Zhang Ming smiled slightly, okay, let's first smash this mudman into pieces, then slowly burn it with your strange fire, crush it after burning, and finally mix it with dog urine. Don't kill it halfway, keep it alive and let it properly taste the flavor of dog urine. Yunko pinched her nose in disgust, brother, dog urine is so disgusting. The black statue couldn't take it anymore and complained. I never expected you, a human, to be more ruthless than we strange ones. Aren't you afraid that I will turn into a terrifying presence, following you every day and bringing you all sorts of disasters? Zhang Ming said coldly, without any expression, do you think I would be afraid? Quickly tell me, which of these rooms can you open? My patience is limited. The statue did not respond, showing that it did not want to speak. Smart, huh? The black statue knew it had great use for Zhang Ming and the others and would definitely not easily kill itself. This made it feel fearless. Seeing the statue remain silent, Yunko showed some impatience, brother, just crush it. This thing is too ungrateful, if we don't teach it a lesson, it will never take us to find the room. Yunko's power increased again, and just as cracks were about to form on the black statue, it was about to shatter. The statue panicked completely. You really want to kill me? Fine, I'll tell you. Is that enough? I'm really scared of you. But if I am in danger later, you must protect me, do you hear? If I betray that guy, he will definitely kill me. Zhang Ming nodded, okay. Lead the way. As for that guy mentioned by the black statue, they would meet him soon enough. Zhang Ming didn't think too much about it, anyway, what is meant to come will come. When the time comes, they would respond accordingly. He understood very well that to obtain the thing mentioned in the task, the process would definitely not be simple. Just finding a key had already caused enough trouble. Let alone getting that thing. Thus, the black statue led Zhang Ming through the twisting corridor. All the rooms beside the corridor were exactly the same. The black statue brought Zhang Ming and the others to a door. The style of this door was exactly the same as the other doors. Zhang Ming thought it would be a very special room, but he didn't expect it to look ordinary from the outside. He saw a small human-shaped groove on the door. Looking at the size, it was just right to fit the black statue inside. Zhang Ming pointed at the groove and said, Yunko, try to fit the statue in there. Yunko obediently nodded, okay. When they reached the door, they found the groove was a bit high, and they could not reach it with regular height. Yunko had to stretch her arm long to fit the black statue inside. At the moment the statue was embedded, the door opened automatically. Thick black mist poured out from the gap of the door, accompanied by a slight chill. Zhang Ming almost thought it was a gas chamber inside. Yunko displayed a look of surprise on her face. Brother, black dog, the door is open. Let's hurry in. The viewers in the global live broadcast were stunned when they saw the door open like this. I never thought this little mud man would be the key. This hard to find key, they really found it. I'm really curious about what is inside the room. Kids from the Dragon Country are impressive. I really admire them now, I won't speak ill of you anymore. As the three of them just walked in, the door slammed shut with a bang. Chapter 71, The Sleeping Monster. Once they entered the room, they saw an unforgettable scene before them. Right in front of them stood an enormous meat tumor, nourished with blood. Under the meat tumor lay various desiccated skeletons. The room was illuminated bright red by the light emitted from this large meat tumor. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhang Ming could barely stand the smell and couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough a couple of times. He couldn't help but complain, the smell is really overpowering. The heart wrapped inside the meat tumor is the thing you need. The danger level of the meat tumor is extremely high. Suggestion, this object is extremely hard and cannot be easily killed, only strange beings with higher powers can subdue it. Zhang Ming saw the system's prompt. He sighed. There was no one here with higher power than himself. This large, quietly standing lump had such a high threat level. It was the same level as Yunko's. In a situation where the weirdness levels are the same. It must be a full-on fight, but there's no such thing as level crushing. Whoever wants to win relies solely on their own skills. Yunko is just a newcomer to the most dangerous and powerful weirdness, can she really handle it? Zhang Ming expressed some concern. It seems that to get the heart inside, we must first destroy the big guy in front of us. I really hope it's just a big, immobile flesh tumor. The black dog beside Yunko is used to this bloody smell. They had no reaction to it. Yunke pointed at the flesh tumor ahead and asked, "Brother, this big flesh tumor in front of us is what you want, right?" Zhang Ming nodded and said, "That's right, but I want the heart inside it." Yunke revealed her two big front teeth, hands on her hips, confidently saying, "Isn't it just a heart? I'll get it for you right now, brother, just wait here obediently." Just as Yunke was about to step forward, Zhang Ming quickly stopped her. Zhang Ming helplessly reminded her, "Sister, don't be impulsive, we haven't fully figured out what this thing is yet. Recklessly approaching may lead to trouble." Yunke thought what he said made sense and could only nod, "Okay. I'll listen to my brother, as long as we get this thing, we can go home." She really wanted to go home, this outside wasn't good at all. The people of Long Country saw such a huge tumor and felt uneasy. "This thing looks like a tumor inside a sick person, how disgusting. Hurry up and kill it. Did you notice? That tumor is breathing. I wonder if it's strong, it looks a bit tricky for Zhang Ming. Don't worry, he will definitely succeed. I've seen Zhang Ming suffer in the horror game before." Inside the horror world, Zhang Ming observed the surroundings to see if there were any handy tools. But there was nothing, this room only had a large flesh tumor. All members of the Long Country Gene Guild were also very surprised to see such a large red flesh tumor. "Chief, don't be fooled by how harmless this tumor looks, its danger level has actually reached an alarming extreme high. How do we play this? This monster is basically set up to ensure we humans have no chance." Exactly. If it weren't for Zhang Ming having Yunke by his side, there would be hardly any hope. I'm afraid that if other countries' challengers were here, no matter how strong they were, they would be helpless against such a large monster. Doesn't anyone find it strange? Why is this horror game much harder than ever before? I noticed this issue a long time ago, it seems like this world is specifically set up to deal with Zhang Ming. I think so too. Zhao Hui, sitting in the chief position, looked somewhat uneasy. If this really is the work of the horror world to eliminate Zhang Ming, then they highly underestimate our Long Country. Let's not talk about that. Can you find any weaknesses in this tumor? If possible, we should use cunning, I fear engaging head-on might not end well. A weirdness researcher stood up with a document, seriously answering, "Cunning might not be possible, this flesh tumor looks soft but is actually very hard." Just now, Zhao Ming said that to accomplish the task, we need to get the heart inside. But to access the heart, we must completely eliminate it, dispersing all the immense weird power within the flesh tumor. Only then can the outer shell soften, giving us a chance to retrieve the heart. However, thoroughly killing the flesh tumor is a very difficult task. Zhao Hui took a deep breath, feeling that what he said made some sense. This flesh ball really did look a bit tricky. You first tell Zhao Ming the conclusions you've reached simply. The rest of you keep looking for breakthrough opportunities. The Gene Guild of the United States was also analyzing this critically important live broadcast in the shelter to gain experience. They also knew how high the level of the big flesh tumor was. They were all secretly rejoicing. The strongest and extremely dangerous weird creature, Zhang Ming wants to take it head-on, but he can't win at all. Don't forget, the little girl next to him is also at this level, whether he wins or loses is uncertain. A newly promoted little weird creature, can it compare with such an old monster? Let's just sit down and watch the show. The world of weird tales won't allow the Dragon Kingdom to dominate alone. This difficult hidden mission is probably specially prepared for the Dragon Kingdom. Does the Dragon Kingdom really think it can remain strong for 1,000 years? On the 145th floor of the death apartment, Zhang Ming received advice from the group and showed no expression on his face. They suggested going for a direct confrontation. However, the chance of victory in a head-on fight wasn't very high. He decided to first see if there were other solutions. If there really was no other way, then fighting hard wouldn't be impossible either. Zhang Ming took out the ordinary dagger from his pocket. He threw it straight at the flesh lump. The dagger had no effect at all. It was like dust falling on it. If it weren't for the countless blood vessels on the flesh lump that kept pulsating, he would really think this was a dead object. Zhang Ming walked around the flesh lump. He didn't find any weaknesses or oddities. To confront it head-on, it must first wake up. Yunke, use your weird power to hit this flesh ball. Okay. Yunke activated the weird power within her, striking straight at the flesh ball. The flesh lump only trembled slightly, showing no signs of waking. Hit again, keep hitting until it wakes up. Yunke put all her strength into it, hitting dozens of times, but the flesh ball remained as solid as a rock. There was no sign of it waking up at all, let alone being damaged. The force hitting it felt like nothing at all. Chapter 72, I am unkillable. There was no way, Yunke could only say dejectedly, this guy is so tough, I used all my weird power, but it has no effect. Zhang Ming skeptically walked to the door, wanting to open it and bring that black statue over to ask what was going on. But no matter how he tried to open the door, it remained completely still. It seems that only by dealing with the flesh lump in front of him can the door be opened. He returned to the flesh lump and boldly reached out to touch it. The blood on the flesh lump was very viscous. At that moment, a drop of blood fell onto his face. Zhang Ming followed the direction of the dripping blood and looked up at the ceiling. He saw countless blood vessels above. These bloods were being transmitted through the numerous blood vessels above. The blood vessels connected to the flesh lump continuously delivered nutrients. Perhaps if he cut off all the blood vessels fixed to the flesh lump, without blood supply, the flesh lump would gradually shrink and eventually die. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming immediately instructed Yunko, cut off all the blood vessels connected to the ceiling. Yunko obediently complied, almost doing whatever Zhang Ming told her to do. This time was no exception. She condensed her weird power into a giant sickle. The sharp sickle spun in the air. Just like cutting chives, it effortlessly severed all the blood vessels. Countless blood vessels fell to the ground with bang 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 sounds. The cross-section of the cut vessels continuously leaked blood outward. Zhang Ming saw tea. If one can grasp the mysteries within, perhaps the speed of improvement will be even faster in the future. Yunko was already a bit impatient. Zhang Ming looked at Yunko holding the sickle and suddenly thought of the Grim Reaper. The girl in front of him was the Grim Reaper girl. To be honest, she looked pretty cool. He smiled and said, "You don't need to do anything right now? Just wait." Yunko playfully spun the sickle around and laughed, "Brother, do I look cool?" Zhang Ming gave her a big thumbs up, "Of course you look cool. Just look at whose sister you are." Yunko felt sweet from the compliment. Just as they were chatting, the tumor on the ground suddenly moved, letting out a painful howl. "It's you outsiders who cut off my lifeline. And you woke me up. I will make you pay for this." The black dog beside them got scared by the eerie pressure from the high-level creature and tucked its tail, hiding in the corner, not daring to come out. Zhang Ming's expression turned serious as he stared at the tumor rapidly growing arms and legs on the opposite side. That's right, this tumor could actually grow arms and legs by itself? The tumor monster combined the blood on the ground into a blood ball. It smashed it hard toward Zhang Ming and Yunko. Yunko's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, it was time to show her strength. With one swing of the sickle, the blood ball instantly turned into a mist, spraying everywhere. "You want us to pay? Next life, maybe. Forget it. You don't have a next life." Yunko's wild words thoroughly angered the tumor monster. Behind the tumor monster, countless chains made of blood and veins formed, quickly stretching toward Yunko and Zhang Ming like venomous snakes. Yunko swiftly chopped them off, but more kept coming. It was like they were endless. The tumor monster diverted some of its power to deal with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming had no weapon and could only keep dodging. Fortunately, he was small and relatively agile, so he wasn't easily caught. But no matter how fast, slips could happen. As a dozen blood chains reached out, Zhang Ming quickly used one-word technique. Break! The chains did break, but only for 2 seconds before returning to their original state. In those 2 seconds, Zhang Ming found an opportunity to dodge. He couldn't fight, but he could evade. Fighting wasn't his strong suit, but it was Yunko's strong suit. There were too many chains, and it was impossible to chop them all off. Zhang Ming's stamina was clearly running low. He realized that if this continued, they wouldn't last. "Yunko, you go attack that tumor, don't waste your time with these chains, it's useless." Upon hearing the command, Yunko immediately changed targets and aimed the big sickle directly at the tumor. The tumor's skin was too thick, and it couldn't be cut. Yunko helplessly said, "Brother. It doesn't work. I can't cut it." Zhang Ming noticed. In fact, the tumor monster's damage wasn't high, it just had a huge health bar. It had put all its skill points into defense. If the tumor monster's damage were high, its regeneration ability inside would be crazy busy. But like this, dragging on was not a solution. The tumor monster, seeing that Zhang Ming and Yunko were powerless against it, laughed smugly. "I cannot be killed. Today you'll be my toys. Ha ha ha. Little things, you want to kill me? In the end, you'll just become my nourishment." Yunko, who had always treated others as toys, was truly angry now. "What the heck are you, wanting me to be your toy?" "Pa." The tumor monster nonchalantly said, "Little thing, you and I are of the same level, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Those few hits were just scratching my itch, ha. I can drag this out with you, but can you last?" Yunko was furious. The people of Long Country watching the livestream were very worried that even Yunko couldn't deal with the tumor monster. The strength of the little monster is already that strong, and yet it can't be killed? What to do? Please don't let anything happen to them. Why does this dead monster game give us such a difficult hidden task? People from other countries watched the fun with smiles.
It is precisely because the Dragon Nation is too strong that we need such a special method of rectification. You see, the hidden missions in the previous world were not this troublesome.
Let them experience a bit of what we are going through now.
Exactly, it's better for the whole world to suffer together. This is when Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that he had another skill, which was spatial domain.
Entering the spatial domain, the strange power would multiply. However, he did not know if this domain would be useful to Yunku.
No, he needed to quickly ask the system.
System, can the spatial domain be used on Yunko?
Yes, using it on other strange beings does have a time interval, once every 7 days.
The opportunity is precious, please use it wisely. Chapter 73, A Bright Full Moon. Forget it, let's use it now.
Zhang Ming said to Yunko, his sister, get ready. Today, I'll let you kill to your heart's content.
Zhang Ming focused his mind, unfold the spatial domain.
Before Yunko could react, the surrounding scene quickly changed.
The ground beneath them was no longer tiled but instead was a sea surface.
Above the sea, a bright white full moon hung in the sky.
Yunko looked at the moon and couldn't help but marvel.
This big moon is 100 times more beautiful than the red moon she saw before.
With bright eyes staring at the big moon in front of her, Yunko asked Zhang Ming, brother, what is going on? We haven't been pulled into that strange time and space again, have we?
Not far away, the tumor monster looked around in terror, realizing it was no longer in its own area but had been taken to a strange place. Having never left its own area, it was now suddenly pulled into another unknown environment, feeling a bit panicked.
What exactly is going on? This spatial domain is not just an ordinary space.
It could sense the magnetic field here, which was very clean and completely different from the mixed magnetic field outside.
To possess one's own spatial domain is not something any strange being can have. Even others can only use the cosmic magnetic field to fabricate their environment.
It takes great insight and talent to have even a tiny piece of the world. Yet this vast spatial domain. He had only seen that in spatial layers.
That was a naturally formed space, a masterpiece of the universe.
That small strange being could not possibly possess a spatial domain.
Could it be that human? The tumor monster looked at Zhang Ming and tentatively asked, did you bring me here?
Zhang Ming slowly walked forward and said, that's right, this domain is mine, and here, my sister's and my strength will double, while you will just go to your death. The tumor monster shouted in disbelief, impossible.
How could a human possibly create a spatial domain? How could a human possess skills more powerful than the strange beings? This is simply too magical. The tumor monster did not believe it could lose to a frail human.
It began to unleash countless blood chains to attack them. Since this was in Zhang Ming's spatial domain, the tumor monster's attack speed was clearly much slower than before. It couldn't hit Zhang Ming and Yunko at all. People around the world and the members of the Dragon Nation strategy team watching the screen were amazed to see the independent space created by Zhang Ming.
Many thought they were seeing things. Did Zhang Ming really summon this? After watching so many live streams, how did I never know? Did I accidentally miss an important part?
Zhang Ming actually has this skill, awesome.
Honestly, the spatial domain constructed by Zhang Ming is quite beautiful, a bright blue, it's like cleansing our eyes.
After watching something eerie and scary for so long, suddenly seeing such a bright and warm environment makes people feel comfortable. If Yunko could really double her strength here, that tumor monster wouldn't even have the right to resist.
Is it possible this is Zhang Ming's inner world? If that's the case, it would be so wonderful. I really want to have such an amazing brother.
Standing aside, Yunko could clearly feel that the strange power within him was even stronger than before.
It could even rival a super high-risk anomaly.
Though he had never seen a super high-risk anomaly, he could roughly guess its strength. This time, he was confident he could defeat the monster in front of him. Yunko sneered, proudly looking at the clumsy flesh lump monster. I couldn't beat you before, but now it's not so certain.
Here I come.
The big scythe in Yunko's hand glowed red, gathering all the strange powers on the blade. Wielding the scythe, countless sharp blades struck towards the flesh lump monster.
Yunko seemed to have endless strength, giving the monster no chance to fight back.
So refreshing.
Is this the superiority that strength brings? I can only say I'm really awesome.
To raise my strength so quickly in such a short time.
This is simply a divine skill.
In the future, Zhang Ming will be the one to admire. Under the might of such great strength, even the flesh monster's hard and tough skin couldn't withstand such fierce attacks. Yunko easily landed hundreds of cuts on the flesh monster.
Countless blood flowed out from its round body.
The deep blue sea surface beneath their feet turned into large patches of red. In the end, the flesh lump collapsed weakly.
The flesh monster looked at its rapidly crumbling body and howled in pain. I will kill you.
Zhang Ming didn't take the threat seriously, it was just a dying struggle. It was time to dig out its heart and complete the task.
Sister, go get the heart out of its body for me. Yunko agreed without thinking, alright. The flesh monster, in pain, tried to get up to resist again, but when it heard Zhang Ming wanted its heart, it started pleading, you can't dig out my heart, stop. Unwilling to die like this at the hands of a human. The human kid in front of him was the most special and strongest among all humans he had ever seen. Having consumed countless anomalies in humans, it never expected to die one day at the hands of the ones it looked down upon the most. Zhang Ming smiled coldly, we came here for your heart, now act. Yunko wore a crazed expression, he wasn't really a good child, just behaving obediently in front of Zhang Ming. Yunko raised the scythe and directly split the flesh monster in half. From the slimy blood, he took out the heart. The moment the heart was separated from the flesh, the monster lost all vitality and died. It became like a deflated flesh-colored balloon. Yunko happily held the heart up to Zhang Ming, brother, we got the heart, can we go home now? Zhang Ming smiled as he took the heart, patting Yunko's head, yes, we can go home now. Let's go. As soon as Zhang Ming stashed the heart into his pocket, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Dragon Country Challenger, hidden task completed. Dragon Country gains 10 million acres of fertile land. At the same time, news of Zhang Ming completing the hidden task quickly spread across the entire Blue Star. The people of Dragon Country cheered and burst into jubilation for Zhang Ming's success. We won again. Long live Dragon Country. Long live Zhang Ming. 10 million acres of fertile land can support 10 million people. Little Ming Ming fought for so much for us. Wah! I'm crying just hearing this. Little Ming Ming, the whole nation will love you forever. The Americans and the people of the Cherry Blossom Country were so furious they were bouncing up and down. The land of Dragon Country expanded again. Such a difficult task was completed by Dragon Country, is this still human? I'm done watching, I'll never watch the live broadcast again, it's too infuriating. When will we have a Zhang Ming too? Today is more painful than yesterday. As for Yunko, hearing that they could finally go home, he jumped up with excitement. Finally going home. We have been outside for such a long time, I thought we wouldn't be able to return. With an older brother around, nothing is a problem. Zhang Ming listened to the relentless chatter and then tucked away the spatial realm. They returned to their original room. The black dog saw Zhang Ming and Yunko come back, having dealt with that tumor monster, excitedly wagging its tail around them. This pair of siblings is so impressive, thankfully, they are their teammates. Otherwise, they'd be gobbling up some good bones. Zhang Ming walked to the door and tried to pull it open, but the door still wouldn't budge. Without a doubt, it was that black statue causing trouble. Yunko, break the door open for me. Sure thing. Yunko stepped forward, twisting her wrist, transforming into a fierce girl. Clenching her fist, she smashed the door, making a big hole. The black statue embedded in the door clinked and crashed to the ground, breaking into two halves. The black statue stared blankly at the two strange beings and a dog walking out from inside for 2 seconds. How did they get out? How did they not die inside? This is illogical. Anyone who had seen the tumor monster's strangeness had been drained dry, no one had ever come out alive. Don't think too much, just run. The black statue's upper body hugged its lower half, standing up, trying to hop away quickly. But Yunko stepped on it with one foot. Yunko said ominously, you were the one who trapped us inside, the door just wouldn't open. Are you looking for death by trying to be clever? The black statue immediately changed to a fawning expression, I didn't know you wanted to open the door, see, now it's open, right? Please let me go. Actually, the black statue had deliberately locked them inside, hoping the tumor monster would kill them. It never expected that even the tumor monster couldn't handle this pair of siblings. How could such a strong tumor monster not be able to kill a strange being and a human? In the black statue's memory, the tumor monster could easily kill even beings of the same level. Why were these two, clearly of a lower level, unbeatable? The black statue just couldn't figure it out. Yunko wasn't fooled by the flattery and thought about crushing this thing with one kick. It looked really infuriating. But Zhang Ming stopped her immediately. Don't crush it yet, we still need it to take us back. Yunko realized this point and quickly released her foot, saying with a smile, good thing you reminded me, or I would have crushed it. Zhang Ming bent down to look at the black statue lying on the ground and said, please, take us back to the 5th floor. After Yunko's earlier lesson, the black statue must listen to whatever Zhang Ming says now. Alright, but you can't kill me. Zhang Ming just nodded, okay. Lead the way. Zhang Ming wasn't the type to act unreasonable, the black statue had indeed tried to trick him, but it had also helped a lot. Killing it would seem a bit inhumane. The black statue said, I can easily change the time and space here. Just place your hands on me, and I can take you to the previous elevator. Yunko picked up the black statue while holding the black dog. The moment Zhang Ming placed his hand on the statue, the scenery in front started changing rapidly. With previous experience, Zhang Ming was already desensitized. Before long, their bodies settled in the apartment elevator. Zhang Ming looked at the familiar place and thought, finally back home. The black statue in Yunka's hand weakly said, now that I brought you back, can you let me go? Never had it been so ordered around before, this was the first time. Yunka said fiercely, now that you're in my hands, you're my toy, wanting me to let you go? No way. The black statue didn't expect this little strange being to be so overbearing. So untrustworthy. Indeed, if a strange being was reasonable, then it wouldn't be a strange being. Zhang Ming sighed upon seeing this, you should just let it go. After all, it has helped us a lot. The black statue saw Zhang Ming speaking for it and quickly flattered, you're the only human child who is reasonable. Although I indeed wanted to let you die in the middle, it was you who threatened me first. Besides, I have helped you too a lot, so please let me go. I beg you. I beg you. Yunka looked at Zhang Ming with a hint of resentment, her tone carrying a soft and playful meaning. Brother. I want this black mud man. In fact, Yunka just wanted to get the black statue to torment it a bit. Zhang Ming took the black statue from Yunka's hand and said, if the black mud man wants to leave by itself, let's not keep it. How about I make you a better mud man when we get back? No, I'll make you 3. Upon hearing this, Yunka's eyes lit up suddenly. Really? Zhang Ming nodded slowly, yeah, can we let it go now? Yunka immediately showed a very disdainful expression, hurry up and get rid of it. This black statue is nowhere near as good as the ones my brother makes for me. Brother's hands are so skillful, the mudmen he makes will surely be super beautiful. I don't want this gross black thing at all. Yunka thought about having a new toy and couldn't help but smile foolishly. She had long forgotten about the black statue. To Zhang Ming's surprise, the black statue was disliked so quickly. However, the intelligent statue felt strange, how could those ordinary mudmen compare? Humph. This is fine, I never want to see these 2 siblings again. Zhang Ming sighed upon hearing Yunka give in. Finally, he managed to coax this little girl. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, and Zhang Ming put the black statue on the ground. The black statue seemed to have springs in it. It quickly vanished from their sight. Not even saying goodbye, it didn't want to stay for a moment. Zhang Ming took Yunku and the black dog to room 505, opened the door, and the moment he saw the sofa, he collapsed onto it. His body felt inexplicably relaxed. There was a feeling of being grounded. In these past few days, he was either flying in the sky or swimming on the ground. He felt like he was going crazy. He glanced at the date on the wall, 6 whole days had passed. As long as he stayed here for 4 more days, he could go back. He truly hoped there wouldn't be any more trouble in the remaining days. At this moment, Zhang Ming thought of his spoils. He took out the heart from his pocket, its blood had long dried up. This heart was different from a human heart, it looked like a virus or bacteria, and it was hard as a rock. The strange thing inside was ugly. Suddenly, Yunka climbed in front of Zhang Ming, brother, I want to ask you a question. You ask. Chapter 75, Brother. I can protect you. With a questioning tone, Yunko asked Zhang Ming. After I left your spatial domain, the strange power inside my body returned to its most dangerous level. Why is that? Zhang Ming didn't think much, just patted her little head. That's because only in the spatial domain does your power rise. Once you leave, it naturally returns to the starting point. Aren't you done with this thrill yet? At that moment, Yunka suddenly asked mysteriously, do you know I originally had super high danger power? Why did it suddenly increase to the most dangerous level? Usually, I'd need to cultivate for decades or even centuries to reach that. Zhang Ming nodded, of course, I know. Yunka looked unconvinced, how could he know anything when she didn't even understand it herself? Brother, don't joke with me. I just wondered a bit and asked you. Zhang Ming forgot to mention the reason for the sudden increase in her power. It seemed better to explain it clearly first, otherwise, this little girl would start to have suspicions. Zhang Ming sat up straight and looked seriously at Yunku. That's because you sincerely regard me as your brother and seek my protection, which allowed the strange power inside you to rise quickly. I can make your power multiply in a short time, and I can also help you increase your strange power quickly and permanently without any influence. Actually, when Zhang Ming let go of Yunka's hand, he discovered that the so-called assistance to enhance Yunka's strength was permanent. It wasn't just holding hands that allowed Yunka's strange power to enhance temporarily, letting go would not make it disappear. The last time he hugged the female doctor, her strength had indeed improved. But he didn't realize that this enhancement was permanent. He thought the female doctor killed the director and absorbed the director's strange power to reach that ultra-high danger level. To be honest, when Yunka sincerely called him brother, it was not a loss. After Zhang Ming explained, Yunka was stunned for a long time before coming back to her senses.
Yunko always believed whatever Zhang Ming said, she never doubted it, and this time was no different. In a stuttered voice, mixed with anxious feelings, she asked Zhang Ming, the enhancement of my strength won't affect your body, right? Like sucking away your vitality? I don't want to absorb your vitality, please quickly take back the abilities from me. My speed of enhancement is so fast, it must be bad for your body. Yunko had seen some special abilities that absorbed the power from others to quickly boost strength before. She didn't want that, she didn't want Zhang Ming to die. Zhang Ming didn't expect Yunko's reaction to be this intense. Instead of being happy about the power enhancement, she was worried about his body. Hearing this made Zhang Ming's heart feel warm. He placed his hand on Yunko's head, gently stroking it and said, "This has no effect on my body, you don't need to worry. Only sincerity can gain power from me." Thinking about the enthusiastic heart that could gain so much strange power made Yunko feel a bit uncomfortable. She always felt there was something selfish in it. Loving Zhang Ming so much, even without strange power, she would still treat him like her closest family. Suddenly, Yunko hugged Zhang Ming tightly, burying her head in his embrace, softly saying, "Brother, I didn't know that loving you would bring so much. I love you so much, don't hate me." Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Why was she suddenly being so sentimental? Was this girl stimulated by his earlier explanation? Why would I hate you? Your strength enhancement also protects me. This place we are going to is so dangerous, if it weren't for you, do you think I could make it out alone? Stop overthinking things every day. Yunko pouted, getting up from Zhang Ming's embrace and starting to drop tears again. I'm just scared it will affect your body. I'm afraid my love for you will be tainted, my love for you is the most precious thing about me, sob sob sob. Seeing Yunko cry again, Zhang Ming let out a deep sigh. Why is a strange being so emotional and crying all the time? Isn't power enhancement a good thing? Why cry? When did Yunko's heart become so soft and sensitive? What a quirky child. It tugged at his heart. He reached out to wipe away her tears gently and said, "How could this be tainted? With strong power, you can better protect me. Having the power to protect loved ones is something to be proud of." Yunko vigorously wiped her tears with her arm and sniffed, "Yeah, I will protect my brother well in the future, I want to protect the person I love the most." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a warmth in his heart, this little one really knows how to speak. Suddenly, he didn't know how to respond. "I understand, my good sister. Can you stop crying now?" Yunko smiled through her tears and shook her head, saying, "I'm not crying anymore." Zhang Ming pinched her little face, "I've never seen a strange being who can cry like you." Yunko's eyes widened instantly, explaining, "I can't help it, is that wrong? Just thinking of you makes me cry, I can't control it." The people of Dragon Country watching the sibling interaction on the screen all shed tears. Zhang Ming will be back in a few days. Yunko might as well cry to death in the apartment. I suddenly thought of a saying, why do my eyes often fill with tears? Because I love deeply. Yes, yes, yes. In fact, Yunko has long felt that Xiao Mingming was about to leave, which made her sad. Just like me, every time I think of the one I love, I can't help but cry. Small weirdos confirm the tear loss incontinence physique, after crying once, they can't control it anymore. In the apartment, Zhang Ming is not a heartless lump of wood, so he can naturally feel how much Yunko cares. If he is to leave in 4 days, what will Yunko do? He doesn't want her to be sad. Zhang Ming felt worried, so he tentatively asked, "Sister, if one day I leave, what will you do?" Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Yunko's eyes involuntarily filled with tears again, choking back as she said, "If you leave, I will be sad, but I won't hold you back, because I know why you came here. You must have your own mission to complete. I will support you and not stop you. Big brother cares for me so much, I can't be a burden to you." As she finished, Yunko suddenly looked carefully at Zhang Ming and asked, "Big brother, after you leave, will you come to find me?" Chapter 76, Leaving Here Together. Zhang Ming looked at the ceiling, feeling a bit melancholic as he said, "Maybe I will. But next time I come here, I don't know where I will be sent." Upon hearing that Zhang Ming would come back after he leaves, Yunko's eyes brightened, "If you come to the apartment, I will come to find you." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Great. If you come to find me, I will definitely be very happy." This time, Yunko didn't cry out loud but instead shed silent tears unconsciously. She still followed her heart, she had just said that to not make Zhang Ming uncomfortable. In fact, she didn't want Zhang Ming to leave at all. "Big brother, can you not go? I am so strong now, and no weirdos can hurt you." Zhang Ming gently wiped away her tears with the back of his hand. "Actually, I am not mine, and I am not yours, I belong to the countless people. I came here for my people, for my country. If I don't go back, 1.4 billion people will suffer. Don't be sad, sister. We will definitely meet again in the future." Yunko was just a small weirdo, how would she understand what kind of mission Zhang Ming is bearing? She doesn't even know what the concept of a country is. But she knows that Big Brother is someone who does great things. Not a small person who stays by her side all the time.
Yes, we will definitely meet again.
At this moment, Yunke's understanding made Zhang Ming feel a bit uncomfortable inside. But he couldn't say any extra comforting words, because the more he spoke, the sadder he felt.
Goodbyes always make people sad.
The Dragon Kingdom's Jin Nan group and the people of the Dragon Kingdom heard Zhang Ming's words and each picked up nearby tissues to wipe away their tears incessantly. Not only do small weirdos cry, I am a person too, and I can cry. Xiao Mingming speaks without thinking. Is he trying to make me, his old sister, cry to death?
Xiao Mingming, hurry back to the embrace of the motherland. He really wants to give everything to his country. Such a warm and responsible child, who wouldn't like him?
Woo don't say anymore, Xiao Ming, I know you are an orphan, from now on, all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will be your family. Zhao Wei looked at Zhang Ming on the screen. He hadn't cried for decades but quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Several female members were already in tears, unable to speak. We have watched Xiao Ming grow all this time, we know what kind of person he is, and to hear such words really moves us.
It is really a blessing to be born in the same country as Xiao Mingming. I will work even harder to fully support Xiao Ming in overcoming difficulties. Chief, why are you crying too? Ah. Chief, why are you hitting me?
Yunke made an effort to adjust her mindset and suddenly became very interested in the place where Zhang Ming lived before. Big Brother, your country must be a very beautiful place, otherwise, why would you work so hard? Zhang Ming thought of Dragon Country, a faint smile appeared on his face, and his eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Yes, it is a particularly beautiful place, the sky is blue during the day, and the moon at night is a bright white. Hearing Zhang Ming say this, Yunke suddenly thought of the big bright white moon in Zhang Ming's space.
Excitedly asked. Is the moon you mentioned the big moon I saw today? It's also bright white. Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, yes.
Yunke's eyes sparkled with longing. If even something as precious as the moon is so beautiful, then your homeland must be very special.
Zhang Ming didn't expect Yunke to be so imaginative. Yunke asked again, what about the people you mentioned? Are they good to you? Do they love you?
Zhang Ming thought back to how warmly the people welcomed him when he returned to Dragon Country last time. They must love him.
Yes, I love them, and they love me.
The people of Dragon Country didn't let Zhang Ming down, they were all posting on the screen.
You're right, we all love little Ming Ming. Who wouldn't love such a child?
The people of Dragon Country love little Ming Ming very much.
How can they not love him?
Little Ming Ming deserves to enjoy the Grand Temple.
Anyway, our whole family looks up to Little Ming as a good example. No one in the country doesn't know Little Ming, he's more famous than a national star.
Don't compare stars with our Little Ming. Later, in order to understand Zhang Ming better, Yunke asked many small questions about Dragon Country.
Zhang Ming answered them all one by one.
Yunke saw the longing in his eyes, not realizing there were so many people supporting her brother. Her brother is truly great. She should not be a stumbling block to her brother's progress. Brother, I am a strange being unable to leave here. If you need me in the future, I will definitely help you.
It's just that, after you leave, we will have to part ways, and I won't be able to help you with anything?
Zhang Ming was a bit confused.
The female doctor could leave the insane asylum, so why couldn't he leave the death apartment? Why can't I leave here? Yunke didn't expect he didn't even know this, so she explained.
Because no strange being has ever left here. Once you're put in, it's either dead or dead. With such a tall building, even if you can fly, you can't get out. This place is our cage.
Zhang Ming frowned. He didn't want to see Yunke locked in this place, it was too painful. Only by leaving the death apartment could they have a chance to meet.
Because Zhang Ming couldn't be sure if the game would lead him back to the death apartment afterwards.
He asked the system in his heart. System, is there a way for Yunke to leave the death apartment? Yes, the heart you hold is the key to getting out.
However, Yunke can leave the death apartment, but cannot return to the real world with you.
The result given by the system wasn't too bad. Zhang Ming smiled at Yunke and said, Sister, do you want to leave here? Yunke did not react for a moment. Leave where? The death apartment.
Yunke came here directly after her death. She had never left the death apartment and had never thought about leaving.
With excitement and disbelief in her eyes, she asked, Can we really leave here? Zhang Ming said, Of course. If you want to leave, there will always be a way.
After Zhang Ming said this, Yunke began to look forward to the outside world. What is the outside world like? It must be different from the death apartment. To go out, her brother was already so amazing at such a young age, and she couldn't fall behind.
Brother, I want to go outside and take a look.
Zhang Ming said, I will take you out, although we can't go to my world, but we can escape the death apartment.
In 4 days, we will leave.
Bring along the big black dog. When the big black dog heard it could also leave here, it excitedly barked at Zhang Ming.
Sure enough, having a master feels good. From now on, this brother and sister will be the masters of it. Hee hee. Having a master feels great, much better than always being a wanderer before.
At this moment, Yunko finally showed a happy smile on her face.
There is nothing happier than breaking free from a cage. Gradually yearning for the world outside.
Brother, let's leave together. Yunko felt that after leveling up so much, she should not be easily bullied by any strange beings.
Living in the brutal death apartment for such a long time also showed some ability. No matter how bad it is outside, it can't be worse than here. Preview, the next dungeon, the horror amusement park. Female Dr. Guxian will appear in the next dungeon. Chapter 77, How Did I Become a Little Follower?
The joy of leaving the apartment offset some of the separation anxiety. Zhang Ming saw Yunko's face break into a smile again inside. Fortunately, this girl is quite simple, a little coaxing is all it takes. Zhang Ming turned to the big black dog and patted its furry head.
Big black dog, will you still be willing to stay with Yunko after going out? The big black dog nodded and barked excitedly.
Willing, having a master to accompany him after going out is the best.
Seeing the big black dog's tail wagging nonstop, Zhang Ming knew it was happy.
He turned to Yunko again. Sister, with the black dog accompanying you in the future, you won't feel lonely.
By the way, the big black dog still doesn't have a name, right? Let's give it a name together. Calling it Big Black Dog and Little Black Dog every day doesn't sound right.
When Yunko heard she could name the black dog, she got excited.
Having never named anything before, she found it particularly novel.
Resting her finger on her chin, she pondered for a moment and said with bright eyes.
Okay. Let's call it Hey Bao. How about that? It's black like a treasure. The big black dog obviously liked this name, barking at Yunko and jumping high with joy.
Zhang Ming saw the black dog's excited demeanor and laughed, saying, it seems that Hey Bao is a name it really enjoys.
From now on, Big Black Dog, you'll be called Hey Bao. Yunko happily hugged the big black dog's neck, repeatedly calling its name, Hey Bao, we are family now, Hey Bao. Hey Bao.
Hey Bao stuck out its tongue and licked Yunko's hand, the corners of its mouth lifting up, looking like it was smiling. Zhang Ming watched the interaction between Yunko and Hey Bao, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. The people of Long Country saw the three of them in such harmony, each one beaming with a motherly smile.
This reminds me of those little kids downstairs, just as innocent and cute. Xiao Ming's steady demeanor. Calm and composed.
Look at Xiao Ming, then look at my little kid, it really makes one furious.
Every day acting like a bandit. Well, after completing this task, who knows when we'll see Yunko again.
This little girl is really great.
Inside apartment 505.
Next, Zhang Ming took 2 steamed buns from the fridge and ate them before running to the bedroom to sleep. In the past few days, he had hardly slept while completing hidden tasks, his mind constantly in a state of high tension. Now that he could finally relax, all he wanted was to rest and recharge. He truly envies those strange beings who do not need to eat or sleep. As soon as he lay on the bed, in less than 2 seconds, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already the following night. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yunko laying on the bed, staring at him without blinking.
As if she wanted to memorize Zhang Ming's face completely.
Zhang Ming stretched lazily and said, Sister.
Why are you here? Aren't you going out to play?
Yunko rested her head on her arm, her voice soft and gentle, I want to watch brother forever.
What if I can't see you in the future?
Zhang Ming scoffed, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Ming got up from the bed, walked to the bathroom, and finished his business and wash up. As he opened the door, he saw Yunko waiting for him at the doorway like a ghost. He almost got startled out of his wits.
What are you doing here? Yunko simply replied, waiting for you.
Zhang Ming noticed Yunko's hair was a bit messy. He took her hand and said, come on. I didn't take care of your hair all day yesterday.
It looks like a bird's nest, let me fix it for you. Yunko's face broke into a happy smile, okay. I want 2 braids.
Zhang Ming couldn't help but chuckle, his tone warm and indulgent, okay. He picked up the comb in front of him and pulled Yunko to the mirror. Seriously styling Yunko's hair, her hair was long and thick. Once the 2 braids were done, they looked playful and adorable.
Alright, take a look. Do you think it looks good?
Yunko touched her braids, looking left and right, her smile brighter, it looks good. I wonder when brother will braid my hair again next time.
Zhang Ming pretended to be easygoing, saying, aren't I here tomorrow and the day after? You need to learn to braid your own hair.
It seemed he had said too much too soon about leaving.
Zhang Ming always felt that Yunko had severe separation anxiety.
Yunko nodded, showing her obedient side, I will definitely braid my hair nicely from now on, looking pretty every day. Saying this, she just hoped that after Zhang Ming left, she wouldn't make him worry. She needed to be sensible and not cause her brother any more trouble. Zhang Ming looked at Yunko in the mirror, saying, "Alright, tomorrow I will teach you how to braid hair. I'm really worried that after I leave, you'll go back to your messy self." Yunko shook her head, saying, "I won't. During this time, you have taught me many things. How could I go back to the way I was before?" At that moment, Yunko suddenly thought of something. She dashed away, leaving Zhang Ming standing there. Why was she running off when they were having such a good conversation? Yunko's thoughts were too unpredictable. Zhang Ming could hardly keep up. When Yunko returned, Zhang Ming saw her running back with a big lump of clay. "Brother, weren't you going to help me make clay figures? Look, I brought a lot of clay." Zhang Ming looked down at the clay, scratching his head awkwardly. Honestly, he didn't know how to make clay figures, nor did he know what they would end up looking like. Forget it, since he promised, he would try his best to shape them nicely. "Let's make them together." Zhang Ming took the clay from Yunko's arms and placed it on the table. They started making the clay figures. He shaped two little figures, both lopsided, hard to tell who was who. Yunko looked at the clay figures under Zhang Ming's hands, expressing her disdain. "Brother, yours are so ugly. Look at mine." Yunko also began to make clay figures. Time slowly passed by. During this time of making clay figures, both Yunko and Zhang Ming were very happy. They were both immersed in the activity of making clay figures. With their cooperation, they managed to create 3 decent clay sculptures. Yunko picked up one of the figures clearly wearing a dress. "This is me, the one on the table is you, and that dog is Black Treasure. Doesn't it look like our family of 3? Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "It does look like it. The clay figures are still quite soft. Once they dry, we can bake them to make them firmer." Yunko laughed, saying, "Then let's wait until they are dry." After that, she gently moved the clay figures on the table to a clean spot. Yunko cherished these 3 clay sculptures very much. For the next 2 days, Zhang Ming had nothing much to do. He just stayed in the room playing with Yunko and hardly went out. All the meat in the fridge was given to Black Treasure, and the buns were getting fewer, just enough to last until the day he left. Yunko, like a little tail, followed Zhang Ming everywhere he went. Chapter 78, Good Brother. Even to the bathroom, she followed him, leaving Zhang Ming truly helpless. She didn't want to let him out of her sight for even a second. When the clay figures finally dried, Zhang Ming baked them using a simple technique. The result wasn't impressive, but at least he could tell which one was a person and which one was a dog. His dissatisfaction with the clay sculptures didn't mean Yunko was dissatisfied. Yunko looked at the little clay figure in her hand, treasuring it greatly, her emotional value soaring. She kept holding the clay figure up to Zhang Ming's eyes, her tone filled with obvious pride. "Brother, this is my first time making a clay figure. I'm so amazing at making these. Brother, yours looks especially beautiful too. It's much better than that black statue." Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. He really couldn't see what was so great about it. But Yunko liked it, so he felt relieved. "Didn't you say my work was ugly before? How come it looks good today?" Yunko touched the clay figure in her hand and explained, "That was because it was your first time making one. This time you made it again, so of course, it looks good." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement and said, "It really looks good. You need to take good care of these clay figures. Take them out when you want to play." Yunko smiled as she carefully put away the figurine that looked like Zhang Ming, shaking her index finger as she said, "This is not a toy, it's my treasure. I can't just take it out to play. I need to take good care of it." Hearing this, Zhang Ming took a deep breath. He tried hard to suppress his emotions, fearing he would show sadness in front of Yunko. He didn't want this girl to cry again. He took the clay figure that looked like Yunko into his hands and said, "Then I will keep this safe." Yunko nodded and said, "You must keep it safe. If one day I find out you lost it, I will be angry." Zhang Ming replied, "I won't lose it." He glanced at the clock on the wall. In 10 minutes, he would have to leave. Zhang Ming took out the heart of the mission. He said to Yunko, "Are you ready? We need to go." Yunko tightly held on to Heibao and finally couldn't help but cry out, "I'm ready. Brother. Woo woo woo, will I be able to see you again?" Zhang Ming gently hugged her and said, "You will. Just remember to live well, okay? If you encounter a strange thing you can't fight, just run. If you miss me, just look at the clay figure in your hand. When you go outside, don't talk to strange things or people. If something feels off, just run. You must take good care of yourself. You must definitely live well. And finally, don't trust any strange beings or people's words." Even though he had told her these things countless times, Zhang Ming couldn't help but say them again, afraid Yunko would forget. Yunko leaned in Zhang Ming's arms, nodding repeatedly, "I'll listen to brother. The strength you give me will help me live well. Heibao and I will miss you." Hebao also pressed its body tightly against Zhang Ming's leg, its ears drooping and tail no longer wagging, looking very dejected and unhappy. The new owner hadn't been around for long, yet had to leave. It was so sad. In the last minute, Yunko hugged the black dog and placed her hand on the heart of the strange thing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhang Ming felt the world spinning around him. When he returned to the dragon country, the system gave him a prompt. Yunko's danger level, 0%. Congratulations! You have gained the Good Brother Halo. This halo carries all of Yunko's thoughts and blessings for you. Effect, luck plus 100. Wasn't it said that halos were very rare? Now he had two. Without Yunko by his side, he felt a bit unaccustomed. That little girl's mind was only 5 years old, and he truly feared she would be deceived outside. Before Zhang Ming could think more, that familiar yet mysterious distant voice sounded again. In the Death Apartment dungeon, the final victor is the Dragon Country challenger Zhang Ming. Now, rewards are being distributed. Reward, every person in Dragon Country gains 20 more years of life. This reward brought many people back from the brink of death. The people of Dragon Country celebrated joyously. My 80-year-old father, who has been lying in bed, can actually get out of bed to exercise. Thank you, little hero. My cancer is gone. Thank you, our hero, for giving me an extra 20 years to live. My kidney failure has improved greatly. My child. You don't have to die anymore, how wonderful. You have another 20 years to live, thank you, little hero. Thank you. Those who were close to death due to illness miraculously regained their health. Their lives had been extended by 20 years. Though it was only 20 more years, for them it was an unreachable gift. All the people in the country, not a single one does not express heartfelt thanks to Zhang Ming. Zhao Hui had long been waiting for Zhang Ming at the passageway where he returned. At the moment he saw Zhang Ming, he quickly came over to greet him. With a kind smile on his face, there was no sign of the serious demeanor he had in the office. Seeing Zhang Ming safely return to the country, his heart finally felt at ease. Xiao Ming, you finally came back. Are you tired? Hurry home. Zhang Ming politely greeted, hello, Chief Zhao. Chief Zhao quickly shook his head, kindly saying. No need for politeness, we prepared a nutritious meal for you, come eat. Your working conditions have been so tough, I haven't seen you eat a proper meal in these 20 days, you have truly suffered. Zhang Ming was brought out of the hall by Zhao Hui. Seeing that the area outside the fence was packed with people waving at him, Zhao Hui followed Zhang Ming's gaze and explained. Those are the people who support you. They knew you would come back today and started waiting here for you days ago. Now they are finally looking forward to your return, isn't it wonderful? Zhang Ming looked at the smiles of the people and felt that all of this was worth it. The crowd saw Zhang Ming returning, all raised their hands high to wave at him, and even though their arms were already sore, they still refused to put them down. Welcome home, Xiao Ming. Welcome home. Wu, you finally came back, we were all dying to see you. Thank you little hero for helping us so much. Zhang Ming shyly waved his hand at them. He asked Xiao Hui, did anything happen in the country while I was gone? Zhao Hui smiled and said, what could happen? The people's lives are getting better and better. Looking across the world, only our country's people are living in peace and happiness, a scene of harmony. The only bad thing is that abroad there are natural and man-made disasters, and the borders are not very stable, there are outbreaks everywhere. Many people abroad want to illegally cross into our country for refuge, and strict control has already been enacted. These matters will naturally be handled by someone. Right now, all you need to do is to rest well. Just say what you want, and we will satisfy you. Chapter 79, definitely take good care of him. Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming to the National Grand Hotel. The meals had long been prepared for him, just waiting for Zhang Ming to come eat. Standing at the door of the private room were members of the Jin Nong troop and important national officials. They were all dressed in the most formal uniforms, waiting for Zhang Ming to arrive. When they saw Zhang Ming walking towards them, everyone saluted. Each voice was strong and powerful. Welcome back, hero. Zhang Ming was startled by such a grand reception and felt a bit of an urge to turn back. In fact, Zhang Ming was a bit socially anxious. Suddenly being welcomed so solemnly by so many people made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Hui seemed to have noticed Zhang Ming's discomfort and bent down with a smile, saying, from now on, you are the boss, just treat them like dirt, and it'll be much easier. After Zhao Hui said this, Zhang Ming indeed felt less tense and even wanted to smile. He didn't expect Chief Zhao to be quite humorous. Zhao Hui laughed and introduced Zhang Ming. Xiao Ming, let me introduce you to these people. This is the mayor of Kyoto, Kai Su, and this is the minister of the 36th Army District, Ingbu. One by one, these people bowed and shook Zhang Ming's hand with respectful greetings. Their attitude was very respectful.
Now Zhang Ming was a national treasure-level figure, and they dared not be disrespectful.
Listening to Zhao Hui's introduction, Zhang Ming learned that they were all important figures in the country. It was clear that they valued Zhang Ming's return greatly. Zhao Hui smiled and took Zhang Ming to the private room. You must be hungry, hurry and eat. See if these dishes suit your taste. Zhang Ming was not picky, and the hotel food, no matter how bad, couldn't be too terrible. At least it was much better than the food in the Strange Tales world. After eating and drinking enough, Zhao Hui took Zhang Ming out of the restaurant. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly heard the sound of cars buzzing overhead. So he looked up to the sky. Indeed, there was a car running in the sky.
Zhang Ming thought he was seeing things, pointing up and asking in confusion, Chief Xiao, what is that up there?
Chief Zhao smiled and quickly explained, although you only spent 20 days in the Strange Tales world, in these 20 days, the country has undergone earth-shattering changes. The aerial architecture technology you fought for last time has been improved by our scientists, and now we can not only build houses in the sky but also drive cars up there without any problems. It won't be long before the aerial battleship is completed, and our country has basically become the world's superpower. No one dares to bully us anymore. When Zhao Hui spoke passionately, he couldn't help but express his gratitude in his tone.
Thank you, Xiao Ming, really. It is an honor to grow up under the same sky as you.
Zhang Ming looked up curiously at him and said, so Chief Xiao, such a serious person, can also say such emotional things. As soon as he said this, the people behind them burst into laughter. Ingbu laughed and said, Chief Zhao only treats you kindly, for us, it is either beating or scolding. Zhao Hui shot him a glance and said unhappily, Xiao Ming is 6 years old and can represent the country in the Strange Tales game, helping the country gain so many benefits. What were you doing at 6?
Playing in the mud? Besides, what do you mean by either beating or scolding? Am I really that unreasonable?
Ingbu did not argue back but just shook his head and smiled.
Many people echoed in agreement.
What Chief Zhao said is correct.
Xiao Ming,
come play at my house when you have the chance. I have a child around your age.
Do you think your child can get along with Xiao Ming? Why can't they get along?
I'm afraid Xiao Ming would think your son is mentally challenged after being with him for a while.
He.
All right. My son does seem like a mentally challenged child compared to Xiao Ming. Wait, I got sidetracked. These people all knew that Zhang Ming was very young, but no one dared to claim they had a higher status than him. Or let Zhang Ming call them uncle or something. Zhang Ming not only had a high status among the officials but also was almost deified in many regions among the people. Anyone who dared to let Zhang Ming call them uncle could be waiting for a short life. Zhang Ming didn't like dealing with large crowds. Listening to their conversation, he felt bored and yawned. Zhao Hui immediately noticed Zhang Ming was very tired and said, Xiao Ming, you've finally come back, you must be very tired.
How about I have the driver take you home?
Zhang Ming nodded and said, sure. In the car, Zhao Hui said, the medal reward will be issued soon. Each time after winning the Strange Tales game, a medal and a large sum of money would be awarded to the challenger. This was a routine event. And it was what Zhang Ming deserved. He could naturally accept it without guilt. Unfortunately, he often traveled in and out of the Strange Tales world.
He hadn't really spent that money well.
Zhang Ming decided that before the next Strange Tales game arrived, he would spend some money and enjoy the beautiful life.
Zhang Ming asked, good, do you know when the next game will start? He wanted to plan ahead.
Zhao Hui replied, this isn't clear yet, usually, we only receive news 3 days in advance. During this time, you should just rest well. If you want to go anywhere or eat anything, just go, everything will be reimbursed.
Zhang Ming smiled and said, you're so generous, aren't you afraid I'll be extravagant?
Zhao Hui patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and said, not worried. Our country has plenty of money, how much can a little kid like you spend?
We can still afford it.
Zhang Ming did not expect to be so well treated, the embrace of his motherland was so warm. The car quickly stopped at the bottom of Zhang Ming's apartment building. After a brief chat with Zhang Ming, Zhao Hui left. Zhang Ming opened the door alone, and the nanny was already waiting at the door, welcoming him with a big smile. Little master, you're finally back.
Are you hungry?
I made fish soup, braised pork, and some desserts for you. Zhang Ming touched his belly, shook his head, and said, Wang Ma, I just ate. Mom Wang quickly took out a pair of slippers and placed them under his feet. Zhang Ming changed into the slippers and glanced at the living room. During his absence, Mom Wang had cleaned the room very well. Mom Wang walked up behind Zhang Ming and said, by the way, I also prepared your bath water, and your new clothes are neatly folded nearby.
Do you want to take a shower? Since entering the world of Strange Tales, he really hadn't taken a bath.
It wasn't that he didn't want to shower, he was just afraid that some dirty things would appear in the bathroom while he was bathing. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had been holding back and hadn't washed at all. Now that he was back, he could finally take a bath without worries. Zhang Ming nodded quietly without any expression. It's just right, I want to take a shower too, thank you, Mom Wang. Mom Wang looked at Zhang Ming's polite and obedient appearance, wishing she could hug him immediately and get close to him. Mom Wang was so excited inside that she could almost jump with joy. So adorable. So adorable. How could there be such a soft and obedient little boy in this world? Just one sentence could completely capture this old woman's heart. Chapter 80, The Ruined Amusement Facilities. This child has no family. From now on, she will be his family, and she must take good care of Xiaoming. Being able to take care of a national hero is an incredibly proud thing. Her old girlfriend had been envious to death since she learned that she was Zhang Ming's nanny, always acting sarcastically during their meetings. Zhang Ming looked at Mom Wang, who was inexplicably excited with her hands on her face, and raised his eyelids. Mom Wang. What's wrong with you? Mom Wang quickly realized her gaffe and hurriedly changed to a very amiable look. I just think the little master is too cute. Oh right, what fruit do you want to eat? I can prepare it for you now, so you can have it while bathing later. Zhang Ming said indifferently, how about a glass of milk and some snacks? Mom Wang immediately turned around actively to prepare them. Zhang Ming went to the bathroom. The water in the bathtub had already been filled and was at the right temperature. Zhang Ming waited a little while, and after Mom Wang brought in the items, he went in to enjoy a nice bath. He also cleaned away the grime he had accumulated over these days. The snacks Mom Wang made were delicious, and Zhang Ming couldn't help but finish them all at once. After washing, Zhang Ming comfortably walked out of the bathtub and changed into a towel. He walked to the bedroom, lay on the soft big bed, and closed his eyes to sleep instantly. The next day when he woke up, he found that there were an additional 20 million in his card. There was an extra medal in the medal cabinet, representing honor. Zhang Ming looked at so much money, not as excited as last time, because he hadn't used much of what the country had given him last time. During this time before the next Strange Tale game opened again, Zhang Ming mostly stayed at home, either eating, sleeping, or playing games. He just did whatever felt comfortable. During this period, Zhao Hui even found a tutor for Zhang Ming. The tutor taught him basic cultural subjects. Zhang Ming picked things up almost immediately and even understood more than the teacher. He had crossed over, he wasn't just a regular 6-year-old. Zhao Hui, who was studying alongside him, couldn't help but exclaim, a genius. Is this still a 6-year-old child? He initially thought that Xiaoming at this age would struggle to keep up with children his age, but it seemed he had thought too much. This wasn't struggling to keep up, it was simply a leap ahead. A month later, the Strange Tale game started again. This time, the task location, Horror Paradise. Task objective, survive for 15 days. After the experiences of the previous 2 times, Zhang Ming knew it was not just about surviving for 15 days. He would have to follow various bizarre rules and complete some hidden tasks. This time, he was clearly much more confident than in the previous 2 times. The scene before Zhang Ming began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ming, who was sitting on the sofa playing a game, suddenly found himself. He was already standing inside a large amusement park. This time, there were a total of 135 challengers completing this ghost story game along with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming counted these challengers, each with different skin colors, hair colors, eye colors, and facial features. It seemed that 3 more countries had disappeared from Blue Star. To avoid being unintentionally harmed by various rules, these challengers didn't dare to say a word or move since the moment they entered. Silence surrounded them on all sides. Zhang Ming turned to look at the buildings around him. It was very desolate. The amusement facilities in front of him were clearly old and dilapidated, their colors faded a lot, and even obvious rust could be seen. The ground was overgrown with weeds. A blood-stained clown doll hung from every fence. A gentle breeze blew by, and the red ribbons in the trees kept swaying. A deadly silence filled the air. The barrage in the global live broadcast room rolled by quickly. This place looks so scary. Especially those dolls hanging in mid-air. Nothing weird has appeared, but I feel so suffocated. It's the first time I've felt disenchanted with an amusement park. So many of these amusement facilities are clearly malfunctioning. It's too desolate, even more suffocating than a haunted house. All challengers stood still for a long time, waiting for something that never came, not even a supernatural occurrence. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The longer the time passed, the more unsettling it became. All challengers looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. One challenger couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He couldn't help but take a step forward. Unexpectedly, just as he raised his foot, a pale hand suddenly appeared beneath him and harshly grasped his ankle. It twisted his foot directly, breaking it. The challenger fell to the ground in agony as countless hands emerged from underneath, quickly devouring his body. In the end, all that remained was some shredded flesh and large bloodstains on the ground. Except for Zhang Ming, all other challengers felt their fear levels reach a peak. Now, no one dared to move, and they all cautiously looked around. At that moment, several lines of blood-written text appeared in the air.
Welcome everyone to the horror amusement park. To help everyone quickly blend into this big family of the amusement park, you can enjoy all the attractions here for the first 3 days. Remember to experience all of them. In the following several days, you must enter work mode, serving all the visitors well. 3-day amusement park rules. Rule 1: if you discover any malfunctioning attractions, report them immediately to the little bear. Rule 2: do not accept any weird gifts, or you may get lost. Rule 3: there are dance performances in the park at any time, please do not dance along while watching. Not long after the words in the air disappeared, a mocking hi laughter echoed from afar. A clown-dressed doll began to step forward slowly. Suddenly, a clown face appeared right in front of Zhang Ming. Its face was painted with exaggerated makeup, a pale visage, red eyebrows, and a red nose. The eyes were made to look like black stars, filled with a crazy, pathological spirit and an extreme thirst for blood. Though the mouth was painted with bright red lips, Zhang Ming could tell that it was not like human lips, it resembled a puppet's mouth, with 2 downward cracks at the chin. It wore a wig of big, red curls. The clown doll is eerie, with an extremely high danger level. Analyzing its inner defenses, please hold on. Seeing the system prompt, Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his back. No way. Is this the supernatural being he is about to attack? Zhang Ming figured out the rules for his attack. As long as it was the first supernatural being he had seen, it would be the one he was about to conquer. This clown seemed to have a very twisted mind, not to mention it was a puppet without intellect, making it even harder to influence. But if he were to actively give up on influencing the puppet, the game would likely become even more difficult. Zhang Ming found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The clown puppet, seeing that it did not scare Zhang Ming, laughed even more wildly, hee hee. Hee hee. A human little friend has come, how rare, how rare. Little friend, let's play a game together. Chapter 81, aren't you very happy? The clown covered its face with both hands, then removed them, making an extremely exaggerated expression at the moment it uncovered its face. It clearly wanted to tease Zhang Ming. Even so, Zhang Ming still looked cold, showing no expression on his face. Zhang Ming's reaction left the clown puppet very disappointed. Just when everyone thought the clown was about to unleash its murderous intent on Zhang Ming, it suddenly began to laugh uncontrollably, holding its stomach, like a madman. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The other challengers were startled by the clown's sudden wild laughter. They did not understand why the clown suddenly went insane. But they knew that the clown puppet was very dangerous at this moment. The various nations teams stared at the clown puppet on the screen, quickly noticing something very strange. Why are there no creepy rules about the clown puppet? Right, usually each oddity corresponds to a rule, but this time there isn't. If there are no rules, then there's no way to avoid risks. This is a bit troublesome. How about we first see what that Dragon Country kid does, then make our decision? This time the clown's first target is the Dragon Country kid, which is advantageous for us. The people of Dragon Country watched as the clown went mad in front of Zhang Ming, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. It's over, the clowns in movies are symbols of chaos and violent aesthetics, provoking them could be deadly. Could it be that it targeted Zhang Ming first just because he's a child? But I think clowns in amusement parks are quite good, they bring joy to people. This is the world of oddities, many things work in reverse. Zhang Ming is a bit dangerous. At that moment, the system gave a prompt. The final psychological defense line of the clown puppet has been detected. Clown puppet, a toy that is despised and abandoned by everyone, is psychologically unstable and extremely fragile. Suggestion: no suggestion, you have freedom to play. Zhang Ming was taken aback upon seeing the prompt. What does it mean there are no suggestions? At this moment, the system is just slacking off. Oh no, even the system can't handle this madman. Zhang Ming's brain quickly turned, looking for ways to deal with the oddity in front of him. The closest clown puppet, seeing Zhang Ming so calm, showed disregard for all of its wild actions. It took Zhang Ming as a real clown. Oh good. This kid not only isn't afraid but also dares to ignore its presence. There's nothing in this world that can be ignored. Anything ignored should just die. The clown puppet's gaze turned extremely cold, wishing it could immediately cut Zhang Ming into 1,000 pieces. Quickly conjuring a dagger, it aimed to stab Zhang Ming's body, wanting to give him a swift end. When the people of Dragon Country saw the clown pull out the knife, most of them couldn't help but close their eyes, too scared to look. It's over. We won't be the first ones eliminated, will we? I can't bear to look, boo-hoo Zhang Ming, Buddha bless. This clown is even less humane than the one in the movies, my Zhang Ming hasn't done anything, and it just wants to kill. The people of Squid Country almost jumped up in excitement in front of the screen. The first 2 times he was lucky, this time he has met a tough challenge. Let's see how the Dragon Country kid deals with it. Didn't expect this oddity to target him first, giving us a big surprise right from the start. Dragon Country is so big, if we could snatch it over to be our country, that would be perfect. In the amusement park.
Zhang Ming saw the knife about to plunge into his body. He reacted quickly, grabbing the clown puppet's wrist and flinging the knife aside. Then, he gave it a big hug without saying a word.
Saying anything would seem pale in comparison.
This was his instinctive action.
Clown puppet danger level, 95%.
Zhang Ming's mouth curled slightly, although it had only dropped by 5%, at least it was somewhat effective.
It wasn't so hopeless after all.
It seemed the clown puppet still had a chance to be dealt with. The knife in the clown puppet's hand suddenly fell to the ground, an expression of disbelief on its face.
Unexpectedly, it received a warm hug out of nowhere.
Clearly, it had just wanted to kill him. Why was it hugging instead?
Why? It couldn't understand.
The puppet, always enjoying violence and completely emotionless, felt a flicker of guilt arise within. From the moment the puppet was produced in the factory, it had never received a single hug. Because it was just a defective product. As the clown puppet came to its senses, it immediately pushed Zhang Ming hard to the ground. It began to point at Zhang Ming and laugh, as if mocking his previous foolish act.
Who wants your hug? Pa.
After laughing, it turned to other challengers, dancing elegantly while laughing maniacally.
Sometimes it would mess with one person's hair, other times it would tug on another's clothes.
Zhang Ming stood up with a blank expression and turned to look at the retreating clown.
He let out a sigh of relief. Was he finally out of danger?
The people of Squid Nation were furious as they saw the clown puppet easily let Zhang Ming go, spamming the chat and banging on their keyboards.
What the hell, why did that clown just walk away? Just a hug. And it doesn't kill him. I think this strange-looking thing appears crazy, but really isn't a threat. Useless freak, hurry up and die. Aren't freaks supposed to like killing?
Such a good opportunity, yet it doesn't act, making me happy for nothing. As the citizens of Squid Nation were busy criticizing the clown puppet online, the clown's laughter suddenly stopped. It paused in front of the Squid Nation challenger. Suddenly, it grabbed him by the neck, with a pitiful and sad expression saying,
"Let me ask you a question. I was clearly bringing you joy just now. Why aren't you happy? Why aren't you laughing?"
The challenger of Squid Nation forced a hideous smile on his face, even though he wanted to embrace the puppet like Zhang Ming had. But the fear inside him made it impossible to do so.
He endured the immense fear and said against his will, "Happy. I'm very happy, your performance genuinely made me feel good." The clown puppet was satisfied with the challenger's answer and immediately let go of its hand from his neck. The Squid Nation challenger sighed in relief. He hadn't expected that this freak was quite easy to deal with. Just a little deception and it was over. The clown stepped back, like it had ADHD, twitching its body while tilting its head saying, "Since you're so happy, then jump with me, ha ha ha. Feel this joy with your whole body." The expression on the Squid Nation challenger's face instantly froze. Number 3, when there is a dance performance, do not jump alone. He was in great inner turmoil, he didn't know whether to jump or not. The Squid Nation challenger waved his hands, hunched his body, and pleaded, "I can't jump. I can't jump." The clown puppet suddenly turned expressionless, its head dropped to the ground, quickly crawling onto the Squid Nation challenger. The head pressed tightly against his face, making a chilling laugh that would make hairs stand on end. He, why can't you jump? Weren't you laughing just now? I know, actually inside you are mocking me for being foolish, not really wanting to laugh, right? Ha ha ha. The Squid Nation challenger didn't dare to breathe, only able to see the puppet's bright red exaggerated lips. Shivering, he said, "I'll jump. I was wrong. I'll jump." The clown gave him no chance, with a giggle, too late. The clown opened its mouth wide and gnawed at the Squid Nation challenger's face, leaving it unrecognizable. In the beginning, he was still holding the clown's head and screaming in pain, but soon his voice grew quieter. The Squid Nation challenger's body completely died. Lying on the ground. Countless hands emerged from the ground, quickly devouring his corpse clean. All the challengers turned their heads away, unwilling to witness this cruel scene. The clown puppet's head returned to its body, pulling a mirror from its clothes. It took a glance. With an "oh," it exclaimed in surprise, "My makeup is ruined, this is my favorite look." After saying that, it reached out its hand to wipe off the excess human blood on its face. Continuing to mingle in the crowd. Seeking the next interesting target for itself. The people of Squid Nation were even angrier, denouncing it online. What is this bizarre situation? Children of Dragon Nation aren't killed, but we are. The territory we fought for is all destroyed. No worries, Dragon Nation, be careful, one day, your country will belong to us. Another day of being displaced. The people of Dragon Nation knew that Squid Nation was not good, and they went online to curse it. If you come in, kill one.
You bully others and think you're invincible, you dare to set your sights on Dragon Nation, truly unaware of your own limitations.
If you want to be exterminated, come. Covering the world isn't just talk. In the amusement park. The clown smiled and stood before the Windmill Nation challenger, asking curiously, "Do you have children?"
The Windmill Nation challenger nodded.
"Yes, I have a daughter." The clown puppet offered, "I want to be your daughter's toy, do you think she will like it?"
The Windmill Nation challenger's eyes flashed a moment of unconscious disdain, but he smiled warmly.
"Of course. I think you and my daughter will be great friends." The clown puppet showed a rare kind expression of kindness. "That's wonderful. From now on, your daughter will be my friend, and soon, a puppet just like me will appear by her side." Surprised, isn't it? Unexpected, isn't it? I think you will definitely like it very much.
As he spoke, a screen appeared before the Windmill Nation challenger. On the screen, a girl was playing with a tiny version of the clown puppet. The Windmill Nation challenger could finally no longer hold back. He stared in fear at the toy his daughter was holding. He thought the clown would harm his daughter.
Excitedly grabbing the clown puppet by the collar, he angrily demanded, "What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her right now."
The clown puppet sadly pulled out a hammer and ruthlessly swung it at his head. The Windmill Nation challenger's head exploded instantly, brains splattering everywhere. The clown puppet wiped the blood off the hammer with its hand. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, it innocently said, "It was clearly agreed that we could be good friends.
Why disdain me, hypocrite?" As soon as it finished speaking, the clown puppet suddenly couldn't control its laughter.
Even tightly covering its mouth, it still chuckled continuously. Not knowing how long it laughed, it finally stopped. Pointing its finger at the Sakura Nation challenger, then turning its hand to aim at its own head, making a shooting gesture.
The Sakura Nation challenger was directly scared to the point of wetting himself.
Thinking the puppet was about to shoot him. Without allowing any time for thought, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, sincerely pleading, "Don't kill me.
I beg you."
The clown puppet, impatient, walked up to him and grabbed his hair. This time, without any reason, it pulled out a knife, stabbing it into his stomach over a dozen times.
"You won't let me kill. Then I will kill. Why should I listen to you, he he he." The Sakura Nation challenger bled to death from the wounds.
Zhang Ming watched the entire process of the clown puppet continuously killing, feeling a chill run down his spine. This bizarre killing relied solely on desire. Any nonsensical reason could become a reason for murder.
There was absolutely no room for retreat.
The clown puppet's fickleness and brutality almost made him think that the danger level that had just dropped was an illusion. At this moment, after finishing its killing, the clown turned and walked towards Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming's breath instantly stopped. Wasn't he already here? Why is he coming back again?
The people of Long Nation were sweating for Zhang Ming outside the screen.
This clown is too cruel. He won't really do anything to Xiao Mingming, will he? I think I'll close my eyes first. I don't want to see that scene. What should we do? He is heading towards Xiao Mingming. Without rules to restrain him, it's the hardest. This clown is clearly not as simple as Yun, it's so easy to trick. The clown puppet walked in front of Zhang Ming, and in everyone's terrified gaze, it suddenly opened its arms. It said, "Can I have another hug?" Zhang Ming stared blankly and stepped forward to gently hug the puppet. The puppet's body was stiff and cold, with no warmth at all. Zhang Ming could be sure of one thing: the clown puppet was made of wood. He just didn't understand why a piece of lifeless wood became eerie. This is a world of strange tales, all weird things are not unusual. The clown puppet stepped out of Zhang Ming's embrace and said, "You are the first one who didn't dislike me, I'm very happy. Can you be my friend?" Zhang Ming naturally had no reason to refuse, nodding and saying, "Of course." The clown puppet got a satisfactory answer, stepped back, made a shooting gesture with its head, and added a funny expression. People around the world saw this gesture and instantly became excited. Now I want to see how this kid from Long Nation will handle it. I guess this gesture means death. Looks like the clown is going to target the Long Nation kid. He just dodged a bullet, but now he can't escape. Ha ha ha. The clown is so brutal. I can't see a good end for the Long Nation kid either. Zhang Ming looked at the gesture, frowned, and sincerely asked, "I want to know what this gesture means." Zhang Ming also mimicked the gesture. This gesture actually looked pretty cool. The clown puppet shrugged and cheerfully said, "It's just a way to say hello." All challengers were baffled by this answer. Just a way to say hello, and you killed someone. Then why did the Sakura Country challenger die just now? Are they playing with us? Next chapter, a female doctor appears. Chapter 83, Very Gentle Eerie. The clown puppet played enough. It walked in front of all the challengers and bowed deeply. Seriously opening its arms, it said in a playful tone, "That was my specially prepared opening performance.
Once again, welcome everyone to the horror amusement park, ha 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 ha. I hope you have fun in these 3 days. The faces of all challengers changed. It was just a performance. Did the performer kill the audience? Such absurd things can only happen here. As the puppet's eerie words fell, all the lights in the amusement park turned on. Those glaring colorful lights were blinding. When everyone looked back at the puppet, it had already been taken away by a puff of white smoke. One challenger said, "Didn't the rules say we have to experience all the rides in 3 days? What are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhang Ming followed the crowd deep into the amusement park. A big white fluffy bear walked past them. A few people were drawn to the white bear. In this overgrown world of strange tales, a normal familiar white bear plush toy appeared. It felt both warm and eerie. And across from them was the carousel? The carousel played normal songs. A challenger from Maple Leaf Country walked up to the carousel and said, "How about we try this first? It looks pretty simple, who wants to go first?" Many people quickly stepped back. "You go first. You're a tall guy at 190 centimeters scared to ride a carousel? How embarrassing. This horse looks normal, but it's probably not that simple. If it were normal times, how would they fear such a small carousel?" But they had never forgotten that the environment they were in was a world of eerie tales. No one could guarantee what changes would occur once they went up. Just as they were still pushing and shoving one another, Zhang Ming felt the box in his pocket moving. He quickly took out the box, opened it, and inside were gifts from his mother, the female doctor, and Yun Ku. He saw the paper figure climb out from inside the box, jump down, and land on the ground. It ran in one direction. Seeing this, Zhang Ming hurriedly chased after it. He wanted to bend down to catch it and put it back in the box. The paper figure jumped very quickly, making it a bit hard to grab. "Little paper person, don't run away. Where are you going?" Zhang Ming looked back at the increasingly distant crowd, and then at the paper figure that was jumping further away. Without a second thought, he followed the paper figure. He had to catch the paper figure, it was the last gift left to him by his mother, the female doctor. He couldn't lose it. The people of Long Country saw Zhang Ming running after a paper figure, gradually moving away from the crowd, and it was easy to think of human traffickers. "Where is Xiao Ming going? Don't leave. There's nothing over there, what if you encounter something difficult to deal with?" Upstairs, even if you encounter something hard to deal with, the challengers from other countries may not help. "Hey! I seem to remember that this paper figure was given to Xiao Ming by the female doctor before she left." "Really? Could it be that the female doctor is also here? I'm still a bit worried, he's so small, what if he encounters danger along the way? Upstairs, why don't you wish for something good?" Zhang Ming unknowingly followed the paper figure to below the Ferris wheel. And below the Ferris wheel stood a tall and gentle female oddity. The back of her figure felt very familiar to Zhang Ming. Even though she wasn't wearing a doctor's white coat, just a plain white dress. Her long, smooth hair was casually falling behind her. Zhang Ming recognized her at a glance. It was the beautiful female doctor, his mother. How could she be here? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Quickly, he dispelled that thought, no matter if it was an illusion, as long as he could see his mother, the female doctor. What could an illusion do? A look of uncontrollable joy appeared on Zhang Ming's face as he rushed over without hesitation. Urgently shouting, "Mom! Mom! Is that you?" The little paper figure skillfully climbed onto Gu Xian's shoulder. From the shoulder, the little paper figure grabbed her hand, revealing a look of surprise on its face. Hearing Zhang Ming's voice, she hurriedly turned around. The breeze blew through her hair, creating a beautiful arc. Zhang Ming's small body bumped into her embrace. Gu Xian's face appeared before the global audience, and the crowd gasped in amazement. Isn't this the female doctor from the last time? How could she appear here? Could it be that each eerie tale instance is not just a small space, but a big world? The female doctor is really so good to Xiao Ming, coming this far, it's true love. Did you notice the female doctor is even more beautiful now, and she has become super gentle, even her hair seems gentle. Just now, I didn't recognize her at all, if it weren't for Xiao Ming calling her mom. Loving the long black straight beauty, she is ethereal. The female doctor is truly a breath of fresh air in the world of eerie tales, who would know she is odd? Gu Xian squatted down, holding Zhang Ming's little face in her hands, as a drop of blood tear fell. Ever since becoming an oddity, every involuntary tear was because of Zhang Ming. Gu Xian's tone was filled with disbelief and joy. "Baby son, is that really you?" When Zhang Ming saw Gu Xian, he was also filled with indescribable happiness. With a familiar oddity, he would no longer feel lonely in this world of eerie tales. Zhang Ming rubbed against Gu Xian's palm like a little animal. "Mom, I miss you so much. Woo-woo, I thought I would never see you again."
Mom!
Gu Xian used her thumb to wipe away the transparent, shimmering tears on Zhang Ming's face, her tone filled with deep nostalgia.
Baby!
Ever since you left the insane asylum, I have left the insane asylum and kept searching for you. I looked everywhere, and finally thought that kids love amusement parks, so I came here.
I didn't expect to really wait for you to come. During the time I wasn't by your side, you weren't bullied, right?
If you were bullied, tell Mommy. Mommy will seek justice for you, no one can bully my son.
Gu Xian spoke a lot, and Zhang Ming listened carefully to every single word.
His heart felt warm. He shook his head with a smile and said, I'm fine, Mommy, don't worry about me.
Gu Xian stretched out her long fingers and gently brushed Zhang Ming's somewhat messy short hair.
Her eyes showed her longing and love for Zhang Ming. She pressed her lips together and quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, saying with guilt, You've lost weight. You, a little human child, wandering in the world of the strange, it must have been very hard.
How could I, as a mother, not worry? You say not to let me worry, that's just comforting Mommy. I am really very happy to see you again. Chapter 84, The Mischievous Sunshine Doll. After Gu Xian and Zhang Ming were separated, she became more anxious day by day. Every day she either worried that Zhang Ming would be killed by that strange thing or that he wasn't eating well. Humans are very picky about food, unlike strange beings that can just grab anything to eat. Even if they don't eat, they won't die of hunger. These days, she kept searching tirelessly. Finally, she found Zhang Ming. Fortunately, the paper doll she had left behind was very useful, it brought her son back. Zhang Ming cupped Gu Xian's face with his little hands and said, Mommy, am I not standing next to you just fine? Gu Xian could no longer hold back and hugged Zhang Ming tightly. Yes, my baby is back. This is the amusement park, what do you want to play? Mommy will take you to play. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something and curiously asked, Mommy, are you a staff member here? If Gu Xian was a staff member here, then the next tasks would be much simpler. Even if that puppet couldn't be persuaded, the tasks could be completed smoothly. Gu Xian shook her head and said, I am just staying here, not a staff member, and of course, I am not bound by the rules here. But don't worry, Mommy won't let any strange things harm you. Zhang Ming sweetly smiled at Gu Xian and kept nodding, then I want you to accompany me to play all the rides here. Actually, he didn't like the rides here. But because of the task, he had to play. Besides, he couldn't bring trouble to his doctor mom. Gu Xian effortlessly picked up Zhang Ming, looking left and right, and said expectantly, So, baby, which one do you like to play? Zhang Ming pointed to the Ferris wheel that was closest to him and said, I want to play this. Gu Xian, like an ordinary mother, kissed Zhang Ming's soft little face and said lovingly, Then let's start from here. Next to the Ferris wheel was a big white bear waiter. Just as Gu Xian was about to walk over with Zhang Ming, a few challengers came from afar. American challengers seemed to have seen something and pointed at the top of the Ferris wheel, shouting, There's a corpse hanging from the gondola on the Ferris wheel. Zhang Ming followed the direction they pointed and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a body dressed in white hanging on the Ferris wheel. The body moved along with the Ferris wheel. The Sunshine Doll is strange and has a high danger level. Characteristics, it will randomly hang in front of a gondola, whoever is inside that selected gondola will be directly strangled. Suggestion, find the movement pattern to effectively avoid it. The system's prompts were always timely. Zhang Ming gradually had come to see it as another brain. Perhaps it was originally his brain, he just hadn't realized it deeply. It seemed that finding the movement pattern of the Sunshine Doll was the key to clearing this level. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly saw something on the fence of the Ferris wheel. A safety warning hung up. Zhang Ming pointed to the side and said, Mom, there's a small sign over there, let's go have a look. Gu Xian also saw the safety warning sign and picked up Zhang Ming to walk over. The safety warning sign read, Riding the red is dangerous, riding the blue is safe. Zhang Ming expressed doubt about the warning. The other 10 challengers naturally also saw the warning. Isn't this the answer right there? There are also yellow cabins on the Ferris wheel, which are not mentioned at all. Yeah. Look up, the body on the cabin seems to have changed position again. Zhang Ming noticed it too. Just a moment ago, the body was hanging on the red cabin, and in the blink of an eye, it had moved to the yellow cabin. At this moment, an American challenger named Paul suggested, It seems the sign is not wrong, the blue cabin is safe. But as soon as Paul finished speaking, the body was hanging in front of the blue cabin. All the challengers instantly fell into a deadlock. A challenger from the big country scratched his head and said angrily, This safety warning is completely useless, the strange things here really aren't that kind. The audience in the global live broadcast room was also discussing constantly. It feels a bit tough, that strange thing is running around, if our challengers go up, they'll probably be locked in and taken out in one shot. How are we supposed to play this? Maybe there's a pattern to that strange thing's movement. I can't see a pattern, it switches from red to blue.
That kid from Dragon Country is clever, he must have a way.
Zhang Ming looked up seriously at the movement of the body on the cabin. Paul approached Zhang Ming with a flattering attitude.
Smiling, he said, little boy from Dragon Country, you're so smart, you must know the secret inside, why not tell us? Don't worry, as long as you help me, I'll definitely listen to you afterward, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
How about that? Paul had learned about Zhang Ming before, he was the victor of the Strange Tale game for 2 consecutive times. Everyone else had died, and only he had made it to the end. His experience must be profound. If he could befriend him, it would surely bring many benefits. As long as it could benefit the country, anything was worth it.
Zhang Ming looked at Paul and shook his head, saying, you have found the wrong person, I have no way to crack this.
Even if he knew, why should he tell him?
Last time, after he helped the challenger from Ba Jitan country, he not only gained nothing but was also scolded harshly by his own people. These were all told to him by Zhao Hui and other members of the Jinnong group.
This time, he didn't want to be the good guy.
After all, they were not from the same country. Those not of my race must have different intentions.
Who knows if they would backstab him? Guoxian also realized Paul's intentions, like a protective mother, she held Zhang Ming tightly and kept a wary eye on Paul.
Her previously gentle and normal face suddenly became twisted and terrifying. Her black pupils turned gray-white. Her face also showed many black cracks, from which black gas constantly emerged. It seemed that if Paul dared to harm Zhang Ming, she would directly kill him. Zhang Ming felt Guoxian's tension and comforted her, saying, Mom, don't be nervous, he won't do anything to me.
For Guoxian, Zhang Ming was everything to her.
Such a long separation from Zhang Ming left her feeling insecure. Any slight stir would put her on high alert.
Right now, Guoxian was in that state.
Seeing Guoxian's desire to tear him apart, Paul quickly raised both hands and stepped back a couple of steps.
With an awkward smile, he said, I mean no harm.
On the surface, Paul was playing nice, but inwardly he was cursing Guoxian to the end. His plan to win over the Dragon Country was falling apart.
In fact, to Paul, Zhang Ming was easy to deal with, just a little boy with no power to even crush a chicken.
For someone like him who had been learning various martial arts for years, he could easily crush him with just one hand. It was this strange thing next to him that was difficult to handle. Clearly, when he first arrived, he saw Zhang Ming alone. How did a strange thing suddenly pop up to protect him?
What a nightmare. The other challengers also saw Guoxian's strange transformation and were so scared that they repeatedly stepped back.
They all knew that kids from the Dragon Country had a unique skill, which was to establish a good relationship with the weirdness for their own use. However, they didn't expect that he would find new weirdness to help him so quickly. And this weirdness had a strong protective instinct for him. Zhang Ming had no time to deal with this group of people, he was seriously analyzing the position of the Sunny Doll's appearance.
Chapter 85, Don't follow, it's useless.
Zhang Ming asked the system in his mind.
Is the warning from the safety sign correct?
Correct.
Another clue was added. This clue clearly indicated that only the blue gondola could be boarded. Riding the red or yellow would be dangerous.
Overall, this Ferris wheel rotated slowly but continuously in an instant. Zhang Ming casually assumed one of the cabins as the starting point of the circle. He began to look for a pattern. He found that when the Sunny Doll was in the first circle of the Ferris wheel, it alternated between red and blue.
In the second circle, it alternated between red and yellow. In the third circle, it was all blue. In the fourth circle, blue and yellow. For several following circles, the Sunny Doll changed according to the sequence. Since the safety sign was correct, then the first, third, and fourth circles were not safe for boarding. Because in these circles, the Sunny Doll would stay in the blue gondola. Only the second circle completely avoided the blue cabin. That was the safe one to board.
Zhang Ming just needed to wait for the Sunny Doll to run in the second circle and quickly sit in the blue gondola. That was the correct answer. This Ferris wheel rotated slowly, and it kept moving throughout. If he wanted to board, he just needed to catch the right moment and hop on. There was no need for the staff to deliberately stop it. Zhang Ming focused all his attention on looking up at the Ferris wheel, counting continuously. He didn't dare to lose focus even for a moment. The lights on the Ferris wheel made people a little dizzy. If he lost track even slightly, he would have to count from the beginning again. That would be troublesome. This really was a tiring and eye-straining task. When the Sunny Doll was about to reach the assumed second circle, Zhang Ming quickly grabbed Guoxian's clothes.
He said urgently, Mom, hurry, let's go wait below. When I say go, we will board together. Guoxian nodded in agreement.
She took Zhang Ming to open the fence gate, pausing at the base of the Ferris wheel. They could almost reach the gondola from less than half a meter away.
Other challengers, seeing Zhang Ming already in motion, looked over. He can't have figured out the pattern so quickly, right? This Ferris wheel is too dazzling, plus the corpse keeps running around, making me feel dizzy. Look, the kid from the dragon country is going to board the Ferris wheel. Should we follow? Maybe we can pass this challenge. I still haven't figured out what's going on, and he's already going up? After some quick discussions, 3 challengers decided to follow Zhang Ming. They thought if Zhang Ming sat in that colored gondola, they would just sit with him. There surely wouldn't be any problem. Since they couldn't solve the problem themselves, they would just copy the answers. The remaining 7 were still in a wait-and-see state. As the blue gondola got closer and closer, Zhang Ming quickly said, "Blue, Mom, let's sit in." Gu Xian easily sat with Zhang Ming in the blue gondola. Even while seated, Zhang Ming didn't relax his focus. He kept counting their positions. They couldn't sit past it. Once they did and reached the 3rd circle, the sunny doll would quickly move to the blue gondola and directly eliminate them. Everyone saw Zhang Ming sitting in the blue gondola. Everything seemed alright. The 3 challengers showed joy and followed him to find a blue gondola to sit in. They had just seated themselves when the sunny doll seemed to sense something and quickly jumped over. It eliminated them all without mercy. Zhang Ming heard their cries of pain. Turn around and look back. They are following Zhang Ming, which means they are sitting in the 1st circle. The 2nd circle hasn't turned yet, and they have come up, it's just looking for death. Things like finding patterns are best done on your own. Because everyone's thoughts are different. Jumping up without understanding anything is almost like sending oneself to death. Many viewers watching the global live broadcast don't know what's going on. No, obviously the pods they sat in with Zhang Ming are blue. Why didn't Zhang Ming die while they did? Can someone tell me what's going on? Because they didn't find the pattern and didn't understand anything, they blindly followed him. If not killing them, who else? I noticed that this sunny doll doesn't stay in the blue pods for a period. Zhang Ming must have caught this timing and jumped on. The other 7 people are smart, they didn't follow. As the pod reached the top, Zhang Ming could see the whole amusement park. Looking at this colorful world, a hint of irony flashed in his eyes. There are many amusement facilities inside, each one deadly. Zhang Ming wouldn't naively think that these attractions were for the challengers to enjoy. Transforming a children's amusement park into a massive killing machine. Really twisted, right? Zhang Ming looked at Gu Xian's sideways face. Her expression seemed to enjoy it very much. Alright. It seems this amusement park isn't completely useless. Mom, you look like you really like it here. Gu Xian's face showed a gentle smile. I'm very happy to be able to play in the amusement park with my son. Zhang Ming's soft and tender voice, filled with laughter. Mom, how about we play again later? Anyway, he had already understood the movement pattern of the sunny doll. It wouldn't be a big problem to play again. Gu Xian shook her head, saying, "No, I can see the weirdness above, it's not so easy to deal with. We were lucky to escape this time, but next time we might not. Your safety is more important than anything." As Gu Xian spoke, Zhang Ming saw the pod nearing the original point, and he didn't dare to delay at all. He quickly tugged at Gu Xian's clothes and said, "Let's get down." Gu Xian jumped down from the pod with Zhang Ming without hesitation. After coming down, Zhang Ming unexpectedly relaxed a lot. No more worrying about being targeted by the weirdness. Zhang Ming swaggered past these challengers with Gu Xian. These challengers looked very surprised, whispering in shock. He sat the whole circle and nothing happened? The 3 challengers who sat with him are all dead. How did he do it? Should we go up and ask him? At this time, Paul thick-skinnedly blocked Zhang Ming's way with a grin. Congratulations! The lights on the Ferris wheel are really dazzling. Can you tell us the pattern behind this? Just think of it as accumulating virtue. Aren't you people from Dragon Country very superstitious about this? Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Zhang Ming sneered coldly. Did he want to moralize him? But he wasn't buying it at all. The other 6 challengers also approached, surrounding Zhang Ming tightly. This scene seemed to indicate that if Zhang Ming didn't tell them, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Zhang Ming was sure that if his female doctor mother wasn't by his side, they would definitely force him to reveal the solution. Even all subsequent actions would be suppressed by them. Chapter 86, The Broken Roller Coaster. But he was just that lucky. While he was alone, he encountered Gu Xian. Zhang Ming even suspected that the reason he could find his mother so quickly was that Yun had given him a bonus of 100 luck points. Zhang Ming looked up at these tall challengers, expressionless, and said, "Aren't you afraid that my answers are all wrong and will lead you all into trouble?" Let me tell you, the answer is actually very simple. Finding patterns, each person sees a different pattern. If I tell you my calculations, it will only harm you. Unless you really want to get out. After saying this, Zhang Ming turned back and pulled Gu Xian's hand, walking out of the crowd. This time, no one blocked Zhang Ming's way. This also indirectly acknowledged Zhang Ming's words. Zhang Ming and Gu Xian did not walk for long before arriving at the next amusement ride.
The roller coaster. From a distance, Zhang Ming saw that the top track of the roller coaster had a section that was broken. The break was very obvious, clearly done on purpose. As the car sped along, hitting the broken track would surely cause them to fall down, leading to a tragic death for those on it. Moreover, the break was at the highest point. It seemed they didn't want any challengers here to survive these 3 days. Zhang Ming thought of the first rule. If you encounter a facility malfunction, please find the big white bear. Right at the entrance of the roller coaster stood a big white bear in a costume. The costumed bear, medium to high danger. Characteristics, easy to anger. Suggestion, when dealing with it, definitely be even angrier. Even angrier than scary? How could I do that? Like this? Zhang Ming could frown, bare his teeth, and show a fierce expression. Turning to Gu Xian, he deliberately lowered his voice. Mom, do I look angry? Fierce? Ah. Gu Xian was amused by Zhang Ming's sudden expression, covering her mouth and laughing softly. This cute little face, showing fierceness. Not scary at all. So adorable and fierce. How could the people of Long Country have seen such a fierce Zhang Ming? They were almost melted by his cuteness. Little Ming is so cute. Not fierce at all, right? Why did he suddenly show such a cute expression? There has to be some trick. Little Ming is usually very serious. So cute. I want to download it and use it as my emoji. When Little Ming gets angry, this is what he looks like. I love it. Quick, let Auntie give you a kiss. No way. I remember when Little Ming gets angry, he has no expression. Zhang Ming saw the sweet smile on Gu Xian's face. He knew his expression management had completely failed. I need to be angry. Angry. Since Gu Xian's level is higher than the big white bear's now. If the big white bear doesn't listen and doesn't fix the track, then just beat it into submission later. Who cares about being fierce or not? Having a strong fist is the reality. Zhang Ming pulled Gu Xian's shirt and said, Mom, follow me. Gu Xian was pulled in front of the big white bear by him. Zhang Ming showed what he thought was a fierce expression, shouting angrily, Big white bear, I see the roller coaster track is broken, I command you to fix it immediately. Right now. The big white bear heard Zhang Ming shouting. Its red eyes looked over fiercely, showing sharp teeth in dissatisfaction, saliva stringing from its teeth. This little human cub really does not know what death is. You dare to speak to me loudly, you're courting death. I'm not someone a human can command. Do you believe I can smash you to death with one punch? The big white bear stretched out its sharp claws, reaching for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming pretended to be really scared of the big white bear. He quickly turned and hid in Gu Xian's arms, looking pitiful. Mom, that big white bear is so scary. Gu Xian tightly protected Zhang Ming, her left hand transforming into a silver whip. The sound of the whip hitting the ground was extremely loud. With a bang, echoing, it could be heard from all directions. The intimidation was extremely strong. I heard you want to smash my son to death? The big white bear quickly realized Gu Xian was more powerful, instantly changing its face, retracting its fierce look. It transformed into a very servile appearance. If it weren't for this little human cub suddenly running into Gu Xian's embrace, it could hardly believe this female anomaly was actually on the same side as this little human. Because it had never seen an anomaly be so close to a human, let alone take the initiative to protect them. I'm afraid in the entire world of bizarre tales, there aren't many anomalies with a desire to protect. The big white bear waved his hand obsequiously. Nothing's wrong? Nothing's wrong? Gu Xian tightened the whip around her neck and coldly scoffed, fix the broken track above right away, or you know the consequences. The big white bear awkwardly said, you must be here for the first time, right? It's always been like this, nothing's broken. Zhang Ming frowned and said, the track up high has such a large break, how can you say it's not broken? A hint of ferocity flashed on the big white bear's face, but upon seeing Gu Xian quickly regain her expression, he switched back to his previous flattery. Because we weird beings love the thrill. Just imagine, the carriage rises to the highest point, suddenly falls down with a bang. The carriage and the weird beings all crash to the ground, bones cracking with a sharp noise, that bone-deep pain, such a thrill. A lot of weird beings say it's not thrilling at all. Hearing this answer, Zhang Ming took a deep breath. So it turns out the weird beings have a masochistic quality. They really aren't afraid of hitting the ground and turning into boxes. Gu Xian tightened the whip around her neck with determination. I want you to fix that break. My son cannot ride this. The big white bear had a pained expression. I want to fix it too, but I don't have the materials. Moreover, if your son can't ride it, then don't force him to. There are so many attractions, it won't matter. Even if you kill me, there's nothing you can do. Furthermore, if we really want to connect the tracks, it will take us 5 days to complete. You said it could be fixed immediately.
5 days? But the task only gave him 3 days. Zhang Ming turned to Gu Xian and resolutely said, "Mom, if we go up, you must hold me tight." Gu Xian glanced at the broken section, nodded firmly. "That height, I should be able to handle, but it'll hurt you. If you're scared, we won't ride." Since having Zhang Ming, Gu Xian often took out books about humans to read, to understand human body characteristics better in order to protect her son.
She knew that a human child like Zhang Ming would jump from such a height without safety measures. Under the strong pressure of gravity, the body and mind would undoubtedly suffer intense discomfort. The people of Dragon Country were especially pained for Zhang Ming. "I rode a roller coaster for only 2 minutes, and it felt like living a lifetime. I came down all messed up, and I'm still an adult. The track at the highest point is completely broken. This is clearly not giving a chance to live. Fortunately, I have a doctor, Mom, otherwise I would be really helpless." "Hey! Have other challengers ridden this?" "So far, I haven't seen any challengers come yet."
Chapter 87, The False Human.
People from other countries saw Zhang Ming challenging the broken track roller coaster on the screen. They were all keen to watch the show.
"Look, the gap in the track is at least 20 floors high. It's just like someone jumping from the 20th floor. Is there any difference? Is he sure he wants to take on this challenge? Isn't this seeking death? Even if he has weird beings protecting him, I think it's still tough. Let's not talk about him, think about our challengers. They also have to ride the roller coaster. Jumping down from 20 floors high without any safety measures, only a deity wouldn't die, right? What kind of roller coaster is this? It's simply a killing machine. Things for the weird beings are truly beyond what humans can endure."
Over here, Zhang Ming had just pulled Gu Xian to get on the roller coaster when 5 challengers from other countries followed behind. They also saw the broken track above. Their faces instantly changed to a terrible color. Anyone seeing such a life-threatening project wouldn't be in a good mood. The challenger from Thailand reacted the most. He twisted his slender body, screaming in a high-pitched voice.
"Ah! Which family's roller coaster has a broken highest point? This is clearly trying to kill us."
The challenger from the pickled vegetable country shook his head and said, "If we could grab the track before falling from the carriage, maybe we would have a slim chance of survival. But roller coasters are usually very fast. I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. If we aren't careful, we might break an arm or a leg."
"This is simply a test of the limits of humanity," the other 3 challengers said hesitantly. "How about we challenge other projects first, and save this one for last? The other projects are even creepier. Haven't you all tried that carousel? It looks pretty simple, but no one who sat on it has come out alive. I think this roller coaster can be attempted as long as one has good skills and strength." At this moment, the challenger from Thai country first noticed Zhang Ming, a big man with a slender waist walking over. With a flamboyant wrist, he tried greeting in a mock falsetto. "Look, the Dragon Country kid is here too. With those moves, you wouldn't want to ride the roller coaster, would you?"
Saying this, his eyes scanned Zhang Ming from head to toe like a scanner.
Finally, he turned his head away and said in a very flamboyant manner, "I doubt this little boy can even grip the handrail of the carriage."
Zhang Ming turned around, clutching Gu Xian's thigh, and naively said, "I can hold on to my mom. She's amazing and will definitely protect me." The Thai country challenger turned his gaze to Gu Xian's face, and his expression instantly soured. Where did this kid come from with so many tricks that even these strange beings helped him?
The last puppet monster was the same.
Just when it seemed this kid was about to be killed, a simple hug resolved everything.
It was truly infuriating.
A strange being protecting this Dragon Country kid. The roller coaster likely can't do anything to him. But he was just not willing to accept it. Other challengers risked their lives to pass stages. This Dragon Country kid just had to find a strange pat to hold onto, making the difficulty of passing the stage plummet.
This is simply too unfair. Even though the Thai country challenger felt jealous inside, he couldn't hold back his words. He coldly snorted, "To tell you the truth, even with the strange being helping you, it's still tough. Dragon Country kid, you better be careful, don't end up dead."
After saying this, he covered his mouth and twisted his slender waist, laughing mockingly. His laughter suddenly halted. The Thai country challenger widened his eyes in disbelief, looking down at his abdomen. A chain like a python had pierced through his body.
"Ah!"
Gu Xian withdrew her whip from his body and gently raised her hand, slashing his body in half with a single whip. Fresh blood gushed out from the severed section.
The Thai country challenger surely wouldn't understand why he died so desperately.
The few challengers next to him were so frightened they retreated repeatedly.
Gu Xian would never allow anyone to mock her son. After the Thai country challenger died, a line of text inexplicably appeared in the sky. New rule added: anyone who disrespects Dragon Country contestants shall die.
Once this rule appeared, all the challengers present and the spectators outside the screen could see it.
Zhang Ming stared blankly at Gu Xian, his small hand tugging at her skirt, asking in confusion, "Mom, is this rule about me?"
Gu Xian bent down to pick Zhang Ming up, pinched his little face, and lovingly said, "Don't forget, your mom was once an enforcer of the rules. It's easy for me to establish rules.
Now, no one can bully my precious baby anymore."
Zhang Ming's face broke into a sweet smile.
"Thank you, Mom."
Being with his doctor mom made him feel secure. She truly was a qualified mother.
Gu Xian rested her forehead against Zhang Ming's forehead, smiling as she said,
"Anyone trying to harm you, including those strange beings, will be made to disappear. No danger will ever touch you."
The 4 challengers present were dumbfounded upon seeing this rule.
No previous rule had ever been made to protect a human. This illogical scene was something they were indeed encountering now.
That strange being can create rules. What a foolish Thai country challenger. What kind of monster did he provoke?
From now on, let's keep our distance from the Dragon Country kid.
They all retreated. He turned around and ran away.
He dared not have too much contact with Zhang Ming, afraid of bringing disaster to the fish pond.
The reactions of the various countries' teams were also particularly shocking.
The bizarre figure next to the Dragon Country child seems to be that female doctor from the insane asylum.
How did she end up here instead of the asylum?
This signal is clearly warning us that the Dragon Country child has the power to kill all challengers.
Yes. It's that female doctor from the insane asylum.
I saw that weapon at the end, but now it looks too different.
I didn't recognize it.
This bizarre figure follows the rules of the insane asylum, and the means to enforce those rules is extremely cruel. Out of 140 people, 130 died at her hands. Since it's a rule bazaar, then rules can also be set in this world. Other countries' people, besides Dragon Country, gasped when they saw the rule made for Zhang Ming.
No. No. I have a guess.
That bizarre figure is protecting the Dragon Country child so much.
Does this mean that the Dragon Country child can kill anyone they don't like in the future?
I'm afraid it won't be long before the rules of this amusement park will be rewritten for the Dragon Country child. The fate of everyone here is in the hands of Dragon Country.
If Dragon Country wants a country out, that country has to die. Stop thinking. It's not a good feeling to have one's fate in the hands of a child. Modified. Chapter 88, Miniature Puppet.
Inside the terrifying amusement park. Zhang Ming certainly knew how much impact this rule had. He could only pretend not to know and looked up at Gu Xian.
"Mom, they seem very afraid of us."
Gu Xian smiled gently, lacking the decisiveness and ruthlessness from moments before when she had killed.
"Okay, do you want to ride the roller coaster? Mom will accompany you. I will definitely not let you get hurt." Zhang Ming's eyes crinkled up like a crescent moon. "Thank you, Mom." Gu Xian felt soft inside with Zhang Ming calling mommy and mommy.
There is no creature in the world cuter than her son.
Gu Xian enjoyed rubbing her nose against Zhang Ming's little face.
With her son by her side, everything felt wonderful.
"Let's go."
The big white bear opened the iron gate. Zhang Ming and Gu Xian sat in the last row of the carriage. If the carriage reaches the broken track and is about to plunge down quickly, they will still have some buffer time. Sitting in the car, it was false to say that Zhang Ming wasn't scared.
Gu Xian tightly tied a whip around Zhang Ming's waist to pull him over easily.
At that moment, Zhang Ming and Gu Xian heard a piercing trumpet sound from behind. Then, the carriage began to move. The carriage started off slowly, but soon it got faster and faster.
Accelerating. 20 times faster than an ordinary roller coaster.
Zhang Ming felt as if his soul had left his body, chasing after it from behind. His eyes were blown wide open by the wind.
His breath became a little rapid. Adrenaline surged quickly. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. His whole body was tense.
The thrill was real, but it was also a matter of life and death. Zhang Ming would swear that he never wanted to ride a roller coaster again for the rest of his life. The speed of the roller coaster had no effect on him whatsoever. However, seeing Zhang Ming's distorted face and tightly furrowed brows, it soon became clear that he was uncomfortable. Gu Xian hurriedly hugged him tightly in her arms and covered his ears. Zhang Ming visibly felt much better this way.
Cuddling in Gu Xian's embrace, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Mommy's arms. So warm.
At this moment, the speed of the carriage began to slow down. They had reached the highest point. The seats in front, due to inertia, flew out of the track and were about to fall down.
Zhang Ming anxiously said, "Hurry. Get out of the carriage, it's going to fall."
His heart was about to jump out. Once the carriage completely left the track, his chances of survival would only decrease.
Gu Xian's arms still tightly held Zhang Ming.
The whip in her hand quickly wrapped around the track. This caused Zhang Ming's body to detach from the carriage. The car did not fall off with a crash, shattering into pieces.
Gu Xian stood steadily on the track. Zhang Ming tightly hugged Gu Xian's neck.
Looking down, they were likely higher than a 20-story building.
Gu Xian patted Zhang Ming's back, softly comforting him. It's okay. Mommy won't let you get hurt. I'll take you down now. You must be scared.
This long track was made of two very thin iron pipes.
No wonder it was so easy to break, the quality was just terrible. Gu Xian swiftly ran down the track, holding Zhang Ming securely. Soon, Gu Xian brought Zhang Ming back to the ground. The feeling of being on solid ground was just right. Gu Xian saw that Zhang Ming's face was a bit pale and worriedly asked, "Did you get hurt? Let mommy take a look."
After checking Zhang Ming's body all over, she felt much more at ease when she found he was fine.
Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Mommy protected me so well, how could anything happen to me?"
Now, he had already completed 2 amusement projects. At this pace, completing all the amusement projects was inevitable. What Zhang Ming did not know was that there was a screen in the center of the amusement park. It recorded the progress of all challengers. Zhang Ming's ranking was in first place.
Some people hadn't even completed the first amusement project before failing. Countries like the US and England had only completed 1 project each. Of course, people around the world also saw that progress board.
The child from Dragon Country is so incredible.
He finished 2 projects so quickly, even the scariest roller coaster. How did he do it? I was following our challengers closely and hardly noticed him. In the blink of an eye, he had completed 2. Isn't it obvious he has something weird helping him? Otherwise, how could he be so fast?
The child from Dragon Country is clearly cheating. The weird world doesn't care if you cheat or not. The Dragon Country support team was thrilled to see Zhang Ming leading. I really didn't expect to run into a female doctor here. This is simply our divine assistance. Our little Ming's luck has always been good. This time it's even better. I have some doubts about the world outside the copy. With technology so advanced now, we should do a study. We will definitely uncover the deep mysteries of the weird world. Once Zhang Ming settled his mindset, he turned to see the huge carousel glowing with colorful lights. It was also the first amusement facility he encountered upon entering. This carousel was identical to the ones in the human world. It was even more beautiful than the ones in the human world. For some unknown reason, no challenger had ever come down from it alive. Zhang Ming pointed at the carousel and said to Gu Xian, "Mommy, I want to ride that." Since his son wanted to play, Gu Xian had no reason to stop him.
"All right. Let's ride the carousel together." Gu Xian took Zhang Ming's hand and walked in that direction.
As they walked, Zhang Ming suddenly felt like he kicked something. Looking down, he saw a small clown doll. Clown doll, mysterious, danger level extremely high.
Suggestion, you can pick it up. It will be very useful for you in the future.
Treat this doll well, and you will have unexpected gains.
Such a quiet doll lying on the ground was also strange. Could this be the clown doll he met earlier? Or was it that this amusement park had many clown dolls?
He knew that dolls could be produced in batches to a certain extent. In the end, Zhang Ming still picked up the doll, which was only the size of an adult's hand, according to the system's instructions.
The clown doll's hair and clothes were very dirty.
Zhang Ming wiped the dust off its face and held it up for Gu Xian to see.
"Mommy, this toy looks really cute." Gu Xian immediately realized this was not an ordinary doll. Furrowed his brow.
But seeing that Zhang Ming really liked this doll, didn't say much. If this doll is not honest, he could just destroy it.
But Gu Xian did not feel any malice from this puppet. In Gu Xian's perception, this puppet was safe.
This doll is very dirty, let's find a place to clean it up. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously.
Yes, after this puppet is clean, it will definitely look very nice, hee hee. Chapter 89, Cleaning the Puppet.
The first 2 chapters have been modified, you can take a look if interested.
Gu Xian was quickly infected by the innocence on Zhang Ming's face and smiled indulgently.
You have such a big heart, you're willing to pick up anything. Zhang Ming lowered his head and seriously examined the toy in his hand.
The clown doll's eyes suddenly blinked.
He thought it was very novel, so he gently touched the eye with his finger. His voice was filled with excitement and disbelief.
The eyes of this puppet can move on their own? How amazing!
Most people in Longwa saw Zhang Ming happily playing with the puppet, and their hearts almost jumped out in fright. No matter how you look at this puppet, it resembles that bizarre lunatic who liked to laugh before.
Is it really okay for him to play with it like this?
I heard that toys with eyes shouldn't be brought home, it's bad luck. The puppet's expressionless face is a bit scary, I really don't understand why Zhang Ming likes this kind of toy. I also heard from some people who understand feng shui that all dolls with eyes have spirits and are not suitable for keeping at home.
This kind of eerie stuff, better to believe it exists than not.
The Longwa Jin Nongtuan also detected that the puppet in Zhang Ming's hand contained a large amount of strange power. Chief, that puppet in Zhang Ming's hand is obviously strange. I guess it could very likely be the clown puppet from earlier. I'm a bit scared this might be harmful to Zhang Ming. After all, that clown puppet was very brutal. But some people held opposing opinions. Zhang Ming is accompanied by a female doctor, it shouldn't be a big issue. Zhao Wei said, pass your findings to Zhang Ming, I believe he must have his own plans for doing this. Perhaps Zhang Ming wants to build a good relationship with that clown puppet. If he can really gain the puppet's unconditional help, the upcoming tasks will be much easier. We don't need to worry too much about the strange things with the puppet. Zhang Ming is now a mature challenger, and perhaps his experience is far greater than ours.
Zhao Wei had long recognized Zhang Ming's strength.
He believed that with Zhang Ming's current cleverness, the Jin Nan Tuan, could no longer help him much. Now, all they could do was wait and observe. Inside the horror paradise,
Zhang Ming and Gu Xian found a shallow puddle, and the water inside was relatively clear.
Since the system said this clown puppet is very useful, he should treat it well. He couldn't be vague, he must take it seriously. Having one more helper here means one more path. He couldn't only focus on the female Dr. Mom. He squatted down, found a piece of tattered cloth, and carefully helped the puppet wash. The clown puppet's face paint was of poor quality. It could be easily washed off. Without the clown makeup, the puppet looked handsome. Much more attractive. Just like any ordinary puppet. Zhang Ming showed the clean puppet to Gu Xian. Mom, look, isn't it much more pleasing to the eye now? The makeup on its face was smudged earlier, and it really didn't look good. Gu Xian reached out and touched the puppet's hair, nodding and saying, it's a bit prettier, but the hair is a little rough, let me help smooth it out. As she spoke, when Gu Xian just took the puppet in her hand, the puppet's hair fell off, revealing a big bald head. Now it was good, the clown puppet had turned into a bald puppet. Gu Xian also didn't expect the hair to fall off, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Son, the puppet you picked up is quite fun. Come, you hold its body, and I will help clean its hair. Its hair is all sticky together, it can't stay like this. Zhang Ming took the puppet's body and saw that its blue shirt and red pants were also messy. He carefully noticed a strong metallic smell on it, very pungent. He decided to strip it down completely and wash it. The clown puppet was thus stripped bare by Zhang Ming. All the joints of the puppet were fully exposed. Zhang Ming took a handkerchief and wiped every part of it, not leaving a speck of dirt. The puppet was strange and not human, so it felt no shame in being stripped of its clothes. Zhang Ming looked at the puppet's bare body, frowned with worry, and said, Mom, this puppet looks so cold, let's find it some nice clothes. Gu Xian couldn't understand what was going on in Zhang Ming's little head, shook her head, and said, the puppet cannot feel cold. We will put the little clothes on once they dry, won't that be good? Zhang Ming immediately shook his head and said, no, the puppet will be cold. Mom, do you have another handkerchief? Yes, here you go. Gu Xian suddenly produced a white handkerchief and handed it to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took the handkerchief and wrapped the puppet up, making a simple little dress. Clown puppet danger level 80%. Wants to actively befriend you and get close to you. Could it be that the puppet he held was that crazy killer clown puppet from before? No, it couldn't be, could it? No wonder the system urged him to pick this puppet, it turns out this is the one he needs to influence. Forget it. Since it has come to him, he might as well try to influence it. The global audience watching Zhang Ming's series of actions was nearly charmed to death. To be honest, kids in Long Country are really so kind. Well, children usually like to dress their favorite toys in pretty clothes. Clown turns from scary to cute. Incredible. Kids are so adorable and imaginative, oh. I also wish to have such a well-behaved and cute little friend. Xiao Mingming is simply a little angel, afraid that the puppet will catch a chill, even making it a little dress. How thoughtful. Zhang Ming showed the puppet wearing its new dress to Gu Xian. Mom, look, doesn't it look much nicer now, wearing a pretty little white dress? Gu Xian didn't expect Zhang Ming's handiwork to be so strong, turning a small handkerchief into something creative. It indeed looks much better than being bare just now, its hair is also fixed. Let's put it on. Zhang Ming took the red wig and placed it on the puppet. He nodded in satisfaction, it looks better when it's clean. Gu Xian said lightly, now that there's a new toy, are you happy? Zhang Ming did not hide his joy, saying, of course I'm happy. Gu Xian asked, do you still want to go ride the carousel? Of course. But holding this puppet is quite inconvenient, it would be great if there was something to carry it around. Gu Xian reached out and said, leave it to Mom. Zhang Ming handed the puppet to Gu Xian with ease. Gu Xian found a rope, tied the puppet's head, made a loop, and hung it up for him to see. Isn't this good? Zhang Ming took the rope, and the puppet was thus hung in mid-air. Chapter 90, The Carousel and the Puppet. At that moment, the puppet's limbs suddenly moved. He had previously twisted the puppet's limbs, which were very tight. If he did not move it, it wouldn't be possible for it to shake in the air without external force.
Zhang Ming noticed this oddity and quickly told Gu Xian. Mom, its arms are moving by themselves.
Hearing Zhang Ming's words, the puppet's arms immediately returned to their original position and stopped moving.
Gu Xian looked at Zhang Ming's innocent expression and couldn't bear to shatter his childhood belief, saying,
Maybe you saw it wrong. She was really torn about whether to tell her son the puppet he liked was actually something strange.
But the son really seems to like it. It's really difficult. Zhang Ming nodded dismissively, alright.
Maybe I really misjudged. After saying that, he hung the puppet on his arm. Happily holding Gu Xian's hand, he ran toward the carousel.
Actually, since his arrival, Zhang Ming had a question. Why was there not a single bizarre tourist here?
Yet his mother, the lady doctor, could appear here.
Zhang Ming felt he was overthinking and couldn't figure it out. It would be better to just ask. Zhang Ming looked up, with a puzzled tone, and asked Gu Xian, Mom, why is there only you, a bizarre tourist, here? Gu Xian bent down and whispered, Mom sneaked in, those big polar bears are of low rank, sneaking in isn't hard. But if Gu Xian really could sneak in, didn't that mean other bizarre beings could sneak in too?
However, Zhang Ming didn't ask further and nodded in belief, alright. So that's how it is, that's great, Mom can play with me.
No matter what, having Mom around made everything good, no matter how she got in.
Actually, Zhang Ming himself could realize. In front of Gu Xian, he unconsciously relied on her, becoming a real little child.
Who wouldn't when his mother, the lady doctor, was so nice to him?
The state he was in with Yun Ke was completely different. Unknowingly, they had already arrived in front of the carousel. Just a moment ago, there were no people at the carousel, but now 6 challengers were standing by. They all stared at the carousel with very troubled expressions, studying it endlessly.
Where did that person from Ermao country go?
I clearly saw him sitting on the horse just now, how could he suddenly vanish?
Strange.
One person suddenly noticed Zhang Ming and hurriedly reminded those beside him. That kid from Dragon Country is coming.
Why is he here? Is he going to chase us away?
Looks like not, he should be here to ride the carousel with us. After seeing Zhang Ming, all 6 of them stepped back to make room for him. After all, the newly added rule was closely related to the kid from Dragon Country.
They didn't dare to act rashly.
No one dared to underestimate the rules.
Zhang Ming didn't care about their attitudes.
He had just approached the carousel when he suddenly heard a scream.
But there was clearly no one on the carousel.
After the scream stopped, a human skeleton suddenly appeared on the ground. One by one, living people were left as bones, gnawed clean, not even a shred of meat was left. Some viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were so scared by the sudden appearance of the bones that they couldn't bring themselves to look. I saw him sit on the carousel, then suddenly disappear. When he came out again, he became like this.
So scary.
This is not a carousel at all, it's clearly a monster. This carousel looks really beautiful, several times better than the carousels in our amusement park. Under the beautiful exterior, there is such malice. I think in this bizarre world, everything that looks beautiful is poisonous, those broken down things without highlights are poisonous too. In the terrifying amusement park, the system quickly provided Zhang Ming with the carousel's information.
Puppet bizarre, danger level extremely high. Characteristics, anyone sitting on the horse will be devoured until there is no edible value left, then will be discarded. Weakness, afraid of puppets.
Past, the clown puppet is very crazy, since the carousel is also made of wood, it draws a lot of attention, and the puppet dislikes it, having destroyed it many times, leading the carousel to fear puppets greatly. Zhang Ming didn't expect that even at this moment, he could see such an interesting story.
A horse and a puppet? It really sounds like something born of one mother. This story is really too grotesque. All made of wood, tearing each other's parts apart? This clown puppet is really somewhat adorable.
At that moment, Zhang Ming thought of the clown puppet he had just picked up.
Could this be what the system said would be useful later? So it turns out to be useful here.
Zhang Ming grabbed the puppet in his hand and enthusiastically asked, Puppet.
Puppet. Do you want to ride the carousel?
The puppet remained still and silent. Zhang Ming didn't complain and continued, not talking means you want to play.
He looked up at Gu Xian and said, Mom, let's go up.
The carousel turned slowly, making it easy to get on. However, just as Zhang Ming was about to get closer to the carousel, the colorful lights above it suddenly went dark.
The challengers behind Zhang Ming looked bewildered at the scene before them. What happened? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Could it be broken? Impossible. This carousel just took a lot of people, how could it break before it was full?
I suspect it has to do with that kid from Dragon Country.
I actually hope it's really broken, that way, we won't have to ride this man-eating carousel. Zhang Ming glanced at the dark carousel in front of him and then looked down at the puppet on his arm. Could the puppet have such great power? Did it scare the carousel into shutting down? But he absolutely had to ride the carousel now. Zhang Ming turned back to Gu Xian with a pitiful look and said disappointingly, Mom, the carousel isn't really broken, right? I really want to ride it. As soon as he finished speaking, the carousel's lights came back on, and it resumed running. A smile instantly appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Now it's working again. Mom, let's get on. So Zhang Ming pulled Gu Xian to sit on the horse. The carousel was slow. Very leisurely. After 2 laps, it seemed nothing particularly scary happened. The 6 challengers saw Zhang Ming sitting for so long without incident, clearly enjoying himself. They started to doubt whether the death from the two-horn country was just an illusion. Hasn't it gone around 3 times? He hasn't had any problems? Is the Dragon Country kid protected by some strange force because he's fine? If we ride, we are definitely doomed. This carousel's level isn't low. It shouldn't be scary. Chapter 91, Balloons Floating Around. Riding the carousel was naturally not as thrilling as that roller coaster earlier. But thankfully, it still had some fun. He and Gu Xian were sitting on different horses. There were pleasant tunes playing on the carousel, and it felt just like a normal carousel ride. Until the carousel reached the 5th circle, Zhang Ming happily patted the horse's head, sounding clear, Mom, this horse is really fun. Who would have thought, just as he finished speaking, the carousel suddenly stopped, followed by a loud crash as various parts began to fall apart. Even the horse beneath him was about to topple over. Gu Xian saw the wooden blocks above about to fall and gently reached out to scoop Zhang Ming up, holding him in her arms, as she jumped off the carousel. Just like that, the carousel transformed into a pile of useless wood for unknown reasons. Then, a big white bear walked over, glancing disdainfully at the discarded carousel. It turned to everyone present and said, the carousel is scrapped, we need to repair it. Repair time is 3 days. After saying that, it turned and hung a sign nearby that read, under repair. Zhang Ming squeezed the puppet on his arm. He guessed that the puppet must be causing trouble. No way, he had just praised the horse, and the next second, it turned into this. The puppet really had a strong sense of jealousy. None of the challengers left unhappy. Does this mean I don't have to participate in this project? That's great. Those challengers who died tragically here before were really unfortunate. My mouth really has no problem. I hope all the rides here become scrap. I bet it was that kid from Dragon Country who broke it. I wonder what trick he used. How did the carousel break this badly? How about we quietly follow him? He plays that, we play that too, it would be safer. The 6 challengers seemed to have found the secret to complete this task, and began to whisper among themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. These challengers were not fools, to survive here and win was not a one-person job. So they thought of huddling together for warmth. Zhang Ming stared blankly at Gu Xian and said, this carousel isn't that fun. Mom! Let's find the next exciting ride. Gu Xian had no objections. What he liked, she would follow along. Okay. Don't be fooled by the bright lights of this amusement park, it was actually very quiet. So quiet it made one's heart shiver. Maybe it was because there were few people here. Zhang Ming and Gu Xian unknowingly walked down a quiet gravel path. At that moment, an old lady holding a bunch of colorful balloons approached from a distance. And stopped next to Zhang Ming. This old lady was hunched over, wearing a large black robe. Zhang Ming looked up at the balloons in her hand. These balloons had various faces and strange designs printed on them. They looked bright yet out of place. In fact, Zhang Ming didn't see the old lady's hands, he guessed they were probably hidden in her robe. The old lady handed one of the balloons to Zhang Ming, her voice incredibly old, her tone kind and approachable. Little friend, do you like balloons? Grandma wants to give you one, okay? I am a staff member here, and this balloon is specially for you. Take it quickly. Take it quickly. At the end, the old lady eagerly wanted to stuff the balloon into Zhang Ming's arms. Strange things bring hidden dangers. Zhang Ming quickly dodged the balloon. Balloon strange, danger level high. Characteristics, do not touch the balloon. Anyone who touches the balloon, regardless of who they are, will have their head turn into a balloon, floating in the air, becoming a new balloon. Special reminder, no matter the level, no one can escape the fate of touching the balloon. He saw the system's final special reminder. He felt that this distance was still not enough. He pulled Gu Xian back 2 more steps. It's better to stay as far away from that man-eating balloon as possible. Since the system mentioned that no matter the level, did that mean that even his doctor mom would turn into a balloon if she accidentally touched it?
No wonder those balloons had all kinds of faces on them. These were the evidence of killing and strangeness. The more balloons one had in hand, the more lives had died at their hands. Perhaps even more. Zhang Ming crudely counted and guessed there were over 100 balloons in her hand. He suddenly remembered the second rule, do not accept strange gifts, and he quickly shook his head at the old lady, saying, I don't like balloons, you can take it back. His heartless rejection made the old lady furious. What's wrong with my balloons? How can you not like them? Even if you don't want them, you must take them. The old lady's face, once filled with wrinkles, quickly sprouted large patches of dark spots. The corners of her mouth curled into a strange, cruel smile. This next person should be your mom. Come, take the balloon. Your son will be very happy. Zhang Ming couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Taking it means death, how can he be happy if that's the case? Everyone in the global livestream, even if they didn't know the old lady was strange, could clearly feel the malice in her tone. Oh my! Could it be strange? Like an old witch. That balloon clearly shouldn't be taken, just like Snow White's poison apple. I'm a bit curious about what would happen if you took the balloon. What else could happen? Death. This kind of eager gift-giving must be something bad. Zhang Ming hurriedly pulled on Gu Xian's clothing and said, don't take it, that balloon has a ghost. Gu Xian's weapon was already itching to go. Based on her experience, this strange being in front of them. It won't be that easy to give up. The old lady knew that Zhang Ming had seen through her tricks and no longer hid anything. She let out a crazy laugh, today, I will take you both. Finally, I can have a big feast. She released all the balloons in her hand, letting them float in the air. Gu Xian's long whip, holding enormous strange power, swiftly struck at the old eerie figure in the black robe. The black robe broke apart, and inside there was nothing, empty. Zhang Ming looked at this scene, stunned for half a second. This eerie being had no body, only a head. No wonder he couldn't see the hand grabbing the balloon, it turned out there was none at all. Gu Xian reacted quickly, the blood whip striking towards the head. The old eerie head was of low level, and with hardly any effort, Gu Xian shattered it into pieces. Soon, it died. Just when Zhang Ming thought the old eerie figure was dead, the balloons in the sky would also disappear. But they did not. Moreover, those balloons seemed to navigate automatically. They were not merely rising into the sky. Instead, like countless ghosts, they floated towards them. Zhang Ming looked at the many balloons above his head, his face showing panic. Because he knew what would happen if the balloons touched them. Mom! Be careful, don't let the balloons touch you, quickly pop those balloons. Gu Xian raised her whip, popping over a dozen balloons from the sky. Then more and more balloons came rushing towards them, densely packed. Those balloons could replicate infinitely in the air. Even newborns couldn't do it this fast. Chapter 92, Using Balloons as Weapons. Gu Xian's blood whip continuously extended, forming a protective shield around Zhang Ming and herself. Once the balloons touched the barbs on the blood whip, they would immediately pop. Gu Xian felt this wasn't enough, using a wide-range attack, and indeed quickly eliminated a large group of balls. But soon, a large new group of balloons floated over. These balloons were as dangerous as that old eerie figure, a high risk. For Gu Xian, they were easy to deal with. But the difficulty was that the balloons could reproduce infinitely, even more than ants. And those challengers quietly following Zhang Ming saw the situation on his side, showing no hesitation, and turned to run. Whoever ran slow would meet their doom. Those balloons also noticed the 6 challengers, splitting off some to float towards them. 2 challengers ran slower than the others. They were quickly overtaken by the balloons. Wrapped by the threads under the balloons around their necks. Immediately, their heads were severed. Their heads rapidly expanded and finally turned into balloons floating in the air, becoming the eerie creature's nourishment. The audience in the global live broadcast had never seen such an attack method. A light balloon can kill people so powerfully. Deadly balloons. For the first time, I feel disgusted by balloons. Just yesterday, I bought one for my son. A thin thread can sever a person's head and let it float like a balloon in the air, even TV wouldn't dare to portray this. In the terrifying amusement park, Zhang Ming saw from afar the scene of people being assimilated by balloons, and cold sweat poured down his back. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if his head floated in the air like a balloon. It would be terrifying. There were so many balloons, dense and numerous, Zhang Ming's line of sight was soon obscured again. All he could see were those colorful human head balloons. These balloons clearly had locked onto them. What should they do now? Zhang Ming's mind raced quickly, trying hard to find their weakness. These balloons must be controlled by something, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to move in unison. But with so many balloons, which one was the key? If he were the eerie creature, that key balloon would definitely not expose itself easily. In this world, there would be no creature that would openly show its weakness. So this weakness must be the most inconspicuous one. So many balloons of different colors are clearly the strongest camouflage. Now Zhang Ming has fallen into another dilemma. How can he lure out or find the key balloon? He silently asks the system in his heart. Can you help me find that key balloon, or the thing controlling these balloons? This is quite difficult. These balloons are the same size and weight, making them indistinguishable. He didn't expect there would be something the system couldn't handle. Seeing that he could only rely on himself now. With the female doctor mother protecting him, he wasn't worried that the balloons would harm him in the short term. This gave him enough time to observe the balloons. Soon, he found something different. On the most inconspicuous edge, Zhang Ming saw several balloons with faces that were exactly like the strange old man's face that just gave him the balloons. While Zhang Ming was paying attention to those balloons seemed to notice Zhang Ming watching them, quickly hiding behind other balloons tightly. When Zhang Ming looked again, they had already disappeared. Such avoidance must be hiding something. Since it's like this, directly target the balloons. Zhang Ming looked at Gu Xin. Gu Xin was still dealing with the balloons, her expression very serious, even a bit tired. Mom, just hit the balloon with the strange old man's face, don't worry about the others. Gu Xin understood immediately and nodded. The blood whip branched out into many tendrils, like snakes sliding through the balloons. When encountering a balloon resembling the strange old man, just break it. Those high-risk balloons may run fast, but can they be faster than the super high-risk strange ones? Sure enough, the effect was immediate. Those balloons visibly decreased. It was just like a match in a puzzle, hitting one and clearing a lot. A cold smile flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. The strange old man was really cunning, he didn't die, but hid in the balloons, controlling them to attack. Did he really think hiding would make everything fine? I will always find you. The puppet hanging on Zhang Ming also saw the balloons in the sky quickly diminishing. He admired and respected his little master even more. The master I chose is amazing, even the trouble that I find hard to solve, he handles so easily. I really want to meet the master. Right now, he only sees me as an ordinary toy. Humph. If the master knew I was a clown and didn't want me, hated me, he would kill the master. Kill the master. He. Kill him. Would the master like that? The thoughts of the clown puppet began to become gloomy again. Gu Xian's movements in hitting balloons became increasingly relaxed, even the serious expression on her face softened a lot. Until she hit the last balloon in the sky. They heard the strange old man's desperate scream, and then the sky returned to its original cleanliness. The suffocating feeling of so many balloons pressing in had vanished. It seems the strange old man has been completely killed. Zhang Ming let out a breath, looking up at Gu Xian. Mom, did that strange old man die? Gu Xian hesitated and nodded, maybe. What Zhang Ming didn't know was, in the corner behind him, the strange old man was painfully clutching his chest, his eyes like a poisonous snake, angrily staring at Zhang Ming and his mother. If it weren't for the fact that he had been careful just now, hiding one of the real balloons, he would have been killed long ago. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect this human child to be so clever, discovering my trick so quickly. Damn. I've taken such heavy damage, nearly lost my footing, I must seek revenge. I won't spare this human child. Zhang Ming inexplicably felt a chill behind him, turning around but seeing nothing. He scratched his head, confused, and said, could it be my illusion? Gu Xian asked, what's wrong? Zhang Ming shook his head, it's nothing. I just felt like something was watching me just now. Gu Xian looked behind him and truly saw nothing at all. But she knew that the strange old man from just now was not dead, it was a pity he had run away. That strange man seemed low level, but was actually not easy to deal with at all. After all, numbers and mechanisms are two different things. If the mechanism is strong enough, even low numbers can still be tough to fight. Chapter 93, Tent. Zhang Ming had been playing for a while and was a bit hungry. His stomach began to rumble. He hadn't eaten a single bite since he arrived, how could he not be hungry? He patted his little belly and looked up at Gu Xian with longing, saying, Mom. I'm hungry. Earlier on the road, he saw a little shop selling food. He didn't know if there was anything humans could eat inside. Zhang Ming still wanted to go take a look. Ever since he came to this paradise, he hadn't rested properly. Several hours of pressure made it a bit hard for him to bear. After all, having seen such bloody scenes, while he was used to it, he still felt uneasy in his heart. Gu Xian looked at Zhang Ming's pitiful way of patting his little belly, slightly raised her smile, and gently patted his short hair. With a lively expression, she said, just right, Mom brought food. Knowing you don't like eating the stuff here, I specifically went to find food suitable for humans. But the food is not on me, I hid it in a little place. Come with me.
Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled brightly. Mom, you actually brought food, you were so kind.
His doctor mom was more thoughtful than he imagined, even preparing food for him in advance. Finally, it wasn't like last time, where he had to outsmart others to win food.
Zhang Ming followed Gu Xian and sat on a bench by the road. Next to the bench was a trash can. Zhang Ming just watched as Gu Xian rummaged through the trash can. He felt a bit uneasy inside. Mom wouldn't want me to eat trash, right? She shouldn't, right? Even the audience in the global live room became curious together. Are the food thrown in the trash can still edible? Maybe in the world of strange tales, the trash can is just a decoration? I see. It shouldn't be anything good, no need to think twice, it must be spoiled meat. It's strange that a weird thing could raise human kids. So what if it's spoiled meat? In this environment, having something to eat is pretty good.
Soon, Gu Xian took out a large bag from the trash can, opened it, and the food inside instantly revealed itself. Zhang Ming, who had just been confused, suddenly showed surprise on his face. Inside were not only various clean breads and jerky, but also fresh fruits. He couldn't believe that in this evil world, there would be sweet foods like fruits. His doctor mom must have searched for a long time to find this food. Zhang Ming took out a big red apple. He sniffed it, the special fragrance of the apple skin instantly made him feel hungry. This apple was twice as big as his little hand. If he could finish it, he wouldn't need to eat anything else for the day. Zhang Ming held the apple with both little hands, opened his mouth wide, and bit down hard. The sweet and sour flavor filled his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, and his bright eyes turned into little crescents from the delight of having food. Mom, this apple is so delicious. Thank you, Mom, for bringing such good food for me. After saying this, he couldn't help but take another big bite, crunching loudly.
Seeing Zhang Ming enjoy the food she prepared so much, Gu Xian's smile couldn't be contained.
This meant that the hard work to find food was worth it. It turned out that giving could really bring happiness.
Watching Zhang Ming so happy with the food, Gu Xian felt not only joy but also satisfaction in her heart.
It felt like something had filled her heart. Gu Xian took out a small handkerchief and wiped his mouth, happily saying, "Eat slowly, no rush, there's still a lot inside." The people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room watched the interaction between the mother and son with excitement. The interaction between the mother and son on the road is so heartwarming. I really like them, and I hope they will never be separated. What if little Ming Ming stays in the world of strange tales? We also need little Ming Ming. I want to say, I hope in the next game, I can still see the strange mom. The strange mom is so beautiful, she must smell really good. Others from different countries saw Zhang Ming enjoying such delicious fruit, then looked at what their challengers were eating and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Children from the Dragon Kingdom eat fruit, while our challengers eat rotten meat. This treatment is worlds apart. The strange game really is something. Knowing that humans are coming, they still didn't prepare anything edible. Clearly, there are foods that humans can eat in the world of strange tales, but they just don't arrange them. Hey! I think I just saw a little shop selling bread and drinks. I saw it too. Hurry and tell our challengers not to eat that free rotten meat. Zhang Ming finished eating the big apple, feeling very satisfied. Gu Xian put away the plastic bag and set it aside. She turned her head and asked, "Baby, what do you want to play next?" Zhang Ming casually picked up the puppet and shook his head, saying, "I'm a bit tired and want a rest. Anyway, there are still 2 days left. At the rate we're going today, we should finish all the attractions by tomorrow." He looked up at the clock on the distant building and said leisurely, "It's already 9 in the evening, I'm really struggling to hold on." Gu Xian said gently, "Do you want to sleep?" Zhang Ming nodded and honestly said, "I'm a bit sleepy, but there's no place to sleep here, how can I sleep?" The horror amusement park seems to have no arrangements for accommodation for people like them. At night, they didn't even know where to rest. It looked quite dangerous outside. If Gu Xian weren't there, who knows if a strange creature would suddenly appear and kill him. Gu Xian patted her thigh and smiled, "Come. Sit in Mom's lap to sleep, Mom will keep watch over you and ensure you sleep well." Zhang Ming obediently nodded and climbed onto Gu Xian's lap, burying his whole body in her embrace. The embrace of the strange mom was cold, but fortunately, it felt very comfortable. It was cold in her arms, but that was okay, his warmth could warm it up. Zhang Ming held the puppet tightly, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Gu Xian looked down gently at Zhang Ming's peaceful sleeping face, softly kissing his forehead. "Sleep well. Mom is watching over you." She could clearly feel the warmth of Zhang Ming's body, like holding a soft, warm little son. She wished she could hold him forever. Zhang Ming only napped for a little while before waking up drowsily. After all, this was in the open air, and he really couldn't sleep soundly. Moreover, the amusement park at night was much colder than during the day, even being held by the female doctor mom wouldn't keep him warm. Gu Xian remained still while he slept, fearing to wake him up. She had read books about raising human infants. It said human infants are very fragile, and their sleep must not be disturbed.
Chapter 94, Uncontrollable Slaughter. Lack of sleep will stunt growth. Food must be nutritionally balanced, or one can easily get sick.
She remembered all this and was practicing step by step. In the future, it should also improve. Having already been strange for decades without contact with humans, many human knowledge faded from memory and became rusty.
Gu Xian saw Zhang Ming wake up so quickly and wanted him to sleep a little longer.
Why did you wake up?
Were you not comfortable sleeping?
Zhang Ming buried his head in her arms and muttered, "It's a bit cold sleeping outdoors, I can't sleep."
Well, sleeping outdoors it is.
But he was just afraid that unclean things might appear at night, which would be troublesome. Just as he was about to take the female Dr. Mom to look for a place to stay, a package fell before him.
Gu Xian put Zhang Ming down to take a look.
Without ensuring this thing is safe, it's better not to let him touch it. There were a few lines of bloody words on the package. The Paradise has prepared tents and maps for you, considering you have no place to stay.
For everyone's safety, please follow these rules. Rule 1, you must set up your tent at the designated place before 11 o'clock, or you will be eliminated. Rule 2, after 11 o'clock, don't pay attention to any sounds outside the tent. Rule 3, don't lose your mind. Gu Xian opened the package. Inside were tools for setting up the tent.
She felt it was alright and brought the package in front of Zhang Ming, saying, "Now we don't have to sleep outside." When Zhang Ming saw the tent, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Let's take the package to the designated place and set up the tent." Of course, he also saw the rules on the tent. This time, the system still didn't respond, so it seemed this rule was indeed correct. However, no matter how one looked at it, this rule seemed strange.
The consequences of not completing the first rule were severe, direct elimination without any chance to resist.
The second rule, on the other hand, didn't provide any special information, giving a false sense of security that once the tent was set up, everything would be safe. It was hard to say whether it was right or wrong, it felt vague. The more Zhang Ming thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had his mother, the female doctor, protecting him, so there shouldn't be any major problems.
No matter what, they had to quickly complete the first rule now.
They would deal with what came next as it came. Gu Xian picked up the package and a big bag of food, taking Zhang Ming to the designated place on the map. This designated place was at the back of the amusement park, a piece of barren land where not even grass could grow. As soon as Zhang Ming arrived, many challengers from various countries also began to arrive one after another with their packages. They were all discussing. "I thought I would have to sleep on the street tonight, didn't expect they would give us a tent. This amusement park is so eerie, I'm afraid that if we sleep outside tonight, we'll quickly be devoured by those weird creatures. This is good, we have a tent and rules, at least we have some certainty. I hope I'm still alive tomorrow." These challengers weren't afraid of the rules, but they were afraid of no rules. Strange rules not only bound people but also restricted the peculiar. As Zhang Ming listened to them, he continued working with his hands. This small tent was easy to set up. In less than half an hour, he and Gu Xian had it ready. The package contained bedding, and once spread out, it became a cozy little nest. With everything done, almost all the challengers had already arrived. He counted the tents, there were a total of 110. It seemed that 25 challengers had already died.
Zhang Ming and Gu Xian crawled into the tent.
Zhang Ming covered himself with the blanket and felt much warmer. Finally, he could get some sleep. He tossed the puppet aside, and Gu Xian, as before, gently patted his body to help him fall asleep.
In Gu Xian's tender voice, Zhang Ming quickly fell into a dream.
Next to him, the puppet turned to look at Zhang Ming's sleeping face, its eyes spinning constantly. Its expression was cold, but it was filled with uncontrollable bloodlust. Since being taken in by this human child, it hadn't caused havoc or killed any beings for a long time. The long-suppressed violent desire was about to explode. The human in front of it really wanted to kill him. Kill him. Quickly kill him. If it killed him, it would see bright red blood flowing.
No. Can't kill. Absolutely not.
The puppet's mind quickly recalled the moment when Zhang Ming changed its clothes earlier.
Such tenderness.
It had never been treated with such kindness before. The puppet clung to that tiny bit of memory, struggling to suppress its inherent flaws.
That's right. The flaw is killing. Endless killing.
As long as it wasn't happy, for any reason, it had to destroy something, kill something.
To calm the inner killing.
The entire strange amusement park had been shattered.
Not dying is also a kind of disability.
Every time tourists entered the park, it was the happiest time.
Creating chaos and seeing people's panic and pain made me exceptionally happy.
If it weren't for encountering Zhang Ming today, all the challengers present would have been killed.
Gu Xian quickly noticed the puppet's odd behavior and reached out to grab it, wanting to throw it away.
Clearly, just a moment ago, this puppet didn't have an aura of danger.
How could it suddenly change like this? As soon as Gu Xian touched the puppet, her hand was pierced by the puppet's small knife. Gu Xian's face instantly became ferocious. This puppet posed a threat to Zhang Ming and must be dealt with today. The weapon in her hand was eager to try. The puppet's body stood up and began to shrink to the size of a baby, coldly and cruelly looking at Gu Xian. Since the killing couldn't be controlled anymore, it would start with this female strange in front of it. The small knife in the puppet's hand was already prepared. Gu Xian's whip quickly wrapped around the puppet's arm. Naturally, the puppet wasn't easy to deal with. It twisted its wrist and easily dodged the attack, sending the small knife flying directly at Gu Xian's forehead. Gu Xian caught the flying small knife barehanded and threw it aside. She did this to avoid damaging the tent. The puppet's expression became even more rampant. Very well. Killing you will give me 2 hours of good mood, it's worth it. Just as the puppet was about to go wild and fly up to bite Gu Xian, Zhang Ming, still asleep, frowned, reached out, and pulled the puppet into his arms, mumbling sleepily. So noisy. The scene instantly calmed down. It was as if the earlier battle was just an illusion. With this one action, the puppet's eyes became much clearer, even its desire for killing was diluted. Gu Xian also clearly felt that the puppet's hostility had vanished. What is happening? Can his son control the puppet? But why did the puppet look at Zhang Ming that way? It clearly wanted to kill him. Gu Xian looked at Zhang Ming with complicated eyes. No matter what, this puppet absolutely couldn't be kept, it had to be dealt with immediately. The people in the global livestream were stunned by this sudden change. Just now they fought fiercely, and it was all calmed down by Zhang Ming's unconscious little movement? I was watching intensely. And now it's over? I thought this puppet would kill Zhang Ming. Looking at the situation, it seems impossible. Chapter 95, Sudden Change. Zhang Ming, still drowsy, placed his hand on the puppet's hair and gently stroked it. In that instant, it directly soothed the puppet's restlessness and desire for killing. The puppet widened its eyes, staring at Zhang Ming's chest with immense calmness. It had never been this calm before. So this is how warm a human embrace feels. Gesture puppet strange, danger 70%. You can heal inner wounds and can be the best companion. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming was still asleep and did not see the system's prompt. Gu Xian's whip reached out again toward the puppet. It had to be gotten rid of. Everything that posed a threat to her son's life had to be eliminated. Even if the danger was minimal. The puppet had just shown such clear malice towards Zhang Ming, it had crossed the bottom line. But Gu Xian didn't want to disturb Zhang Ming's rest, so she could only quietly throw the puppet away. As soon as the whip touched the puppet, it bit down hard on it. The puppet didn't want to leave Zhang Ming's embrace, so it directly stretched out its arms to cling tightly to Zhang Ming's body. Gu Xian wanted to use force, but found that the puppet had already attached itself to Zhang Ming. It gave no opportunity to be thrown away. If she insisted on throwing the puppet away, it would inevitably wake Zhang Ming. That was not the desired result. In this strange world, getting even one more second of rest was a luxury. The puppet's neck suddenly broke, its head popping out from Zhang Ming's arms, floating in the air, releasing the whip in its mouth and shaking it at Gu Xian. A picture of a small person finding success. In a low voice, with a proud tone, it said, "I won't leave my little master unless my little master dies." Gu Xian's face looked bad. Although this puppet had the same level and was obviously a bit stronger. Gu Xian warned in an extremely firm tone, "If you dare to kill my son, I will make your death very ugly." The puppet was indifferent, completely disregarding Gu Xian's warning. "You should take care of yourself, or else on that day, I might kill you." After saying that, the puppet's head returned to its body. Gu Xian opened her eyes wide, always watching Zhang Ming beside her, afraid that the puppet would hurt him. The first half of the night was quiet, but as the second half approached, Zhang Ming was awakened by chaotic sounds outside, hearing many strange whispers, their voices hoarse and unpleasant. It was like sand rolling in the throat, hard to distinguish between male and female. "There are sweet humans living in these tents, how fragrant. Come out. Do you think a thin tent can block us? If you don't come out, I might just tear the tent apart." Zhang Ming inside the tent could not see the strangeness outside, but that didn't mean the global livestream viewers couldn't see those unusual things. What are these things? They look so disgusting. There are a total of 15, with fish head bodies, especially those fingernails that are a few centimeters long. They could really poke someone to death. They look even uglier than deep-sea fish. I wonder if these seemingly thin tents can really shield us from these fierce creatures. Didn't the rules say that as long as we don't go out, everything will be fine? There are also false rules. I'm a bit scared. Seeing Zhang Ming wake up, Gu Xian thought he was afraid of the noises outside, quickly reaching out to pat his body, comforting him. "They can't come into the tent, don't worry. Don't be afraid. If they could come in, they wouldn't be roaring and intimidating, they would have already torn the tent apart to grab people." But if those humans couldn't withstand the bizarre scare and open the tent, then they would be doomed. Zhang Ming listened to the footsteps outside. There were at least a dozen creatures wandering around. They were like beasts in the jungle, waiting for prey to emerge. Suddenly, a bloody handprint appeared on the tent, with several creatures constantly slapping their tent, letting out a thirsty and impatient roar. They smelled Zhang Ming's human meat fragrance. Having not tasted human flesh for a long time, they couldn't wait any longer. The tent was about to be overturned by them. Zhang Ming's expression turned a bit cold, even a little impatient. It seemed very hard to sleep that night. He just turned his head and came face to face with the puppet's soulless, dull eyes. This scared Zhang Ming enough to sit up. He pointed at the puppet's enlarged body, saying, "Ah! Why has your body gotten bigger?" The puppet's glassy eyes abruptly looked over, really quite scary. Those eyes were not vicious, but they made people feel bloody and cold, sending a chill through their body. It made one think that in the next moment, it might pull out a knife to stab someone. After all, the clown puppet had left a pretty deep impression on him at first. The puppet also sat up mechanically with Zhang Ming, blinking. "Master, did you forget me? We met yesterday." After saying that, it made a gesture as if holding a knife, wanting to stab towards Zhang Ming, only to be tightly held back by Gu Xian's whip. Gu Xian warned the puppet again in a cold and hard tone, "Do you want to die?" The puppet tilted its head helplessly. "Friend, don't be so nervous, I just wanted to give a demonstration to make my little master remember me." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. Pretending to stab someone just to make a memorable impression is really quite insane. "I really want to thank you. I wonder if your mind only thinks about killing people." Zhang Ming said with annoyance, "I really didn't expect you to be so unruly and quite proactive about recognizing your master." The puppet's mechanical mouth opened and closed, speaking like an animated character. "You found me, so I am your toy. The master must take care of the toy." Zhang Ming was about to say something when a chill ran down his spine, and the tent was suddenly torn apart violently. "Ah! There are 3 little things in this tent." Zhang Ming immediately turned around to see a monster with a fish head reaching inside the tent with long claws, grabbing and trying to pull them out to eat. The fish head monster opened its mouth wide, drool dripping from the corners, falling onto the ground. Zhang Ming could even smell a strong, fishy odor. At the same time, he heard many challengers outside screaming and the sound of tents being torn apart. The scene was chaotic. The people in the global live broadcast watched their challengers being chased by the fish head monster, their hearts tightening. How could this happen? All these tents are destroyed, and even our challengers were eaten by that fish head monster. Weren't we told that if we didn't pay attention in the tent, we would be fine? The second rule only mentioned not paying attention, it never said that ignoring it wouldn't lead to death. We're doomed. They were sleeping peacefully, and then this happened. Do you think a person would die if they didn't sleep for 15 days? The fish head monster is strange, danger level extremely high. Characteristics: claws are poisonous and extremely sharp. The fish head monster extended its claws towards Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming quickly dodged and shouted, "Its claws are poisonous, don't get caught." The puppet didn't care if there was poison because its whole body was wood, completely unafraid of poison. Even if caught, it would not feel anything. Chapter 96, I Won't Kill You. Looking at the fish head monster, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. "Alright. It seems you have quite the skill in seeking death." The puppet attacked directly, its baby-sized body leaping onto the fish head's head, biting down immediately. The fish head monster couldn't see clearly and grabbed the puppet's body with its claws, trying to pull it off its head. The fish head monster's claws fiercely gripped the puppet's body. It wanted to use poison to kill the puppet. The puppet felt no pain, clinging onto it like a leech, and when biting the top of its head was ineffective, it directly bit the fish head monster's eyes. The eyes immediately burst, blue poison oozing out. The poison dripped onto the ground, quickly corroding a patch of soil. "Ah! My eyes, you little puppet, I will kill you." The puppet seemed to find a weakness, turned, and bit at the other eye. Then, with a twisted sense of fun, it conjured a long knife and swiftly pierced through both eye sockets. The puppet twisted the knife handle forcefully, coldly huffing, "You got it wrong, it's me killing you." The fish head monster crouched in pain, pleading, "It hurts. Spare me." Taking advantage of the fight between the puppet and the fish head monster, Zhang Ming exited the tent. He saw 4 or 5 fish head monsters running towards them. Some other challengers had been killed, while some clever ones were fleeing and hiding. As those monsters got closer and closer, Gu Xian quickly held Zhang Ming in her arms, her whip transforming into the previous electric stick. Whenever a fish head monster came close, she swung it, and if one hit wasn't enough, she hit twice. The electric stick was charged, the fish head monster couldn't handle the shock and kept retreating. At this moment, one fish head monster saw that a frontal attack wouldn't work, so it waited for the opportunity to attack from behind Gu Xian. Its 10-centimeter claws reached out directly towards Gu Xian.
Zhang Ming hurriedly shouted, "Mom, be careful behind you." Gu Xian reacted, turned around, and smashed the electric stick down hard on its head. Due to the high voltage in the electric stick, the fish head was directly scorched. It emitted the scent of roasted meat. Seeing their teammate mostly battered by Gu Xian and the puppet, the fish head monsters stopped chasing the challengers and instead all teamed up to surround Zhang Ming and the others. 10 fish head monsters encircled them. As the strange beings multiplied, the puppet's gaze became even more frenzied, raising both hands and heavily touching its face. The originally fair skin changed like magic, painted with a clown's makeup. Perhaps influenced by the clown makeup, he began to laugh uncontrollably, as if some seal had been broken. Such laughter not only frightened Zhang Ming and Gu Xian, but even the fish-headed monsters surrounding them kept retreating. The clown puppet carried a machine gun, aiming it at the fish-headed monster's head, don't you know? The more bizarre it is, the crazier I become. After saying this, he unleashed a barrage from his machine gun. His aim was precise, almost every shot resulted in a headshot. The strange heads were tough, requiring special bullets. Those bullets shot into their heads and exploded quickly. All the fish-headed monsters fell down. The puppet walked in front of those bizarre corpses and kicked one harshly. A look of regret appeared on his face. They're too easy to beat, it's boring. He put away the gun and sighed comfortably. So refreshing. The puppet walked up to Zhang Ming, opened his arms, and said proudly, "Little master, this toy of mine isn't bad, right? I helped you get rid of so much trouble." Zhang Ming looked at the clown puppet in front of him, walked over, and smiled, "You did well." Unexpectedly, the clown puppet was so powerful, definitely worth being redeemed. He just didn't know if it would backfire on himself. The clown puppet's personality was more extreme than that of the Doctor Mother in Yunku. It was a natural killing machine. Gu Xian and Yunku became bizarre after dying, still retaining a bit of humanity, making them easier to redeem. Moreover, this clown puppet was born bizarre. He just didn't understand why such a bizarre being would willingly be his toy. It clearly looked so difficult to tame. Hearing the praise, the puppet began to promote himself. "I will definitely become your assistant in the future." Zhang Ming joked, "I'm afraid that if you're upset, you'll kill me." Not knowing that he suddenly touched a nerve, the clown puppet's expression immediately turned very sad. "So you thought of me like this?" Zhang Ming hurriedly changed his tone, "Just kidding, thank you for helping me scare off those monsters." His words did not make the puppet happy. He didn't want to be disliked by Zhang Ming, avoiding eye contact while saying, "I won't kill you." After that, he voluntarily transformed into a small pendant and lay on the ground. Zhang Ming bent down to pick up the puppet and hung it back on his arm. He suddenly realized that this little puppet was quite sensitive. Just based on the fact that it saved him earlier, the clown puppet was already his friend. Although these bizarre beings had been cleared away, the place they would sleep at night had also been destroyed. It seemed they could only search for a new place to stay. After 11 o'clock at night, this area was very unsafe. To ensure they could safely pass through these nights, they had to find a place to sleep. And this place must be sturdy, not disturbed by the bizarre beings. But where could they find such a place? Every corner of this amusement park hid some unexpected bizarre beings. As he was troubled about where to go, dozens of challengers hiding not far away were walking toward Zhang Ming. Among them, 5 or 6 people were severely injured, poisoned by the fish-headed monsters, their bodies bruised and swollen. If left untreated, it wouldn't be long before they would succumb to the poison. The leading American challenger, Paul, approached Zhang Ming, his eyes filled with pleading. "Can we form a team with you? There are only 100 of us left in just one day. I'm afraid we won't survive these 3 days. I think only by following you will we have a way out. For the sake of our contributions to our country's fate, please help me." All 100 challengers looked at Zhang Ming with hopeful eyes. "Please help us, our country cannot afford to lose again. If we lose again, it will be the end. I'm begging you." Zhang Ming looked at so many people and contemplated a lot. This was a competitive arena, everyone faced different problems. He feared that when the time came, his help would be well-meaning but ineffective. Without harming his own interests, he tried to help a little. But it probably wouldn't be useful. In the end, Zhang Ming nodded, "I will do my best, but if you are killed by the strange creatures, it's not my responsibility." Hearing that Zhang Ming was willing to help them, they breathed a sigh of relief, but the severity on their faces did not lessen. Chapter 99, Searching for Shelter. The people from various countries admired Zhang Ming more in their hearts for agreeing to help, and felt regret. "I'm sorry, Dragon Country Kid, I shouldn't have scolded you before. I didn't expect him to be such a good person, I thought he wouldn't help us. We were biased against you, we won't be anymore. Thank you, Dragon Country Kid. Thank you for saving our lives. If it weren't for Zhang Ming just now, those 2 strange creatures wouldn't have helped us kill those fish-headed monsters, our challengers would eventually be killed. Humans are still too weak against the strange creatures." Inside the paradise. At this moment, Zhang Ming also noticed that 6 people in their team had been scratched by the fish-headed strange creatures. The wounds from the scratches were deeply bruised. If they were not treated immediately, they would probably die soon. Although they were competitors, they were human just like him. As long as they did not harm each other. Here, their common enemy was the strange creatures. Now that he had decided to help them, he should first treat the patients. After all, he had regeneration abilities, saving a few humans wouldn't cost him much. It was just a matter of moving his hands. Zhang Ming turned and crawled to the already torn tent, opening the black bag that contained food. He rummaged inside. All the challengers were puzzled about what Zhang Ming was looking for. What is he searching for? I don't know. Hey! At this moment, a challenger from a sand country suddenly fainted due to the pain from the wound. The other 5 injured challengers also fainted one after another. Those who were not injured frowned, worriedly asking, "Are they going to die?" The people supporting the sick just shook their heads, letting out a sad sigh, and simply breathed out. Not yet, they still have a breath left, but it seems they won't survive the night. No one knows if strange creatures will appear again. They might become our burden. It's not too late to throw them away after they die. Finally, Zhang Ming found a few candies in the plastic bag and walked to the injured people, handing them over. "These are detoxification pills, you should make them eat quickly." Those people looked at the candies in Zhang Ming's hand in disbelief, not expecting there to be an antidote here. They quickly took the candies, unwrapped them without asking, and directly fed them to the injured. They didn't care whether it was a pill or poison, they were already people who were going to die anyway. Eating it might really save their lives, right? Zhang Ming watched them put the candies into their mouths, then walked over to hold the hands of the injured, activating his regeneration power. Soon, the toxins inside them were resolved. The injured challengers were thus brought back to life from Zhang Ming's hands. When they woke up and looked at their healed wounds, they thought they were dreaming. Because they wouldn't believe they could survive. There were no medicines here, how could they possibly survive? My arm as well, even the wound has disappeared. Am I in hell? The wound doesn't hurt at all. Jolly, my wound? Why are you in front of me? Did you die too? The challengers who were saved couldn't believe they had survived, and they were perfectly fine. Those challengers hurriedly explained to them what had happened. You were supposed to die, but a hero from the dragon country saved you. He fed you detoxification pills, that's why you survived. The 6 rescued people looked simultaneously at Zhang Ming, their expressions filled with gratitude. Challengers from Grape Country, Malaysia, a sand country, and 6 other countries all bowed their heads. One by one, they walked up to Zhang Ming and expressed their gratitude with the most sincere words. There was no prejudice or arrogance in their tone. Thank you, really thank you, hero of Long Country, I can hardly believe you saved us. You saving me is like saving our country, I truly don't know how to express my thanks, thank you. I'm sorry, I said some bad things about you before. You must have been sent by our God, thank you, God. Thank you, hero of Long Country. Zhang Ming smiled and said, it's not easy to survive here, if my mother hadn't happened to have the antidote, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Gu Xian looked at Zhang Ming in confusion, unable to remember any antidote being developed. Could it be that her mind was so rusty that she forgot this matter entirely? Zhang Ming said this to keep them from knowing about his abilities. This ability was truly extraordinary, if they found out, they might develop ill intentions. He did say he would help appropriately, but that didn't mean he had to completely trust them. If it weren't for the fact that they had supported each other along the way and maintained a sense of harmony, he wouldn't have saved them. He initially didn't want to save them, but in the end, he couldn't resist, his compassion betrayed him. Gu Xian's brain hadn't processed everything yet, and the 6 challengers kept coming forward to thank him. Her expression was cold and hard, she didn't respond. Because she disliked unprompted gratitude, to her, anyone but Zhang Ming was worthless. She wouldn't save anyone without value. The citizens of the country saved by Zhang Ming watched the screen, each holding tissues, wiping their tears. The child of Long Country is so good to us. Whoa, I thought we were going to lose again. He still likes to help people, just like last time. The vision of the child from Long Country has opened my eyes. Thank you, God. Thank you, hero of Long Country. It must be our God showing signs. Clearly it was our little Ming who saved people, what does it have to do with your God? Little Ming's contributions are being overshadowed by you. If it weren't for our God guiding the child of Long Country, would he have come to save us? The people of Asan Country are really crazy. If your God were that good, you wouldn't keep losing. What nonsense! Zhang Ming looked at the 100 people in front of him and calmly said. The most important thing now is to find shelter, otherwise, we will have to experience what just happened every night. All the challengers agreed with Zhang Ming's statement. Paul said, it's hard to find a place to stay here, but we have to look, I plan to follow little Ming to find one.
Others also came forward to discuss. Looking together is definitely more efficient. It's easy to get into trouble when you go it alone. Yes, that's a good idea. No matter how strange they are, with so many of us, we can definitely win. Zhang Ming didn't pay attention to their spirited speeches. He just thought that the puppet was a native here. It should be very familiar with the area, knowing where there are places to stay. After what happened earlier, Zhang Ming no longer regarded it as a dispensable little trinket. When it needed to be used, it had to be used. He shook the puppet on his wrist and asked, "Little puppet, do you know where there is a place to stay?" All the challengers fell silent when they heard Zhang Ming asking the puppet if it knew of a place to stay. They all looked at him. The puppet's answer was heavy for everyone, like a lifeline. They were full of expectation and envy, hoping Zhang Ming could indeed ask something, and envious that he had such strange family and companions. Chapter 100, Is this place filled with such beautiful people? And they have nothing. At the same time, they admired Zhang Ming. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to talk to the strange beings, let alone become friends. The fear of the strange entities had seeped into their bones. They understood better than anyone how much courage it took to build a real relationship with the strange entities. In fact, members of the various countries' special teams had also encouraged their challengers to get close to the strange beings. But they never dared to try. The members of the treasure bag team had never truly faced the strange, so they naturally did not know how strong the sense of oppression from the strange could be. They wanted to learn from Zhang Ming, but they couldn't even begin. The puppet nodded and said, "Yes, but you have to find it yourselves." When Zhang Ming heard there was hope, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Do you have your own house?" The puppet shook his head and casually replied, "I don't like being bound, I like to wander, so I don't have a fixed place." Zhang Ming said, "Then can you take us to a place to stay?" The puppet looked at the many people behind him, hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed and said, "Okay." In truth, he didn't want to help anyone but Zhang Ming because it was too troublesome. Why should he help anyone when the little master was Zhang Ming? He had no compassion and couldn't understand why Zhang Ming wanted to help others. Helping Zhang Ming would make him happy, helping unrelated people would make him feel bored. Zhang Ming patted the puppet's red explosive hair and smiled, saying, "You lead the way later." The puppet shook his head and replied, "Don't worry, your matters will definitely be handled well." Zhang Ming turned to the eager challengers and said, "Go gather your things, I will take you to find a place to stay." He walked into the damaged tent and neatly stacked the intact bedding, tying it up. Guixian proactively took the things with care. For unexpected needs. Other people also quickly packed up the bedding and carried it on their backs, ready to set off. Zhang Ming said to the little puppet, "Let's set off." The puppet's body floated in the air, and Zhang Ming followed closely behind him. Most of the lights inside the amusement park had already been turned off, but a few dim lights remained. The puppet led the challengers through various amusement facilities in search of a place to stay. They wandered around for a while. Finally, they stopped in front of a suspension bridge. On the other side of the bridge was a thick fog, and it was nighttime, making it even harder to see the real situation on the other side. The puppet also stopped advancing and stood at the edge of the bridge. Zhang Ming frowned, staring at the other side, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression, but he couldn't say why. Was it that there was something blocking the puppet on the bridge? He looked at the puppet who had halted and asked, "Are we not moving?" The puppet shook his head, "No, we have to wait." Wait? Zhang Ming was a bit confused, but his subconscious told him that something bad would happen next. To be safe, Zhang Ming asked the system again. "System, is there a house to stay on the other side?" "Yes." This clear answer made Zhang Ming feel a bit at ease. Soon, the system popped up another message. "There are also strange beings." Zhang Ming had not been happy for long when he was thrown a bucket of cold water. As long as you are not affected by the strange beings, you can still stay safely. Zhang Ming thought it should be a gameplay similar to the Death Apartment and did not care too much. Behind Zhang Ming, the 100 challengers were feeling increasingly anxious and nervous because they had come to a halt. Every extra minute spent outside added a minute of danger. They really did not want to encounter the strange being with the fish head like before. The challenger from a sand country looked at the pitch-black opposite side, took a few steps back, and timidly said, "It looks very eerie over there, I'm afraid it's not a good place. Why don't we not follow that little dragon country kid? What I fear most now is that the strange being will suddenly appear behind us. Trying to gain usable resources from the world of urban legends is really not easy at all. Why don't we just leave? That puppet strange being just killed so many of us, it definitely won't be so kind. I'm afraid it will lead us to a dead end. That suspension bridge looks so fragile, I'm worried that we will just fall off as soon as we step on it. We can't even see any lights on the other side, I'm afraid it's not a good place. Let's just go back." The members of the treasure bag teams from various countries were discussing what lay on the other side of the suspension bridge. Kangaroo country. The unknown is the thing that scares people the most. The children of Dragon Country aren't trying to trick us, are they? The children of Dragon Country are protected by the mysterious, so they are certainly fine. But I fear there may be a trap here. It's impossible to detect anything on the other side of the bridge. In a sand country. Let the mysterious lead the way. Do you think this is reliable? Not reliable. Dragon Country is hypocritical. I'm afraid they don't have good intentions. But he just saved our challenger. We should trust him. The chief of a sand country still shook his head and said, that was just pretending to be kind in front of people. Anyway, I will never believe Dragon Country will help us. Besides, the one who saved us is our god. What does that have to do with Dragon Country? Dragon Country is so detestable. It's already good that they haven't harmed us. In May Country. Are we really going to follow that child from Dragon Country? Yes. Why not? Since we know there is danger behind us, why not move forward? Who knows, maybe ahead is a bright path. Dragon Country has an ancient saying, when one is at the end of a mountain and river, when there seems to be no way out, there may be another village with flowers and willows ahead. Chief, you're also learning ancient poetry from Dragon Country? After about 10 minutes, a row of graceful women in various light-colored dance skirts suddenly appeared on the bridge. They walked on their bare, flawless feet, using their toes, light and very lively. The ribbons on their shoulders swayed in the wind, very beautiful. Their faces were beautiful, at least each was on Zhang Ming's aesthetic point. In this murky world of bizarre tales, there are also such beautiful and lively mysteries? Is this still the world of bizarre tales he knows? The audience in the global live broadcast room saw not beautiful women, but skeletal frames with no flesh. So this is what we were waiting for, these skeletons. Are they strong? Even puppets are afraid of them. Why does our challenger look at these skeletons with such lecherous eyes? It's over. These mysteries are likely tougher to deal with than those fish-head monsters we saw earlier. I said, it's impossible for the child from Dragon Country to be so kind and help us find a place. The child from Dragon Country just saved a person, it shows he has a good heart. What are you all saying? Beautiful skeleton, extremely high danger level. Features, their appearances are not fixed, they can transform into any type of beautiful man or woman that you desire, with thousands of faces. Lecherous mysteries and people are very easy to fall for. No wonder he felt these female mysteries were so beautiful, they were indeed shaped by his subconscious. Zhang Ming looked a little longer with an admiring attitude, his thoughts were very pure. If there was even a bit of impurity, he would suffer for it. As the beautiful skeletons approached more closely, the ribbons brushed against his face, making Zhang Ming a bit itchy, so he casually flicked the ribbons away. Until the last beautiful woman walked past Zhang Ming. Wondering if after these women left, could they cross the bridge? Zhang Ming had already turned his head, eagerly asking the puppet, can we go now? The puppet nodded, we can go. Actually, there was no need to wait, they could directly cross, but just wanted to have a little fun with the humans behind. Carrying so many humans, how could they not play a little? Chapter 101, Puppet Town. Zhang Ming turned back and saw several challengers hugging skeletons, lost in desire. They looked intoxicated, their hands constantly touching the skeletons, impatient. The scene was extremely grotesque, unwatchable. Especially the challengers from a sand country, their entire bodies pressed against the skeletons. Their eager look seemed like they had never seen a woman before. Soon, those challengers with evil thoughts, entranced by ghosts, were drained of their energy, their bodies limp on the ground. Their faces were ashen, showing no signs of breath. The treasure group from a sand country watched their challengers holding skeletons and gnawing at them, so angry they were stomping their feet. Indeed, the child from Dragon Country brought them here to kill them, how despicable. We actually fell for it. Damn you, Kelly Mai. Ah. Dragon Country is definitely playing us. It must be. Our Kelly Mai just died like this. But most of the challengers were not affected by the skeletons, perhaps it is indeed our problem. Nonsense. The Asen country didn't know that the Dragon Country never cared about them. It was their paranoia that made them think Zhang Ming targeted them everywhere. The remaining 82 challengers remained clear-headed, knowing this was a trap and were not drawn in by the beautiful skeletons. Zhang Ming was also taken aback. How did he turn around and see a dozen people suddenly fall? Aren't these people the strongest elites from each country? Couldn't they resist such a slight temptation? After the beautiful skeletons had eaten their fill, they did not continue to attack others. They lined up neatly again, walking into the distance, to lure more prey. Even though the remaining 82 were uninjured, their gazes towards Zhang Ming held subtle concerns. If it weren't for my unwavering heart, I fear I would have ended up like them, long dead. We haven't even entered yet, and we've encountered this situation, who knows if the bridge leads into a den of demons. But standing here is just as dangerous. Then should we still follow that Dragon Country kid? The recent turn of events made some people in the group restless and doubtful. Doubting Zhang Ming's intentions. Zhang Ming listened to their discussions without getting angry, whether they followed or not was their choice. He just felt a bit emotional. After all, how could people from different countries truly unite? Zhang Ming stood at the front, speaking calmly. If some of you do not trust me and think I am harming you, you can stay, I won't say anything. Now time is tight, we need to cross the bridge. Anyone who wants to follow can come, and those who don't can leave freely. After speaking, Zhang Ming walked straight onto the suspension bridge, ignoring them. In the world of ghost stories, it requires not only physical strength but also brains. One wrong step and it could lead to doom. Smart people naturally know how to act, while those who are timid and foolish may survive today by chance, but tomorrow they will still die, just a matter of time. People from various countries in the global livestream were also heavily discussing. I think it's better not to go, it's all black mist over there, and those skeletons came out of that mist. Isn't that black mist the strange nest? Otherwise, where do all those oddities in the amusement park come from? I don't feel it's reliable, a person's life is only one, it's better to be cautious. But have you considered that standing still is just as dangerous? Paul was the first to quickly walk to Zhang Ming's side and said, I am willing to follow you across. Then, one after another, 60 challengers followed Zhang Ming onto the suspension bridge. No matter what, we still have to take a gamble. I am willing to go with you, standing still is not an option either. Zhang Ming didn't want to care about their discussions, anyway, he had done what he needed to do and could stand up to his conscience. If those challengers wanted to follow, they would naturally come. As for those who didn't want to come, he wished them good luck looking out for themselves. The suspension bridge shook when stepped on, and the sound of wailing ghosts blew in the air. Zhang Ming turned to look below the bridge, which was also endless black mist, and he could see nothing. The air carried a heavy smell of blood. Below the bridge, dark tides roiled silently. Zhang Ming held Guexayan's hand, and as they were about to reach the other end of the bridge, he held his breath. A bit nervous. He didn't know what awaited them next. After crossing the suspension bridge, all he had to do was walk through the mist, and everything would become clear. Guexayan sensed Zhang Ming's nervousness and gently leaned down to whisper in his ear, How about mommy carries you? Zhang Ming spread his arms wide and looked at Guexayan, softening his voice, Mommy, hug. Guexayan gently embraced Zhang Ming. Without any hesitation, she stepped into the black mist one step at a time. After passing through the mist, rows of brightly colored cartoon houses appeared. The street lights were much brighter than before. It felt like stepping into a fairy tale town. In complete contrast to the eerie atmosphere just moments ago. It truly felt like seeing the light after the clouds parted. But the only suspicious thing here was that there were stuffed puppets everywhere. These puppets were not as exquisite as those in the market. Each one was even made crookedly, with eyes that weren't really eyes and noses that weren't really noses. They only looked like human figures on the outside. They were quietly placed in every corner, creating a bustling illusion in this place. The system gave no hints, so it seemed these puppets weren't strange after all. The challengers following Zhang Ming saw such a house, and the tension on their faces finally eased a bit. They looked left and right, everything was quite novel. It really seems like people can live here, looks like following Zhang Ming was the right choice. These houses are much better than tents. Look, why are there all kinds of dolls everywhere? They look quite odd, they won't suddenly come to life, right? At this moment, Zhang Ming saw a wooden sign standing at the entrance of the town, with words on it. He then got down from Guexayan's arms and walked over. Congratulations everyone on finding Paradise Town, you can live here, but you must abide by the rules. Rule 1, every puppet has a soul, please do not provoke them. Rule 2, do not eat food served by puppets dressed in black robes. Rule 3, you must get permission from the room's owner before moving in. Please make yourselves at home. These rules were set for them, the challengers. So well hidden, the tents given to them before were clearly a trick. So spooky. Other challengers also saw the sign for moving in. It seems this is the place we will be staying next. Looks good. I really feel sorry for those who didn't come along, they're really missing out. What can they do being so timid? Chapter 102, Madam Puppet. Paul saw Zhang Ming about to leave and quickly chased after him, his tone sincere, appearing extremely easy to get along with. Thank you so much for bringing us here. Zhang Ming looked up at him, it's nothing, I'm also looking for a place to stay just like you. Paul noticed the puppet on Zhang Ming's wrist, his eyes flickered, and he asked, that puppet on your wrist looks quite special, is it strange? Zhang Ming looked at him confused, this was not a question he should be asking knowingly. Yes, what about it? Paul said gently, I mean no other intentions, can I take a look? You helped us just now, I feel it's a good strange and want to thank you properly. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, not understanding why he was so curious about his puppet all of a sudden. Could it be he wanted to covet the puppet? That shouldn't be. The puppet was strange, would he dare to touch it? Weren't these people afraid of the strange? Zhang Ming took the puppet in his hand, squeezed it thoughtfully. It is indeed different from other strange things. Could it be you also want to have a puppet? Paul quickly waved his hand, refuting, I'm just curious, I have no such intentions. Zhang Ming saw through him but chose to remain silent. He was afraid that while claiming to have no such intentions, Paul's heart didn't match his words. Paul didn't seem so innocent. From before until now, his eyes had always been lingering on the puppet on Zhang Ming's wrist. This Paul clearly was a very clever person, he was just disguising poorly. Zhang Ming took the puppet off his wrist and generously said, since you're so interested, I can let you take a look. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Paul's face. Since this boy could gain the favor of the strange, perhaps he could too. After all, they were both human, and he was the most powerful person in all of America. Not lacking at all. The others were afraid of the strange and didn't dare to touch it, but he was not afraid. He would definitely be able to possess and utilize the strange. Even the members of the American Tricksters Club watching this scene in the live broadcast were. Everyone was unusually excited. I can't believe that kid from the Dragon Country is actually willing to show the puppet to our people. If Paul can just snatch the puppet from him, we wouldn't have to worry about not winning this time. Paul is certainly no worse than that child. Whatever the Dragon Country can do, we can do it too. I'm just afraid that the puppet has already chosen its master. When Paul heard that Zhang Ming was willing to let him see the puppet, a smile crept onto his lips. Thank you so much. As he spoke, he reached out toward Zhang Ming's puppet. But as soon as his hand touched the puppet, his whole arm suddenly became numb, painful, and swollen. My arm, this puppet is so prickly. Paul quickly pulled back his hand, squatting on the ground and pressing hard on his arm, the pain twisting his face. Zhang Ming looked quite innocent. I didn't know the puppet would be so prickly. Are you okay? I just wanted to show you, not let you touch it. A flicker of malice flashed in Paul's eyes, but he quickly smiled again, shaking his head and forcing a chuckle. It's fine, after all, it is strange, touching it like that must have startled it, huh? Zhang Ming didn't want to interact with him for long and quickly said, as long as you're fine, let's hurry and find a place to stay. It's almost the next day, or else it will be too late. The pain in Paul's arm had not subsided. Okay. Zhang Ming didn't care about him anymore and led Gu Xian to find a place to stay. Paul didn't expect the puppet to be so powerful. Even without any visible injury on his arm, the pain still made him tremble all over. Fortunately, he could endure the pain, otherwise, he would have already been rolling on the ground. He quietly kept score of this debt in his heart. Dragon Country kid, wait until the day I can control the strange. You will be the first one I kill. Without you, I refuse to believe that the Dragon Country can continue to develop. Meanwhile, the puppet in Zhang Ming's hand shook continuously, its tone full of discontent. Master, do you really want to give me to that person? He doesn't look like a good person. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, I just wanted to test him a bit, I didn't expect him to fall for it so quickly. The puppet's eyes gleamed coldly. I've already crippled that arm of his. Zhang Ming was taken aback by the puppet's sudden declaration, a little surprised. Crippled? How is that possible? He only touched you for a second. To him, casually touching the puppet didn't seem like such a serious issue, no need to cripple someone for that. When the puppet thought of something wicked, its glassy eyes would shine unusually bright. If he doesn't voluntarily sever his arm, that arm will keep hurting until he dies. Zhang Ming tightened his grip instinctively upon hearing this. What a cruel trick, pure torture, this is more painful than killing someone directly. Truly worthy of being a puppet, its methods of tormenting people are beyond compare. Zhang Ming said with annoyance. If it weren't for your help just now, I would have really thought you turned over a new leaf. The puppet replied. I have indeed become a bit kinder. If it were the past, he would have died long ago. No one would dare to look at me with that kind of utilitarian gaze. As they were talking, Zhang Ming stopped in front of a blue house. In front of the door stood 3 extremely ugly fabric dolls, really resembling a family of 3. Zhang Ming looked at the door in front of him and said, let's stay here. He stepped up the stairs and politely asked the unmoving dolls, can I stay at your home? The 3 dolls still remained motionless, blankly leaning against the door. After a while, Zhang Ming saw the door open from the inside, and out came a doll that was many times more exquisite than the ones outside. It was a humanoid doll, every inch of its body showed traces of needle and thread. Even its eyes were sewn from beautiful buttons, and its bright red lips were stitched with red thread. This doll was wearing a black robe. Isn't this just the puppet in the black robe mentioned in the rules? When did his luck become this bad? Puppet Madam, danger level extremely high. Traits, strongly controlling. Loves to make puppets. Special reminder, Puppet Madam is the core of the town. If she dies, the town dies. Puppet Madam did not have the cold face Zhang Ming imagined. Instead, she came out warmly to greet them. It's been a long time since we've had new guests here, please come in. Zhang Ming did not expect to get in so easily. He and Gu Xian followed closely behind her.
Zhang Ming looked at the puppet walking back and forth in front of him, not feeling surprised at all.
Because he was used to it.
At this moment, Puppet Madam walked ahead, her head spinning 360 degrees to face Zhang Ming, her smile rising.
Little human child, who is this strange one next to you? Zhang Ming said, she is my mom?
Puppet Madam's smile grew even wider. You recognize a strange one as your mother.
You are quite bold, why don't you recognize me as your mother too? Chapter 103, please eat something.
Before Zhang Ming could speak, Gu Xian hurriedly stepped forward, holding Zhang Ming in her arms, her tone hard.
He is my son.
No one can take away her child. Anyone who dares to snatch her son will face her wrath. Zhang Ming saw the atmosphere turn tense and quickly grabbed Gu Xian's hand, comforting her.
Mom, don't be angry, I won't go with her. Zhang Ming's soft little hand pulled Gu Xian's reason back.
Zhang Ming looked apologetically at Puppet Madam.
I already have a real mom, I can't be your son, please let me go, don't make this joke. Puppet Madam was not angry because of Zhang Ming's rejection, instead, she smiled brightly.
I am a nice strange one and won't force you, little human child, you are simply too cute. I promise to let you stay here with me for a while. Zhang Ming had thought this landlady would be difficult to deal with, but did not expect to get to stay so easily. It was a bit too easy, without any obstacles at all. He wondered if other challengers were like him. Zhang Ming felt quite curious.
Thank you.
Puppet Madam turned her head forward and said, from now on, you can call me Puppet Madam, I will take you to the upstairs rooms. So, Zhang Ming followed Puppet Madam up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor had only 2 rooms. Puppet Madam led Zhang Ming into the room closest to the stairs. She took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and the door opened.
After bringing Zhang Ming into the room, Puppet Madam turned and said, this is your room, are you satisfied?
Zhang Ming glanced around the room, which was warmly arranged. Every piece of furniture was covered with exquisite fabric. Everywhere had flowers woven with yarn. On the bedside was an ugly puppet, just like the one outside. This was the cleanest and most normal room Zhang Ming had ever seen in the world of horror stories.
Even the people watching the global livestream were surprised by the warm arrangement of the room.
This house is just too beautiful. I can't believe this is a strange one's house.
Doesn't it feel like an illusion? Strange ones are really good at confusing people. I really want to have such a little house. It looks so warm.
It's amazing how a strange one can be so skillful, even the flowers on the table are woven. Zhang Ming nodded and praised without holding back, my room is so pretty, madam, you really have great skills. Puppet Madam, flattered by Zhang Ming, covered her mouth and laughed heartily. This place is very lonely, so I make puppets and weave yarn to pass the time, you must be hungry. I prepared food for you, so you have to eat something. Zhang Ming saw the puppet in front of him wearing a black robe and politely refused.
No need.
We brought food, look, I'm living in your place and now eating your food, how embarrassing. He really didn't dare to eat food from this puppet, who knows what would happen after eating it. He did not believe that a puppet living in a world of horror would be so kind-hearted. To provide shelter and food. How good must this heart be to help others achieve this step? He remembered that puppets seemed heartless. Madam Puppet did not change her mind due to Zhang Ming's refusal, but instead spoke more gently, her expression clearly showing worry.
My dear child, how could you think this way? It is such an honor for you to be here, don't you know how perfect you are?
Perfect?
What perfect? Him?
Zhang Ming was somewhat confused, looking at Madam Puppet with a doubtful expression. No strange creature has ever thought I, a human, was perfect. Even his mother, the female doctor, wouldn't think of him as a perfect child.
No one is perfect, unless that person is a product.
Zhang Ming did not want to overthink or doubt everything, but being in such an environment made him think more. Madam Puppet seemed to realize she said something wrong, quickly shifting the subject. Those strange creatures have no vision. By the way, I prepared food for you, it must be delicious. Zhang Ming heard her emphasizing eating again. It seemed that this meal was a must to eat. The more she insisted on giving him things, the less they seemed like good things. After finishing her strange speech, Madam Puppet gave Zhang Ming no chance to retort, turned around and left the room.
Gu Xian looked at the tightly closed door, a bit worried. Baby.
The puppet just now was very strange.
Zhang Ming looked at Gu Xian with interest. What was so strange?
I thought she was quite helpful.
Gu Xian sat beside Zhang Ming, furrowing her brow. Being helpful is strange.
Our strange creatures eat human flesh. Anyway, I've never seen a strange creature be so friendly upon first meeting a human.
Baby. You must stay alert, don't be tricked.
Zhang Ming glanced at the puppet teddy bear on the bed, his expression calm, and said, Mom, just relax. Every strange creature is different, it's impossible that every strange creature has hostility toward us. You see, both the puppet and you are very nice to me.
Gu Xian was almost panicking to see Zhang Ming trust the puppet so much. They are all strange creatures, how could she not know how they think? This son is just too innocent, too kind. Forget it. There's no talking sense into you, anyway, I will always be by your side. If that Madam Puppet dares to do anything to you, I won't let her off the hook. The clown puppet left Zhang Ming's arm and revealed a key piece of information. Madam Puppet has spent her whole life making puppets, all the puppets outside are made, and her ideal is to create the most perfect puppet in the world. Perfect puppet. How did that sentence sound so uncomfortable? Zhang Ming said, I can tell, but her skills are indeed quite poor, none of the puppets outside look good. Let's pack up. In 2 hours it will be 8 o'clock, the amusement park opens at 10, and we still have 4 hours to rest. Thinking of experiencing those twisted amusement rides again, Zhang Ming felt a bit annoyed. After completing this game, he absolutely would not return to the amusement park again. Never mind, he needed to rest well first to deal with what would happen next. Gu Xian helped Zhang Ming arrange his bedding. Just as Zhang Ming was about to rest and sleep, the door opened, and Madam Puppet walked in with snacks, entering without knocking. I prepared food for you, hurry up and eat. Saying this, she placed the plate on the table. The aroma of the snacks was delightful, constantly stimulating Zhang Ming's taste buds. He couldn't help but swallow, feeling a bit hungry. But the second rule clearly stated, do not eat anything given by puppets in black robes. Zhang Ming fought through his hunger and shook his head, Madam Puppet, I already ate earlier, I'm quite full, I can't eat anymore. Chapter 104 Perfect Materials for Production. Madam Puppet said nothing but walked up to Zhang Ming, bending down to look at him. The button eyes gave no expression, only making one feel uneasy. Little children should not lie, I know you are very hungry. Hurry, eat up. The eyes of people around the world are sharp, even if they are not on the scene, they can see something is wrong through the screen. They can only say that the puppet lady's acting is terrible. What's going on with this eerie situation? We said we don't want to eat 2 or 3 times, yet they still brought the food. Don't eat it. You'll die if you do. Our challengers have encountered similar situations, these Eries are too cunning, knowing that there are few things humans can eat here, they want to use food to poison us. Don't you find it strange? Why is every room's owner a puppet, and they are all wearing black robes? Are these puppets part of an organization? Gu Xian could no longer watch, she walked over and pushed the puppet lady aside, protecting her child as she held Zhang Ming in her arms. The whip in her hand was already itching to move. My son doesn't want to eat, you need to take it away. Gu Xian has always been very sensitive to the Yuri, as long as it harbors malice, she can quickly sense it, even if it is well disguised. The puppet lady could only stand straight, placing the items on the table, her tone did not change, still gentle. But her lips turned down, looking quite hurt. I know you are very wary of me, and I understand. After all, I am Yuri. These snacks are just placed on the table, if you want to eat, go ahead. I won't force you, you can rest well, I'll take my leave now. Don't think of the Yuri as so bad. There are those among us who are kind at heart. These words seemed to suggest that Zhang Ming and the others did not know what was good for them. After the puppet lady left, Zhang Ming walked to the table, staring at the delicious-looking snacks before him, saliva continuously dripping from his mouth. What's happening? I really want to eat. He has never desired food like this before. At this moment, the system provided a prompt. If these foods are consumed over a long time, once the toxins accumulate to a certain level, it can cause a qualitative change in a person or Erie body, making the skin turn to fabric and the internal organs into cotton. However, you have regenerative powers within you, these mild toxins will not harm you. Skin turning to fabric, internal organs becoming cotton. Isn't this a puppet? So this is how the puppet lady makes puppets? It was just mentioned that he is perfect. And also wants to make a perfect puppet. The puppet lady also wants to turn him into a puppet. Such speculation sent chills down Zhang Ming's spine, making the hair on his body stand on end. Turning people into puppets, what a twisted and insane idea. If this is true, then all the puppets in this town are not sewn together stitch by stitch. It's the puppet lady who has turned some Eries into puppets and placed them in the town. As many Eries are quite ugly, all the transformed puppets are just as ugly, lacking noses and eyes. Zhang Ming unconsciously looked at the ugly puppet on the bed. Could this ugly puppet be a surveillance device? His body is unaffected by the poison, so the food in the bowl is safe to eat. Without understanding the true power of the puppet lady, he cannot turn against her yet. He can only test the waters. Besides, he still wants to continue staying here. If he killed the puppet lady, who knows if this town would turn into another kind of hell? Zhang Ming pushed the food aside and said, I won't eat. Mom, throw them all away. Gu Xian had wanted to do this for a long time. As soon as Zhang Ming finished speaking, she took the plate and threw it straight into the trash can. The puppet lady saw the scene in the basement and, furious, swept everything off the table. Her face no longer held any of the previous kindness or gentleness. Only anger remained. Her expression twisted in rage, turning her into a true monster. This kid just said my puppets are ugly, and I endured it. Now he refuses to eat my food. If it weren't for the fact that these foods need you to voluntarily eat them to be effective, I would have stuffed you with them long ago. You would have no choice but to eat? It makes me so angry. Such good materials for crafting over there. It's better for me to have a bit more patience. Lady Puppet struggled to calm the rage inside her, suppressing it for a full 10 minutes, before her expression turned back to the gentle and friendly look from before. With determination, she looked at Zhang Ming. Such good materials are worth my patience. On Zhang Ming's side, he had already gone to bed and was sleeping soundly. Gu Xian gently patted Zhang Ming's body to help him sleep. Zhang Ming tightly hugged his puppet, burying his head in Gu Xian's embrace, instantly feeling overwhelmed with safety. He wouldn't be afraid, even if monsters came. Because Mom was there. Zhang Ming pouted his little lips. Mom, wake me up at 9:30 tomorrow. Gu Xian looked gentle, smiling as she said, okay, go to sleep. Mom will watch over you. Good night, Mom. Good night, puppet. While Zhang Ming was sleeping during this time, those challengers who hadn't come with him were still lingering in the amusement park. Until an old voice appeared behind them. Do you want balloons? The challengers from Maple Leaf Country looked puzzled and asked, what balloons? Human head balloons. The old man's eerie smile crept up as he released the balloons in his hand. One challenger accidentally touched a balloon and was immediately strangled by it. His head kept inflating until it turned into a new balloon. There was no chance of resistance at all. The remaining challengers, seeing the situation turn grim, were frightened and quickly ran away. They were too close to the balloons. Even if they ran, they couldn't escape. One by one, the challengers turned into balloons. The few who remained, desperately fleeing, said regretfully, if only we had followed the kid from Dragon Nation. What use is saying this now? Hurry and run. Don't get caught by the balloon. None of the challengers escaped the fate of becoming human head balloons. Only the old man remained in place, muttering incantations. Balloons. I need a lot of balloons. No one can escape the fate of becoming a balloon. The countrymen of these challengers watched this tragic scene, feeling both angry and regretful. If they had stuck with the kid from Dragon Nation, they would have probably crawled into bed to sleep by now. So foolish. The first time my own people made me cry. Yeah. If they had followed the kid from Dragon Nation, the challengers wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have lost. Natural disasters are getting worse. Our country is doomed. At 9:30 in the morning, Gu Xian called out to Zhang Ming, baby, it's time to get up. Zhang Ming rubbed his eyes, crawled up from bed, mumbling, so soon, it's time already. Zhang Ming got dressed, came down, and quickly freshened up. He prepared food and a map. Just as he grabbed the dry bread Gu Xian had prepared for him, Lady Puppet came in without knocking, bringing more food. The plate was still filled with various breakfast items that smelled delicious and looked beautiful. Seeing Zhang Ming holding dry bread made her feel reluctant. How can a child eat such rough food? I prepared sweet and tasty salad and sandwiches for you, please eat. Zhang Ming continued to bite into the bread he was holding. Although this dry bread tasted bad, at least it felt safe to eat. Lady Puppet, thank you for the breakfast, but we really have to go to the amusement park now. We can't delay any longer. Goodbye. After saying that, he left the room without even looking at the food on the table. Lady Puppet took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to grab Zhang Ming back. Chapter 105, The Fish God Festival Mask. Zhang Ming and Gu Xian walked out of the amusement park town, arriving at the suspension bridge they had seen before. Because it was daytime, they could see clearly what was above and below the bridge. The long suspension bridge in front of them was made of wood. As Zhang Ming walked on the bridge and looked down, he saw that it was not a valley below, but a long river of blood. He could even see many withered blood hands stretching out from the blood river. The thick, bloody smell must be emanating from below. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if he fell. He would definitely be devoured by those blood hands. Additionally, he noticed that the black mist only appeared at night. There is none during the day. Zhang Ming followed Gu Xian to the other end of the bridge. After that, many challengers followed over. But Paul was not in the group. Paul had persuaded many challengers from other countries to team up with him. He was also the core of the team, and his teammates couldn't find him. Where is Paul? I don't know. I saw him go into a room holding his arm last night and he hasn't come out since. By now, he should have shown up. Is he dead? Impossible. We are all alive and well, how could he be dead? That's true, it seems like nothing happened last night. This strange little town is quite nice for me. It's just like staying in a hotel, and they even bring me food. Did you eat? Of course not, the owner was wearing a black robe, I didn't dare to eat.
Zhang Ming looked around, and Paul was really not there.
Strange. Could he really be dead?
Who cares? Whether he is dead or not has nothing to do with him, but he is more concerned about how he died.
Did he bleed to death from a cut arm?
Puppet, did you kill that person yesterday? The puppet immediately refuted, I have always been hanging on you, never left, maybe he really died from the pain. Until they entered the horror paradise, no one had seen Paul again. Zhang Ming stopped caring about him. He went straight to the large screen in the middle of the horror paradise. The screen listed all the challengers' names and their challenge projects. Red names indicated they had not died. Gray names indicated they were already dead. Zhang Ming looked down and found that all the challengers who didn't stay with him at the town yesterday were dead.
Life is so fragile here. This time, the challengers were dying even faster than in the last game's death rate.
Zhang Ming looked up again, and Paul's name was red, he was not dead. Since he wasn't dead, he must still be in his room dealing with his painful arm.
Zhang Ming's name was always at the top. Last night he had completed 3 amusement facilities.
There were 5 more projects waiting for him to complete. They were pirate ship, escape room, bungee jump, bumper cars, and octopus. He knew what the first 4 were about.
But what is this octopus? Forget it, let's start with the familiar pirate ship. Moreover, no one has come over to this pirate ship.
Zhang Ming took out the map and followed it to the pirate ship.
From the map, the amusement park wasn't very large. Thank goodness it isn't too big, otherwise who could handle these amusement facilities? I'm afraid even the strange things couldn't stand it.
They walked unknowingly to the large square in the middle. Because the pirate ship was on the other side of the square. But just as they crossed the square, they heard joyful drumming from afar.
Zhang Ming couldn't help but look towards the sound.
A group of strange figures dressed in bizarre costumes was slowly dancing an unknown performance. Each strange face wore a mask, possibly to enhance the atmosphere, and white mist floated all around,
making the whole group look even more mysterious.
The system in his mind provided information on this strange group before him.
Fish god mask strange, extremely high danger. Characteristics: those who use the mask will create illusions through special dances, confusing their prey, leading them to join the group, thereby enhancing the user's strength.
Weakness: if you are not fooled by the mask, it can do nothing to you, it has no attacking ability. Suggestion: remove the mask from the user's face with your hands to weaken the illusion until it shatters.
Special reminder, if you are deceived, you will never have a chance to walk out again, even if your body does not die, your mind will merge with the group, becoming a complete puppet.
This is an extremely high danger strange thing.
Guaxian and the puppet are in extreme danger, with no strength to fight back. It seems the only option is to run. Mom! We should hurry and run. Guaxian can also see those strange powers.
Bending down, she holds Zhang Ming and runs forward. Who would have thought, they couldn't shake them off at all. Those strange beings are closing in on them like ghosts, moving quickly. The sound of drums gets louder and louder, even though their dance steps don't seem fast at all.
Yet, they are almost caught up to them. No matter how fast they run, those strange beings still catch up.
Each of their faces is adorned with a fish god mask, covered in blue scales. The scales shimmer with different lights depending on the angle, and the mask has 2 golden horns on top, with eyes below that bulge like copper bells, fierce and intimidating. 4 sharp fangs protrude from their mouths. The whole image of the mask is incredibly grim and rugged. Up close, it is especially shocking. Clearly, this kind of mask is used for exorcism, but now it is worn by these strange beings. It is said that wearing the mask allows one to see the divine, but who knows if it's true.
The crowd in the Dragon Kingdom livestream is greatly shocked by the appearance of the mask. Why is our mask here? Isn't it used to ward off evil? Could it be that the god of the mask has descended into the world of strange tales? Impossible. If even the mask is out, it seems we are in for a tough fight. Over here, Zhang Ming's situation is getting more and more troublesome. He watches their peculiar, mumbling dance, and his head starts to become heavy and drowsy. Zhang Ming turns his head to look at his mother, the female doctor, and the puppet. Their condition is not optimistic either. Especially Guaxian, whose once bright black eyes are slowly fading. The puppet descends from his wrist, its body growing larger, its eyes fixed on the strange group in front. They all seem to have their souls sucked away, dazed and numb. Mom! Puppet! Wake up quickly, don't look! They are so much stronger than him, how could they be bewitched so quickly? The extreme danger of the strangeness is truly terrifying. Right. Wasn't it said that removing their masks would make everything alright? Zhang Ming endures a strong discomfort in his head, struggling to reach out and pull the mask off their faces. But those strange beings with masks move too fast for him to catch. Even the shadow of the mask keeps flickering in front of his eyes. Every attempt to grab is futile, and he can't even tell which is the real mask. Chapter 106, What Lies Beneath the Mask? The fierce, mocking laughter of the fish god mask seems to laugh at his folly. He has no choice but to close his eyes, trying to block the influence of the mask on him. But it's completely useless. Those masks, like phantoms, along with the drumbeats, keep popping up in his mind. His thoughts are completely out of his control. Zhang Ming raises his hand again, plugging his ears and squatting down. Still, he cannot escape their images and sounds. When the sounds grow fainter, Zhang Ming cautiously opens his eyes, and there it is, a blue, terrifying fish god mask. Suddenly, it magnifies right in front of him. When Zhang Ming turns to run, he finds that Gu Xin and the puppet are gone. According to the system's description, he has entered a phantasm created by the strange beings. Here we go again. It seems the strange beings in this amusement park are experts at creating illusions. The previous beautiful skull was like this too, but not as powerful. Zhang Ming's limbs begin to lose control, and his brain becomes extremely excited, suddenly taking a great interest in their dance. Zhang Ming struggles to maintain a shred of rationality, fighting against this intense mental invasion. The voices enticing him whisper in his ears. Come join us. Joining us means eternal life, endless power. No worries at all. We'll give you the greatest return. He doesn't know why, but his consciousness begins to believe these ghostly words. What immortality, power, rewards. It was like poison, constantly stimulating him. But that last trace of awareness kept reminding him. These are all deceiving you, you can't. You can't dance like them, if you do, you will become like them. Just this trace of awareness pulled him back. His gaze was firm, looking fearlessly at the dancing mask in front of him. He protested loudly, I don't want to dance, and I don't want any reward. Let me go back. Taking the chance, he grabbed the mask in front of him and with all his strength, ripped it off. In Zhang Ming's shocked eyes, the mask fell to the ground. He thought it would be impossible to rip the mask off like before. Unexpectedly, it really came off. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Ming's heart. Behind the mask was a dark, black hole. Faceless oddity, hazard level low danger. Zhang Ming was shocked to see the system's prompt, this was the true face under the mask. He didn't expect that this low danger oddity, when wearing the mask, had its power raised to ultra high danger. The faceless oddity screamed in pain, holding its head, looking at the fallen mask and frantically shouting, how is it possible, you are unaffected? Why are you unaffected? It tried to pick up the mask to wear it again but was stepped on by Zhang Ming. The oddity valued this mask, and seeing its treasure under Zhang Ming's foot made it even angrier. Let go of my mask. Zhang Ming looked at the faceless oddity and firmly said, this mask cannot be kept, it almost harmed me. This mask must not be returned. Unexpectedly, the mask under his foot suddenly moved. That mouth with huge fangs suddenly opened and bit Zhang Ming's foot. Strangely, Zhang Ming did not feel any pain, only that his ankle was stuck in the mouth of the mask. The faceless oddity laughed arrogantly, even though I cannot confuse you, I can bite you. Zhang Ming scoffed, glancing at the mask on his ankle, sneering, with this biting strength, it's even weaker than a bear trap. Just as the system said, this mask could only confuse others, it couldn't do anything else. Its power was even less than a small knife. Even so, the mask's power should not be underestimated. The faceless oddity directly reached out, trying to choke Zhang Ming's neck. You little brat, give my mask back. Zhang Ming dodged the outstretched claws. Indifferently, he said. Since this mask under my foot doesn't harm me, I might as well keep it like this. It doesn't affect me anyway. The faceless oddity became even angrier when it heard Zhang Ming's intention to keep it. I will release the bite from the mask, but you must return K to me. The faceless oddity could not live without the fish god mask because it depended on this to survive. Moreover, its great power came from the mask. Zhang Ming smiled and said, all right. Then you let go of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the mask really loosened its grip and fell from Zhang Ming's ankle. But Zhang Ming did not give the faceless oddity the chance to take the mask back. He quickly bent down, picked up the mask, and hugged it tightly. That posture was like saying, this mask is mine now. This thing in hand, of course, he wouldn't return. If he really returned it, the faceless oddity might use the same trick again. He didn't want to hear those unpleasant drum sounds again. Even if the faceless oddity did not have a face, Zhang Ming could still feel the oddity was certainly anxious now. Reaching out to snatch the mask, its behavior was extremely anxious, and its voice became sharp and piercing. The mask has fallen, this illusion won't last long. Quickly return my mask to me. Zhang Ming held the mask tightly in his arms and said, no way. No way. This is mine. The faceless oddity had never thought that one day a human child would be stumped. What is yours is clearly mine, it is wrong for a child to snatch things. It is mine. Mine. The global audience saw Zhang Ming and a bizarre creature fighting over things, and those childish and mischievous words eased the heavy atmosphere significantly. Yes. Snatch like that. This bizarre thing that is so concerned about must be something good. Go for it, Dragon Country Kid. Don't give in. I always support humanity in the battle against the bizarre. The Dragon Country Kid is truly impressive. The two bizarre beings next to him are so mesmerized that they have no chance to resist, while he is acting nonchalantly, snatching things in the illusion. This isn't snatching, it's taking. The mask has always been ours in Dragon Country, I just don't know why it appears in the world of strange tales. Over here, Zhang Ming tightly held onto the mask, refusing to let go no matter how the faceless creature tried to snatch it away. He couldn't confront high-level bizarre beings directly, but for the low-risk bizarre creature in front of him, he could handle it easily. The illusion finally couldn't hold anymore and began to shatter. At almost the same moment, Guaxian's whip pierced through the faceless creature's body. The faceless creature had almost no chance to resist and was killed. Since it was a newly formed bizarre creature, it hadn't taken on a solid form yet. It could only break apart into dust. With the death of the faceless creature, the large dance team behind it also turned to dust in an instant. Chapter 107, It finally looks like an amusement park. Even all the bizarre creatures that were mesmerized by the faceless creature turned to dust as well. Guaxian hurriedly grabbed Zhang Ming, looking left and right. Baby. Are you okay? Do you know you just vanished from our side in an instant? Seeing that Zhang Ming had no injuries, she finally felt relieved. Zhang Ming looked at the enlarged puppet and his mom, the doctor, with a very worried expression. Did you guys get mesmerized? Did you get hurt? The puppet's mechanical mouth started to chatter. I entered the illusion and couldn't get out, I almost took the mask and became a part of you all, but thankfully the illusion shattered in time, and I managed to escape. Young master, it was you who saved us. Guaxian listened and nodded. What I encountered was the same, that kind of power had an indescribable feeling, with no way to resist, I almost lost my life too. Both the puppet and Guaxian were extremely high-risk bizarre beings, so naturally, they couldn't resist the extremely high-risk bizarre creature. Zhang Ming felt fortunate that he had accidentally shattered the illusion, saving them in time. The puppet saw the mask in Zhang Ming's arms and exclaimed in surprise, Young master, you are really impressive, you even managed to snatch this kind of thing. Zhang Ming took out the mask and examined it closely. Congratulations, you have obtained the Fish God Mask. The Fish God Mask has the ability to control and change the thoughts of humans and bizarre beings. Once worn, be it a human or a bizarre being, they will be influenced by you, following your commands and altering their memories. When the mask is removed, the ability disappears. For humans, the mask can only stay on the face for 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, if not taken off, it cannot be removed forever and can be used indefinitely. For bizarre beings, it can be taken off and put on at will. Please drop your blood to recognize the master, from now on, this Fish God Mask will belong to you. If the mask is lost, it will automatically return to find its master, and you will no longer be affected by this mask. Zhang Ming did not hesitate for a moment, he bit his fingertip, squeezed out a bit of blood, and dripped it onto the mask. At the moment the blood dropped onto it, the scales on the Fish God Mask unexpectedly radiated a dazzling pink light. Why not try the power of this mask first? Zhang Ming carefully put the mask on his face, feeling no different from an ordinary mask. He looked over at Guaxian, and her eyes visibly dulled, losing their sparkle. She looked like a puppet being controlled. Mom, raise your right hand. Guaxian really raised her right hand. He looked at the puppet, do a flip for me. The puppet flipped in the air like a real mechanical puppet, spinning continuously. Stop. The puppet froze, its eyes staring blankly ahead. Zhang Ming took off the mask, and their expressions instantly became clear. He hurriedly asked them, what do you feel? Guaxian and the puppet shook their heads. The puppet seemed a bit confused at first, but quickly responded. I feel nothing. What did you just do to me? Oh. I get it, you used the now mask on us? Guaxian also shook her head and said, I don't feel anything at all. Zhang Ming could tell from their expressions that they completely forgot what he had just done to them. However, the mask was too large, it would be nice if it could shrink a bit for easier carrying. Just as he thought this, the now mask seemed to sense his request and began to shrink to the size of Zhang Ming's palm. Zhang Ming looked at the small now mask in his hand and said, this mask is quite considerate. He put the mask into his pocket. With this treasure, as long as it wasn't an overly powerful bizarre entity, he could subdue it. He hoped to find more life-saving tools like this in the future. He really needed them. People in live streams from various countries saw Zhang Ming really snatching something from the bizarre entity, some were happy while others worried. Although it's good for humans to gain benefits from bizarre entities, what if he uses that mask against us? If Zhang Ming wanted to deal with us, he would have done it earlier, why wait until now? A kid from Long Country got such a powerful treasure, he can walk through the strange tales world. What's the use of having it? We still don't know if he can use it. Zhang Ming secured the now mask and led Gu Xian to the pirate ship. He looked up, the pirate ship looked just like normal, with nothing special about it. However, the facilities appeared a bit old, with much red paint peeling off, exposing the black iron beneath. From the outside, it didn't seem too dangerous. Pirate ship bizarre, danger level extremely high. Characteristics, suddenly pulls away seats at first, catching you off guard. The deck is a mouth that swallows you if you fall. But you have the now mask, so there should be no problem. Zhang Ming turned his head and saw a sign on the railing. He walked over to check it. The sign read, "Don't grab the handrails when going up. Don't fall. If you don't grab the handrails, when the ship sways, people will slip down uncontrollably. How is it even possible not to fall?" However, what the system said was correct. He now had the now mask and could completely control the pirate ship. The big white bear had already opened the fence, waiting for Zhang Ming to step in. After Zhang Ming and Gu Xian entered, he pulled out the now mask and put it on his face. Riding a pirate ship shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. He could clearly feel the pirate ship had become sluggish. After he and Gu Xian boarded the pirate ship and sat down, he realized there were no barriers on the ship at all. Zhang Ming didn't hold back and directly asked, "Where are the barriers? I don't want to fall." As soon as he finished speaking, a row of barriers appeared in front of him, fixing Zhang Ming and Gu Xian in their seats. It became just like a usual pirate ship. What Zhang Ming didn't know was that as soon as they sat down, 5 challengers from other countries walked by to watch from below. It looks like the kid from Long Country up there. The mask on his face is the now mask mentioned by the Jin Nan group? Did your country tell you about this? Yeah. I really don't know how he got that thing. I heard the now mask can control bizarre entities, not sure if that's true. If it is, that would be something. There's a sign over there, let's go see. While they were talking, a loud, sharp whistle sounded, and the pirate ship started up. Zhang Ming sat above, not noticing anything unusual. He even felt a joy as if he were really playing in an amusement park. The thrill of weightlessness and stability. Even the strange pirate ship was quite puzzled as to why it inexplicably obeyed the words of a human child. Something was wrong. Very wrong, its behavior was completely out of control. I was supposed to devour them, how did it end up like this? Chapter 108, Don't Fall Down. 3 minutes later, the pirate ship stopped, and Zhang Ming came down, taking the mask off his face. But this time, he retained the strange memories of the pirate ship. Zhang Ming was mainly afraid that if the strange pirate ship didn't remember he had been on it, it wouldn't count. Then they would have to ride it again. Zhang Ming, with a beaming smile, said to Gu Xian, "Mom. Was it fun?" Gu Xian's face showed a gentle smile. It was fun. At least it was much more fun than that roller coaster. Anyway, Zhang Ming found it quite fun too. It finally felt a bit like playing in an amusement park. Zhang Ming put away the mask and pulled Gu Xian forward. "Mom. Let's go to the next place." Gu Xian watched Zhang Ming rushing ahead, and her heart was struck by something. Seeing her child so happy, she also felt joy as a mother. She tightly followed Zhang Ming from behind, smiling, "Run slowly, what if you fall?" No matter where she went, she worried about him. The 5 challengers waiting below were surprised to see Zhang Ming sitting on the pirate ship without any issues. He got down. They thought something violent would happen. This pirate ship looks pretty simple. And it said up there, "As long as you don't grab the handrails and don't fall, you'll be fine. My physical fitness has always been good, as long as I keep my balance, I should be able to do it." The challenger from Australia looked at the pirate ship not far away and said cautiously, "Don't underestimate it, the situation with the Dragon Country child is different from ours." The challenger from Malaysia sighed and said, "No matter what, we have to pass this level, let's go up." The 5 of them climbed onto the pirate ship together and sat down on the seats. There were no handrails on the pirate ship as indicated on the sign. Where are the handrails? Where's the barrier? I clearly remember there being some when the Dragon Country child was sitting. How could it be like this? Don't talk, focus. A horn sounded, and the pirate ship started up. Click, click, click. The seats on the pirate ship were suddenly pulled away without anyone noticing. Among these 5 challengers, 3 of them didn't react in time and fell onto the ground. The Australian challenger, wanting to quickly help them up while the pirate ship was just starting to sway slightly. The deck beneath their feet began to roll like waves on the water. Not only that, the entire ship continued to tilt up and down, swaying left and right. This left the Australian challenger with no chance to help them up at all. Right now, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone help others. The Malaysian challenger worked hard to stabilize his body, trying not to fall down like the other 3 challengers. He couldn't help but complain. Damn it! That Dragon Country kid sat on this without any issues and had a great time. Now that it's our turn, it's either waves or seats being pulled away. It's ridiculous. The citizens of these 5 challengers felt extremely unbalanced seeing this scene. Why has it turned out this way? Why? The Dragon Country child had barriers and seats, but for us, we can only stand. With such a huge impact, how can we manage to stand? I highly suspect the Dragon Country child has some secret deal with the Ghost Story game. I also think that if there's no trickery, it wouldn't be possible to treat us differently like this. It might also have something to do with the mask on the Dragon Country child's face. Why does he get all the good stuff? The 3 fallen challengers couldn't stand up because of the constant waves appearing beneath their feet. One of the challengers, wanting to stand up quickly, slowly moving closer to the edge of the boat, he wanted to stand up by holding the ship's side, but as soon as his hand touched the ship's edge, his body suddenly started shaking uncontrollably, and the skin on his face and hands began to form several large blisters. The blisters grew bigger and bigger, until they covered his entire face. Not only that, his whole body was continuously swelling. It was like a great balloon about to explode. When he tried to pull his hand away from the boat's edge, he couldn't. It was as if it was stuck there. His throat was blocked by the blisters, and he couldn't scream or cry out in pain. The Australian challenger and the Malaysian challenger quickly realized. The sign said handrail. It was actually the ship's edge. The Australian challenger, seeing his teammate turn into something neither human nor ghost, was so shocked he almost lost his balance and fell. As the blisters on his teammate kept growing, his frail body could no longer hold up. Boom! A living person just exploded from the inside out. Blood and flesh mixed with shattered bones scattered all over the place. Not a single piece was intact. At the moment of the explosion, a massive amount of blood sprayed onto everyone. The viewers in the global live broadcast were so frightened by the scene that they screamed in panic. So bloody. Ugh. I can't take it. I've already thrown up. Ugh. What the hell is this pirate ship? Why is it so hard for us? Was the pirate ship the kid from Dragon Country rode on really the same as theirs? The contrast is too abstract. I've never seen a living person explode like this before. It's like popcorn. Don't compare it to my favorite food. We should have followed that kid from Dragon Country closely earlier. Maybe we could have gotten lucky, but now it's too late. The 2 challengers still standing quickly gave up on the idea of grabbing the boat's edge to stand up. They had to stand up on their own. Every time they tried to stand, they either tripped on the waves beneath their feet, or the boat rocked so violently that their bodies lost balance. And they realized that their strength was rapidly draining away. It was as if their bodies were sinking into deep mud, unable to move. Their bodies grew softer and softer, until they no longer had the strength to even move their hands. Their bodies uncontrollably rolled around on the ship, unable to struggle. They looked almost dead. Now, only the Australian challenger and the Malaysian challenger hadn't fallen yet. But the 2 of them didn't relax for a second, constantly adjusting their balance. This was more exhausting than doing manual labor. They carefully avoided the rolling bodies, trying not to get knocked down. Trying to stand on a boat rocking violently without any support was extremely difficult. Let alone with obstacles and a floating deck beneath their feet, making it even harder. 3 minutes later, the pirate ship finally stopped. Although it had only been 3 minutes, the 2 of them felt as if they had been standing there for more than an hour. One can imagine how torturous it was. Their legs were weak and their heads dizzy. Molly, Joel, the ship stopped. Why are you still lying on the ground? The Australian challenger bent down to help them up, only to find that they had already passed away. Their bodies were so soft, like fluid, as if they had no bones. The Australian challenger suggested, "Let's carry them down. This is too tragic. They've been through so much, let's at least give them a full body." The Malaysian challenger nodded, "All right." Before the 2 bodies were even brought down to the ground, their fragile skin began to crack open in multiple places. Blood, organs, and shattered bones spilled out. Bones are the hardest part of the human body, yet they were so easily crushed inside. The liquid from their bodies quickly got absorbed into the pirate ship's deck. The Australian and Malaysian challengers saw the bodies rupture. There's no way to lower it, so he jumped off the ship without a care. He headed towards the next challenge. The 3 challengers who died thought about how Zhang Ming was sitting on the pirate ship without a care, and they felt extremely unbalanced inside. Why do this to us? Children from the Dragon Country play on the pirate ship for fun, and we sit on it and die. And die so painfully. A group of people from other countries were also in the live broadcast room. It's your challengers who lack skill, the Aussies and Malaysians passed. At first, seeing Dragon Country kids play on that pirate ship seemed simple, but I didn't expect it to be so twisted. If the world of horror had something normal, that would be strange. After Zhang Ming finished playing on the pirate ship, he opened the map to think about where to go next. Finally, he decided to go to the escape room.
The escape room was right next to the pirate ship, it was very close.
Zhang Ming took Gu Xian and walked just a few steps to the entrance of the escape room. At the entrance stood a giant white bear mascot. This giant white bear could be seen almost everywhere in this amusement park. Seeing Zhang Ming and the others, the giant white bear hurriedly walked over with enthusiasm. "Visitors, please enter here." Zhang Ming walked over, following the giant white bear. Just when he thought the giant white bear would take them through the entrance, it unexpectedly walked past the entrance and went around it. Zhang Ming immediately felt something was off and quickly asked, "Why aren't we going through the entrance?" The giant white bear didn't speak and continued walking forward. Zhang Ming began to feel conflicted. He couldn't blindly follow the giant white bear. But should he follow the giant white bear, or should he enter through the entrance? If he chose wrong, it might cause trouble. The giant white bear saw that Zhang Ming didn't follow and didn't rush off, but patiently stopped and waved at them. "Why are you stopped there? Come here quickly." Beside Zhang Ming, Gu Xian frowned tightly. This giant white bear was very suspicious. She quickly grabbed Zhang Ming and shook her head. "Baby, let's not go over yet, let's think about it some more." Zhang Ming felt even more compelled not to go over. At that moment, Zhang Ming unintentionally noticed a piece of paper stuck to the wall. And he walked over to check it out. The paper wrote the rules for this escape room. Escape room rules. Rule 1, the red-eyed giant white bear is good. Rule 2, after entering the escape room, avoid the red door and go through the green door. Rule 3, be aware of diary pages that may appear at any time. Zhang Ming found the third rule a bit puzzling. Could this diary be the clue for the upcoming challenges? The Dragon Country's team, witnessing these rules in the live broadcast, was also shocked. No way. These rules actually change according to each country's people. In Two-Headed Country, Rule 1 is that the black-eyed bear is good, and in Leaf Country, Rule 1 is that the yellow-eyed bear is good. Besides the third rule, the first and second rules are different for everyone. Each person has their own rule. You can't even copy the answers. Chief Zhao said, "Quickly convey this message to Xiao Ming." Understood. Supplement to Rule 1, the red and yellow-eyed giant white bears are good, while the black-eyed giant white bears are bad. As soon as the system finished sending this prompt, the team received a message. It turns out that everyone saw different rules. Doesn't this indicate that each challenger faces a different situation? He remembered that the giant white bear in front had black eyes. It seems he couldn't follow it. Fortunately, he was cautious earlier. If he had blindly followed, who knows what would have happened. Let's just go through the entrance. After Zhang Ming said this, he took Gu Xian and pushed open the green door in front of them. Once he entered the entrance, the rules on the wall outside secretly changed again, now tailored for a specific challenger. As soon as Zhang Ming and the others entered, the back door slammed shut. It could no longer be opened, and to get out, they would have to find the answers from inside. Otherwise, how could it be called an escape room? Now, there are 10 doors in front of them, all red in color, and not a single door is green. The rules clearly state that the red doors cannot be entered. This means that one of the doors must be disguised as red. As long as he finds that disguised door, he can pass through. Zhang Ming casually walked up to a door and knocked on it. No sound came back. He knocked on all the doors but couldn't figure out any differences. He began to wonder what might be behind the doors. If he entered a red door, what would he face? An eerie presence or a trap? If it was an eerie presence, that would be easy to handle. If it was a trap, that would be even easier. Zhang Ming stood in front of the first door, took out a mask, and put it on his face. He opened the door directly. As the eerie being was about to reach out with its claws to attack Zhang Ming, it saw the mask on his face. In an instant, it froze, standing still, waiting for Zhang Ming to give a command. Its originally fierce eyes turned clear and peaceful. Zhang Ming walked around the eerie being and looked behind it. There was a wall, no passage at all. Clearly, this door was the wrong one, so Zhang Ming closed it. He began to open the second door, and it was also incorrect. Until he opened the fourth door. Suddenly, a lot of silver arrows shot out in front of him. The puppet and Gu Xian were also impressive. All those silver arrows were blocked. Zhang Ming couldn't help but praise them. Your reaction is quite quick. The puppet floated in the air, hands on its hips, proudly saying, "Of course. Just look at what I am." Zhang Ming smiled and reached out to pat the puppet's head, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Puppet, after spending these 2 days with you, I think you are a very reliable partner." "Mom, am I right?" Gu Xian nodded in agreement, saying nothing but looking at the puppet with a soft gaze, having long lost any previous hostility. Though she had indeed thought of getting rid of the puppet before. But the puppet had helped them mother and son so many times, and slowly, she also accepted the puppet. It was indeed a wonderful thing for her dear son to have a good partner. The puppet looked at the mother and son, eyes flickering. In the 2 days with Zhang Ming, its inner killing emotions had never collapsed once. Its emotions had stabilized much more than before, and it wouldn't laugh uncontrollably anymore. Chapter 110, Diary.
Being with Zhang Ming was truly comfortable. They felt like friends who hadn't met for many years. There was no worry about being looked down upon or hated, because Zhang Ming always looked at him with pure eyes. There was no disdain or contempt. You should know, in the past, a single glance could make him go wild and cause destruction. Jester puppet danger level, 60%.
So happy. I want to be with you forever.
Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Ming suddenly realized that the jester puppet wasn't as hard to deal with as it seemed. As long as he paid more attention, cared more, and gave more compliments, it would become very gentle.
It wouldn't go wild at any moment.
This fourth door was not the way out. Zhang Ming continued to take out the mask and began testing one by one like before. Until he reached the seventh door, there was neither an eerie being nor a trap.
Just a long passage.
At the moment Zhang Ming opened that door, the red doors turned green.
When the people in the global live broadcast saw the eerie beings not attacking Zhang Ming, they were shocked. Is this mask really that powerful? These eerie beings don't even move when they see it.
The mask itself has a deterrent effect against evil things. It's great.
Such a good weapon, why didn't our challenger pick it up? Even if you did encounter it, you wouldn't be able to handle it.
This is our Dragon Kingdom's mask, only people from Dragon Kingdom can use it. Kids from Dragon Kingdom are already very strong, and now they have a mask to control eeriness, who can handle them in the future. On this side, Zhang Ming looked at the long passage in front of him, took a deep breath, and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Then let's go in." He took off the mask from his face and put it back in his pocket.
Properly keep it safe.
The puppet also consciously hung back on Zhang Ming's wrist. Zhang Ming thought that this passage would suddenly reveal a few creepy surprises to scare them. But, after walking through the passage, they encountered no sudden horrors.
After finishing the passage, the view opened up a lot.
In front of them stood a shabby little villa. Behind the villa was a big mountain, with clear springs flowing down. It was not scary at all, it felt a bit like a vacation resort. Zhang Ming turned around to look back, and the passage behind him had vanished. This little villa in front of him was the so-called secret room.
His mission for coming here was to enter the secret room, find the key clue, and leave.
The big door of the villa was tightly locked, and 20 challengers were exactly standing at the entrance, moving around constantly. When they saw Zhang Ming come in, they all cast their gazes toward him.
"He's here.
We've been standing here for half an hour and don't know when the door will open.
We can't be stuck here forever, right? What nonsense are you talking about?"
Listening to their discussions, Zhang Ming realized these people had been here for a long time and still hadn't gotten inside. When he planned to look around the house for other clues, he was stopped by one of the challengers. "Zhang Ming, we have all checked these places and found nothing unusual." Zhang Ming, not believing in such bad luck, searched again. Members of the Dragon Kingdom's pouch team were also not idle, they followed the camera and helped Zhang Ming look. Even the nearby trash can was not overlooked. A member of the Dragon Kingdom pouch team found a strange piece of paper, excitedly shouting, "I found it." Following the hints from the national members, Zhang Ming quickly found a damp piece of paper under a tree. The paper was hidden very discreetly, just beneath the bushes. Fortunately, the writing on it was not smeared. The handwriting was very delicate and did not seem like a boy's script. Of course, this was just a guess. June 5th, Sunny, I want to learn piano, but my mom won't let me go.
I'm very sad.
The diary's owner loved to play the piano.
There was another line. June 10th, Sunny, I signed up for the big orchestra selection. This isn't right.
Just a few days ago, you wanted to learn piano, and now so soon you've signed up for an orchestra.
That leap is a bit big. Don't you have to learn anything in between?
Piano isn't like other hobbies, it must be cultivated from a young age to achieve something. If someone who has only learned for 5 days dares to sign up for an orchestra, there's no way they won't fail. I'm afraid they won't even make it through the door and will be kicked out. The paper didn't reveal any other useful information, so Zhang Ming carefully put it away.
Not long after, several more challengers arrived. Just enough to make 30 people.
A few lines of text appeared in the sky, the number of participants is complete, and the challenge begins.
There is a door under the spring, if you want to go out, you must find the key to open the door. The key is with the mistress of this house, once you get the key, you can leave.
Rule 1, there are a total of 10 keys, each key can only be used by one person, and only one person can leave.
Rule 2, show the utmost respect to the mistress of this house. Rule 3, you cannot say the words not good.
Zhang Ming looked at these rules and roughly guessed how arrogant this mistress must be. And the first rule, this made it clear that only 10 people can go out. The 20 people who cannot leave are either all dead or will be trapped here forever. The competitive pressure this time is greater than ever. In the past, there had never been a restriction on the number of participants. This time, the rule information was quite generous, directly indicating where the keys were, just go and grab them. No complicated twists and turns. However, Zhang Ming was not worried that he would not be able to get the key, because he had a mask. Using it to control the mistress to hand over the key is also not impossible. After the text in the sky disappeared, the door of the villa opened from the inside. An old man with only a few white hairs came out. He was hunched over, holding a gun in his hand, aiming at all the challengers. A loud voice asked, "What are you all doing? Whoever dares to come over, I will shoot him dead." The gun in the old man's hand made all challengers vigilant. Except for Zhang Ming, who knew that this old man was a human. The others couldn't confirm whether the old man was human or strange. A challenger from Leaf Country stepped forward to negotiate, smiling at the old man and saying, "We mean no harm, really, we just want to find the key to leave here." The old man immediately refused him, "There is no key here, you all hurry up and leave." The Leaf Country challenger became anxious, "Without a key, we cannot leave." The old man really didn't want to say much to them, so he shot at the crowd, but his aim was so poor that he didn't hit a single person. He excitedly shouted to drive them away, "Get out! Leave this place!" Just as the scene was about to escalate, a young female voice emerged, "What's going on?" A strange girl in a red dress, with flat shoes, 2 black pigtails, and a face full of freckles walked out and saw so many people standing at the door. Her eyes flickered with bloodlust as she placed her hand on the old man's shoulder and gently said, "Let them in." Chapter 111, Plastic Brotherly Love. Since the mistress had spoken, the old man could only put away his gun and let everyone in. The living room of this small Western-style house was very large and decorated in European style. Having 30 people standing there was more than enough. The mistress sat in the middle on a wooden chair, took out a cigarette, and started to smoke. The strange named Rualan, danger level extremely high. Characteristics: jealous of all young bodies, loves to kill and torture people. Before becoming estranged, she alone killed all her relatives and friends. Zhang Ming looked at this clumsy yet pretentious strange girl in front of him, her face innocent and kind, not a bit aggressive. But she was an absolute killing monster. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Rualan looked at so many young bodies and asked, "I heard you were looking for a key, do you want to leave here?" The Leaf Country challenger hurriedly replied, "Yes, if you find us too bothersome with so many people, we can leave, but leaving requires some conditions." Rualan leisurely took a puff of smoke, turned her head to look out the window, and slowly said, "But I don't want you to leave. Besides, you've just arrived not long ago, why do you want to leave so soon? Why bother coming in?" Rualan's words left the Leaf Country challengers in a difficult position. Did they want to come here? They only wanted to complete their mission. The Leaf Country challengers chuckled awkwardly, "We stumbled in here by accident." Rualan looked at him for a few seconds, as if confirming whether he lied. "Do you like blondes?" The Leaf Country challenger firmly shook his head, "No." The strange girl in front of him had black hair, and if he praised blondes, he would surely be shooting himself in the foot. He wasn't that foolish. Rualan was satisfied with this answer and turned to the old man behind her, "Old man, prepare some food for them, since they are guests, they must be well treated." The old man obeyed Rualan and quickly bowed his head in reply. "Yes, I will prepare it right now, you all come with me." The barrage in the global livestream kept rolling. "This strange girl looks quite normal, I thought there would be a massacre right away. I just have this feeling that the aura of this strange girl is strange. This strange girl looks kind, she seems like a good person. She looks normal, which makes her even more unnerving." The old man led everyone to the dining room. But the dining room was very small, and it was quite uncomfortable to fit 30 people inside. The old man had no choice but to drive them to the backyard. "You all wait here. Once the food is ready, we will serve you." Among these 30 people, some hadn't eaten for 2 days and were indeed very hungry. So like this, all challengers moved to the backyard pasture. The ranch was vast. Zhang Ming glanced around and saw many large sheds for raising livestock. He didn't know if there were any animals inside. After waiting for an unknown time, the old man finally walked out with some dry bread and sausage. Zhang Ming looked at the food in the old man's hands and couldn't help but wonder. Did such simple food need so long to prepare? The old man hunched over and handed out 2 pieces of bread and 2 pieces of sausage to everyone. When he reached Zhang Ming, he looked at him a bit longer. His tone carried nostalgia. "I haven't seen such a small child in a long time. Is this woman beside you your mother?" Zhang Ming took the bread and sausage and replied, "Yes, she is my mother." The old man gave a meaningful glance at Gu Xian and then at Zhang Ming. He said slowly, "You have a really good relationship. Your mother must love you very much, or else she wouldn't have come with you to this strange place." Zhang Ming felt that there was something hidden in the old man's words. After finishing his thoughts, the old man turned to give food to another challenger. All the challengers looked at the bread in their hands and swallowed, eager to eat but worried it might be poisoned. They hesitated to take a bite.
But some people couldn't overcome their hunger and couldn't resist eating, eventually realizing it was safe. Those who had held back then followed suit, eating the bread and sausage. After all the food was distributed, the old man stepped forward and addressed all the challengers. Ruolan just told me that she can give you the keys to let you leave, but there is a condition. As for what the condition is, she will come personally to tell you. This news from the old man was like a bomb, causing all challengers' eyes to sparkle with excitement. They had expected to search everywhere. They never imagined that this strange woman would volunteer to give them the keys. There were only 10 keys, and there were 30 of them. They were all guessing what the condition set by the strange woman could possibly be. Was it beauty or life? Zhang Ming wasn't interested in the strange woman's conditions, he only needed a chance to be alone with her. The strange woman was of extremely high danger level. To be safe, he would have Guexayan's mother take him to control the situation when the time came. At that moment, a man's painful scream jolted everyone back to reality, and they looked towards the source of the scream. The challenger from the Leaf Nation was holding a large steel fork and had just stabbed it straight into the body of the person next to him. That person was pierced through and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. The challenger from Gaul looked at the dead body on the ground and angrily questioned him, "What are you doing?" "He was your companion." The Leaf Nation challenger pulled the fork out of the dead body and, with an indifferent expression, said, "Companion. Where is there a companion here? We are not from the same country, fewer people means less competition, right? Before, I wanted to reach victory with him, but now the situation is different. There are only 10 keys, I must get a key, so he can just die and reduce my pressure." Some challengers felt that the Leaf Nation guy was right. "We have 29 people now, 10 keys are not enough to share, looks like we can only sacrifice 19 people. If only 10 people are left, then the keys will surely be ours." At this moment, another group of people strongly disagreed. "The mistress here will come and oversee, whoever wants the keys is up to her, and if you disturb her, what if she doesn't give out the keys? How many keys will be given to whom is not something we can decide. Are you sure the mistress will give out all 10 keys?" 113th chapter, A Mother Like That. Zhang Ming stood by, watching them bicker, sneering coldly. It hadn't even started, but they were already ready to fight. "It's really rare." Ruolan looked out the window at the group of challengers, smoking continuously, her eyes filled with desire. "These young people are so energetic, I haven't said anything yet, and they are already fighting. That guy who is killing, he has the same courage I had back in the day. Yet still too foolish. I don't like smart Alex, but his ideas are worth considering." The strange woman always said contradictory things, and the old man was already used to it. He suddenly seemed to think of something and suggested, "Do you still want me to lock them up and keep them like before?" When Ruolan thought about so many young bodies fighting for life and death, a cruel smile appeared on her face. "No need. Don't they like to earn? Go tell them, whoever survives will qualify for the key. I won't go. By the way, remember to catch all those who are still alive." The old man did not refute, glanced at the chattering crowd below, and turned to leave. All the challengers quickly closed their mouths and stopped their actions when they saw the old man coming down. A challenger from Yuziguo hurried over to ask, "Does the lady want to say something to us?" The old man nodded, "Yes, only the last 10 who survive will qualify for the key." The Yuziguo challenger looked proudly at everyone. "I told you my guess was not wrong." In the end, it still comes down to killing. The people in the global live broadcast room already knew what was about to happen. This time, 20 countries were eliminated all at once. Is it true that what you fear will come? In just a day and a half, there aren't many challengers left. I'm confident. Our challenger is a national champion in free fighting, he will surely kill them all. But our challenger is a special forces soldier. They are trained with real guns and ammunition, no worse than yours. After the old man conveyed the order, he didn't say anything more and vanished away. Except for Zhang Ming, all challengers began to look for opponents, fighting like crazy. Each one unleashed their deadly moves, fists hitting flesh, swearing not to stop until someone was dead. The friendship established just a day ago shattered in an instant. Go die. That key is mine. Who dies is still uncertain. However, they all dared not lay hands on Zhang Ming, as Guexayan was protecting him, she could kill them with just one move. Guexayan watched these humans fighting fiercely, fearing they might accidentally hurt Zhang Ming. She hurriedly sheltered Zhang Ming behind her and said anxiously, "Baby. Let's stay away from them. It wouldn't be good if you get hurt." Zhang Ming looked up at Guexayan and smiled slightly, "With mommy around, how could anything happen to me? Do you have any cookies? I really want to eat. I'm a bit hungry." He dared not eat the food given by the old man, who knew if it was poisoned. The cookies from mommy were the tastiest. Guexayan conjured a packet of cookies from her palm, opened it, and handed it to Zhang Ming. "Here. For you." Zhang Ming received the cookies, sat on a haystack not far away, and happily ate his mommy's cookies while looking at the challengers fighting not far away. From their skills, it was clear that these people must have practiced various martial arts before. The viewers in the live broadcast rooms from various countries saw Zhang Ming leisurely munching on cookies. Like an old man, watching the challengers fight as if he were watching a monkey show, making them almost cry with rage. Can the Dragon Country kid step aside? What is a child doing in such a scene? I really don't understand why they don't just go after the Dragon Country kid. Are you confused with anger? The rules don't allow it. Besides, he is protected by his strange mother, who dares touch him. They'd be sentenced to death without a fight. I know, I just can't stand it. We are fighting for our lives, and he is eating cookies, and the key is just going to fall into his hands. How can something be this easy? A blatant provocation. In the world of strange tales, Zhang Ming couldn't see their anger while eating cookies. Suddenly, Zhang Ming thought of something and immediately took out a mask from his pocket that he enlarged based on Gu Xian's face size and put it on her face. Gu Xian touched the mask on her face, a bit confused, and asked, "Did you not like this mask? Why did you put it on me?" Zhang Ming smiled and said, "The lady of this place is at a higher level than you, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle her. This mask can enhance your power. If that lady dares to bully us, you can control her with this mask, and she definitely won't resist. Anyway, this mask has no time limit on its strange properties, you can wear it as long as you want." He really didn't want to encounter another incident like when Yunko was killed by the sheep last time. Then, he had a backup plan against the sheep, but this time, he didn't. Gu Xian gently hugged Zhang Ming, touched his face, and her voice was like a gentle breeze, brushing against Zhang's ear. "You always think ahead, don't we still have the puppet? We will all protect you." Zhang Ming rubbed his head against Gu Xian's embrace, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from rising. The puppet also popped up, chattering, "Mom is right." Zhang Ming said a bit defiantly, "That's my mom. Don't call her your relative randomly." "Mom, am I right?" Gu Xian just smiled and tapped Zhang Ming's nose. "You are so naughty." Upstairs, Ruolan accidentally saw the warm interaction between Zhang Ming and Gu Xian, and jealousy immediately appeared on her face. She smashed the cigarette in her hands and stomped it out with her foot. Shaking her hand, she pointed downwards and roared angrily, "Why isn't that kid fighting with those people? Why?" She hated those who could achieve results without putting in effort. Even if that kid is not dead, he absolutely won't get that key. The old man bowed respectfully and replied, "He has a strange being protecting him, those people are simply not his opponents, and that strange being is his mother." When Ruolan heard that Gu Xian and Zhang Ming were mother and son, her eyes became even more vicious, almost jumping up in anger. Why does he have such a gentle and wise mother protecting him? Don't all the mothers in the world like to lock their children up? No, she can't be a mother. She can't be alive, no mother would be like that. Seeing the mask on Gu Xian's face, the old man quickly pulled Ruolan back. "That strange mask is very special, we better not provoke them." At this moment, Ruolan's heart was already filled with crazed jealousy, and she couldn't hear or think about anything else. Her angry expression included a sense of grievance as if Zhang Ming and Gu Xian had done something terribly wrong. Without any emotion, Ruolan looked at the old man, her mouth full of warnings. "I want to kill them. You know, whenever I don't like someone, I will kill them. I used to, and now it's no exception, old man, unless you want to die too." The old man, on one hand, wanted to save his life, and on the other hand, knew he was completely incapable of stopping her. He could only lower his head, allowing Ruolan to harm Zhang Ming. Chapter 113, So Many Crocodiles. Ruolan quickly approached Zhang Ming and the others. The claws behind her, filled with hostility, were growing longer. Zhang Ming and Gu Xian shared a warm smile, which made Ruolan feel extremely irritated. Zhang Ming's smile and Gu Xian's motherly tenderness were forever out of reach. In this moment, Ruolan's jealousy had reached its peak. No one in this world can have happiness better than hers, not allowed. Zhang Ming also saw Ruolan getting closer, standing up straight, and before he could retract his smile, he saw the female strange being approaching hurriedly, gritting her teeth. Gu Xian noticed that the visitor meant trouble and quickly pulled Zhang Ming behind her, looking warily at Ruolan. Without thinking, she directly activated the mask. Gu Xian did not dare to guarantee that her reaction speed could match that of this old monster with extremely high dangerous strength. You can only take the initiative, not be passive. Sure enough, the previously fierce female strange being was like a soul snatched away upon seeing the mask on Gu Xian's face. The malice in her eyes was instantly purified, becoming incredibly hollow. Even with her hollow gaze, it was far better than her previous twisted and vicious look. Ruolan stared blankly at Gu Xian without any expression. Gu Xian didn't expect the mask to work so quickly, just one eerie glance could control her. In that moment, the power to suppress high-level strange beings without any effort felt truly exhilarating. At this moment, Gu Xian's determination to enhance Zhang Ming's strange power reached its peak. If her son could also wield this mask to control even stronger strange beings, this old mother wouldn't have to worry every day about this and that anymore. Guxan smiled at Zhang Ming and said, "This mask is indeed powerful. A high-risk strange being actually becomes so obedient. Just moments ago it was going to kill us." Zhang Ming replied, "Of course. This mask can elevate a low-risk strange being to high-risk. With Mom's high level, controlling high-risk strange beings is more than enough. Mom, it's already under control. You should quickly ask it where the key to leave here is." Guxan relayed Zhang Ming's question to Ruolan. Ruolan shook her head and said, "I don't know. I have no idea what key you are talking about." Zhang Ming felt puzzled, not expecting such an answer. But why did the rules suggest that the key was on this strange being? This left him in a bit of a bind. There's still a possibility that the key is indeed on this female strange being, but she doesn't realize it. It seemed time to check things out at the spring. "Mom, let her go. And don't take off your mask, I'm afraid there might be a sneak attack." Guxan nodded, turned, and told Ruolan, "Go back. You aren't needed here." Ruolan turned around like a robot, her arms and legs stiff as she walked back the way she came. The old man was keeping a close watch on Zhang Ming's movements from upstairs. When he saw that Ruolan, who was so furious and jealous just moments ago, would kill that mother and son to vent her anger, suddenly turned calm and let them go, it was simply unbelievable. He had never encountered such a situation before. If it were normal, they would have definitely died, and in a particularly miserable way. It was too abnormal. Why did this happen? Was it really the problem with that mask? The old man couldn't quite comprehend. When Ruolan returned to the room upstairs, her consciousness returned, and her eyes instantly transformed back to the previous anger. She clearly remembered how she had been uncontrollable, being interrogated by Zhang Ming and the others. Since killing all the people she hated and becoming a strange being, no one had dared to speak to her like that anymore. Let alone in that kind of interrogative tone. Such a lack of control left her feeling unprecedented anxiety and crisis. Impatiently, she pulled apart her twisted braids and roughly messed up her hair. Like a madwoman, she roared and smashed things in the room. Unable to accept her behavior just moments ago, it felt utterly foolish. How could this happen? Why did I suddenly become a dog? Whatever they say to do, I do it. This is terrible. I want to kill them. Kill them. Not killing them is a disgrace. I become a strange being, and I can't do as I please? The old man listened to Ruolan losing her mind outside the door but didn't dare to go in, only able to stand guard outside. Ruolan's room was not soundproof, and her cries quickly reached Zhang Ming's ears downstairs. Zhang Ming looked innocently at Guxan, asking, "What's going on? We didn't even do anything, right? Crazy." Guxan also felt it was strange, shaking her head and saying, "Actually, I don't understand either." The people of Long Country watched Zhang Ming and his mother's clueless reactions. Belly laughs. That strange woman must be used to being arrogant. Suddenly tripping over Xiao Ming, how can she not be furious? As a psychologist, I can clearly say that strange woman must have serious mental issues. I also think there is a problem. Xiao Ming didn't do anything, just asked a few questions. Is it really necessary to be this angry? Who knows? You strange people act like you are missing a screw, just like mad dogs. Zhang Ming ignored the group of challengers fighting and walked straight towards the spring. The rules mentioned that the door was there, and he wanted to see what that door looked like. It would be best if it were an ordinary door, maybe a gentle bump would make it open. After some exploration, Zhang Ming found a big lake not far from the small villa, and beside the lake was a small hill. There was a small waterfall just right there. This should be the spring mentioned in the rules. Let's look around and see if there are any doors. Zhang Ming pulled Guxan around, searching everywhere. While Zhang Ming was seriously searching, he did not know that dark currents were stirring beneath the lake. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country team quickly discovered something unusual in the lake. They used instruments to quickly detect that there were crocodiles below. Chief Xiao, there are more than 10 crocodiles at the bottom of the lake. And those crocodiles are gradually approaching Xiao Ming. These crocodiles are very large, all adult-sized. If a person falls into the lake, there is absolutely no chance of survival. These crocodiles are very quiet, it's usually hard to notice them at the bottom of the water. Zhao Hui hurriedly informed Zhang Ming about this hidden danger. 2 minutes later, Zhang Ming received a message from the Dragon Countryside, quickly turned his head, and saw 3 pairs of crocodile eyes surfacing, darkly gazing at them. The crocodiles also noticed that Zhang Ming had discovered them. Realizing their ambush had failed, they quickly submerged back into the water, preparing for the next round of ambush. Zhang Ming immediately stood up straight and pointed to the water's surface without hesitation, saying, "Mom, there are crocodiles down there. Let's be careful. Crocodile anomaly, danger level high. Characteristics, same habits as ordinary crocodiles, but their bite force is 100 times greater, and their speed is also 100 times faster than ordinary crocodiles. Friendly reminder, these crocodiles are raised by Rualan. Zhang Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart, in this world of bizarre tales, even crocodiles are mutated species. Chapter 114, The Old Man is Not Worthy.
A strange woman raising so many crocodiles fits Zhang Ming's stereotype of strange women.
Gu Xian, hearing Zhang Ming's warning, quickly shielded him behind her and gently said, "Baby son, you move aside. It's just a few crocodiles. If they dare to scare my son, they're asking for death. Son, don't be afraid. I'm going to kill them all right now." Gu Xian wouldn't even bat an eye at a few high-risk crocodiles. She conjured a long whip in her hand, and the whip stretched into the water like a water snake, quickly chasing the crocodiles and piercing into their bodies. Soon the lake's surface was tinted with a lot of blood red. The killed crocodiles floated on the water's surface, belly up. The crocodiles that were not killed turned to see their companions dying one by one and began to flee. Gu Xian certainly would not let them go, leaving potential danger.
These animals have strong feelings for revenge. If she let them escape now, they would return for revenge before long.
Not a single one could be spared.
The whip extended infinitely, branching out, searching for the traces of these crocodiles. The clear lake water turned into a vast expanse of blood red.
Only after all the crocodiles were killed, with no remaining threats, would Gu Xian feel at ease.
The people in the global live broadcast room saw so many corpses of 15 crocodiles floating on the water's surface and couldn't help but sigh.
I never expected there would be so many crocodiles in this lake. If a person fell in, there wouldn't be a second to spare. But this is not a wild environment, how could there be so many crocodiles?
I suspect that these crocodiles are raised by that strange woman. What if the strange woman finds out that her beloved crocodile pet has been killed?
Wouldn't she be even angrier?
I can already imagine her furious rage. Zhang Ming looked at so many crocodile corpses and sighed in relief. He could now search with peace of mind. After a thorough search, they found an iron door at the base of the waterfall. This door was small, like a dog door. It could fit an adult, though.
This should be the exit, since it's an iron door, it should be easy to break open. Before Zhang Ming could speak, Gu Xian stepped forward and struck the iron door with all her strength.
Though it looked so weak, it just wouldn't budge. Zhang Ming stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the immovable iron door, and said, "It seems that only a key can open this door, but the strange woman claims she didn't know what the key is. That's a bit troublesome. We need to think of a new plan, we can only return to the previous place to find answers." After saying that, Zhang Ming turned around and walked back, with Gu Xian following behind. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless, at least he found the correct location of the exit.
Now, they just needed to find the key and come back to complete the task.
When Zhang Ming returned to the previous ranch, the challengers were no longer there. The bodies that had been killed were nowhere to be found.
If the challengers who survived the fight found out that Rualan did not know what the key was and was playing with them, would they faint from anger?
To the strange woman, their fight was merely a performance, a way to pass the time.
Zhang Ming looked at Gu Xian's mask and said, "We need to find that old man now."
"Mom, please do not remove the mask without permission, it will be useful soon."
Gu Xian touched the mask on her face and nodded seriously, "Got it."
Concerning her son's life, she couldn't afford to be careless. And the mistress here was crazy, if they took off the mask, they would have no means to defend themselves. Zhang Ming searched around the courtyard and finally saw the old man. He was handling straw with a pitchfork. When the old man saw Zhang Ming approaching, he turned to leave.
Seeing this, Gu Xian quickly walked over and blocked him.
Zhang Ming walked up to the old man and looked at the pitchfork in his hand. This pitchfork was used by a competitor from the Leaf Country.
Zhang Ming asked in confusion, "I'm not some fierce beast, why do you hide when you see me?"
"Old man, where are the others?" The old man looked down and answered in a muffled voice, "The 10 who survived have already left with the key. It seems you cannot escape now, as the keys have all been taken." The live broadcast chat was flooded with messages. They were anxious to tell Zhang Ming what was happening.
"I watched the whole fight, those who won didn't even get the key, instead, they were tied up by this old man. It's infuriating, they are so untrustworthy.
They clearly said they would give out keys for winning, but not only did they not receive the keys, they also got locked up.
This old man looks harmless, but he is truly wicked.
He put drugs in the food, and our challengers fainted shortly after winning. How despicable. Right when victory was in sight, it turned out to be a joke.
This old man and that woman are absolute liars."
The Dragon Kingdom's Jin Nong group also messaged Zhang Ming, warning him that this old man was lying. Even without the message, just thinking about it, Zhang Ming knew this old man was lying. If those challengers had really left, he should have met them on the way back.
Moreover, Rualan did not know what the key was, how could she give them the key?
With this old man acting this way, directly asking about those people's whereabouts seemed pointless, he certainly wouldn't tell them.
Changing his question, Zhang Ming asked, "What about your mistress?"
"I want to see, I have something important to tell." The old man finally lifted his head, pointing at Gu Xian's mask on her face. With a chilling tone he said,
"What is that mask on your face? Can it be taken off?" Zhang Ming quickly refused, "No."
Upon hearing no, the old man turned and walked away, clearly not wanting to talk to Zhang Ming any further. His attitude was clearly that he did not want to take Zhang Ming to see Ruolan.
Zhang Ming gave Gu Xian a glance. "Go control him." Gu Xian had the same idea, raising her hand to place it on the old man's shoulder, turning his body to face her.
The old man suddenly picked up a steel fork, raising it to kill Zhang Ming. Gu Xian quickly caught the handle of the fork, staring intently at the old man. The old man's eyes instantly became lifeless, and the fork fell from his hand, no longer resisting. He was now under control.
Gu Xian said, "Take us to see your mistress."
The old man turned and walked towards the pasture not far away, with Gu Xian and Zhang Ming closely following behind him. The closer they got to the pasture, the stronger the overwhelming smell of blood became.
Chapter 115, Benefits Above All.
The old man brought Zhang Ming to a cattle shed.
But there wasn't a single cow inside the shed. Next to the cattle shed was a hidden room.
The old man led Zhang Ming to open the door of the hidden room, and a strong fishy stench hit them right away. The stench here was almost 100 times worse than outside. Zhang Ming had never smelled such thick blood before. It was nearly suffocating. This was 100 times worse than rotten pork. Any normal person would likely vomit from the smell. He couldn't help but cover his nose and cough several times. Gu Xian quickly patted his back upon seeing this. Even Gu Xian, who was accustomed to the smell of blood, found it hard to handle, lightly covering her own nose. "Son, this smell is indeed quite unbearable. Let me wrap a cloth around your nose." Saying this, Gu Xian took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped it around Zhang Ming's nose. Now Zhang Ming felt much better and managed to suppress the urge to vomit. "Thank you, Mom, I feel a lot better." Just a few steps inside, he heard Ruolan's loud, furious curses.
"Do you still think you can take something from me? Is it possible? Am I that easy to talk to?
That little brat just now and that weird guy, using some strange method to control me, it's driving me crazy. I've lived for decades and have never felt such suffocation.
Go to hell. No one can control me. No one. Go to hell." Zhang Ming even heard the sound of sharp weapons tearing flesh. He realized that Ruolan's way of venting was either shouting or destruction. Before becoming this strange person, she must have been a tough one. The faint sounds of pleading came from the tortured people, whispering in Zhang Ming's ears, "Let me go. I don't want anything, just let me go."
When the old man brought Zhang Ming and Gu Xian inside, Ruolan was furiously venting her anger with a knife on a person's body. Her hands, arms, and face were all covered in blood.
Her clothes, being red in color, masked the blood's hue. The expression on her face was one of murderous excitement, as if only killing and torturing could soothe her feelings.
In Zhang Ming's eyes, she was a bloodthirsty maniac.
She was even more brutal than Gu Xian had been before.
At least the female doctor would not torture people. On both sides of the hidden room stood many large wooden crosses.
Tied to them were the challengers from earlier.
They were bloodied, their bodies covered in wounds. Even if some challengers were already dead, they were still tied up, subjected to humiliation. In a corner of the hidden room, there was a pile of corpses. These corpses were fresh, looking like they were previous challengers who had entered. These were all for Ruolan's enjoyment. Such a psychological perversion was enough to make anyone shudder in fear. Zhang Ming strongly suspected that this was a theme park disguised as an escape room. Send humans in for this Roland to vent her frustration. People in the live broadcast rooms of various countries saw their beloved challengers being tortured until unrecognizable, and tears silently flowed from their eyes.
Why is this happening?
If we hadn't fought among ourselves just now and had completed the task together, it wouldn't have been this tragic. This is the most terrifying bizarre situation I have ever seen. The methods are extremely cruel.
I will definitely have nightmares tonight. Wah! Our challengers.
It's that challenger from the Leaf Nation who instigated the infighting. Now everyone is dead, and the Leaf Nation is satisfied.
We are also victims, why blame us?
It's already hard enough to survive in there. If we had united, there might have been some hope. The live broadcast room was filled with comments attacking the Leaf Nation.
In the ranch's secret room.
Perhaps Roland vented her anger too passionately. Even Zhang Ming entered without realizing it.
Gu Xian seized the chance while Roland hadn't reacted yet and immediately took control.
Roland's originally crazed and twisted gaze instantly turned soft and hollow. Her posture was still frozen in the motion of stabbing someone with a knife. Without Gu Xian's release, she absolutely could not move. At that moment, a faint voice reached Zhang Ming's ears, "Help me! Help!" When Zhang Ming rushed over after hearing the voice, that person was already dead.
There wasn't even a chance to save them.
He was stabbed dozens of times, and life slipped away at lightning speed. He checked every person here, not one was alive.
All were brutally dead.
The extremely dangerous bazaar had devastating power, these people simply weren't enough to make a fuss about. Zhang Ming felt a wave of sorrow.
The result of their infighting was death.
From the moment they started killing each other, the outcome had already been sealed. They all came from different countries, followed different beliefs, and had different cultures. Faced with such sharp issues like national interests, it was naturally impossible for them to gain each other's true understanding. Interests could bring them together, but could also make them fall apart in an instant. Maybe they always thought that interests were above friendship. Zhang Ming walked to Gu Xian's side. "Mom, search every part of her body, every corner, see if there's a key or something like that." He remembered that the iron door locking the exit had a regular lock, looking just like a normal padlock.
The key to unlock that lock could only be serrated.
Gu Xian nodded, raised her hand, and started feeling around Roland's body. She searched her mouth, ears, waist, and so on.
Although Roland was controlled by Gu Xian and couldn't move, her senses and thoughts were still agile.
When she heard Zhang Ming wanted to search her, an overwhelming sense of shame reached its peak. Even her mother had never humiliated her like this. A child actually dared to make another bazaar search her body. This was the second time experiencing humiliation at the hands of a human. It was infuriating.
Why is this happening?
This human child, just wait, if I can move, the first one I will kill is you.
You both can go to hell. At that moment, Gu Xian really found a small black key from Roland's red dress.
The black key was tied with a string, secured to the dress.
It came off with a tug.
Zhang Ming took the key, looked at it. It was too small and did not match the lock on the iron door at all.
"Mom, ask which lock this key opens."
Gu Xian turned her head and pointed at the key in Zhang Ming's hand, asking Roland, "Which lock does this key open?" Roland wanted to keep her mouth shut, but no matter how she tried to control it, her mouth and mind uncontrollably spoke out the answer.
"There's a box under my bed, this key is used to open that box."
Hearing this answer, Zhang Ming's face broke into a smile.
Perhaps he was getting closer to the answer. "Take us to find that box."
Gu Xian pushed Roland's body and coldly said, "Take us to find that box." Roland roared in her heart.
"No! No! You can't open that box. You two robbers! I won't take your orders, let me go. Let me go.
This broken body is too disobedient."
Chapter 115 10 Objects.
Even if my heart resists and struggles, my actions are still out of control. Because at this moment, Ruolan's body and part of her mind no longer belonged to her. Just as Ruolan was about to lead them out of the secret room, the old man beside her suddenly moved. Yes, he broke free from the control of the mask. The old man quickly realized he could move, hurriedly picked up the knife on the ground, and was about to kill Zhang Ming. At the moment he raised the knife, he was pierced through the heart by Gu Xian's whip, dying on the spot. Zhang Ming didn't expect the old man to break free from control.
Fortunately, he was a human, easier to deal with.
This sudden change made Zhang Ming become vigilant. If Ruolan suddenly breaks free from control like the old man, it would be very troublesome.
Such an accident must never happen. Zhang Ming looked up at Gu Xian and asked, "Mom, how did that old man break free just now?"
Gu Xian frowned behind the mask, shaking her head and said, "I don't know either." To avoid a repeat of what just happened, Zhang Ming thought of a method. Every once in a while, add another layer of control to this strange girl, don't let the control drop in between.
Gu Xian nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you."
Ruolan led Zhang Ming and the others to the second floor of the small villa.
This small villa is not big, and each room is quite small.
Ruolan stopped at the door of the room on the far right. Gu Xian gently pushed, and the door opened. Zhang Ming followed in and found that the door had been smashed open long ago and had never been repaired. However, it was quite clean inside. Zhang Ming saw the bed and walked over directly.
As he was about to pull out the box underneath it,
suddenly, he saw a pair of glowing eyes appear under the bed, almost scaring him to death.
What's going on?
But soon, that pair of eyes flashed and disappeared.
Low-level ghost, a remnant formed from accumulated resentment, no harm.
Only those who have suffered great pain can leave such remnants.
Seeing the system's explanation, could this be a breakthrough point? Forget it, let's open the box and take a look. He directly pulled out the box under the bed.
It was a small red wooden box, with a little lock hanging on the outside. Zhang Ming took out the black little key he found on Ruolan earlier and opened the lock. Inside were many things, counting a total of 10 items. A diary, a watch, golden hair, earrings, bullets, etc. With this amount, Zhang Ming doubted that these things were related to the key for the exit.
10 objects, 10 keys.
Zhang Ming took out the diary from inside and opened it. Zhang Ming took out the diary remnants he found outside not long ago and compared them. The handwriting was different.
Clearly, they were not written by the same person.
Zhang Ming examined the most important parts carefully.
June 5, Ruolan said she wants to learn the piano.
but I didn't let her go, there's so much work on the farm.
What can a rural girl learn about the piano? She's already 25, it's not the age to learn piano. Going would be pointless, learning the piano also costs money.
June 10th, George, you have been away for 2 years, and Mom really misses you.
Many people say you died, I don't believe it.
June 12th, today, I saw Rualan kissing a man, I went over to separate them and scolded Rualan.
George.
If you don't come back, your wife is going to run off with another man.
June 13th, Rualan got very angry, saying we have never cared for her since childhood. If we didn't care, how could I let my son marry her? If we didn't care for her, could she have grown up this big?
July 8th, Rualan told me she wants to participate in a piano competition.
I didn't let her go and locked her in her room.
The diary abruptly stopped here. The George mentioned in this diary must be Rulan's husband.
Could it be that George is dead, and that old man just now was the lover mentioned in the diary? The strange can remain youthful forever, but humans cannot.
That's why the old man looked so old, always protecting Rulan.
Zhang Ming kept guessing. It seems the torn page in his hand is Rulan's diary. And this complete diary could very well be Rulan's grandmother's or adoptive mother's journal.
Rulan had lived in her adoptive mother's home since she was young, and after growing up, she married her adoptive mother's son. It really is true that when you don't enter a family, both mother and daughter like to write diaries.
Zhang Ming put the diary back in the box. He pointed at the things in the box and asked Gu Xian, where did these things come from, whose are they? Gu Xian relayed the message to Rulan. Since Rulan only listened to Gu Xian now, Zhang Ming could only keep asking for her to relay.
Rulan answered them one by one, the watch is from my lover, Roger, the blonde hair is Donna's, the diary is my mother's, the teeth are my father's, the earrings and headdress are from a movie star, and the other 3 are blind. Rulan really didn't want to mention these people, because among them were ones who caused her pain, one she was very jealous of, and one she wanted to kill. The feeling of uncontrollably revealing years of secrets is really awful, damn kid.
Hurry up and let me go.
The people in the global live broadcast room all played the role of detective.
I remember some murderers really like to collect items from their victims. Did you all notice, there seems to be nothing from the husband in that box? Didn't the diary mention that the husband had long been dead? Little Dragon Country kid, you better step up. You are the only one left here.
Zhang Ming felt that these items were still not enough to find the key. Now the most important task was to find Rulan's complete diary, there must be something important in there. Zhang Ming closed the box, hugged it, and walked up to Gu Xian, saying, let Rulan tell us, where is the diary?
Gu Xian nodded and relayed to Rulan, what about your diary? Rulan replied blankly, I tore it into pieces everywhere a long time ago.
In that moment, Rulan felt a flash of pride. Fortunately, she had been careful, the diary was destroyed decades ago, and finding it again would be nearly impossible.
She really didn't want to remember such a past at all. Now, the human kid had finally suffered a setback.
Although it was uncertain what he wanted the diary for. No matter what his intentions were, this human child must not succeed.
But how did he know about the diary written long ago?
Zhang Ming stroked his chin, looking at the torn piece of Rulan's diary in his hand.
Since he could find one piece of the diary, did that mean other challengers had also found pieces of the diary?
Thinking of this, Zhang Ming looked at Gu Xian and said, let's go back to the secret room we were just in. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the ranch, carrying the box.
Gu Xian didn't care about anything else and directly lifted Rulan to follow behind Zhang Ming.
She was afraid that if she left, Rulan would lose control, so she had to carry her along to run. After all, she was strong enough to lift 10 cows. Son, don't rush, take it slow. Zhang Ming arrived at the secret room and didn't care about the blood, searching for pieces of the diary among the dead bodies. He really found more than a dozen pieces of the diary.